Welcome to Division 1 Western Europe DPC. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and joining me is going to be Sheepstick, T-Gov, and Lizard. How are you guys feeling? Could your Friday get any better?
I mean, with the Dota on today, no.
That's the correct answer. That's exactly what I was looking for. Or it was the other way where it's like, yes, by watching Dota.
Yeah, it could be better by watching some sick Dota. Whoa!
Whoa, I'm so glad that fake hype. Thanks, Sheep.
Whoa! Sorry.
I'm just sinking inside myself hearing that. I was like, oh no.
Oh no. But it is day 6. It's a Friday. We're coming to the conclusion of week number 2 for Division 1 Europe here. We can have a look at 2 days ago on Wednesday what we saw. It started off Secret and Entity. Secret were looking for a win here, a series win. It's what they needed. Unfortunately, all they could do was get a game win. The series went 1-2 in favor of Entity Lizard.
Yeah, they were searching for a victory. They've been searching for a while now. They're kind of lost in the trees, in the forest. They can't find anything. Unfortunate. What can you do? Entity, although just playing to their strengths, playing on point, so taking another nice series. I'm seeing this team as a possible top 4 at the moment. Maybe not my favorites for the top 4, but definitely if they tighten it up a little bit, they could do it.
Yeah, when we look at this series, T-Gov, what were those strengths that you saw come out from Entity?
I mean, just constant aggression. I think they had some beautiful plays from their supports, and I think Kateomi on his Tree and Protector was a key aspect throughout the entire series. And I think it helped that they were just a little bit more decisive than Secret. I think, unfortunately for Secret, they have these still trying to find Crystallis' hero pool with the addition of Boom. Boom being more active, Crystallis needs to be a little bit more farm hungry now, and I think that balance is really hard to find. It's not something you can pick up instantly, and I'd argue the new DPC format being 3 weeks instead of 6 is going to be the biggest issue for this team. Yeah,
I feel like Secret reminds me of Nigma the most. Not only with their score being of the
That's rough.
leaderboards, but no, really, like they just can't find their structure, their identity in this patch. It's just like even the game that we just watched in which Secret won, they won because of Entity's mistakes. They didn't win because they had a stellar performance.
No, I wanna twist that narrative, and I wanna say that Secret learnt just how aggressive Entity can be from game 1, and in game 2 they were ready to punish that. Game 3, it felt like Entity tightened it up a little bit more. They definitely weren't overextending as much, and yeah, that series ended up with Entity being able to take it. Series number 2 was Into the Breach and Liquid. It's the same story as every Liquid series we've seen so far in this DPC. Just a nice, solid, beautiful 2-0 for them, Sheep.
Yes, sir. Liquid doing the same thing they always do, which is
Yes,
have
sir.
a very good draft and then execute it very well. I think Into the Breach, I've been despite their overall series score, I have been very happy about them, and I'm excited to talk more about them later since they're our first series. But like, I do think that Liquid are looking unstoppable, and I don't know what team is meant to beat
Take
them
them down?
at this point. Yeah, I legit can't figure it out. Like they've played against some top teams, and they're still just winning their drafts and then winning the games. Their lanes are going really well. Their rotations are on point. Mickey literally is just I mean, all their cores.
They played Tundra, they didn't, right? Not
Yes,
they have.
They
They've
have.
beat them already.
They
Okay, never
2-0'd
mind.
Secret, Tundra, Entity, and Into the Breach.
Yeah, who's meant to win? I don't know.
this is where OG comes up. You know, they're going to be like, okay, we're the Wild team. Maybe Wild can fight the aggression. I don't know, but yeah, it does look like Liquid should, in theory, just be a clean sweep in the DPC so far.
And then the final series was Gaming Gladiators up against Enigma Galaxy. This one went all 3 games as well. We had a lot of action. I want to say a lot of hype in the mid lane, definitely as well as it.
It's a very similar game to the Secret ones. Like, obviously, Gaming Gladiators actually coming in once again with something new, with something weird. The Switch Doctor plus Eye on the offlane, completely blowing our minds. Not Redditor's minds, though. They knew. They knew before all of us. But overall, Nigma just not really impressing us with their performance. They had one good game, which was basically on top of Sumail being 19-0-19 from the mid lane on DP. Besides that, it just didn't click. It just didn't work out for them. They're still finding themselves, and they've been searching, just like Secret, for quite some time now.
Also, think some weaknesses from Gladiators shown, even though they won the series. I think there's still a little bit of emphasis on this mid lane. In the interview with Celery, he said that Quinn was able to win more matchups. Of course, he still respects Boom, but it's just the idea that they have a little bit more leaning towards mid of being, okay, they can open up the game. And I think recently, at least in some of the Gladiators' losses, it's when Quinn hasn't won his lane, they've relied on it a little bit too much potentially, and they've fell victim to not being able to get back into certain games. They don't have that, we're always going to come back mentality, at least it feels like. So I think.
So basically, minute 2, minute 4, minute 6, minute 8, get your
yep, exactly.
booties on those runes.
Yeah, exactly that. So I think for Gladiators, like they're getting the series wins, but I think other teams looking at this team, they are going to see potentially some of these weaknesses. And I think for Gladiators, these days off, they need to start, cleaning up a little bit, or at least put less pressure on Quinn to have to crush his mid lane, open up the game with these bats and embers and whatnot.
What about you, Sheep? The series for you, or is there anything outstanding except for that position 3 Witch Doctor?
I think I was asleep during this series.
Okay, cool. Then we will just wrap it up there. I was going to say the other interesting thing for me that came out of it was Syndran said Nigma Galaxy, the only 2 games we've seen them win were the 2 games Amar was not playing in the safe lane.
Yeah, he was actually playing on the offlane both of those games, I believe, and he did play. He played mid one, and the other one was offlane. But one was kind of a cheese strat, right? Like with that last pick, not necessarily, but last pick Huskar. Let's call it what it is. It's a Huskar win. But this other game, actually, they did quite all right, and he was playing on the offlane. He was very aggressive. However, the last game that they did play overall in that series was the one in which he was playing a Viper, once again on the safe lane. They had 3 semi-cores, they tried to play as quickly as possible, they tried to imitate something that Liquid is doing perhaps, but it just did not work out for them.
Yeah, we had the leaderboard just very quickly up there, so that's where our teams are standing coming in to day number 6 here. Liquid on top, and then Nigma Galaxy Secret still kind of looking for that series win for them, and everyone else just still trying to find where they sit in that middle part of the ladder. But start of a new day means we get to feature a team, and today it's going to be OG. We're going to have a little bit of a look at their history, some nice OG stats, some stats about this org and the players on there. At the moment, the top one saying the placement TI 11 was only 7th, 8th, and then they had a roster change, Lizard.
Yeah, they had a lot of roster changes recently. They got the offlaner as well. For me, even Misha just being with them all the time is a roster change, right? Because he wasn't truly with them for every major last year, was he?
There was no first.
It was only
major.
There was only
TI.
2.
Yeah.
It was only there for TI.
Yeah, so it's definitely nice to see them gel together with him and how they play. There's a lot of innovative stuff that they're bringing to the table, as new rosters, new players should, like Misha playing some position 5 craziness like LCs and whatnot. But I kind of expected more. I expected a bit more from OG, like just seeing them for the first time. It was literally at the same time that Spirit broke through, right? Like it's when Spirit won the TI. This OG just got together, the new squad got together, the fresh blood got together afterwards, and I was thinking, okay, this is the way to go. Out with the old, in with the new, but they didn't necessarily perform to the standards that Team Spirit set.
Yeah. Well, you talk about out with the old, in with the new. We're going to throw up some graphics here to have a look at a little bit of a side-by-side comparison of the players from old OG to newer OG. But yeah, this was something that you kind of wanted to touch a little bit on, T-Gov.
Yeah, I guess the main thing is ever since TI 10, when of course OG had the Sumo roster and they were looking to, they entrusted Misha a little bit more to kind of carry that banner. Again, that's such a hard banner to carry because, of course, OG, they win 2 TIs, and now anyone who plays in that roster is going to have that pressure of can they get to that same level, same performance, and no other team has even got to 2 TIs yet, so somewhat potentially might even argue impossible, but yeah, a lot of trust in this kind of passing of the banner, a year or so ago.
Yeah, very much so. In fact, we can throw up those comparison graphics and put in production on the spot here to flip them over. We're going to go from pose 1 down to pose 5 and have a look at just the hero pools, seeing how similar of this recipe that worked for OG and how it's still sort of very prevalent in the team that we're seeing now.
Yeah, you can definitely see some overlap between the heroes and the way these 2 players play, but Anna, it was just Anna. Like back in the day, if you remember, when he entered the scene, there was something a little bit different. When he was playing that TI, he was with Thompson, who we see here, and both of them had some really nice signature heroes in the first TI. That's why they called it the Fluke TI, right? Because they had the perfect drafts for the perfect tournament, the IO carries, the Spectres, whatnot. So definitely a little bit different, because I can see that the patches could benefit the new squad a little bit better, perhaps, if certain heroes get buffed.
Yep. And then, of course, again, since this time, the DM's now replaced Damar, and I think that swap at least gives the draft style to at least align with maybe, again, I feel like when you compare the current iteration to the past, it's like it's a little bit weird, but at least it gives the kind of philosophies and mindset. 'Cause I think for Misha at least, he was coaching
It's the philosophy,
OG.
flower power still.
Yeah, exactly. Like Misha was coaching during TI10. The reason why he got given the role to take over the kind of the leadership was because Notel and Seb entrusted him and really liked his kind of mindset.
Okay.
So when you're looking at these comparisons, it's not you're trying to find a player that's going to be equal or better. It's more just players that can fit into the OG kind of ecosystem that can then thrive down the line.
That Misha guy is really smart. He always flames me in pubs, so
He
knows what he's doing.
Misha's great. I mean, Misha has like really good and strong ideas, which is what I respect. Whenever you hear him talk about his team, it was like he was the first, in this new iteration, because he told Notel that he would take everything that he had learned and make the best team. And Notel really loved that. And that's why he wanted to go all the way with him. And as a result, he picked up all these players. It started with Tiger. He thought he was like an idea generator. He really liked what he brought. They watched Yuragi's replays. They thought he was playing efficient, strong Dota. Notel really liked BZM and thought he had a really good feel for the game. And you have DM coming in, who they also really like and think he fits like the passionate scientific mind. Very cool. They all really appreciate like the good vibes. I know Misha said how much like old OG inspired him and made him want to go down this path.
I remember a tournament, I believe it was Stockholm Major or something. We were just standing outside, chilling before the games are happening, and Notel back in the day breaks the news that he's getting Saxa, so that was a long time ago. And I'm like, oh, Saxa, nice. What do you see in him? Why are you picking him? And he's basically saying, this guy, he's top 1 leaderboards, he's 9k MMR, that's all I need. Like, I saw him, his fingers are fast, he can think quickly, he can play quickly. Everything else, when it comes to strategy, when it comes to the gameplay, we can teach him. So they have that approach towards newer players, towards younger players, and it obviously worked.
Yeah, and we've been seeing a big growth in OG over just the past 2 weeks in the DPC. In fact, we have a new person joining us. We're going to head over to Kezu. He's going to give us a little bit of a breakdown on one of the OG plays. Hey.
Hey, thank you, Nat. So guys, I want to show you some of the OG magic. No matter who plays for this org, I think the magic still, stays the same. So we're going to have a look here. This smoke and this comeback by OG is not by chance whatsoever. They smoke up around slightly before the 30-minute mark. They have Storm, Lina, 2 very good active rune heroes for the Arcane rune and potentially a DD rune. But they get they get the Arcane for BZM, so he's very strong now. He just got his BKB. It's a 9-second BKB. He's going to scout around a bit, and not only that, but they're taking a very nice angle around to take this fight. So he's going to go from behind. He jumps the Rubik, instantly switches to Quinn, who's playing the Zeus, because he is one of the most important heroes. Now, one thing I want to note here is that Lina dropped to 39 HP. I didn't quite get the pause right, but what I want to show here is that he has 1 less skill point in stats. He would have died in this play here. They're down 6,000 gold. They do a great smoke, which is, once again, not by chance. So they're really finding a win condition for themselves to come back into this game. And basically, just after this play, it's only OG. After this play, they basically just came back into the game. They got all the map control. And I just feel like this team has this little bit of magic where they know exactly what they need to do to find a win condition and then execute it and get back into the game. And with that, back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Kezu. That was
Gracias,
the little he's still standing there. Hey, the little bit of magic. It's crazy that it's this one little thing that can just snowball in their favor. It's always this team that I don't know how. I remember at the Stockholm Major, it's like they were down a massive 26k deficit or something, and they still came back to win. Like, this is just the OG. No matter what iteration or no matter what roster we see, be able to play and execute.
I mean, it's just trust. You've already heard interviews from Tundra when Satsa was saying when would you call GG? It's like if one player says there's a route to the win, they're all going to go for it. And I think for OG, they have the same level of play, right? Which is even if they're down, there's going to be that one. If we buy BKB this, or if we buy Manta, we can make this small play. And they all trust each other to make that play, and they'll try it. If it fails, whatever, it might go on Reddit. But if they win, they're going to get the game, they're going to progress in the tournament, right? So I think it's really rare to find teams that have this level of camaraderie. I think a lot of teams, obviously since TI9 with the OG, they've been trying to emulate that kind of brotherly love in a team and be friends for once. Because before that, it was like on a team.
Once?
No, because before OG, teams were more like, you come in, you're good, you win, you leave. You're not meant to be friends. And OG, of course, changed
with the
that.
belt waiting for you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, nowadays he's friends with Crestless and the boys, you know, but back then it was a whole different dynamic in teams, and at least nowadays it's everyone's getting
a
along.
homie.
Yeah, everyone's a homie, exactly.
Everyone's a homie. Well, we're going to have a look at this schedule so we can see the homies in OG play in. I do believe they're going to be our first series up against Into the Breach. And then the second series is going to be Liquid up against Enigma Galaxy, and then Secret versus Tundra. It is very important for those two middle series, for Enigma Galaxy and Secret, to get a win. It's just... It's not do or die. I was doing the maths last night. I was crunching the numbers. It is not like a make or break for them. They can still lose this series, but you start to not have your future in your hands anymore. You know what I mean? It's all down to like how other teams perform and not yourself individually.
So it's basically bottom two teams playing the top two teams, right? Like Enigma and Secret playing versus Liquid and Tundra.
Something like that.
Something
Along
like
those
that.
lines,
Yeah, pretty much.
It's looking kind of rough for them. I'm not gonna, not gonna sugarcoat it. I hope that they are able to take a series. It would make the whole division much more interesting, but I don't believe in it.
Oh, okay. Or Lizard is like out for blood today or something. I don't know
No,
what's going on.
He's right, and he should say it.
Really? You think
Yeah.
it's not going to happen at all either?
Well, I mean, maybe someone
We're
needs to
hoping.
win. Like, there's always a chance for upsets, especially in
Yep.
this region, because I mean, I think it's widely accepted at this point. This is the strongest region, and some teams obviously just haven't found their pacing yet. And it's not like Secret have always just been like terrible drafters, for example, right? Like they can do it. They have the capacity to do it. They still have Puppy. Just need to get it.
Can I ask you guys, do you have more faith like in the Enigma roster or the Secret roster? With a decent draft from both of them. I'm kind of slightly leaning towards Enigma.
Yeah, I agree.
It's hard.
Leaning towards Enigma because I think that I think you ignore drafts in these scenarios and just think about the play. And I just think Enigma has executed a little bit better in some of these games in Secret. And yeah, I just think Enigma has also the sitting Norton 3. They have more chances to bounce back as well. But no, I think Secret, they've got a lot to kind of unravel. And I think starting from the game is going to be the key thing. 'Cause they've looked just the weakest in the region so far.
That's later down the date, though. They have their time. They can still warm up and everything. But Into the Breach and OG, I know they're already sitting in lobby. They're ready and raring to go, so we can have a chat about them. OG, we've kind of deconstructed everything that's been going on in that team, so let's turn our eyes to Into the Breach, talk about their roster. They're sitting 1-3 at the moment, so they do have a series win under their belt. It's looking good for them, especially as the region's underdogs.
They are definitely... I think they were put pretty low as underdogs at coming into this season of DPC, and every series they play, people are more and more impressed with them and how they play. Like, I went back and watched a few of their replays to try and get to know them better. I think Otaker is an absolutely awesome carry player. I've been really happy with him, especially his Lycan and his Nature's Prophet. Like, he's just very on it with like micro and stuff, like using the wolves. He's as soon as he gets his Helm of the Dominator, for example, he's farming the jungle and waves at the same time. He's upping his net worth. He's aware of like how he can use them to its fullest on the map. Like, I'm confident in him as a win condition for the team.
Okay, and I can see definitely the rest of them making space for him, like especially Supreme and Immersion. Like all of them, if you look at these players, it's not like they're new to the scene or anything like that. Some of them have been in tier 1 teams, but overall, they all have to prove themselves. I'm looking at Supreme mostly from the mid lane because I think that the skill ceiling for this guy is quite high.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite a pivotal series. You know, Into the Breach 1-3, they lose this series, now it's 1-4. But going against OG, they can drag them down to that awkward couple series down the line. They're now tie-breaking for either major or for elimination. So I think for Into the Breach, this is quite important for them. And yeah, I think Supreme's kind of the star player for me. I think some of his mid lanes, he did Batrider build where he went 3 points sticky into 2 points. Second spell I can't remember.
Flame Break?
Flame Break, yep, completely forgot it. I had no Firefly, like zero Firefly. But he just completely destroyed mid lane and he completely opened up the game. So I think Supreme, he is like the key player for me. And I think, at least for ITP, I think Jibe, he needs to get some of those aggressive heroes. I want him to be able to be a fighter. And when they have these components for them, Supreme aggression, Jibe aggression, that's when they look like a team that can contend.
We've talked about OG's tenacity, how they're always able to find just this glimmer of coming back in a game and even a series. So for Into the Breach, what are you hoping they bring in? Is it this more mental focus, or is it going to be a playstyle, like be that aggressive, try and shut down OG and that aggressive playstyle we've seen before?
I feel like they have quite a few cool combos that they can execute properly. Like Supreme is one of those players that can play a lot of heroes on the mid lane, even though he has a select few that he excels at. Like maybe give him that Invoker plus Void combination. They've taken a game off of Tundra. I have faith in them. I'm still leaning a little bit slightly towards OG.
That's true. That's something we didn't talk about. They did lose the series to Tundra, but they did take a game off.
They took a game
They
off.
looked good in that too. It was the 5-51 scoreline. Like they absolutely rolled over Tundra.
I think for ITB at least, their drafts sometimes they're like godly, and sometimes they're just really confusing. And it's then the players need to outperform in the game, and they're able to do that in the game. And I think once they kind of calibrate the quirkiness of drafting with how good they are in game, and they find that sweet spot, that's when these 2-1s against Tundra will suddenly become them beating Tundra. And it's like, I think Blitz on Twitter, he said like drafting against ITB was one of the hardest because it was just like he didn't really know what was happening, and he had to draft for themselves. But then when you look at Liquid, it's like their draft is every pick, it's just a stable. And for ITB, there's a couple picks which are like, huh? Okay. And then like 20 minutes into the game, it's like, oh, it does that single thing. But then so I think for Into the Breach, it's just calibrate it a little bit more. Again, I'm not saying they're bad drafts, they are good drafts. It's just getting it from good to great. That's the little thing I think I need to see from them.
Yeah. Where would you like to see a focus for them, Sheep, when it comes to draft?
For Into the Breach?
Yeah.
I think sometimes, like, on top of what T said, things just kind of fall through in, like, a gameplay sense. They've drafted a Ricky Phoenix, for example, and no one could do anything on the map for them, and they struggled in that regard. But other times they have, like, really nice ideas where they have a Treant and they have a Nature's Prophet in the safe lane, and, like, they are able to give Kidaro his space to just farm, and he is a very passive Treant protector, by the way. I watched, like, 2 of his games.
Just
he will
chillin'.
sit in that lane forever. He goes, like, 2 points in his leech seed and then just maxes living armor, and then he'll just TP instead to other lanes when stuff happens. But like giving him that space is good because a lot of other teams, like in China, talked about the strength of the level 25 Treant talent and how nice it is to get there as a win condition. So him getting like an early 4-star and getting closer to that does work for them, especially when you have a carry like a Nature's who can farm through the jungle to mid, apply pressure to mid, farm through the bot, apply pressure on tower there, and that's how they have played and won against Tundra.
They really do like these sneaky heroes. They got that Ricky once again instantly in the first phase. I believe their coach, I played with him, it's Milan, right?
Yeah.
So has a couple of very interesting ideas, but they do let the Lina go through. And
Yeah, it's an interesting choice to ban out the Snapfire over the Lina.
it's like, I was thinking, we're kind of progressing into the DPC, right? Like a lot of games have been played, and I'm thinking, will teams start focusing still on the most contested and broken heroes of the meta, or will they start contesting each other, like comfort zones? And the moment you start contesting specific heroes for the team, you're opening up the normal meta broken heroes, which is Alina Treant. We made full circle back to it.
This is going to be the snap ban that maybe in a game's time they're like, okay, maybe we're not banning it, we're banning the Lina instead in this scenario. It always happens, but I think Snapfire-wise, it's a little bit of respect. I think there's only 2 or 3 teams that really pick Snapfire, and that is ITB and OG. So these are the 2 teams that, of course, will give it higher value than others, especially with Jibe and DM both playing it exceptionally in the offlane, super aggressive. I think draft-wise, preferring OG's opening so far.
Definitely, I agree. But if you didn't ban the Lina, you must have prepared for her, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fury
That's
in
what we
first.
always say, and yet we still kind of see Lina win a lot.
Yeah, because
You forget in the draft. Drafts can get kind of quick and pressure, and sometimes you let things go through, and it does happen.
really, Alina.
In the openings?
I mean the next 3 picks,
Yeah.
you know, like
I just remember, like, it was always the same for me. I remember back in the day when Puppy would always leave Lycan through, and he would always lose to that Lycan, like, long time ago, because he had good ideas, and he knows what he's doing. He's been, like, in the scene forever. He knows his drafts. He knows exactly what heroes to pick, but it doesn't matter when a hero is goddamn broken. So if it's broken, get rid of it. Simple.
What else do you want to be getting rid of here in this phase, Sheep?
If you're playing with Ricky Nature's Prophet, then just illusion heroes in general. Like, they haven't banned Naga Siren. I know that Lina's in the game, but she can go mid, and something like Naga Siren could be a big problem for their heroes. Like, they're going to struggle to clear creeps, which is why I assume the Lycan was taken out. There's a lot of heroes, though. There's, like, Visage, Naga, Beast. Is Beast already gone? No, Beast is still in the game, too.
Lycan also one of those that really pushes the tempo, gets on top of Nature's Prophet easily throughout the game. And if you're playing a Ricky, you kind of need to slow the game down, I would say, right? Because You need some time for that shard. If you're playing into a Lycan, by the time you get the shard, your map is gone. You're not really the sneaky one on their side of the map, like praying in the dark. Instead, you're the one hunted. So,
In ITB, are just banning out heroes that OG can play around with as 4. Lina's a hero that does need a little bit of time, like strong in lane, little bit of time to come online, then she dominates. So heroes like Darkseer, Lycan, they have 1-2 item timings that just break the game open. And when you have a Riki on your team, you're not really ready to fight perfectly until 15. And even at 15, if your rest of your draft isn't strong enough to fight with you, then it can get a bit awkward. So they're just very much respecting the weaknesses of Riki with their bans. An OD ban that we actually don't see often, that might
Yeah, I was
be
like, how many times have we seen an OD ban? We've seen it picked twice, 3 times, I think.
I feel like it might be a tell on their next 2 picks.
Yeah.
Could be a development to Riki, at least. We've seen a lot of Lotus, or in-game you buy Lotus to get rid of the Dart. It could just be they've been in a scrim, some OD imprisons the Dart hero, and now it's like, wait, where's our
What
setup?
if he gets started?
True. That's a good point. Then you have the Lotus. Aha! You have 2 angles of a defense. But I don't know. This OD ban will be the fun one to think about later down the line. But right now, I'm not seeing the perfect reason why there should be an OD ban.
10 seconds.
I mean, the OD, I think the strongest I've seen it is when it's used defensively, like we saw versus like LCs and other heroes. This ability to just Astral is so powerful. So I think, oh, maybe they want to pick like a Beastmaster themselves and just play around that, you know, not letting them just save from Roar. But that's kind of like a stretch of a thought. I think OD is the best thing that he looks to be good at. It's just laning mid. So maybe it's the mid hero, like Tiny.
They're just confusing them.
Yeah, I mean, we
Like,
saw.
We got one free ban.
There you go.
There you go.
Tiga was talking about how they have some confusing drafts that you only understand a little bit later. They're just throwing it out there here. Think about it. Here you go. You
Yeah,
have
they're
an
making
OG.
you guys work overtime.
And in the 20 seconds, like, guys, what's the pick? What are we thinking here? But
Oh, how are they so low on time? That's crazy.
they have
Had a
They had a penalty.
There we go.
As I said it out loud, I was like, yeah, okay. They did have a penalty.
Oh, we got Keeper of Light.
God will give me mana.
Could set up for a Ember Spirit as well for OG down
I think
the line.
so, right?
Yeah, so Lina and Ember, of course, either lane, but you
Very
easily
fiery,
just
spicy.
put Cuddle Ember in the same lane. We haven't seen it
10
that much, but like
remaining.
2 years ago or so, that was the lane to go for.
But you could still Treant
5
lane a safe lane,
seconds
Ember
remaining.
mid, Kotal +1 on the off lane. You're
For
happy
sure,
with that as
100%.
OG.
Yeah,
Dire
You're
team
gonna be mid all the time, chuck-raying him anyway, so...
yeah, you have no issues. And also you've got a lot of grouping now. These trees, of course, with modern day tree, you don't have to stay in your lane. Of course, some players have that playstyle, like Sheep was mentioning with Kadaro, but you can make moves on the map, and I'd love to see the off-lane pick be some Timber-esque hero for DM, and then now you have super frontlining hero enabled by everyone else, this mid playmaker for BZM. It could be super hard because ITB, it's skirmish, but kind of weak skirmish. They don't really have ways to group around something. They pick a DK to try and soften that, to get some, we hit your tower, we'll play behind that DK, but...
It's a lot of tempo from
This is-
ITB, and this is literally what Tundra did to Lina as well.
Yes.
If you remember, right?
I do. Yeah, I was getting excited when I saw it. I was like, oh, they've been stealing some strats here. This is when Tundra played it. At least they sent the DK mid and they bought a Midas and they farmed really hard on it until they could hit that Ags Manta timing. And they just kind of played past Lina's own timings and then had like, was it a Spectre carry to just win them the game?
It was.
Yeah.
Maybe the carry to carry matchup was not maybe. I believe it was better, right? But sorry, do you think the 10p here is
I think
carry?
it could go either way, but probably carry. I really like Otaker on it.
Okay. And they go with Sand King. Like you were mentioning Timber, sure, it's fine.
Get
But
some
in
stuns.
my eyes, get some stuns, and there are better combinations with Kotal. Kotal
No
plus
way.
Sand King.
I'm a big Sand King fan.
Sand
I'm
King's
all
my
in. Yeah.
favorite
By the way, this is
outplay.
the first time seeing both Coddle and Sand King picked in Western Europe DPC.
It's-
So 2 new heroes for us in one draft.
It's such an old school combination.
I love it.
Yeah, like Kotal, Sand King. You stacked at hard camp, you play like it's 2016 once again.
You don't care about the lane as well, because you just push it in. So no, even if you put like a CM's an aggressive hero, you don't care, because it's always in the face.
It's always pushed in.
Yeah, and it's that quick blink dagger. And now for BZM, at least on his mid hero, it's just going to be a hero that also has a little bit of early damage, because at 13 minutes, blink on Sand King, plus that mid damage, they can get key pickoffs that Lina buys time behind it. So yeah, OG, really nice robust draft that will basically put Lina in the position she needs to be in this game. I don't think ITB right now have the answer. If you want to try and siege early with a Fury and a DK, you're going to be walking into Living Armor, Illuminate, and a Sandstorm.
Sand King, yeah.
It is not comfortable to hit towers from ITB, and that is the main aspect of their draft to get them into the early mid game.
I also, what I really like about the Sand King pick is that one of his biggest weaknesses is that in the first level or so, he is very weak and can be bullied out of lane. Into the breach, I think with Nature's Prophet, I'm not sure if they can do that. I mean, potentially.
You probably can't with Kotl, right?
Yeah,
Like, you
with the
can't
Kotl, I think it should be fine. And then I don't want them to put the Nature's Prophet in the offlane either, because I want them to have an offlaner that can buy auras and have a pipe in this game against the Sand King. Because like his biggest issue, and one of the reasons teams don't play him very much anymore, is because all of his damage got nerfed over time. It was much worse during Wraith Pact era, because that just took away all the magic damage completely. But we're still in a patch where people were buying Greaves Pipe, and both of those items just pretty much take away all the damage done from his initiation with Epicenter.
Yeah. So if you want to kill anyone, you need to really do it quickly.
Yeah.
And you do have ways of assassinating heroes already. If the Lina is around with the Sand King.
I love the Sand King pick. Seriously, I do think it's like really great here. I like it a lot.
Is there some way of... I mean, Sand King, like you said, isn't the greatest laner, but Sand King plus Kotl, they can't truly be countered, right? One thing that... this looks like a scary Kotl game. I just have to put that out there. It doesn't feel... If they get another hero that gets on top of him easily, which Kotl and Lina both struggle with, it could round up ITB's draft quite nicely.
Yeah, they already have the Slark available. I think OG's already banning out the carries here, and that's probably the best set of bans. I don't think they care if Jube plays the offlane Furion.
In the lane though, right?
Yeah, like Slark's, it's going to be depressing in lane.
Yeah.
Like Sandstorm illuminates in your face the entire time. Is going to need
He'll
some
need
recovery.
therapy after that lane.
Exactly, yeah. And other than that, there's not really these jumping carries. Ursa's already banned.
So we
Spectre's
need
banned.
someone to get on the back line that can sustain themselves early in laning, but also scales late enough.
I mean,
They could also go for
Juggernaut's
offlane.
the classic, but like I don't want to mention it. It's like it's a jug. We don't really talk about this hero for a reason. But it would be a strong lane. You have the heals to deal with the Illuminate. You have the kill threat with the CM plus the Jug. The enabling of healing ward with everyone else. But
Could they go in a different direction, go all out? That Prophet here, you have Dragonite, Nature's Prophet, that Prophet, all in, just push against them. Try and defend this.
didn't think you wanted OG to win so much.
That's just playing into Lina's timing.
But they could. Okay. Ah,
They do.
Dawn. Yes, the carry that we have seen a little bit, but not too much. I mean, if it is a carry, to be fair, flexibility does exist here. But it feels like for ITB, they really doubled down on the we want to fight you and push into you. But OG's already
the
got
same.
the counter-aggressive lineup, so...
For me, this Dawn fits the same scenario. It's maybe a little bit more of a frontliner, but realistically, you need to close this game out very fast.
The Dawnbreaker CM have such a strong level 1-2 timing that maybe they could just bully out the Sand King. I actually think it could be possible there if that's the angle they're going for. We'll see now. They're going to pick.
Yeah. See where everyone-
Zibe Dawn. Okay. So they're going Nature's top.
Yeah, they shove it in Walker. It is... Like, it doesn't strike me with a lot of confidence, right? Like, I don't get a lot of confidence from the Invoker pick. I can actually see the cracks. I can see ITB actually taking this game early enough. If a couple of rotations go their way, if they TP Otakar on that mid lane, shut down BZM, he's literally the one that needs to make so much space until DM gets the Blink Dagger. So in the lane, if you could deal with the Sand King, and somehow with BZM afterwards, in those mid-game engagements, this could be really nice for ITB. Well, there are openings.
I mean, like, once again, for ITB's lineup, it's the individual play that needs to bleed through. It's Supreme with the blink, shutting down, like you mentioned, and then every time they get a kill, it's progressing the map. I think if they ever stall out their progression, that's when OG will find farm on the Invoker, find farm on the Lina. Lina gets to 3-4 items, and she's unkillable in this game. So, yeah, it's a lot of emphasis on ITB to just...
So much global potential. Poison
true.
Dart.
Yeah.
I'm just scared for the lanes on ITB. I think you're playing 2 melee here into a Lina. Doesn't seem that good to me.
Yep.
I think she should free farm, and then it's going to be hard to take these mid-game fights. I don't like how their heroes make it hard to buy auras and stuff as well on ITB, but could work.
It could work. It could work. We could see another solution to the broken Lina hero, but we're going into game 1 with Bcup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 1, ITB against OG. Should be a fun one. And, you know, we see 2 similar carries coming out on the Nature's Prophet as well as the Lina. They have similar farming styles. We've seen them carry plenty of teams, and
Yeah,
now they're going up against each
One
other.
of the two fastest farmers in the game right now, coming out from position 1. They can take out pretty much the whole map. Into the breach, they try to take it out of someone else's book and use this Dragon Knight, use this Ricky. A lot of heroes that can get on top of Lina. They have a bit of a global presence. Sleeping Dart, Nature's Prophet TPs, Dawnbreaker with the ulti. So I want to see how that's going to plan out. There's a lot of wave clear on side of OG. This is going to be difficult not to crack, I would say. They do have decent amount on side of Into the Breach, Nature's Prophet, Dragon Knight with his dragon form. And looking at the odds from esportsbet.io, OG heavily favored in this one. I think maybe I would give some edge to Into the Breach here as well. You know, give them slightly better odds.
Yeah, I don't think their record really tells the entire story of how this team has been playing. I think we've seen a lot of positives out of this team. Coming into the season, I think the outside viewer may have thought that Into the Breach wasn't even going to win a game coming into the Western Europe region.
I never felt so far. Ooh, Kadaro getting blasted there, down to half HP. I mean, half HP of Crystal Maiden is not really a lot, but whatever. In their games, they don't really lose that hard. There were some relatively one-sided games, but this is the team that knows how to play. Have a bit of a different draft compared to some other teams. I would even compare them to Entity, where they have a bit of a different mentality, the way they draft overall. And look at some of the matchups. Dragon Knight against BZM's Invoker. He's always a 3 to watch. Dragon Knight here should be okay. Now you have Invoker with the Exort. You have decent amount of stun on every side lane with LSA and Sand King stun, so you could get those stuns for the Sunstrike. And I'm looking at this bottom lane. I don't think it's gonna be easy for Into the Breach to play it.
There's a stun already. Kadaro on the run and eats that fairy fire. If they can get one more shot from Misha, maybe even a Sunstrike being thrown, it's still available. Maybe they could have landed it on Kadaro and gotten that kill. It was exactly what you were talking about, right? Like, maybe lead with a stun and get that Sunstrike. So, the bottom lane, also the top lane, feels like for OG there could be some kills to be had, especially if there is a Sunstrike that's going to follow. You've got the stun, you'll be continually harassing these heroes down with Illuminate if you land it. Like, these heroes are going to be sitting low if they're not in the proper position from Into the Breach.
It's tricky for Sand King. First couple of levels, he's really not that strong of a hero. He does, once you have a second point in the Sandstorm, it gets much easier. DM in trouble.
As sentries down for both teams. Blink Strike on a DM. Odeker is going to get first blood on DM. Just goes in a bit too far. That sentry ends up being cleaned up at the end of the day, but they got the kill.
They decided to shift things around. It's going to be Immersion playing this Ricky. They needed someone to frontline a little bit more for Nature's Prophet, because the bottom lane would be very difficult playing two melees into Lina and Trian, so they decided to swap things around. Kadaro, pull is open, so he will try to pull it. And this is big. Misha is pulling a small camp for now. Yuragi having a complete free farm in the bottom lane, sitting at 11 CS. Okay, and very good for him.
How do you deal with that? Like, if Yuragi is just going to have a free time here, does it rely on you getting, like, level 2, level 3, where you Frostbite into a Starbreaker and hope you could kill Yuragi while avoiding those LSAs?
They'll try to play aggressive once Jibe hits level 3 with the Celestial Hammer. Thing is, you have Nature's Prophet, Druid Protector with a Leech Seed. Like, if he matches the level of Jibe, he puts another point in Leech Seed, you're not going to have enough burst damage to bring Lina down.
And you've also got that value point of the Living Armor, too, so going after Yuragi feels like it will be futile for Into the Breach if they don't get that +1 help. And there really hasn't been much aggression from Into the Breach, and you kind of talked about their similarities to Entity, who are a very aggressive team when it comes down to it, so I do wonder what we'll see in terms of aggression in that bottom lane from Into the Breach, if anything from them. But top lane, we saw stun into Illuminate, and that's pretty much the combo, and maybe a Sunstrike. So, just 1-0 for Into the Breach. The lane's going well for Odegaard.
He's sitting at the 13 denies, Sanking only 5 CS. I think you need to start making some stacks for Sanking. He's going to be their playmaker. Otherwise, you have Invoker who doesn't have a hero to play with. Jibe dropping low, and you can see Misha soaking up the damage.
Starbreaker lands. Misha going down to this Dawnbreaker, stepping up a little bit too far. Maybe not expecting that kind of damage from the Dawnbreaker Crystal Maiden combo.
If this is any other lane, this Crystal Maiden plus Dawnbreaker, you would probably be sitting at the 3 or 4 kills already. It's a killer lane, Frostbite plus Crystal Noah, and then easy setup for Jibe to land his spells. They don't have enough damage. Immersion being very annoying on this Riki. Still yet to see a Sunstrike from BZM. He's doing very good on a mid lane, sitting at 23 and 6. Does have a power treads, not going for what I call like a greedier Invoker build. So he feels that he needs to do something. He can't just rely on the side lanes to go better. Especially, I mean, there's these are professional e-gamers, B-Cup. You know, they talk between each other. DM's like, I'm not having a good time. This Blink Dagger will not come in as soon as I expected it, so you might need to go for something different. This might be like a Drum or a Witchblade type of a build from Invoker.
It's something about you saying e-gamers that really gives me a bit of a chuckle.
Yeah, that's what they're called.
Is that the...
That's the term, yeah. You
Okay.
can Google it.
I'll Google it after this game. E-gamers. Pro e-gamers.
Yeah, with the minus.
With a little dash right
Yeah.
there? Okay.
Mid lane. Taiga planted an Observer Ward. A bit of a difficult kill to get unless he lands
Well, the Illuminate.
but not enough. Dragonite, 2 points in Dragon's Blood, had a Fairy Fire available as well, and we can see Kadaro also making a move.
Kadaro needs to be careful. He's under vision. They did place a ward before they went for that Illuminate, and he doesn't have a sentry to clean that up. So the turn looking like it might come. The Illuminate, the Cold Snap, some damage from BZM, and Kadaro turns into this only to die as Immersion's made a rotation. They've got the Elder Dragon form, they'll put down the Ice Wall, but Odegaard joins in, and BZM's in a lot of trouble. Gets into the Ghost Walk, but they throw down a sentry to make sure that they could get this kill.
Ooh, double the value. If they scout the high ground, there's also an Observer Ward, so getting a kill and potentially getting a D ward from that will be pretty nice. They bring the numbers. Man, Odegaard, this is what we call try-hard in the pubs. If we switch to CS, he does have 37 and 25. 25 denies.
Wow. That is up there in the most denies I think I've ever seen this early into the game.
Look at his net worth. 3.6k.
Going
500 ahead of Lina. Does have Wrath of Nature available. So if he lands that one, like damage from last Wrath of Nature is pretty nuts, and it's coming.
Yeah, Wrath of Nature, they're going for BZM again. They might even have him TP in towards mid, but he's got the living armor, and he's behind that tier 1 tower. So the teleportation was available to him, but chooses not to make the dive. Still sitting up here towards top free farming. I think more importantly, he wants to finish this Midas, right?
Yeah, definitely. But this will relieve some pressure from Sanking from the side lanes. DM is getting some levels. He farmed a big camp stack. Level 5, 3 points in the Sandstorm. So he's going to be okay-ish. The way this lane started looked very, very difficult for them. And he's going into mech, something that we've seen being super popular nowadays after the nerfs to Wraith Pact, Guardian Greaves, mech. I think it's going to be mech into Blink Dagger. I don't know if you can afford to get straight up Guardian Greaves without no form of initiation.
Yeah, because you really don't have anything unless in some crazy way Misha gets a Blink Dagger fast, but that's not going to happen. Because then you're, even then, relying on just Blink Overgrowth, right?
You could, like, initiate with the... It's a Quas Exort Invoker, so you don't have a Tornado. Misha in trouble.
Now spotted, and the two supports starting to wail away, but BZM comes in with the Cold Snap. Supreme, Egg and Tail onto BZM. They'll also look to go for the ult from the Dawnbreaker, but that doesn't come through, and eventually they still get the kill to BZM. It looks like they'll trade Kadaro. So the Crystal Maiden goes down, and now Immersion caught Burrow Strike, and getting run down by both the Sand King as well as Taiga with the Illuminate. Gets denied by the neutral creep instead, and these treants are hitting away at Misha, even with the living armor. Well, he won't live.
That's a big, some big kills from Into the Breach. This is the second time they managed to kill BZM. It looked like they're gonna go on Misha, and as soon as BZM showed up, they decided to go on him. This ward, like this ward in the river from Into the Breach, scouts things out. Like there is a sentry ward, so next time OG passes there.
Oh, Odegaard hit with the Sunstrike, but Sprout, that's just to push BZM a little bit further away so he gets some distance. Now DM's also moved towards mid, try and farm up and recover a bit. We'll get the difference in supports though. In terms of, well, I guess just Kato. He's obviously got the Illuminate to work with. Every other support just 1,000 gold.
This is some big stacks being made for Sanking. He's also trying to get into Pipe as a position 4 keeper of the light. Maybe he will also try to get some, like, sure, he gets gold from it, but Lina can also farm it. Yuragi or Sanking, we'll see who decides to go into Triangle and take those stacks.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I wonder if Into the Breach get over here to contest this.
They're sitting underneath the ward, this deep observer ward place, so they are scouting DM right now.
Nobody coming over, though. See the camp stack. 3 there for Into the Breach. They've got an ancient stack of their own. He's over mid. It's the Light Strike Array. Taiga coming forward and just running at Supreme. Dragon Tail and the ult from the Dawnbreaker this time comes all the way through, but they land the LSA that should be followed up by a Burrow Strike. And Jibe, well, he uses that Solar Guardian and dies for his troubles very quickly.
He got baited there by his Dragonite, and good rotation from DM. He's exactly where he needs to be, and does have Epicenter, pushes it back,
but gets stunned. Supreme just sticking with DM. They have Immersion coming over, and now he'll look for it again, but silenced once more. He can't get this ult off.
Guys, please let me use my Epicenter. Sunstrike.
It's Kadaro, but doesn't kill him. Odegaard now starting to farm up these stacked camps, because he's getting really close to this Maelstrom. And Yuragi, he went Falcon Blade Maelstrom. It's Midas Maelstrom for the Nature's Prophet, but they're neck and neck, really.
Now, Lina is that strong, like that speedy of a farmer. One thing to point out about Yuragi's build, I haven't seen it on anyone else, because I thought when he was playing against Rubik, he did not want to give Rubik more than 1 point in a stun, because it's one of the best spells you can steal. So he is just getting stats. It's 1-1-4 and then straight up stats. Usually it's 1 point in Dragonflame because it doesn't scale as much, but LSA scales well in terms of the stun duration and also the cooldown.
Yeah, going down to 7 and having a 2.5 stun duration feels like that's something you might want.
I guess his thinking is, as long as I can survive, like I get some extra armor from Treant Protector, Illuminate, heal, and having extra stats, so I could turn the fight around. There was a game when he was playing Lina, he used a Satanic, and then pretty much the fight was over. BZM getting caught again.
Comes through, but BZM still gonna die here, and Misha trying to TP. They have the vision, but they don't have a way to stop the teleport out. And Supreme getting that kill into BZM, taking out the Invoker. Into the Breach, like we've talked about, they've played aggressive this game thus far, and I think they're doing a really good job of kind of mitigating what OG's trying to execute in this game, right?
And speaking of mitigation, Jibe's going for Pipe on the off-lane Dawnbreaker, not going for anything greedy this time around. This is not like Deso, Shard, Echo Saber type of a build. He understands that the damage from OG is mostly magical. Like even Lina's right clicks, the Maelstrom procs are magical. So they're going to be very tanky. Another one.
BZM silence. Where does he go? Nowhere. Can't even get out. He's just pushed into the grave. 2 hands from everybody from Into the Breach on that one. Laguna Blade. Jibe again, just ain't too far. Yuragi getting a turnaround kill onto the Dawnbreaker.
So they get something out of every kill, pretty much, that Into the Breach gets. They get a core kill, but Into the Breach, they're playing very crisp. Ricky has almost enough gold to buy his shard, which is going to be available in a minute, and then things are going to start to become very annoying. Stun into Nature's Prophet TP, Dragonite with the Blink Dagger, even Dawnbreaker ulti.
This.
Oh,
Duo.
I see a lot of bank numbers there. He stole like 5 or 6 of the big ones.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not exactly what you're wanting in that
Dire's middle tower has
stack,
fallen.
but
Well, if they say anything to him, his response will probably be like, yeah, but I made those stacks. He's in trouble now.
Light Strike Array, Sunstrike off the mark, but Yuragi's got more than enough damage to melt the Crystal Maiden.
But you needed thawing.
This is
Dire
family
are
feuding.
scanning.
Yeah, there's always someone in our family that we don't like. Inside the Roche Pit, OG's gonna go. They only killed Crystal Maiden. Let's see how Into the Breach is gonna react to this. They don't have any vision near the Roche Pit. Sandstorm, they can tank things up with the Twin Protector's Living Armor, Fort Spirits.
They have no idea on Into the Breach that this is happening.
This is big. This is huge for OG.
Especially with the pressure that Into the Breach have been putting onto OG at the moment. Getting an Aegis is really going to alleviate that. That is a great move there by OG to get that Aegis.
I'll take your tribute.
Otakar, he's got the Mythro Hammer for that BKB.
The seeds of force.
Meanwhile, we saw that Yuragi had got Boots of Travel and going into the Silver Edge.
He's going very greedy. I think he can afford it in this game since he's the one holding Aegis for almost full 5 minutes. Might swap things around depending how the next fight's gonna go. Pretty even game. I think we haven't had more than a 1k gold lead in a 15-minute game, which doesn't happen quite often.
Radiant's
And now
bottom
Yuragi
tower is under attack.
is gonna go inside the enemy jungle, get some farm there.
He's spotted, but Immersion, he's got that shard. You got to be careful. There's the smoke. They are going to see these heroes on OG. Burrow Strike before he can get the sweeping dart off. They've got the Sunstrike. They'll get the kill into Immersion. They'll look for the epicenter, but again, it doesn't get out in time. They'll take out DM. They're on the run. Yuragi doing a lot of damage. Kadaro right into the hands of Misha. Cold Snap, LSA with the damage from Illuminate. And another right click from BZM means they'll lose the Crystal Maiden too.
OG is getting more out of these trades now. Even though they lost Sanking, they still killed 2 supports, and this might even be the tower. This was also a fight where Supreme was holding on to double damage, but maybe without a Sanking, they're gonna still respect the damage.
Not looking to risk it. Look at this ward placed by Taiga, right by the steps. Interesting spot to place that. We've been seeing a lot of that, right? Like this second step wards in these
I think the best ward I have seen is if we go to Radiant's secret shop, like the one that is placed, yeah, like where exactly, yeah, our observer, he knows the spot. Like I haven't seen this ward being used often. BZM again.
Yeah, BZM, he's gonna die here for the 5th time this game. He is half the kills for Into the Breach. They also put DM to sleep. They've got the silence. They need to stick on him, but he'll Burrow Strike away from the hands of ITB. Yuragi, LSA doesn't land, throws a Laguna Blade for his trouble, though.
So Yuragi is getting more points in LSA now, which I'm really glad about it. You can almost, perma-stun people with Chakra Magic as well, because it goes down by 6 seconds, duration. It's a 7-second cooldown ability once it's maxed out. So they are tanking up. They want to get rid of most of the damage that comes out from Dawnbreaker ulti, Crystal Maiden ulti, Dragonite. You have full Guardian Greaves and you will have a full pipe soon.
Right, now they've got this BKB on Otakar though, so this has to be the moment that Into the Breach fight, right? Waiting for this Aegis to time out, potentially get the timing right, or maybe even fight into the Aegis. What would you prefer? Maybe not the right word for that one, or where do you think that Into the Breach want to go?
Still almost 2 minutes left on that Aegis, so might be a bit difficult. Lina is always the hero that has very low on mana, and Keeper of the Light comes in very handy. This time around, Yuragi doesn't need to buy Clarities for himself. He does have Keeper of the Light replenish his mana.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's a full pipe being delivered to Taiga right now.
Compare that to the supports here for the
Radiant's
side of
bottom
Into the
tower
Breach,
is
and
under attack.
it's just a full bigger item ahead instead of a shard or something like that. The pipe's going to do a lot here for OG. Immersion's just got shard, Kadaro, Fluffy Hat Tranquils.
Into the Breach, I think, is going to run into damage issues at one point. Now that, like, Dragonite, he does have a shard. There is a pipe available. Immersion, he's ready to use the Sleeping Dart. Yuragi lands a stun.
Yeah, lands the LSA. That probably means at least Immersion's dead, but it does give them the cue that it's time to leave the Radiant jungle.
It's a 1k gold lead, less than 1k gold lead for Into the Breach. But OG, they are the ones that are making the moves around the map. They are controlling this game for the full duration of Aegis. And Lina, speaking of the neutral items, finds Brigand's Blade. Having all that attack speed, and we can see win probability, Dota Plus as well, favoring OG in this one. 58 against 42, plus the double damage. All right, now it's like 75-25.
Taiga. Bottom lane, Kadaro and Jibe here, but they also have Misha over to the side, so Kadaro's going to try to TP out, but Overgrowth committed with a Sunstrike and an Illuminate, so no getting out for the Crystal Maiden.
I don't know if we've seen more than one Overgrowth so far, other than this one. So he's been playing like very patient. This is a 5 Treant compared to some other position 4 Treants we've seen.
Dire's structures are
Double damage on
fortified.
Yuragi, but he let the Aegis expire. I think there was maybe 1 or 2 Overgrowths total. That one plus maybe 1 more. But yeah, you're right. It's very not laid back, but like patient. Waiting for the right moment to get a proper Overgrowth. Don't want to waste it on anything, I would say.
Taiga with that gem pickup, getting rid of the Observer Ward. There's still 2 Observer Wards. 4 Into the Breach on the map, 1 deep behind the tier 2 tower that Immersion placed. This is why Ricky is strong, because he's annoying, he breaks the smokes, he set things up, he's cutting you out. BZM going for the full Hurricane Pike. He wants to be able to deal with the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, he's had a hard time.
Yeah, like also wants to get out of the trouble. It's a good item pickup, not the like most usual we see. But I think in this type of a game, and he's slightly under-leveled. They had his number throughout the whole game. He's 4, 5, and 2. But still up there.
Dire are
Yeah,
scanning.
up there and pretty equal with the DK, which is surprising. 5 deaths, and you have as much gold as somebody who hasn't died this game yet. They get the sweep. It's on Amisha. And the Wrath of Nature, the Dragon Tail with the Fireball down. This is an easy kill for Into the Breach that Odeker will snipe at the last second. Misha even tipping Immersion.
Both Observer Wards dewarded. That one was just placed by Into the Breach. Nature's Prophet, he's getting items. Like, you don't click on the hero for 2 minutes, suddenly it's a full Gleipnir sitting on 1,000 gold as well. And that Hand of Midas gold coming in, and he's super tanky, holding the Pupil's Gift. Has good stats per level. And Into the Breach will take a tier 2 tower. Could we please see the graph for the net worth? I think it's like just a straight line. Yeah, pretty much.
It would be if the graph was zoomed out more. This is like max. The reason it's giving you what you didn't want is the max is 1K, so it's peaking. But we zoom out to normal net worths, and it would be what you expected.
Gem. This is big. This is huge.
We've seen a lot of teams go to these early gems, but the gem was picked up by the Courier of Kata.
He's there. He was quick with it. He's like, you know what? I'm going to die. And Yuragi realizes what happened.
Wow. I can't believe it.
And perfect usage of the voice line. You know, he died there, drops the gem. Sanking, thinking about going in. DM finally has a Blink Dagger, but no one showing on the mid lane.
Yeah, they're all grouped up in the jungle. You also have Odeker doing his own thing. 2.5 minutes till Roche will be back up.
We still haven't seen like a full team fight, 5 on 5. Yuragi gonna pause the game. Does have a Lincoln Sphere, so that's a big one. This time around, he opted to go for non-BKB build. Might still get it later on if he feels like he needs it. But against the Dragon Knight, Blink Initiation, Frostbite, and mostly Sleeping Dart, this is going to be pretty huge.
We haven't really felt the massive impact of Sleeping Dart, right?
He did set up a couple of kills, but not one of those games where it's like, yeah, Ricky's getting out of control.
They've given the gem to BZM. So not being helped by Taiga anymore. They're going to wrap. They're going to get towards Supreme. Blink. Burrow Strike misses.
Quick fingers. Supreme still sitting at 0 deaths.
And will continue that way. Sweeping Dart onto Taiga. They smoke again. Right next to them, and they'll drop down the smoke screen. Four staff back, looking for an Illuminate. Pops that old Burrow Strike. Epicenter, Sunstrike on a Kadaro, but Supreme, he's left by himself. He'll die for the first time this game. The Burrow Strike lands on a Jibe, and they've got the Dawnbreaker in some trouble with the Laguna Blade killing off Kadaro. They've got the Starbreaker with the extra help from the Shard, giving some a magic immunity, but it won't be enough to survive as Uragi's got the triple kill.
This is what I talked about. They are running into damage problems. In terms of network, the game looks pretty even, but when the full 5-on-5 starts having to play against Sanking, they can reset multiple times, have all this heal from the Spirit form. Oh, they found the gem again.
Yeah, Gleipnir. Illuminate's going to be thrown forward, but another Force Staff. Tricks of the Trade, Tornado lands, Ice Wall, LSA, and Immersion's gone. BKB TP for Odeker.
Ooh, that's a 9-second BKB. Just to get out of the trouble. Not what you want to get from it. And now Lina full Silver Edge, so she's going to be able to break Dragon Knight. That's going to be the biggest one. And they might even going to try to get some damage done on the high ground. Lina still has those Fiery Soul charges. Siege Creep is available. Let's see if Yuragi wants to risk it, or like the safer thing is going to be waiting for the next Roche, which is going to respawn in 30 seconds.
Can Into the Breach get over on that and potentially get an Aegis for themselves? It's going to be tough.
And speaking of damage issues, you see Odeker going into Daedalus straight away. After finishing Gleipnir, he feels like those right clicks, they need to get through. Haste, bottom, let's see who's going to pick it up. Kadaro is there. Misha hiding in the trees, just in case someone decides to get there, but they still have a tier 1 tower to TP to. So, next Roche fight, this is Aegis plus a Shard.
It's also, by the way, Odeker, he's going for this Daedalus, but he's swapped off of Satanic.
Yeah, it's more like that he feels like, I don't need to be as tanky, I just need to deal damage. I need to be able to kill the targets. Because Ricky, Crystal Maiden, they're very low when it comes down to damage output. So is this off-lane Dawnbreaker, like going for the pipe, does have a Shard. She doesn't provide you with much damage.
Right. Just feels like a tanky hero to go in and maybe help you out with the
Same
Solar
goes for
Guardian.
Dragon Knight. He is tanky, but when it comes down to dealing damage, they don't have that burst, so I don't mind Nature's Prophet with that Daedalus. Roche is up, but seems like OG, they want to get something done before.
Sleeping Dart on a BZM. And now the Blink, the Dragon Tail, the Solar Guardian coming through. They're going to drop down onto BZM, trying to get the damage down, but he gets the Hurricane Pike off. BKB's been popping the Dragon Knight. Ulti here for the Crystal Maiden on the low ground. They're doing the damage onto Jibe. They're getting the kill, but the Gleipnir comes in from Odeker. It's 4, now 5v2. They'll go in with Immersion. He'll Blink Strike in, goes to the Tricks of the Trade. The LSA hits on all 3. Oh, Immersion Supreme. They'll fall. Down goes Odeker. It's perfect from Yuragi.
Misha holding onto that overgrowth throughout this whole duration until they get on top of Yuragi. Then he pops it into 3-man LSA. They just don't have enough. Like, they don't have to kill a single hero. It took them so long. This, yeah, you can see that. I mean, Lina as the hero is pretty nuts. Same goes for Nature's Prophet, but I'm leaning towards Lina. And Jibe bought back. They're not getting anything out of that buyback. So this game looking very rough for Into the Breach.
Yeah,
Yuragi will pick it up going into Satanic next. We'll have it in the next minute and a half.
Yeah, that fight broke the doors wide open here for OG. Now up 10,000 net worth, just straight up after that one.
You have Living Armor. You're playing against like the right-click damage, so you throw that on Lina, having extra 12 armor, Leech Seed. There's extra Guardian Greaves, which Into the Breach doesn't have on their side. They do have a pipe, but in terms of damage mitigation, OG, they're fully prepared.
So what's the way back for Into the Breach? Because, like you said, damage is lacking, and well, now there's a Riki lacking.
Well, you want me to be honest, or you want me to lie?
Do both. Go both.
What's
Go both.
the way back? I think this game, Into the Breach has one more fight. Zibe bought back. He doesn't have any scaling items. These 2 lanes are pushed in already. Riki dead for 30 seconds. They lose the next fight, they can call it.
Now do the lying one.
The lying one is, yeah, with the proper execution. Never mind, I'll stop that.
Burrow Strike LSA, looks like they've got a dead Supreme right there and then. Taiga getting credit for that kill. And
it might not even be a fight. If they get another pick off, the game just pretty much ends.
it's definitely seeming like the truth. They'll try though. See if they can defend. They've got 2 heroes, not even in the base right now.
Trying. I see Lina that killed 2 set of barracks. Otiker taking the outpost.
Here's the TP. Misha shows for a second. And, well, now Otiker with the BKB, but I don't know if it'll matter. They're even going to fight out of their base. DM coming over, BKB. Oh, the timing's not right, but the damage. Oh,
He TP's
oh,
out.
he still got him.
The Sunstrike.
Oh, Sunstrike him down. They'll go now for Jibe, and they'll get the kill. Oh, OG. It's just so perfect.
Power of the global presence. You can die anywhere on the map.
Immersion. Yeah, you're next. Ragi's damage is just too much for them to handle. That is really just looking pretty nasty from OG.
OG was very patient throughout the whole game. They did not want to risk anything. Pretty even for almost like 20 minutes in terms of the net worth. Buyback coming out from the immersion, not the biggest one. He has one ability to use pretty
Burrow
much.
Strike. And there's the break. So that means Supreme will die and GG is called. OG take game 1 over Into the Breach. They break it open in a late fight and then just storm the rest from there.
Clean execution. This bottom lane went into their favor. This is their bread and butter. This is their win condition, as we like to call it. This Lina. BZM got caught multiple times, but he did manage to still stay like in top 3, top 4 net worth. Sanking did also fall back to his stacks that Taiga made, and very clean, very slow executed the draft from OG. Like they were waiting until this timing where they have Pipe, they have Guardian Greaves, Treant Protector with the ulti with all his heals, also Keeper of the Light with the Illuminate. Just not enough damage on side of Into the Breach to be able to deal with all this heal, all this sustain from OG.
Yeah, you could see it was lacking. The idea was to get Satanic and maybe heal and survive and work from there, but then move to the Daedalus and still there was no damage.
The
it
rest
was
of
just
the team didn't deal as enough damage as you would expect them to be. Like maybe if they had a slightly better laning stage, slightly more kills. This is also like supposed to be a speedy draft from Into the Breach where they take the towers, but coming into Illuminate, into Treant Protector's heal, sometimes too difficult. Like you just don't have enough. And OG split the map nicely. They got the most out of it, and looks really, really good.
Yeah, looked good from OG with a snap of a finger. They turned this one into a bloodbath and took out Into the Breach. So to break it down, we've got the panel. We'll send it back over to them. Take it away.
OG took the win in game 1, but I have to say, Into the Breach held themselves so great. It was up against Alina, and it felt like when it came to farming, and at least for that earlier part, I'd say up until maybe 20-odd minutes, Into the Breach looked great. They were doing well. I thought there was a chance that this game could have gone their way.
Yeah, maybe 15 minutes. At 16, I'd give them 20. Perhaps you already...
Yeah, 20 is like the like cusp part where you're like, you start to worry a little bit more.
At the 20-minute mark, you already know where this one is going. To be honest, for me, it was even on the mid lane. Like, they had everything they needed. They jumped in Walker, they kill him off. Then Zibe, he overcommits a little bit. He gets killed off. I feel like the draft that they're having isn't like you cannot allow yourself to make these small missteps, these small misplays, because they ruin your tempo. You're playing on a tempo. Every time you make a mistake, you get heavily punished, because every time you're not killing the Lina, every time you're not taking an objective, that Lina is just farming up. That Lina is just one step closer towards the Pike. She's one step closer to the Linken's. Actually, it was the Pike on the Invoker and the Linken's on the Lina. And then your Riki draft just really doesn't accomplish a lot. I can see the pipe reasoning behind Zibe, like behind his. I can see the reasons why he went for a pipe shard, but they needed that extra oomph in team fights to really eliminate targets. So maybe he could have went for something else.
OG had the oomph in the fights though. Like, we're looking at these highlights and it just feels like they're outplaying into the breach in the later portion. I think even though the lane went really poorly for the Sanking and top, I think the key success for OG was protecting this mid tower. You're mentioning the 15-20 minute mark, all this. It's like the fact that they kept their mid tower alive for at least 17 plus minutes, that bought the time to stall ITB's lineup. Right? When you're picking Furion, DK, these heroes, even a Riki, you want to take the bot safe lane, you want to take the mid tower, and then you can smoke freely and utilize Riki correctly. But once you don't take this mid tower, Riki, even though he's able to help out and maybe make some clutch pickoffs, you're never able to sweep across the map perfectly like this lineup needs to do. So I think OG, they just understood what tower they had to protect, they had the heroes to protect it, and then of course Yuragi behind that 12-0 and 10, fully uncontested, it felt like, was able to really just convert the mid-game fights over.
You talked about the earlier part of the game, how it was a bit of a struggle for OG in terms of that Sand King and Coddle lane. It was the first time seeing both of these heroes in Western Europe region, and Sheep, you just weren't really a fan of how it played out for DM. Poor DM on the Sand King.
Alright, I love you, DM. But I think that lane was played very badly. I don't think it should have gone the way it did. They kind of attempted to lane it, which obviously didn't work for them. There was like a death that was fed as well. As a Sand King, if you get bullied out in the early levels, it's just too hard for you to sort of approach the wave anymore. They kept it very static on OG's side, right outside of their tower. So it's really hard for him to push up and be able to contest those last hits when Nature's is just sicking 3 Treants on you. The support's able to help him connect. I do believe someone in that lane needed to start dragging creeps earlier, or you can even pull the wave into the small camp and then farm both on Sand King. It's hard because you do need like a couple of levels, but either way, that lane was played pretty poorly. And on top of that, DM went for a mech, which obviously it worked for them, but it is it's a slower item. You're getting your Blink Dagger at 23 minutes, so his impact was a little less than what I would have liked to have seen.
It's like putting a lot of pressure on the Lina as well. Like, whilst Lina is in meta and we know she's going to do well, it's just like, what if that one-off, this is the game that she doesn't?
It felt like OG just basically, after seeing how weird the lanes went, the depth in bot lane top, they subscribed to the idea of, okay, let's not make the moves, let's wait, bide our time, and then when we're confident, we'll make the play. So I think it might look weird when you look at it, but it's more it worked out, and it's a team choice, because there is a scenario where DM goes blink, he forces the map, and then he's doing all that, they die. Like BZM's, he's already been jumped 2-3 times mid lane, so I can see why they're like just double downing on patience, and it's nice to see OG have this mindset, because I think previous times that when they do this strat, they probably would have gone for a blink, they would have gone for the aggression, fumbled it, and it's a completely different game. Then you're waiting for that big comeback play, so it's maybe some maturity coming into OG at least, and
I think also an understanding of like what Into the Breach had to do and how to
exactly.
They had a really good draft when it came to fighting off what Into the Breach was bringing. I was worried for them, like really, after the laning stage, because Riki, basically 14-minute mark, he gets the shard. Like Blink Dagger as well on Supreme was there. They had everything they needed to take these fights, to take good engagements, but they kind of messed it up a little bit, and then you lose control of the game.
Up to the important part of the post-game breakdown, MVP. Can't give it to Lina, we already decided.
I realized that. In the back of my mind, I was like, oh yeah, we can't give it to Lina.
And you didn't like the Sand King lane, so I'm just wondering.
I like BZM's itemization, positioning overall. Not the easiest game for him, he got ganked a couple of times. But do you guys agree, or is it someone else?
BZM or Tiger, I think it's probably the two, but let's go with BZM. You know what? Look at those items. How often do you see the mid-invoker doing these shenanigans with the Hurricane Pike? So,
a little bit of a pike.
Yeah, fair play. You go, boss.
Yeah, he hit all the Sunstrikes, there you go. It's like 10 out of
My man. He got 6 kills,
It's hard.
84% kill participation.
Hit the skill shots.
Yeah.
Pull his punt.
This game was made for OG, in my opinion, by Misha and BZM. It's like DM is the target that they jump on, that they need to jump on, but they can't find him. And then if you can't find him, it's either Misha, BZM, or DM just completely countering the way the team fight is going.
Yeah.
Like, look at Into the Breach. All they want to do is single target, just single out a hero and kill him off, right? Either with a Dragon Tail, with Poison Dart, something like that. But OG definitely had ways of restarting the fights.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. One of the team fights around the 24-minute mark, I think it was in like the top dire jungle area, just really fell flat for Into the Breach. And it felt like they were kind of still going a little bit toe-to-toe. But I want to know from your point of view, why did it go so poorly for Into the Breach? Or so right for OG?
I think Supreme blinked in just to all of them and sort of died, and that kind of made the fight hard for them. Like, it was hard for everyone else to connect and get, like you talked about the single target damage, right? It meant when OG was all kind of grouped up together with their mech and stuff, like they just couldn't get the damage out right. They couldn't get to Yuragi to kill him.
Who do you jump on?
I mean,
that's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, who do you go on that doesn't get saved? Like, it's a problem.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable. I mean, even in those fights, I think ITB's lineup, especially into that portion, you're jumping into Living Armor or a Pipe on Coddle, so Hurricane Pike on Invoker. And I think even in the top jungle, there was a little bit of sloppiness from ITB. Even at the tail end, that you had initiating hero, Jibe throwing himself in, but the supports couldn't really get into the fight as well. They were fighting in low ground, going into high ground. So I think for ITB, it's like their draft didn't come online. They tried their best to try and get it to enter the game, but it just didn't have the oomph needed to actually kind of ever come back in. So yeah, just a nice one from OG, really.
Luckily for any Into the Breach fans, it was only game number 1 out of this best of 3, which means there's potential for them to come back in game number 2 after this break.
Yeah, they see me.
I'm killing ops. They're
on me. Can you help me?
Yeah, I can force you. Yeah.
What position this?
Alpipe. You're not a stun or sanking. I'm healing you.
You want
I'm gonna stun. Kill that.
Fyran.
Kill for you.
On me. Nice.
I heal you. You're gonna be good. Yeah, I heal you too. Courage.
Nice.
Dobra, goodbye.
OG versus Into the Breach game number 2 is going to be taking place very soon. The draft is already underway, but do you think, Sheep, they're going to run it back on the Sand King? Would you like to see OG do it again and maybe just refine it a bit more.
I love Sand King. However, I was not given much confidence. To expand on my earlier point, I think the Greaves before Blink was a good idea, but the problem was because you're getting Blink at 23 minutes, some of the engagements they took with it, you could tell that the hero was just not doing very much damage at all, especially into this pipe from Zibe, to the point where like that fight we talked about in the top side jungle, he went with an epicenter stun onto a Crystal Maiden and took her to about 1/3 of her health. Didn't even kill her. Like, the hero's damage output is abysmal, and the lane went so terribly that it doesn't even feel good for, like, contesting the enemy carry. I wasn't given a huge amount of confidence in it.
That's a no.
No. I wasn't given a huge amount of confidence in it, but maybe they fix the lane up, and it goes better next time. I don't know.
It's one of those heroes that's a little bit more volatile compared to other offlaners. I mean, in that spot, you could maybe argue there's a Tide pick or something,
Yeah.
but I can see why they want to go for it. It's a high-paced hero. It's still anti-aggressive. And the fact that the offlane meta is so mech-driven, it's going to happen. And also, Lina isn't banned out again. We're getting really close to each other. And oh my god.
It's not banned.
Hi. Is Lina going to get first picked?
Please say
Anyone think it's not going to be Lina?
Yep,
alright.
They do have two picks to counter her, right? Like, maybe that's something. Because in the last game, they actually let it go through. They had the first pick. They picked the Riki, let the Lina go through. And they instantly got, what, Lina Treant, I believe, on the first two?
Yep.
On the side of OG.
Yes, sir.
Do you open up just with the Lina? Do you go Tusk? Do you go Rubik? Something a little bit more...
I mean, I feel like you just picked Lina. I don't think...
I was going to say, is she vulnerable enough that there is a good opening pick against her?
It's more, I don't think ITB have presented themselves as a team that's able to beat Alina when you give it away in the first game and you have 4 picks to be able to answer it and you don't answer it correctly. I don't care if you have 5.
You have to find a way.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, this gives me more confidence than last game. I'll say that.
Why is
Bat
that?
and Prophet?
Yeah, I just think that they're nicer together. This Bat Rider especially, you give yourself a BKB piercing way to pull Lina out of position, kill her, apply pressure early with these boosted travels.
10 seconds remaining.
It's just, I don't know, it's a hero with so much damage and control. It just makes me feel more confident about dealing with Lina.
Yes, they can collapse the map for sure.
And then you get Omni.
Oh my god, Omni?
No, I love this from OG. I think for ITB, it, in theory, is a good concept to deal with Lina. We've seen map closing heroes be very good against her, especially when you have an offlane that can also tie it in with like a blink stun. I think the issue with that is it's a very face-up opening, right?
I'm just sad they didn't Lina Storm first two. Literally. Just the Storm after the Lina pick and I'd be...
Oh god, that would have been...
very happy.
Could you imagine?
That would have been some, Chad draft.
They're literally the only team that ran Storm before. And if there is a game in which you have a Nature's Prophet and Bat Rider as 2 cores on the enemy side, I think you're grabbing that and just protecting it in the next phase. It would be a little bit cocky, obviously.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
the
I feel
hero,
like-
isn't picked for a reason.
But Omni Knight on the other side, it's like the +5 equivalent. It's like the we don't ever pick this hero. It's pretty much a garbage hero in most people's opinion. But you see Bat Rider, bam, just slap it in. Go for the unconventional pick. Shut down the key aspect. Sheep was mentioning, Lasso against Lina. Who cares now? I'm just going to throw out some grace. Going to laugh at you now, and it's going to be even harder to shut down this Lina. So I honestly really like this Omni Knight pick.
But if this is a Prophet
10
top lane,
seconds remaining.
Then I think Into the Breach is going to be even weaker, because I think when Jibe plays with Prophet, he's not on his best at initiating aggressive heroes, so the whole construct of ITB gets a little bit weaker. So yeah, I think they don't have that flexibility like other teams of Prophet. I prefer it on Oteka, and that's why I think this confidence of draft is from OG, because when you look at the replays, it's Oteka Prophet strong, Jibe on the initiator good. Now it's like, if they flex it, we don't care.
I feel like we should talk a little bit more about the Omni Knight Sheep, just with like how it changes a playstyle. Like, why isn't this support picked up? Why now? And how is it going to impact what we see coming out from OG in terms of playstyle and map control?
I think a lot of teams we've seen drafting their supports, they usually pick something with damage and something with initiation, or something with poke, or like all of these things. Omni Knight is very purely defensive. He doesn't do anything really.
he throws that thing at you now, like he has that spell.
Hammer of Purity.
yeah.
Yeah, he's very...
That is a little annoying.
It's the bonk hammer.
It's not that great though. Like, I'll be real, the cooldown is a little, I mean, it's okay. It's better than like your purification, whatever it's called, that you used to use to try and trade. But it's overall, you usually only leave like 1 point in it and then max repel, and nice addressing that with the Shadow Demon. I think what I would like to see from ITB is a hero that can jump the Omni Knight in the game. Because if you can stun Omni Knight whilst you lasso the Lina, then she's going to be able to be taken away from him. But this Shadow Demon is a different approach to that.
There was back in the day, if you have Batrider and you're playing versus a hero such as Oracle or an Omni Knight, usually what people would draft is Silencer. Like you jump in with the lasso, you follow up with the global silence, it feels pretty good. But they opted to go for a Shadow Demon instead.
Yep.
This gives you the purge, right? Like
exactly.
It's pretty nice.
Get rid of the GA, get rid of the Grace. There will still be moments where Omni Knight will be able to get rid of the lasso, and then you'll instantly SD will ult after. So it's more, you need SD and Batrider to jump in conjunction, so you don't have that interaction. But still, I think OG, they're not going to be too concerned with this. I think the SD pick is now, Omni exists, we pick it. I don't think the SD pick heavily enables the aggression that you want to see from the opening. OG already punishing ITB once again, because this opening from ITB, it's the carry, it's the mid. Now you pick up Puck, you don't really care. We've mentioned this a lot of times already. Puck against Batrider is perfectly fine. Bat cannot punish this at all, really. Puck can mirror the movements. And now ITB's whole concept is to potentially TP to that side lane. Puck just chills, gets a rune, TP's into lane, kills them off.
Is this a Taiga hero now, Sheep? Or I guess it is, right? Like they just get the 4.
Is it? The Shadow Demon... I mean, it would depend on where Nature's is going, right?
Yeah.
If, because you'd probably want to put a melee hero with it, but I'm thinking of what melee heroes would have stuns that allow them to lock down this Puck, because right now they have nothing.
And they go for the Zeus. Okay.
Damn, that's some damage.
Will this be like the Taiga Zeus, or what's happening?
No,
Oh my god, I just talked as if into the breach with friggin' OG.
Because you were picking. They were picking.
I was just confused. Oh my god.
It's fine.
Don't worry, Sheep.
Sorry, guys.
It's
Oh
fine.
my
I was a
god.
bit confused, but
I was confused myself.
I'll step back. There you go.
It's all good.
No, you gotta get in there, T. You have to give her a hug too.
Oh, there was too much lizard. I couldn't.
Oh.
OG at least, they're being kind of
We understood.
different with their draft.
We
right?
got you.
It's okay.
I need to check the pubs though to see what
Come back.
DM's been playing. Potentially this could be some Omni Knight offlane, just because we're seeing a lot of Oring buying offlanes. It could be a scenario where you just put the Omni Knight there and you don't care. But I guess with the SD, that will instantly remove it. So now it's more Omni 5, Zeus just 4, and then some big beefy offlaner that can enable the Zeus support just playing his game. Yeah, I completely forgot the SD part. So yeah, just put Omni support, still pick up your DM hero.
Is there something crazier happening here with the Zeus? Maybe.
No. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Surely.
I mean, I'm down to see it, but like, I feel like on paper, you just don't want to change Lina carry, Puck mid,
Yeah.
Omni 5, so and you don't put Zeus offlane, so it's like logic dictates it
just
should
Zeus
just
4.
be
A 4.
need an offlane hero, need Zeus 4, yeah. And ITB, they took a little bit more time, they take the Centaur themselves, so at least they've helped their SD pick with a strong offlane combo. Centaur SD normally does insanely well, you got double edge spam, if the Omni steps out of position, disrupt into then stomp into damage, you actually have a lot of kill threat, and it cushions the rest of your heroes to be aggressive. So the SD pick felt weird, but the Centaur now kind of ties it together.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the only problem with this is that you're not able to utilize his ult in fights because of the coil. And that feels bad. You're gonna as well want to like, you might be forced to have to snap the coil and then protect your core with like the Shadow Demon Disruption or something, which then you're not able to use it for other means. I feel like their way of fighting is being figured out by OG's picks already.
Yeah, I feel like the Puck is a perfect solution. Yeah. Well, solution that came first.
Yeah, I was going to say solution to a problem that hadn't presented itself yet.
So, yeah, it happens.
That's how good the drafting is.
I guess one of the... If you're the ones initiating, if you're the ones going in first, and your whole idea is this Prophet will TP from behind, will stampede onto the Lina, while Batrider is flying around. Maybe Puck can't deal with all of that, but overall I'd rather be the Puck in this kind of a game.
It's more the laning, right? So you're picking the Centaur because it's going to be a dominant lane. Like Omni's not going to be able to help at all in that scenario. So there's going to be a window where Fury will TP in.
How dare you?
Okay, he's going to be mildly, he might exist. And through his existence, some things might happen. But for ITB, the Centaur, that's why they're picking it, not because of the sure Puck's the counter, but it's have a good lane, allow Fury to TP and take the tower, and you break down the map. I think the key thing is, will Batrider versus Puck, and also what's the 5 position to also allow them to win another lane? You see them banning out Undying, and I think for OG, they're scared of Centaur SD winning the side lane, some strong position 5 enabling Furion, and the game getting just broken before the Puck, the Lina can be these explosive heroes.
They look scary. I'll give you that.
Yeah, thank you. Boo.
Do you think they've also gone for the Centaur just because it feels like it can be involved a lot quicker than the Dawn could have been before, and that's why they felt they were lacking in Game 1 and wanted to change here in Game 2?
Yeah, JB is a better Centaur player than Dawn, so
Okay.
could be that as well. But no, I think it's based on my previous points about just securing the lane. And like I mentioned, they now ban out the Clockwork as well. 2 really strong 5s that would just break the safe lane as well and enable ITB to have 2 great lanes. And then it's a Bat versus Puck, which is 50-50. And that should give ITB enough momentum to not care about the weaknesses of their draft, because they should be coming out ahead.
Well, OG going to have to pick theirs before Into the Breach to their overall last pick.
They just have an offlaner now that they need to pick up versus the Prophets, right?
Yeah.
That's a good DM hero.
Something with a nice stun, perhaps.
I think you could pick Snapfire if you want all of the damage out onto the coil. You have... I mean, it's just good. It's a really strong laner as well. Like, this Scatter Blast is going to help you deal with the Nature's Prophet Treants. I guess it kind of sucks that you don't have a support for it, though.
This is pretty solid, too.
Yeah.
Is Silencer still an option? I mean, Silencer Shadow even not the greatest lane with the Prophet as well, but having that Bat initiation with the Centaur seems kind of...
I think you might have to go like a Disruptor or something just to deal with the Puck and stuff. I just don't feel...
Tide, like that's also
yeah,
a
and
good
Tide.
option, yeah.
I feel really bad about their stuns, so maybe going with Silence is a better option. Like, even Skywrath Mage is not like the worst. Because they're lacking a lot of damage as well, outside of like Batrider.
Some Tusk 5 maybe? It's not banned, right?
They could potentially go for like an Ench, just to go for lane secure, and it helps with the vision aspect from running down. It's not good lockdown, of course, against the Puck or the Tide, like you mentioned with the
so much burst
Disruptor, but
later on. But
it's just winning the lanes. I kind of want ITB to be aggressive in lane and be like, okay, we have 2-3k gold lead, let's take a couple of towers, let's dictate, force you to waste a Ravage and then have even more confidence in the game. But I could easily see them going Disruptor as well.
Just before the Tide was picked, I was kind of worried for OG. I was worried because ITB looks mean. Like, they have all this early game to mid game potential, which they did have in the first game as well. But OG for me do not look as prepared for it. Didn't look before the Tide pick. With the Tide, nice call on the Disruptor. Yeah. Was one or the other, I feel like, but Disruptor is definitely better. But
it's safer throughout the entire game for sure. They're not going to have issues later on.
And it can be extremely effective if the game goes well for you early on because of the glimpse, right?
Yep.
For sure. I'm mostly just worried about their damage. That's pretty much it. Like, they don't have jump to try and get to Omni. Like, even if you have the Shadow Demon ult versus the Repel, whatever it's called nowadays, Heavenly Grace,
Grace, yeah.
You're still being able to purge the lasso safely because no one's really jumping you on the side of ITB, which is already pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. So just mainly damage issues. Otherwise, you're all for OG, like their draft.
No, I actually like ITB's draft quite a bit.
Oh, really?
The problem is I'm not so sold on their ability to perform and execute this early game aggressive lineup, but I actually like their draft quite a bit.
I don't see how they're going to lock down the Puck and then kill the Tide and have enough resources to kill a Felina. So I think ITB might have moments of brilliance, but I don't think they have enough in the tank to
similar
get
to Game 1, where they might be, you know, head-to-head and then it just falls off. All right.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, we'll see just how similar to Game 1 Game number 2 is as we head on over to B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2, they let the Lina through again.
You lose the Lina, you don't ban Lina because you...
Think you could beat it?
You can't beat it, and we'll see how this one plays out. I don't know. Maybe I'm too high on this Lina train. I've seen it way too much so far in the last 2 weeks, and the hero looks... I'm not going to say unbeatable, but it's very close to it. The amount of farm that this hero gets, it comes online super fast, builds into these items like the Gleipnir's, the Silver Edge, which like you break people. I want to see how much they're going to be able to get out from this lane, because this Batrider pick, Into the Breach, was preparing for this pick since they started. They banned out the Legion Commander. I don't think I've ever seen Legion Commander being banned in the first phase. And this is why. Instant Batrider pick, OG, they were ready for it. This Omni Knight pick, I think it's going to cause a lot of issues. He might die a couple of times in the laning stage, but we'll see how it's going to be played out. Immersion, ooh, that he's going to be in trouble if they find him. If there's, okay, they're not going to go. If they decided to go extra slow from Hammer, I believe DM would also get a Gush, would be enough for Yuragi to get close and land at LSA. So... oh, look at this one. It's a familiar face.
Do I know that guy? Is he a superstar of some sort?
Nature's Prophet's in the game. His face needs to show up.
Yeah, that's true. And that should be mandatory, right? Every single game, Nature's Prophet, give me this square of superstar.
The battle begins.
Jibe? And it is that early Hammer of Purity for Misha. And I'm trying to think about these lanes right now. Is there anything that's really sticking out? What are we thinking in terms of aggression? Or maybe just who's going to be their peak performer in this laning stage?
I'm looking at how the top lane's going to be played out. This was last pick Tidehunter. Into the Breach responded with Static Storm, Disruptor. This is one way to kill Tide, but then again, he's going to be tanky. You will have Omni Knight to save you against certain spells, against right-click damage. You are playing into Shadow Demon, so you can remove that. A lot of counter-picking. Kidaro's in trouble. Does have Stick and Fairy Fire, but another bolt in 2 seconds. I think he's actually dead.
Oh, needs one more right-click.
That was close. Taiga?
Taiga might even just dive this. He still has those mangoes, and he wants it. He gets the first blood. And I think he's just going to, yep, all right, give up my life. And I'll be back with full mana in a second.
And he was also staying out of XP range, so Nature's Prophet didn't get XP for that. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, well done there by the Zeus early on. And you saw just how aggressive they could be, and maybe Disruptor is not going to feel as comfortable in this lane because your role as a Disruptor is usually just Thunderstrike.
You're very strong, like level 1, one of the best spells. So you can barely trade with any heroes, but I didn't expect Taiga to just square up and try to go for it. And now he's pulling the lane back. DM already level 2.5. He was getting the solo XP and Wraith Band on Tidehunter.
These Wraith Bands, they'll sneak up on you. Everybody's getting them. It's fashion forward, the Wraith Band.
I think this top lane is almost done. DM is going to have complete free farm. He's getting the levels once he puts a point in Kraken Shell. Maybe even puts a second point. You can't just really kill him. Nature's Prophet and Treants, they don't deal damage. Into the Breach. A killer lane. Bottom. Shadow Demon plus a Centaur. Old school combo with these two heroes.
Looking at DM, just thinking about what you're talking about here, where he's going to get free farm. Because the last game for Into the Breach, Odeker had basically the best start you could, right? Now it's probably not going to go in a similar way, and I wonder how Into the Breach change and adapt to a different circumstance with their Nature's Prophet.
Tidehunter is going to become super tanky early on. The only way he dies if they rotate with Batrider, pretty much, and they need to bring 3 heroes total. Otherwise, DM is not going to die. I also want to see what the item build is going to go for. It's going to be, again, a Guardian Greaves or just a pipe in this one. There's a lot of magical damage on Into the Breach. Like, I mean, getting both is also fine. Just want to see which one he's going to get first. Mid lane, BZM just cracked level 4. Supreme on his Batrider. 10 CS, 1 deny. BZM definitely knows the matchup really well. Going into Stick. A bit low on HP for now. We'll bring some extra mangoes and tangos. There you go.
Yeah, this has been a fight for a while happening inside the jungle. They've just been trading spells and trading right clicks as they stay away from the lane. And that's put DM to level 4, so he's quickly into level 4, has those early boots of speed, and he's 300 gold away from having arcane boots, so seems to me that he's going to, for the most part, be pretty self-sustained up here, right?
As I said, they are not going to be able to kill DM. Has some tangos, has a mango. Taiga even going to get the D-ward here on the high ground. BZM slightly low on HP on mid lane. Supreme still doesn't have anything. He's just has 2 points and Sticky. No points in Flame Break, no points in Firefly.
What's the reasoning to really hold this at the moment?
Thinking if he finds an opportunity, might go for the Flame Break. We've seen Batrider against Pango matchup the other day with the 2-2-0 build, something that I at least haven't seen, and it was super effective against Pango. You bounce it back. Like sometimes 1 point is enough, but seeing 2 points and you don't have to commit underneath the tower, a bit of a different build on a Batrider that looked very good.
Threw double edge out, didn't really do much with it except hurt himself, but he's got a
Stick.
hoof stomp and another double edge. And Misha with the Heavenly Grace able to survive. And
Misha doing a very good job soaking up the damage, uses the stick, now bringing tangos and the fluffy hat, so he wants to be able to survive whatever they throw at him, soak up some of the damage while Alina is farming. Taiga, man, he's all over the place. He devoted the observer board, now he's going to be able to get the stacks going.
Kadaro just forced to TP away from this pesky Zeus. Just level 2, but I think the sacrifice to leave DM by himself and kind of move around here and take away the vision is a beneficial one, right?
You want to give Oathtaker all the XP you can, because you know that Tide Hunter cannot be killed. A lot of pressure on this Centaur by Yuragi. Those right clicks. And DM, he can do whatever the hell he wants in this lane.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he'll be stopped, and like I said, he's self-sufficient with those arcane boots already. Shadow Demon, Immersion, Dragon Slave lands, but just short the damage to get that kill. BZM, for the time being, it was really 6 minutes was where his last game kind of faltered in a way where he had died 5 times early on, but we'll see if it stays the route coming into the 6-minute mark now, and it's a Arcane Rune bottled up and a Flame Break thrown over at Taiga, so Supreme getting a kill over here mid, while BZM takes out Immersion.
Taiga did die. It's a level 2 Zeus, so I don't think he minds too much. He also scouted out where the ward is, so might TP mid, D-ward that. BZM doesn't have a bottle this time around. He's just going to get the full magic one, playing against the Batrider. Kadaro. Tide is level 6, does have a point in Ravage. Might even get it. Okay, gets glimpsed back.
Yeah, has that point available going into the Guardian Greaves right now, like you said, and another thing that you said before, he can do whatever he wants, and that basically seems to hold true right now, as nobody's able to stop him. Wrath of Nature flies across, but Yuragi now sprouted. Odeker's made the rotation. If they can get the kill to Yuragi, that's big for him. They look over at Misha, but he'll just TP away, and a big rotation from Odeker. Knowing that he can't do anything to DM, comes bottom and gets the Lina.
You know that it's coming. You know this Wrath of Nature will hit you. You know that they will be playing aggressive as soon as you get it. And still, like even professional e-gamers, they can't really go back. They know that it's coming, but sometimes, you know, you have to deal with it. Now taking the TP on the top lane. 4 points in Anchor Smash. DM, almost the most farm hero in this game. Second after Oathtaker.
Odeker has a lead again over the Lina, despite the fact that the lane
they stayed bottom.
He has quite a lead, and well, he's going to have an even bigger lead with Yuragi going down again. So that'll allow the Nature's Prophet to get a big extension ahead of this Lina. And, well, Stampede, they look for Taiga. Odeker still trying to catch up. They do have Supreme. He's level 7 and has a lasso, but might just look to burn Taiga down without using it, and that's exactly what he does. They'll take out the Zeus. Misha another target in their sights, and they will continue to run these heroes on the side of OG. Misha sprouted up, nowhere for him to go. Cuts back towards the neutrals, and Odeker throws the Wrath of Nature out, but that's not what gets the kill. They're still looking here. They still have lasso.
Is available.
BZM never jaunts, and Jibe sticking with this puck. Thinking about a teleportation to look for BZM, but stops it immediately, and Odeker is over to the side. Illusory Orb hits, but now they've got the Disruption, so the Disruption holds him. He'll phase shift. BZM in trouble, and eventually with the Sprout, they're around him, and they get another kill here for the side of Into the Breach. Kadaro's going to get chased by DM and Taiga up towards top of all that's going on, and they end up giving away the Disruptor, but a lot of kills for Into the Breach that work out in their favor.
Into the Breach, very aggressive early on. This is the type of a lineup that they had in the previous game. Nature's Prophet, as the carry, gets involved relatively early on, has Hand of Midas finished. They go underneath the tower 2 times. So this time it's Yuragi. Previous time it was BZM who got all the aggression, but now Yuragi with the double damage picked up, farming the triangle. They don't have any stacks this time around.
Stack game much different. Yuragi, he's going to the same build. No surprise, this seems to just be the standard Falcon Blade Maelstrom, and Yuragi goes to the Boots of Travel afterwards from what we saw in the last game. You want to continue to keep this lead because it felt like there was just this jumping off point for the Lina where Into the Breach had no answers, right?
It might be the same thing in this one, even though he died 2 times. He's just 1,000 gold away from Nature's Prophet. I say only 1,000 because Nature's Prophet has Hand of Midas, has that global presence, the Wrath of Nature, and he's been involved in 6 out of 7 kills. So Oetikar, very aggressive early on, very involved.
Glimpse. Taiga on the run. Supreme gonna try and catch him. Sticky Napalm's constantly hitting. The Flame Break misses with Taiga using that Heavenly Jump, but Supreme picks up a haste. Unfortunate for Taiga, fortunate for Supreme, and he's on a killing spree.
DM is like, don't mind if I keep on farming.
That's what DM stands for, don't mind.
Pretty much, and about to finish Guardian Greaves, needs 300 gold. This is when he's going to start to join these fights. The sustain we've seen in the game number 1, we'll probably see it in game 2 with Omni Knight. Supports on OG slightly under-leveled. Taiga, even with the book, is only level 5.
So they're going to be lacking the 6s on both these supports for a little bit. Meanwhile, Static Storm should be picked up for Kadaro soon, and the Shadow Demon also close to 6. They've got another glimpse. Kinetic Field, Misha, all being chased here by Supreme again. The Flame Break hits both Misha and BZM. They'll burn away the life of this Omni Knight, and now BZM still trying to fight. Got the Stampede, they'll look for BZM, but the damage on the Supreme, he needs to be careful. They have the hook stun that lands on a Taiga. The Dream Core is going to be on a 3. They'll go to the lasso.
Reeves.
But now they'll take out Supreme, and that's Taiga with that Lightning Bolt getting the kill. The Ravage on a 3. The turnaround for OG, it's going to be 3 and make it 4 with everybody here. Jimmy, you have a lot of life, but they can whittle you down and take you out with that Laguna Blade.
Man, BZM baited them so hard that they get like very deep inside the OG's jungle. DM finally TPs. This is his involvement, gets the Greaves off. Puck survives. This is also going to get rewarded from Taiga. Beautifully executed there. Holding onto Coil for a very long time. He dodges them. He's 17 years old, by the way.
Oh.
When I was 17, like, I didn't know how to turn on a microwave.
That's...
I'm just kidding, but
I don't think you are. I don't think you are.
So, big fight for OG. And supports are getting some levels. Yeah, look at that smile.
I'll bail you out of the microwave situation. When we got here to the studio the first week, I didn't know how to use the microwave in here. So I'm 30, so it sounds way worse.
It was European microwave.
It's so different.
Yeah, it has...
what do the numbers mean? Yeah.
Kadaro. Oh, he's alone here.
And dead.
Risky move. Oh, BZM's gonna even go with the coil.
Doesn't want to let that disruptor get away. No chances. DM level 11 has those Guardian Greaves going into the Blink Dagger next, so Blink Ravage in the future for OG, although in that last moment didn't really need it. Got 3 anyway with a non-Blink Ravage.
Perfect positioning from him, perfect game. Keeping up with Nature's Prophet as a Tidehunter. Like, the only other player I've seen this do is 33. To stay on top of the network as these, like, different offlaners, like a Beastmaster or Tidehunter. Like, only a couple of players in the world can do that.
Yeah, and he's doing it with ease, right? Like, it's never really a struggle. I feel like, you know, you say 33, if you even think of, like, how consistent DM and 33 are. Like, Faith Beyond, you think of one as one of the better offlaners, right? But he would have games where he would have to sacrifice and struggle. And it feels like DM and 33,
Taiga
these are
in a good spot to
2
break the
players
smoke.
Towards the top and always consistent. Zeus, Taiga in trouble, and Flame Break lands. Thunder God's Wrath comes through, and, well, Taiga drops. But DM here with Gush, and there's the glimpse to send the Tidehunter the other way. Shibe, he's stuck in the trees. So he's looking for a way to survive and a way out, but the way out's in a body bag as Yuragi gets another one.
He knows that if he uses a Stampede there, Puck will just coil. It's that good. There was also Centaur into Puck this time around, so a bit of a different way of thinking. They more focused on the lane rather than the game, what Centaur is going to bring. They needed some kind of a stun to control this Puck, and so far, BZM only one death on him. When they grouped up, they had, what, like 4, maybe even 5 heroes bottom.
Middle tower has fallen.
Kadaro. Glimpsing Taiga back. Just catching that vision.
Might still find this Disruptor. Never mind. Gotta go for the farm.
TP away, and we'll continue to farm. The game 1 net worth graph was very close for about, what, 27 minutes?
20 minutes previous game, I checked. It was less than 200 gold lead. That's pretty insane. Pretty nuts. This time around, OG with the 2k gold lead.
Coil
Initiating on a
snaps.
Batrider.
But there's the Static Storm, the Kinetic Field, and it's a combo that lands, but it's not one that's going to keep Kadaro alive. That Illusory Orb hits, Wrath of Nature comes through. The ult from the Omni Knight, they're trying to focus on a BZM. Their attention is there, the Sprout is
Lasso,
up,
gets
and
him.
they've got the Lasso. They'll get the kill, and that's a big one for Into the Breach.
This is a fight where, like, Lina's still not pumping out the damage. She was relatively close, but not close enough, and also no Ravage was being used. DM was thinking about getting the Blink Dagger that you mentioned. In the end, decides to go for Pipe, which I like way more. So now that they have no Static Storm, no Lasso, OG is going to do the same thing as they did in Game 1. Go for Roche.
Yeah, sneak this Roche again. Everything on cooldown in terms of ults for Into the Breach. And this is another burst Roche that OG just is quietly getting. And this was a big part of OG finding time for Yuragi to get farm and really hit that breaking point that we saw in Game 1.
Yuragi will pick up Aegis one more time. Level 12 compared to Otaker's level 13. That Hand of Might is kicking in. Going into BKB next this time around. Otaker needed to adjust his item build because he's playing against this heavy burst magical one. Jibe opted to go for Pipe in the previous game, but this game, where I think it's a much better Pipe game, doesn't go for it.
It's got 1,400 gold saved up, so we'll see what he chooses.
He could still disassemble Vanguard, but we'll see. It's not that good of a Lotus Orb game, so I'm down for some Pipe. Good
Static Storm, Kinetic Field again, and they've got the Thunder God's Wrath to try and deter these heroes, but BZM, Double Edge, Phase Shift, and now Waning Rift goes to the Dream Coil. Misha also here in BZM, looking like he's going to walk away for free on this.
That was beautifully done by Taiga. That Zeus ulti to scout things out and also cancel a Blink Dagger on a Centaur, so he can't close the gap and get another stun, which would give them enough lockdown to kill this Puck. So, great usage of the Zeus ulti.
DM finishes the pipe and back to Blink. They'll have that Blink initiation soon. Otaker has the BKB flying out. And
oh, Yuragi.
Let's see.
I thought he might go for a kill.
They're also looking for a BKB timing on Supreme, right? Is the double BKB enough?
They don't have abilities that go through magic immunity, but I think with Pipe and Greaves, they can sustain themselves long enough, like even Omni, that they might lose one hero. So this type of a lineup from Into the Breach is very easily countered by this tankiness that Tidehunter's going for, and also like one buyback. If they heavily commit, you buy back and then you take a fight, especially if it's close to your side of the map. Yuragi lands a stun.
Yeah, hits Immersion, and he'll survive a second longer, but the inevitable is already put into the books, and they'll get the kill. They go to the Dream Coil Kadaro, though, on the run, and it looks like he'll die too. And the TP not in time. While that was going on, also Taiga, he got the Courier of Jibe, who's trying to get that pipe that you were calling for, and a couple components were cut out of that.
So that's not going to be there for a minute and a half. OG has been cutting this top wave for a very long time. It was DM. We also saw Yuragi doing the same thing. Lina
stomp.
getting initiated
Draghi,
on.
and now goes Invis with the Shadow Blade, but they see him. They'll take the Aegis out of his inventory, and BZM going to the back lines, looking over the
No
Centaur.
coil.
Yuragi's back alive once again. Yeah, coil on cooldown. Used it on Kadaro over in his own side of the jungle by the tier 2, so doesn't have it for the moment, and they're going to take the tier 1 as Into the Breach back away.
Yuragi going for the same build as he did in game 1. It's like a lot of these same things that OG has done. Roshan, the way they've been moving around the map, DM going for the same item build pretty much, getting that Guardian Greaves, and now Yuragi's keeping BKB going into Lincoln's next.
Thunder God's Wrath, Kadaro will die to the Dream Coil, placed down by BZM. It's another Dream Coil that's just there for the damage to get the kill. The LSA lands on a Jibe. Jibe to get out on the high ground, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, even just getting up those steps, and Taiga will take away the Centaur's life.
Maybe if he has that cloak that he bought on Courier, is holding on to Nether Shawl, but a bit of an extra magical damage could have made the difference there. Full hood, now onto tier 2 tower. Every single time Into the Breach uses any of the big ultis, the Static Storm, Lasso, even Stampede, OG's there to punish. 87% chance of winning this game. That's what Dota Plus says. Well, Gabe, a big OG fan.
That's what it seems like, and we'll see if Into the Breach can turn this one around. It's top 6K behind, and every fight is really being dictated by OG. Never really Into the Breach who are the ones melding this game to their will, so.
Melding?
Melding? Yeah, morphing? I don't know.
I thought you said schmelding.
Schmelding? Well,
so
secret melding. Schmelding.
BZM has been on point, going for the pickoffs, mostly killing Disruptor, Kidaro, 0, 8, and 6. Speaking
Blink
of
Ravage.
Make it 0 and 9.
Yeah, Kidaro's dead. Jibe joining him. That's 2. Very easy. They don't really mind using the Ravage. They know they have Dream Coil as well, so.
They also have a Catapult, so they're going to go for this high ground. Centaur does have a buyback. Disruptor doesn't have one, so tier 3 tower.
Catches a Tome in 2 Sentries. Also trying to cut the creep wave.
This is going to be a set of barracks. I don't think they're taking this fight. They might get like a kill out of it.
Sprout, Yuragi, Blink, Anchor Smash now with BKBB Popeye Odegaard. Supreme, he gets the lasso into the Static Storm. They've got Yuragi. Can they get the kill to the leader? They can. That's a lot of damage out of the hands of OG. Now Into the Breach. They got to make this something more. They go to the Disruption. They'll look for the hook stop. Jibe on the low ground alone. Gushed up, Anchor smashed and killed off. They get the kill onto Jibe for 60, and Supreme doesn't have a lasso to pull any of these heroes back in. Over to the side, though, is Odegaard. He's in pretty deep. They'll snap the Dream Coil, and now they'll look over as BZM's trying to take out this Nature's Prophet. The waning riff onto the high ground gets the silence onto Odegaard. Odegaard still, though, back behind the tier 4s.
Spinning.
DF just, oh my. In between the tier 4s.
Jibe just killed his own game. He bought back, used Stampede. He was about to respawn, I think, like 10 seconds before they take that fight. No, not enough damage. So they still lose the barracks. One buyback. They do kill Lina. But next Roshan potentially in 1.5 minutes. Draghi now almost the same amount of farm as O-Taker.
Yeah, they got Yuragi. That's positive, right? But they weren't able to get anything more. They need to get a +1, a +2. Do something more with that, right? And Kadaro just able to survive being 0-10. BZM toying with them a bit. And I think Into the Breach, they need to be all over this next Roche, too. Shard picked up for DM, so he picks up the Tendrils of the Deep. And Light Strike Array, Laguna Blade, BKB, Misha is here, Supreme, one more right
Steal
click,
it.
and there it is.
Misha was trying. He was trying real hard to steal that kill. So pretty much a solo kill there from Yuragi. This Shadow Blade pickup, a lot of value. Skipping out BKB one more time.
Doesn't feel the need to go for it. Although I would say that last death might have called for it to be built.
Taiga has almost same amount of farm. Like, he has more farm than a Centaur, never mind.
Yeah, Jibe has has his game halted after that buyback. This farm is not really existing at all.
He goes in, usually Centaurs are relatively tanky, but he just dies. He's gonna get blown up by this overwhelming damage from Lina. Zeus about to finish Aghanim Scepter in 700 gold. Into the breach, they feel like they need to do something. Smoking outside of their base. Let's see who they find.
A kill or two here could put them in contention for the next Roche. Taiga at the forefront of this fight. And Jibei with a two-man stun. Wrath of Nature, Thunder God's Wrath. The Static Storm is
Only
down.
on one.
But this is all on for a Zeus. The Ravage hits 3, and now they're going to follow that up. They get the kill on Odeker. The Tendrils of the Deep put him up in the air. They go to the Dream, go on to 2. They found themselves Kadaro as well as Jibei. All 3 fall, all 3 don't have buyback, and Roche up in 20 seconds should be all OGs.
Let's see if OG decides to go for Roche or if they want to take potentially one side of Barracks again. 30 seconds with damage from Lina. It's not enough, but they might just go push for it, take the tier 3 tower, then go for Roche. Again, into the breach. Not enough damage. You see like the execution also not there. Going on to Zeus. Doesn't even use a glimpse, then commits fully with the Static Storm. Omni Knight is there. Pipe plus Guardian Greaves, more than enough to keep him alive. And now they're baited the glyph, 10 seconds until Nature's Prophet respawns. Glimpse, not gonna get anything out of it.
Yeah, it just gets the jaunt to his illusory orb, and Roche should be next. Ags picked up by Taiga, so they've got the Nimbus. Also going for Shard, so looking for the Ags upgrades. Might just get this Shard, honestly.
They'll probably give it to Zeus. He's trying to buy one. I don't know if Uragi wants to take it for himself. Yeah, he's gonna give it to Taiga. Just the value.
So, gets Static Field. Now with Smoke. With all of Into the Breach over towards their triangle, they're not near their base, and it's just OG have shrunk the map of Into the Breach to no size.
I'm looking at the spray. Gigantic Bulldog spray. Still there. A tree coming out of his eye.
Yeah, that looks painful. Supreme spotted, blink, gush, and goes invis, but Nimbus and Uragi is also getting a kill into Kadaro. So a repeat performance there, 0-11 now. But with the BKB, the TP out, and all they get so far is the Disruptor, but really doesn't matter at this point. They're just farming up heroes.
Odeker trying to get something done, cut the creep wave. He knows that there's, again, one fight left for them. OG takes the fight with Lina. They end the game. She's holding that Aegis for almost four minutes. Will be keeping mid.
Look at where they're sitting. OG has just been sitting in these trees for a little while, waiting and hoping that somebody leaves the base or is brave enough to come down the steps.
Ravage back online. They don't, like, Disruptor's fine as a response to Tidehunter, but if the rest of your heroes doesn't have enough damage to kill it, just a casual, I'm kidding glimpse. Yeah, I think you can call this game. They don't even want to take the fight. They're hiding near the trees.
They're hiding. They let them take that Rax. It's all a ruse, right? Let them come top, and that's when they'll jump. They've got the vision down, so they do see these heroes at the front. Supreme looking for an entry point, but the ward will be taken away, and
do or die moment for Into the Breach.
Yep, they'll have to do something, and that'll mean they'll die.
Last tier 3 tower gone. Odeker fake bumping that ulti.
It's like they're looking to get a glimpse start on this with the vision, but without it, they're just not even engaging. And OG, they don't have to worry all too much. They feel the lack of damage from Into the Breach, and they can be confident just moving forward or staying this tight to the steps of Into the Breach.
Ragi bringing casual full Hurricane Pike on the courier, sitting on 500 gold.
Odeker is...
Will machine gun this last set of barracks down.
Odeker is in their jungle, farming up. He's coming back.
Same thing happened game 1. He was there. They tried to TP in. BZM landed a Sunstrike.
Blanco stop.
This is it.
Lincoln's pop, Ravage in. That lands on a 3. They get the kill on Jinbei. They'll take out Odeker and Kadaro. They'll buy back on Odeker as well as Kadaro too. But that's Mega Creeps. They'll try to fight once again. The ulti from Misha, the force that forward, going for Supreme, but even with the BKB, he still dies. Supreme is gone. Kadaro looking next. He just bought back. He still has the symbol under his icon. They'll call GG, and that will be the series for OG 2-0 over into the breach.
Very clean. Not just this game, but the whole series. OG having a really good understanding of their timings, what needs to be done. Yuragi died twice. Same thing happened for BZM in the previous game. He fell back to his triangle, kept farming. DM, second most farm hero in the game pretty much throughout the whole game, gets that Guardian Greaves, joins the fight. BZM, good bait in the jungle. I think this is the fight where Into the Breach needed to win it.
Right.
He survives. They only lose one hero. Guardian Greaves coming in clutch, and a big Ravage from DM. DM ending the game with 0 deaths.
Yeah, he had a free lane. He got to do whatever he wanted, and when you let the Tide do just everything.
My question is, if they played another game, if this was a BO5, so they played a third game, would Into the Breach ban Lina?
It's not looking like they would, but that's also then if it's a BO5, that would assume it's a grand final, and Into the Breach would have to get there. So that's also a question. Would they make it that far? But I don't know. I don't know why you just let the Lina through as a Legion Commander first phase ban.
It's like they tunnel vision a bit, I would say, during the draft where they wanted to pick Legion Commander and they wanted to pick Bat, and they banned Legion Commander in the first phase, which was kind of odd. Doesn't happen quite often. And OG, they kind of used the other heroes as well in the pool. This Omni Knight looked really good against the Bat throughout the whole game. The tankiness of the whole team, pretty clean, I'd say one of the better executions I've seen from OG.
Yeah, looks clean, and it is clean. It's a 2-0 victory for OG, and to break down the series and this game, we've got the panel. We'll send it back to you guys. Take it away.
Very clean cut in that win, and it's going to be the same when we break this one down, because I want to try and sway away from the topic of Lina when we talk about how OG won this game, how they were sort of snowballing, even though it felt like at times Into the Breach might have been in the running.
Every now and then, maybe it felt a little bit like that, but I feel that the last pick of OG, this Tidehunter, was just completely on point. DM played it nearly to perfection. No real mistakes from him. Every Ravage was solid, every Ravage was on point, saving his cores that are usually on the squishier side, also itemizing for them with the Greaves, with the pipe, bringing all the utility.
Yeah, I think this series from ITB, though, I don't think they showed up as well as they have against Tundra and other teams. I think I don't like harping on draft too much again on the post game, but this is a series at least where I think for ITB, some of their first phase bans, a little bit weird. Giving away the Lina, a little bit weird. I think they didn't have that strong of an answer to Alina 2 games in a row for a team that gives it away so confidently. I don't think the picks that followed after weren't the best, and in this game as well, it's like you go Bat Furin, concept-wise it's okay, you get surprised by an Omni Knight, and then now the rest of your draft, it just feels a little bit clunky, and we're going to see some highlights. There were, again, moments where ITV is able to be aggressive, but unfortunately, you don't have the clean stuns against Puck. Boom, little phase shift, throw an orb out. You know, Lizard mentioning the Ravages. These are the turnaround plays that OG has in their draft that can consistently punish ITB throughout the entire game.
Yeah, and it felt like ITB were able to get kills by committing everything. Like, they have to bring so many heroes and use so many spells just to get a single kill on a hero, and it's like T said in the first panel, like, they have to get through 3 cores, you know, and they're barely making it through 1.
Have to get through 3 cores. They're playing into an Omni Knight, and they're also taking like these weird fights in which they're initiating on a Zeus or something like that. From my perspective, it doesn't feel like your main problem in team fights.
Yeah, I guess they're just trying to do what they can, knowing that the Puck is able to prolong these fights, drag them out. At least when you find a pick-off, normally you feel confident to get that, but it felt on the side of OG, they could just hold and sustain themselves long enough that everyone else shows up, and you just had such a disadvantage.
Like this fight, you're initiating on a Zeus, 3 of you are getting ravaged, afterwards 2 of you coiled. Disruptor's ulti isn't really on point in a way that it catches Tidehunter. They kind of have an idea, okay, we're gonna fight here, so here's where I'm static storming, and then they don't fight there.
Was there even a target that they could have gone on that would have turned a single fight around?
honestly, with how well DM was playing, I'm just going to say no.
Yeah.
You jump the Omni, you might kill him off, but then you're going to get ravaged. You jump the Zeus, you're going to get ravaged. Like, in all scenarios, you jump the Tide maybe, he's going to
be
get
Tide or
GA'd.
the Omni,
Exactly.
right? Like,
it's like this SD pick like if you put in a small little bubble, and it's like if we're jumping one hero cleanly with no one else around, I SD ult, we can kill that hero. But in Dota, when the game's, and unfortunately you see Kadar here, he's not
Dude,
enjoying.
I can't watch that. That's so heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking.
DM.
And then DM's like, yes, pick me Tide Hunter more often.
There's a night and day difference, right? I think, and it's because of the differences in drafts. Like ITB, they just didn't give themselves the pieces of the puzzle to be able to break through the layers of OG. And it's where you have the doom of the not literally the hero, but the doom and gloom of the post game. And OG, it's like, oh, draft's sick. You know, we've got frontline, we've got damage, we've got Zeus. Misha's having great fun on his Omni. Like everything just was really good.
Yeah.
But why? Some 90% win rate Lina first pick. You know, like this hero, it is so hard to shut down if you have layers of draft in front of you.
Is there a standout then? Do you guys want to give it to DM? I feel like you've been hyping him up after he had a bit of a rough game one.
I think it's fair to give him in that second game.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, oh, you don't seem convinced.
I mean,
they
he's not a support player, so I'm always going to be.
Oh, okay, I see.
I feel bad giving MVP to Claus every single game, but
All right, well, is there someone else that stands out more then?
yeah, the BZM.
All right, it goes to DM though.
Nice.
He did have a lot of plays because it's not always just stats. Whilst his numbers do look great on the graphic on our screens, there were just so many perfect ravages too.
Yeah, just absolute nice little banging game. Let me let's look at the stats. Yeah,
The numbers are good.
Yeah, I was just double checking. I was going to see if there's any issues there, but
5-0-17.
Pretty
Can't
solid laning stage.
Solid
Itemization was on point as well. Not really something that you have to think about way too much as a Tide Hunter in a game like this one. Just get the utility, get the Blink Dagger, blink in, ravage, don't get static stormed.
Yeah, and I'm going to say Bob's your uncle, game's won. That's exactly what happened, yeah.
Yeah, it feels as well like ITV just had damage problems in both drafts. Like game one, they had this idea with Ricky Nature's Prophet, and they're playing into Treant, so people would just get living armored and not be able to kill them. This game, you have the same problem. Just hard to kill cores like Tide Hunter, hard to kill core like Puck. You don't have a lot of damage when you actually catch them, or you kill them and then you have to kill someone else. You have all these auras, the Pipe, the Greaves, and Vlad's even as well. Like he's keeping everyone alive so hard on top of the Omni Knight. I just feel like this was such a nice draft from OG.
It was a beautiful draft, and luckily for us, we get an interview with Chu, the coach of OG, so we can ask some more questions about it. Chu, congratulations! You guys looked great. Your drafts were fantastic in both games here, and I have to ask, the Sand King Coddle, where did this come from? How long has this been in your back pocket?
I mean, we did practice it like since the last week, not for a lot, but it just like came to mind in the draft. We see the opportunity, we pick the Sand King Coddle.
Yeah. Do you think it's something that you guys want to try and run again in another official if the opportunity presents itself?
We'll see.
Okay.
I think it's pretty decent one.
Yeah.
Or can I just build off that question quickly about the Sand King? Did it go as you expected, or like were you kind of disappointed with the results, like in the laning stage and stuff?
It didn't really go as expected. It was kind of disaster in a way, but still fine, I guess.
I was going to ask the same question, but it doesn't matter. I can ask you something else. Like, which one of these captains or drafters are you maybe drawing the most inspiration from? They don't have to be from Europe.
I think Ao is pretty decent one, if you can call him captain. But I think he has a pretty clever understanding of Dota, and he has a lot of good ideas. Also, LGD from previous season, so it was Xiaoet. Also really enjoying this a lot.
Xiaoet and Aoi, good duo.
All right, so I was going to ask, obviously you've been a coach for some time now. What is your style of coaching for OG? Do you try and lead the conversations more, or are you more like an additional voice behind someone else? Like how do you kind of work within the 5-man roster of OG?
I feel like with time going, I'm like more of the 6th player on the team. Additional voice, additional opinion, something like this.
Sure. And like now that you're operating from at home, is there anything unique that you're trying to bring to the team? Like, are you trying to do, like, because again, it's harder because you're not at boot camp, right? So is there any concepts you're trying to bring to the online boot camp that you're bringing or you're providing?
I mean, mainly the working process, because we started doing a lot of the pre-work before the scrims, and more about the strats part of the game.
You said pre-work before scrims. So I coached before, right? And normally, you know, the back in the old days, it was you get to your scrim, you play, and you talk after. Could you give some insight into what the idea is, the pre-work before a scrim is? Are you getting guys together and having like a 20-minute conversation, or like what's the idea of a pre-scrim meetup for OG?
I mean, so sometimes it's like brief ideas before the games, like connected to the heroes. But mainly it's like the matchups, so guys can warm up and don't get destroyed on the first scrim lanes.
That's fair. Okay.
I'm sorry to go back to it, but Sand King is one of my favorite heroes. So I was curious if you could share like more reasoning on what you think the strengths are of it over other offlaners, like what value it brings that, you know, someone else couldn't bring with like a stun or auras or whatever.
I feel like it's kinda like good early game hero. It's pretty decent to have a Sand King versus these cheeky bastards who try to push us, who try to fight with us. It's like just overall good answer to the enemy team fight.
Okay. I have another quick question. Were you surprised by Into the Breach? First of all, their first phase bans against you, and then second part of the question, giving you Lina 2 games in a row.
I mean, it actually wasn't, draft wasn't going to as expected, but it was like in more favoring for us way. It was like, you give us Lina, you lose. What can you do?
That's fair. All right, now other teams know. I mean, I think everyone should know nowadays, if you give a team Lina, you're probably going to have a hard game. So, cool, thanks.
I do have a little bit more of a general question as well, just in terms of fitting DM into how you coach, but also your ideas and visions that you have for OG when it comes to the DPC.
Can you repeat this?
Fitting DM into your lineup, like how has he changed the way that you either coach or think about drafts?
I mean, it really didn't change the way, but more like give me more freedom on the ideas and heroes, and more freedom for the team overall.
Awesome. Well, I think we are all done with questions, Chu. Thank you so much for answering them, and congratulations again on the win.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. More freedom. He gets to draft things like the Sand King. Did you have all of your Sand King questions answered?
He would.
Alex was like, no.
He wouldn't give away.
She needs to know more
I
about all the Sand King.
She's gonna go message him now.
Well, every minute to minute, I want to know the peaks and the timings. I mean, it helps to know that he thinks it's a good early game hero. Like that's what he thinks the strength is. Because I've had issues with like the heroes laning and stuff. Obviously, they said it didn't go as expected, so I don't think that was an overall like good representation of the heroes' peaks, but.
I feel like T-Gov explained it really well too. It's just a fast hero. Like you play on this tempo, they try to assault your side of the map to push from one tower to the other. You always have things to do as a Sand King.
Here's the thing. Imagine if his answer.
Imagining.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thinking.
Yep.
What if he said to Sheep? That's actually how we wanted it to go.
We wanted to sack DM in lane. We wanted him to have a bad time.
Like after week 1, where they
We're actually just hazing him.
Exactly.
It's initiation.
First he had the Doom game, then he had a Timber game. It's like, all right, the hazing isn't done yet.
Here's
Later
Sand
King, you know? It's like now he's fully hazed. It's like now, okay, now I can play some Dota, and especially in game 2.
Yeah, it's like here's the tide.
Exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, I think he's now been well conditioned into the team. Hazing has finished, and
stop putting him on proper hero. No, I love to see it. I mean, this was only a 2-game series, but we saw 4 new heroes for Western Europe. So it's nice to see this expansion of heroes, the ideas coming out from both teams. But a 2-0 for OG means we're going to take a bit of a longer break before our second series, which will be Liquid up against Nigma Galaxy.
I'm tipping mid, and I'm starting to defend the towers that go on. You play with side BGM. Cool. I'm coming with Grace, coming with Grace, BGM.
I fucked them, guys.
Run left.
Drifts.
I will take.
Nice.
I'm coming. I will take.
Nice. Get
this guy, I'll slow him.
Beautiful dot,
Papa has game.
I'll tide it. Coming online. Give me normal item. I don't wanna take Burn Flame though. Here.
Did you forget to mute the stream during the break? I think you did. If so, tab back into whatever browser you are using. We are going to be playing another round of Talentless. I thought I'd host you, but you didn't turn the volume down. You probably should, because this is going to get loud. But anyways, send it back to the host for Talentless.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, that's me. T was going to host, and then I remembered I actually know all the answers. So, unfortunately, we're just going to have to swap back here. Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah. Welcome to another episode of Talentless. We're going to start off. We'll introduce our contestants. Obviously, T-Gov here, contestant number 1. You've already introduced yourselves a number of times. Same with our contestant number 2, Benjamin B-Cop, and then contestant number 3. Listen, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
You've never played before, have you?
I have no idea what I'm doing here.
Yeah, how talentless are you?
Very talentless.
Perfect. You'll fit right in, buddy. You'll fit right in. We're going to start off with Chain Reaction. It's a word game.
Chain reaction. Okay.
Chain Reaction.
You got this.
So 2 words will come up on the screen. And your goal is to get from the top word to the bottom word. So for this example, it is Sand King. So we want to go from Sand to King.
Storm.
No, what? Relax.
Good answer.
Relax, okay.
Show it on the board.
Okay, no, sorry, I'm hosting here. All right,
We're taking over.
And so it's going to be 2-worded idioms, right? So it's like sand, and then you kind of knew.
I guess.
Have you seen this?
No.
I swear you've seen it.
Darude.
It felt right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's funny. I'm really laughing. We can start with you, B-Cop, though, because Lizard doesn't know the rules yet.
Okay, well...
So you can pick a letter either below sand or above king.
Do king, boss. You're the king, you know, so go for king.
Okay, I'll go above king. Yeah.
You want to get a letter above king?
Is it 5 letters max?
Yes.
Okay, we've been tricked before.
Is there a letter?
Yeah.
All right, so Lizard.
Okay.
Point is, so when it's his turn, a letter spawns, basically.
Yeah.
Then he gets
you have to pick where it is, and then he can guess the word.
Oh,
and if he guesses right, then he goes again.
I'm going to go sandstorm. Storm, second word. Oh, whoa, original thoughts. Woo!
No, that's fair.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of
Is this the way you initiate me into this game?
Okay, I did say before we came back from the break that we would start with B-Cop, so it is like 110% your fault for guessing. And you just happen to also guess the right thing.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
sure.
Anyway, B-Cop, you have to go again. Where would you like your letter?
Understorm. Keep it going.
Just ignoring the king one? Damn, what a power play.
Gee, are you kidding me? I have no idea. Actually,
that's
you know
a
what?
C. Oh, you meant the king one. Sorry, I was like,
wait.
that's a C.
Cloud.
Yep.
Oh, running the board.
Sandstorm, storm cloud. Where would you like your next letter?
I would
go again, B-Cop.
You want me to go with the G? Get another one?
No, you do you, boss. You're
okay.
This is your turn.
We'll go under cloud. Oh. 9.
Yes.
Beautiful.
This is actually so good.
Is this what we do here?
No,
you just watch
normally they
destroy.
struggle to get it. Normally it just keeps going around.
The 5 letters are a little bit nicer. Not saying that's going to help me in any way, but it is nicer.
Okay. Well, I apologize. This one was done in a little bit of a rush on my off day.
Okay.
So. Anyway, your turn again, B-Cop.
Under 9.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I know this
Come
one. Yeah, go on.
on.
Yeah, we know this one.
Come on.
Yeah.
I don't possibly know what
You guys know this?
Yeah, we do.
Come
B-Cop,
on.
it's your turn then.
Yeah, no.
Lives.
Oh!
Hey!
I maybe I made this one too easy. You guys are struggling with the other one.
If I'm getting them right, you definitely
Alright.
made it too easy.
No, we're good.
A letter. Where would you like your next letter?
Under lives.
Oh, okay.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, I will say, for me to be able to do this one, you have to pronounce lives to a different pronunciation of the same word.
So let's go with the lives.
I'm going to go with over King Grand.
You think it's Grand King? No, it is not.
Okay, cool.
All right, listen, now it's your turn. You can ask for a letter.
God King?
Yeah, it was.
Is that it?
Yes.
He's so good.
You didn't just get
He's
a letter.
natural. He's 2 for 2, by the way. He got Storm. I'm not taking credit for that.
So question. Does his letter become the O of God, then he gets God? Or does he get the
Yeah,
letter?
no, but you can't get the letter from the word between lives and God because it's only a 2-letter word.
Oh, my.
So you just have to guess it now, Lizard. It is only a 2-letter word that starts with O.
Yeah.
And it has to connect.
Oh, no.
This. I got it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got it. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a 2-letter word.
No.
Oh, that's a shame.
Wrong.
You were,
I gave you so many hints.
on a
too.
roll.
Anyway.
What can you do?
All right, T.
On a roll.
T didn't play.
I'm gonna guess. This is not my guess yet, but for real, I think it's gonna be on.
It's on.
Yeah.
So
Thanks for guessing. everything.
Sandstorm, Storm
Gotcha.
Cloud, Cloud 9, 9 lives, and then I had to change it to Lives On God, and
On
God
God,
King.
yeah.
This one was typical, okay? And my brain clearly wasn't really working when I was doing it, but
I thought it's like Lives of God King, but yeah, whatever. My bad.
no, yeah, it's only 2 words.
Yeah,
It's-
yeah, I get it.
God
I
King's
do
a great
apologize.
player.
But I only got 1 done, so we don't have a second one to do. I couldn't finish Dark Willow, so she's for next time. We'll save her for next time.
Nice.
And instead we can get some images.
Phantom Assassin.
We can make Twitch chat go crazy.
Thank you.
All right, come on.
Appreciate that.
All right, let's pop up hero number 1. Pretty please production.
I've seen this one. Oh, what?
It's just getting.
What? Okay.
Dude, I can
Anti-mage.
count the number of pixels.
Anti-mage.
No.
Oh, I got so happy for a second.
Lena?
No.
Techies.
No.
I thought it was a pink tattoo. Oh no.
I honestly
That's
think
fair.
that looks like Flame Break, honestly. But, okay.
That's a...
What?
What is that?
I even know the answer, and I'm like, what the heck?
Queen of Pain.
No. Wrong. Sorry.
Phantom Assassin.
Stop.
I'm sorry. All right, I'm done. I can't. I'll hold it in.
Okay, I will give you a hint, B Cup. Phantom Assassin is
Warlock.
not in any of them.
Cool. It's Phantom
You can-
Assassin. Hey!
No, it is not. And it's not Warlock either,
Why did it... Oh, okay.
because we were trolling B Cup.
I see.
Oh. Just doesn't stop.
I'm panicking. We have.
Our hero.
It's something red, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
But I've already.
That's a
right.
debate. It's not something. This could be 5 pixels.
Wrong.
No, that's fine.
It's not Lena,
What about
right?
third? No, didn't you already say her?
Yeah, we were
It's
just
not.
pretending
We'll go
it.
to the next. We'll go to the next. Stop doing this. Okay, you can get this.
Bounty Hunter.
Yes.
You want to share the point, brother?
Dire Creep.
Where's the pink on his body then?
Yeah, where
Like
is
the
that?
little
Where?
Where?
below the
Oh, that's not pink. It kind of turned pink though when it was.
waist. Well, I mean, when you're only showing like 8 pixels, it turns pink.
I was just not looking at Bounty's abs too much, but okay. There we go.
I don't want
is
to ask what you were looking at then.
Terrorblade.
No.
A bad one.
Yes. Great work, T. On a roll.
I was
50
now.
for
I was
2.
looking at his abs. That's why.
Wasn't it the horse?
Nay.
Yes.
All right,
Oh,
third hero.
Mars.
Who?
Thanking?
No.
Ro.
What did you say? You get 1 guess, Lizard.
He said Mars. Earthshaker.
Okay, wrong. You get 1 guess per image.
Oh.
And who did you say?
It looks
Miko?
like a piece of
Earthshaker.
No, also. So we'll go to the next image. The next one. Let me double
Legion?
check. No, it is not.
Did you say? What did you say? Sorry.
Legion.
Oh, okay.
Don't tell me what I said.
What?
I miss it.
Lena?
Do you want to guess Phantom Assassin while you're there?
I mean, it's part of my every guess, right? I'm guessing 2 heroes every time. One of them's Phantom Assassin.
Have we said Ember yet?
Hey.
Ember?
Have we said Ember?
No, we
Oh,
haven't.
Ember?
No.
Ah, well, that's a shame.
That was a
Sorry.
debate. No,
Big
keep.
debate.
All right, third image.
This next picture is going to be like blue or something like that. Okay.
Yep.
Red and blue.
Chaos Knight.
No.
That's not the horse again.
I think I need to like Google synonyms for no. I'm like,
feel
it's
so-
getting very
No,
repetitive.
I feel proper dumb for this one. This is quite
Yeah,
a unique
it's-
color scheme, and we should know this one. That's the issue.
Invoker.
Is it like a default cape that we just don't know about because it's so old or something? I'm
Right,
trying to
T,
say I'm
you
not.
got, you got 5 seconds. 5. 4. 3.
Did you head back in?
2. 1.
I actually don't know. I'm
Really?
stumped.
Okay, wait, don't reveal it. Production. Oh, they revealed it.
Oops.
Oh.
That's blinked.
Yeah,
Oh.
No, that's alright. That's alright. I was
I
gonna make
forgot
that
this
guess.
hero existed, to be honest.
First
Right.
of all, he's invisible, so you never get to really see his true colors. Second of all, who uses default clinks nowadays? Am I right?
One's in chat if
Definitely.
you still use default
I was trying my
links.
best,
Proof
guys.
T wrong.
Really bad.
All right, fourth hero. We'll chuck it up. First image. Oh, that's my favorite image.
Wait,
oh,
what?
that's.
Yeah.
I was going
was
to make
Io.
a joke to
Oh!
DPC before making a joke. Blood Phantom Assassin.
Yeah. Oh, look at us teaming up. We'll split the points.
Okay.
We got it.
I think we're just skipping to the next one, the fifth hero.
That's fair.
Yeah. Don't look at my.
That does look like a dagger of some sort that would be
Trying to
thrown
hide the
by
answers
a
or something?
hero.
I'm trying to hide the answers.
Looks like an ear.
Ooh,
Dagger.
good
I'm just
shout.
going to say Meepo. I know it's probably not, but for fun. Oh, well. Oh, well.
Ear. At least it's not a nose.
Or maybe it's too
Don't worry, guys, I cut it
spiky
down.
for an ear.
Oh.
That is a pretty spiky ear if that was
Yeah.
an ear.
Yeah, but that could be like a cat ear.
If
or
this
something
was
like
sheep,
that.
she'd be saying this looks like an eye or something.
That's some weird teeth. You
That's
know?
a weird teeth. I don't know if you
What
watched
do you
episode
think it
3
is,
of
Meepo?
Talent.
Yeah, I have to go back and watch that one. The blood.
Gosh, what could
Is it
this
Lena?
I'm taking that as your guess, and no,
Is
it's
it
not.
Brewmaster?
No, it is not. All right, we'll go to the next image.
How do we just what? How do we go from different color schemes?
Orange to completely blue.
Are
That
these
is
both
blue.
Are these
That-
both warm
That's very
colors?
bluey, yeah.
No,
No, blue's
blue's
a cool color. Yeah, that's right.
They've
What am I
zoomed in
saying?
so far that they've just lost the actual... a little bit of brown, a little bit of blue.
A little bit of. Thank you.
Has anyone made a guess yet, guys?
Not in this picture,
Number
no.
5.
Enigma.
Ooh.
Oh, I mean, that's the wrong shade of blue, but Ogre? Okay.
Close. Close. He's there.
Oh, is he there? Is that
there.
one of them? Oh. Bat Rider.
No.
Where on Batrider would this possibly be? Please be copy.
All right. You know what? We didn't know that Bounty had abs. Luna.
Nope.
Yeah, that looks like Luna as well. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Sven.
Nice. Yeah.
Wait, what was the first one? Was Arch? Where's the Arch?
It's Sword.
Again, default.
My guy.
That's
my guy.
You know, you're used to
Who
that
uses a
cosmetic.
default? Yeah.
Who's using? I've been
Right.
using the Frost like sword that turns red in God's.
I don't remember asking. Instead, I do remember asking for hero number 4.
Whoa.
Oh, this is Phantom Assassin and Blur.
This is Shadow Demon.
What?
No. I already told you there was no
that is-
Phantom Assassin.
That is a blank picture.
No, it's not.
No,
That looks like
You,
a very
you might actually need to go get your
shady
eyes checked again.
Tidehunter.
I mean,
All right.
No.
Nope.
Very
No.
dark. No. Okay.
oh wait, do I know this one?
I got too distracted. I'm waiting for someone else to suggest something so I can at least...
Who's the Penguin in Kirby?
Is it
Tell me about your
Pangolier?
day. No.
Okay.
How's your day going anyway, T?
Yeah, not too
What are you
bad.
going to do after this?
Don't know, mate. Yeah, I've only been doing one series today, so it's kind of chilling.
I know. We're not going to see you after this one, actually.
Pick up.
It's only 6:15.
What are you gonna say?
What are you
Stuff
gonna
out for
say?
dinner?
What are you gonna say?
Maybe.
Yeah?
There's a lot
What are you
going
gonna say?
on, so-
Yeah,
What
that's
will you
not-
say?
I don't
You
know.
could go on a
You
little
go first.
date.
You
You could
try.
watch some donut. Get some food as well.
Oh.
Date with myself.
Is
Kind
this?
of cute. Would you like to guess?
I would like to, but I.
All right. Well, you're gonna get it wrong if you don't guess within the next 3 seconds.
Okay,
3.
Disruptor.
Wrong.
Legion.
Wrong. Next image, please, production.
Oracle.
Okay.
No. I do like how
Should.
speedy you were, though. Big fan.
We should know this, T. Come on.
Is this the last image, production? I haven't been keeping
Someone
track.
who's got
Yeah,
a
okay.
very
This is the last one.
Wait.
wonderful looking...
I'm out of guess on the last one. I didn't get any right.
No, this is just the last image for this hero. This
Oh.
whole hero.
Ah,
cool.
nice, nice, nice.
Let's go. Back in the game.
God, I'm thinking this is... It's a very unique thing. I'm probably sure everyone's shouting it right now and we're looking really dumb, which is fine.
Can you open up heroes?
Sponge.
What?
Yeah, it's a sponge.
What?
All right, you guys don't watch New Girl.
No.
Keep my
No.
references to myself. Thank you. Somebody in production watches New Girl.
I don't think so. I think
Oh,
it just
no,
felt
my-
bad for you.
I really hope there's like elevator music right now or like countdown music.
I have absolutely no idea.
All right, we're going to have to guess one for you, please.
Oh, I thought you
Listen. Hero.
Guess Oracle.
Meepo.
What on earth, my guy?
See, you know, you
We did
judge us,
mention
but
him.
you have the answer. You,
Yeah, that's
I
true.
feel like
That's why I like this. It's a position of power.
Hmm.
All right, take 3,
Could that have been a hint?
2,
We've already done Earth Spirit, so it surely can't be Earth Spirit.
1.
Shadow Demon again. I don't know, I panicked.
It was Monkey King.
Oh, now I feel really dumb.
Yeah.
Now I
Yeah.
feel proper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Proper dumb.
Okay.
Proper dumb in
Okay,
it.
okay.
Yeah.
Isn't it? All right. Hero number 6. Yes.
Yep.
Ancient Apparition.
Marana.
We've already had her, so I will let you guess again.
Whoa, wait.
I will be nice.
Gris Phantom Assassin every time.
But we haven't had her.
We haven't had her.
Wait, we haven't had her?
No.
Ricky.
Oh, I thought we
Haven't
did have her.
I think we might have had.
I think we
There's
did.
been a lot of episodes.
Okay, well, then it's my bad.
To be fair, what's
Apologies.
this huge... Sorry, 1 second.
So it's definitely not Ancient Apparition.
No, you've already had your guess. It's not AA.
Night Stalker.
No.
Enigma.
No.
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 Next image.
Where is this?
Oh, I know exactly where this is.
Enchantress.
No, this is on their weapon, I believe.
On their weapon.
I believe.
Augur.
I believe. No.
Pug.
I could be wrong because I don't even know what
Do you want to
looks
suggest
like.
it as well? Do you know the answer?
I know the answer.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now we should.
You got this. You got this.
Underlord.
It wasn't on his. It was on his head.
Oh.
Image.
Let's go.
Okay.
Okay.
You got one. Well done, B-Cup.
Thank
Very
you.
proud of you.
Appreciate it.
Next one.
Finally,
Can we
someone's
share
proud of me.
that one?
What?
No.
Share.
Yeah, we can share it. That's fine.
This is tough.
Shadow Demon.
Ooh, it looks like X marks
I was
the
about
spot.
to say the same thing.
No.
So if you're right, obviously.
No, it's not Shadow Demon.
I'm gonna keep saying it.
It's gonna happen.
Sometimes
At
it's
some,
gonna hit.
at some point, yeah.
But it's a red. It is a red.
Yeah, but the next picture could be blue for all we know.
It's probably
Could
it's probably
be.
gonna be purple.
Probably not gonna.
Yeah.
yeah.
Production finds the 2 pixels of a different color.
Yeah.
And goes, oh, please.
Hey, clearly different
It's gonna be like
Yes,
blue.
Night Stalker or something. No, I'm gonna go with
Yeah.
a hero.
Yeah.
That's in Dota 2.
Yeah.
That has a little bit of red in it.
Yeah.
And it's not gonna be.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say
Yeah.
Mars and go next.
It's not mine.
I was like, woo!
Shatters glass table.
Breaks right hand. No, it's not.
Yeah,
Is
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
Lena?
No.
Oh, okay, you don't deserve to vote anymore.
Whoa, what are you saying?
It is in the meta.
But see, I knew this was going to happen. We went to blue. How do we do this?
Is it
Has-
Venge?
No. In the meta.
In the meta.
It's in the meta.
Anything works in the meta.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the in the meta. I shouldn't have said Venge. Maybe. Oh, I lost my.
How,
Did you host?
how in the meta?
Not like Lena level, you know, but you've already guessed her anyway, so.
So, what are we talking? First pick? First phase?
Whoa,
First
don't
phase,
whittle
second
it
phase.
down.
Second phase?
Give us some hints. Come on.
We talking like specialty hero for some
It would either be
teams?
like a last pick or the closing second phase pick.
Closing second
More
phase.
often
We're
than
looking at carries here. Carries are
Oh, we're
midway.
looking at. Okay,
Oh,
thanks,
yeah,
analyst, because
let's
I have
go.
no idea. I don't
Let's go
even
big
panel
one.
ever.
I'm gonna write it down on my phone.
Okay, what are we looking at here? This looks like maybe a.
I'm going to need you guys to be quiet, and I'm going to ask our producer to repeat what he just said in my ear because I did not hear it. It's banned 15 times. Thank you.
Damn.
And picked 5. This is just in my
Picked only 5?
No.
Ricky.
Yeah, that's fine.
Nope.
Thanks for the free vote.
You're welcome.
No worries.
Okay.
I'll put my phone away.
Was it
Banned 15 times.
correct? You got one thing right. You listened to me.
Bing!
Picked 5 times. The bottom end of all the heroes. That's not
Just guess, and then I can give you some more clues. If you didn't like.
Oh,
I have nothing, literally.
Just
Name a Piranha.
No. We've already,
you know what? Good guess. Good
We've
guess.
already-
All regions.
No, it was just Western Europe.
Oh.
Has
Oh.
big old claws.
Claws.
Is that
Lich. Claws?
Lich? Does Lich have claws?
Ursa?
No, I mean.
Bo! Dun, 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 dun.
I don't
But
know.
like, to be fair, the color scheme gave me some Lichy vibes. All right, might be.
Okay.
I look at Ursa every day. He's on my arm.
All right. We're doing hero.
Terrorblade.
Dude, yeah. I had literally only just looked at the list. Yeah. Pete, you are getting really good at this game.
That was
I feel
amazing.
like
Oh my
Pete
gosh.
either gets it like on the first go or just not at all.
That was amazing. Is that a
That's
finger?
a finger there.
You guys are gonna love this one.
I want to say Tinker, but I don't know if it is.
Are you saying Tinker?
Is that a
Yeah.
human's
Okay,
finger?
it's not Tinker.
Oh, I thought you were about to hype me up for a second. Are you saying Tinker? I'm
Are
saying
you saying Tinker? Is Tinker good? Are you looking that one in? Nah.
Wrong.
Wait,
Pick up.
maybe that's not a finger.
Maybe. I mean, that's a quite a substantial nail.
That I mean, it could.
That's a finger.
You can't guess.
I think I know.
Omni Knight.
Yeah.
Oh!
You
That
guys
was-
are good at this.
I'm so happy.
Damn.
That is
There's
super
the finger. You
scuffed
can
finger.
see it. You can see the finger. It's his.
It's like something you've never really noticed
his
until I
middle
guess
finger.
it's zoomed in like that. All right. This is our last one.
It's a person. It's not a hero. I know the game now. I
We've
know. I
fallen for this too many times. Is it a player or a talent?
I'm sorry. I should have let. Yeah, my bad.
You guys all have to go through one guess, and then I will tell you.
Oh, okay.
It's quite a large smile, to be fair. He's got like a real rosy, like.
Is that a really
smile? Isn't
poor?
that an eye?
That looks like a poor mustache.
Wait, you think
above
that's
the
an
lip.
eye?
No, that's a pair of
No,
nose,
that's lips with
That is
somebody's
lips.
pre-pubescent mustache.
Okay,
let's not attack him. Okay, all right.
What happens if this is now, for example, let's say this is Nat.
Don't, please.
Yeah, what if this is
don't.
me, huh?
Never mind. I'm out. Hide me down here. I don't want to be here anymore.
Make your suggestions. Make your.
Yeah, please. Who is it, Beakoff? Who is
Oh,
that prepubescent
God.
mustache, huh?
I don't know.
Well, now you have to say someone.
No.
Go on. Who is
We're all waiting.
I'm not saying
Bated
anybody.
breath.
Phew.
Tread carefully, young
Come
one.
on.
I'm gonna say.
You dug this hole, man.
I know.
Get out
Doesn't
of
have a
it.
beard.
No.
I know.
That was really specific.
I really hope.
I'll go with
you know
Fog.
for the meme.
No, it's not.
Oh, God.
Go on.
Come on,
big boy.
Beakoff.
No, I feel like
Put your foot in your mouth again. Go
yeah.
on.
Oh, yeah.
Say, say
Hold
his
on.
dude's name. Come on.
I'm with you.
Yeah, just stay
You
down
can do
here.
this.
I need comfort because it's going to be really bad when I guess. It's Lacoste.
Nah, I'm leaving you.
He actually did put. Yeah, his shirt.
That's a
What?
beautiful eye.
Yuck, bro.
It's delicious.
Oh,
Real
blue green
leather.
eyes.
That is something I'd like to erase from my memory.
Is that hazel eyes?
Wait, hold up.
Who has
Is
green eyes?
this not a person?
Is it a place?
The Windrunner Arcana. No, I'm joking. It's probably not. But
Oh, what?
no, it's a real person. Sorry, I take back my meme answer.
Yeah, I'll let you take that one back.
Thank you.
Oh, gosh.
Don't want to throw away my vote. That
All right, it's a player.
Oh, God. I am
In
going to
this
get
region.
tweeted at. No.
It is a player in this region, and I hope they are watching so they can at you.
No.
I mean, not everyone can grow a beard. It's fine.
I know. I can't.
Do you want to stop insulting them? This poor person.
It wasn't an insult. It's it's just
I
how you describe some mustaches.
Adore this person.
Oh, God.
Is it Quinn?
Quinn, yeah.
It is not Quinn.
I'll use my. Wait.
Wait, is it your?
No, you
give it a go. You give
Okay.
it. It's fine.
Is it Crit?
It's in this region.
I mean, he's European. He plays on an A, sure, but he is European. Yeah, my bad.
Is it Amar?
At least he gets in this region, bro. I don't know what you're laughing at.
Are we back to a hero? What's
The
happening?
hell
Oh,
is
glasses.
Oh, he has glasses.
Glasses.
Oh, that's what they are. Okay.
Player in this region.
That has.
We've interviewed them before.
Is it
I can-
B-Cop?
I can tell it's a player in this region, and we've interviewed them. I'll let you guess again, Lizard.
I mean, I know how good I am at the
okay,
game, but
okay.
whatever. Thanks.
Their team.
I'm an E
Wait, you want to
is-
give us a team? Oh, that's high.
player.
I will give you one thing. Their team is not playing today.
Oh. What's the schedule today?
Wait, hold on. Wait.
So it's.
So Gaming Gladiators and Entity aren't playing today.
Oh.
Is it Stormer?
It is.
Storm, I'm so sorry, dude. I apologize.
Look at that picture
That's
as well.
such a-
Such a handsome dude.
That is a great mustache.
That's a great picture.
That is a
If he wanted to grow a
fantastic
mustache, he could.
mustache.
That's the thing, though.
Oh, we're circling back to this one. We're going to double down on it.
It's
I'm
a great
saying he
looking
could.
mustache.
Beakup was the one that said he had no facial hair, no prospects for growing anything on his face.
Ah, whoa! Whoa. Hey, stenographer, where are you, please?
Do you want to try and redeem yourself,
Yeah,
Beakup?
no, because the bus just got thrown at
Perfect,
me.
because we're going to a break
Thank
instead.
God,
When we
get
come
me
back,
outta
we'll
here.
be flaming Beakup a little bit more.
No.
Welcome back for our second series. It's Liquid up against Enigma Galaxy, and joining me on the panel is going to be Syndrin, Lizard as well. You were here earlier, but Sind, how are you enjoying your day? How are you enjoying the Dota so far?
I think the last series I was maybe hoping for a little bit more of a
Yeah, we both thought it might have gone the distance to Game 3.
I mean, in the end, the favorites did win, so I can't say it's too surprising, but I would have liked to see a little bit more out of ITB. But still, overall, pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm ready for this one.
Yeah. Liquid, Enigma Galaxy. Liquid are coming in as the favorites very clearly, I want to say, and for good reason. I do believe we have Kezu, who is ready with a Telestrator segment for us about just how good Liquid are looking.
Yep, that's me. Thank you, Nat. So what I want to show you guys here is Boxy's early game. This guy has done a lot for this team, especially as of very recent. So what we're going to see in the start here is that he's going to move straight away from the base to place this ward, which is, not too crazy, but if we take a closer look at his items, pay attention how he has boots right now, and bam, he's going to sell them, and he's still going to get full gold back for it because he sold it before the 50-second mark. Now he buys the items he actually wants. So this is going to be step one, just a nice little trick that people can try to steal. Now, step two. He's very good at not only enabling his offlaner, but also himself. So by him going for this pull, it basically allows him to just leave the bottom lane, go for the bottom rune, and this will play into later. So now he's already helped his offlaner, and now he's helping Nisha a little bit by stealing the bottle refill from Supreme, who only has one bottle charge left. Now, in only 2 minutes 40 seconds mark, we're going to have to pay attention to something new once again. He hits level 2, and he is on purpose not skilling any new spell. So he only has a stun, he has a skill point available. Now, let's see what happens. He's going to play it out. He's like, okay, I have Fire Spirits on me. I still don't want to skill Carapace because I don't want to. And this is absolutely by choice, as you're going to see in just a few seconds. He looks mid, he sees the opportunity, he instantly TPs. They're going to get the Ice Shards. Only just now does he skill his mana burn, which you will see in a few seconds is going to prove to be absolutely fatal to get this first blood. So in just 3 minutes, he plays a crazy ward with a very nerdy trick. He helps his offlaner with a great pull, rotates mid, and gets first blood for his mid laner in only 3 minutes. I feel like Boxy is a wild dog running free, and no one can catch him. Back to you.
Damn. I don't even know what to say. Like, the fact that not only is that the way Boxy is playing, but that Kezu is able to notice just these small things, even down to the fact of buying boots to get there faster.
It's crazy. He did more in 3 minutes than I do in a game.
Yeah, pretty much. I didn't want to say it, but
yeah.
I'm glad you did.
You know what they say though, right? It takes one to know one. And Kezu himself is also a dog, so he he knew.
He's also a wild dog running free.
He's a wild dog. He's running free right now, but I'm sure he'll be with us sometime soon.
Yeah, he'll be joining us in a little.
him.
We'll get him to join us soon, but in the meantime, we are going to talk a little bit more in depth about the matchup per se. Yes, we've talked about how beautiful Liquid is, how they're showing up. They haven't lost a single game at all so far in the DPC, whereas Enigma Galaxy are very much on the other end of that, where they've only won 2 so far and no series at all.
Are we hoping here? Is there still some hope here? Because for me, there is. Like the last series of the day perhaps is completely one-sided. But this one, I feel like we might see a 3-game series. Like we might see Enigma take... Like, they did win against Tundra. There's no reason they couldn't take Liquid as well, if the stars align.
Yeah, so they won a game against Tundra and they won a game against Gaming Gladiators, right? Yep. And in both of those wins, they looked super good. And that's what's so weird about this team is that they have these standout games that are like kind of like a blast from the past when Enigma were just that team in EU that we haven't seen for a while. And then in the next game, it kind of just comes crashing down. It's very inconsistent. And on the other side, you have Team Liquid, who are consistency kings so far. They've won all 8 games they've played. Their longest game was 44 minutes. We checked that, right?
Yeah.
So
and that was against Tundra.
And that was against Tundra, who's probably the toughest opponent, right? So it wasn't like, oh, they dropped the ball against another team and they had to claw it back. No, it was against the hardest opponent they had. So that's my concern here is if Nigma do show up, can they do it in 2 games? That's always going to be the problem. Because I'm with you. I think they can win a game, but I need to see them win 2, right?
I was going to say, winning one game gets you nowhere. It still just makes your scoreline 0-4 then, and they're already sitting on 0-3.
Oh, look.
Oh, Kezu, hey.
Got ourselves a dog.
Someone back.
Pet him.
Syndrin.
There we go.
Good Kezu.
Wouldn't dare say it to my face.
What? He just...
You're a dog.
I didn't have the headset on yet.
I couldn't hear him, you know. But yeah, we were just chatting about Liquid, Enigma Galaxy, and how they might be able to take a game here or there, Keza, but probably not the series, that they're just very inconsistent at the moment. And Cinder also pointed out yesterday that the only games Nigma have won are the 2 that Amar did not lane in the safe lane.
That's a good point. I guess I didn't catch on to that one.
Well, now
but
you know it.
The one thing that I realized as well, so other than that point, is the only 2 games they've won is where one of their players like really popped off. You had like Amar, who basically solo carried the game with his Huskar, and Sumail, who went like what, 20-0?
Yeah, 19-0,
Yeah. So
close enough.
It's not a great sign for the team when that is what you rely on, but that just kind of shows, I think, perhaps a bit of the flaw in strategy and them needing more time to gel together. So hopefully they can show us something better today.
Sorry, I had a reduction in my ear then. But I do know that Nigma Galaxy have first pick, which leaves Liquid with second. And in my eyes, I think Liquid kind of thrive off of having second pick. It almost feels like they're playing into their hand.
Yeah, the problem for me with Liquid is they say that they're not that versatile. Like when they talk about their heroes, it's like, we have 3 or 4 heroes and that's it on each position, but that's more than enough. And if they have second pick,
it's the right one.
It's the right ones. They're in the meta. These heroes are the right ones, and they will snatch Rubik Tusk, let's say, and every single time they can. So they'll get these heroes that are really strong.
Yeah, just to be clear, Liquid have second pick, correct?
Yes.
They have been first pick 7 of their 8 games.
Oh, actually?
I don't think it matters so much for them what choice they have.
I don't know why my brain thought it was the other way around, but okay.
It happens.
My bad.
But I think for them, it probably doesn't matter too much where they play. They seem very strong no matter what they draft from. But I think they're the best first pick team, at least from... They just always set up their draft so nicely that it feels very robust and also hard to counterpick.
And there's 2 ways of reading into the first pick, right? One is that they prioritize first pick when they win the coin toss, or it is when they win the coin toss, they choose side, and the other teams are just prioritizing second pick, right? So we don't have the exact info about what the order was, but the fact of the matter is, as first pick, they've looked amazing, and in the 1 second pick game they had, it was no different. So.
I'm just reading the chat.
Oh.
He talked about the coin costs. I was looking at the chat to see if I can see which
that is some good eyesight.
But but what I can see is that it's Mind Control's birthday.
Oh, is it actually?
Oh, happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Mind Control.
Here comes a good birthday present. You get to play against during their peak right now.
Enjoy.
It's a good birthday.
Have fun.
You can have some consolation cake after, it's good.
We've seen Liquid just be absolutely dominant early. You said, that they can take the games a little bit later if they need to, but ultimately they have been closing games out roughly around the 32-minute mark. Is Nigma going to be able to match that aggression? Is that what you should be going for, trying to hit that tempo, or is there a way to try and delay that tempo somewhere and you just want a late scale?
I feel it's interesting for Nigma. Like if they didn't win that last series, the last game in the series.
I was like, they didn't win the series.
They didn't win the series, but they won one game. If I didn't see that one, I would say that they just need to go aggro, put Amar on something that's wild, early game that has a lot of early game potential, such as that Huskar that they drafted. But yeah, they managed to win with Mind Control on a Magnus and Amar on a Sven. So if they want to go late, I believe that they can. They just need to set things up properly.
Is that something that's going to work against Liquid this end?
It could. I think the guy with the toughest job today is the drafter. I think you need to, the players... So in the last, let's say in the last year, Kuro by the community has got some criticism for, has he still got it, when he's in the game, is he mechanically there? I think his last series have been really good. I loved his Mirana, I loved his Tusk, Ricky, sorry, I thought he played really, really well, so there's no anchor in terms of what's in the game. It's more about... When it comes to strategy against Liquid, the way I see it, you have kind of 2 archetype choices. One is you play fast and you try to win your lanes, which they have done successfully against Tundra. That's the game they won there, Enigma Galaxy. The other one is that you weather the storm and you build a lineup that actually has a win condition after 35 minutes, and you try to drag Liquid there. I think that one is dangerous because they've been so good at executing. But Kuro has an ace up his sleeve sometimes with these strats.
I think no matter what they do, whether they want to play aggro or for later, I think you need at least 4 heroes that after 10 minutes can play together.
Yeah, I agree.
Whether you want to add the 5th right then or 20 minutes later to have a better win condition is up to you. But I think you need to answer Liquid's early game aggression or you will lose every time.
All right, well, game 1 draft, the bands coming up on our screen here, and I guess Nigma Galaxy in a little bit of a rough choice here because you want to ban the Lina. It's most likely... probably not going to get through, but there's also Rubik that you have to worry about. There's Tusk as well.
There's a lot of heroes that you want to ban out versus Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in Team Liquid, You saw Sumail what he did on that Prophet, so you're banning that out. But I don't think that you're that worried. The first pick is, like you said, Nigma's, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think they banned Alina. Like, they should let it go and play with it, in my opinion. Is that the best Amar hero? I don't see it, but...
it's probably not even an Amar hero.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like, I think if
they are
Lina does get...
that's a problem then. Like, if you have a carry, he should be playing the...
They're setting up for it, though. Yeah. The Lina first pick, at least.
Sumail can play the carry Lina, I think. I do want to say, actually, just quickly about this second pick dynamic with Liquid being that I feel like because we've seen them on first pick so much, what they've exploited is that they've either first pick Rubik or Tusk, they see 2 responses, and then they would either close the phase usually with either Nature's Prophet or Batrider, right? And now that they're second pick, I think by design now what Enigma Galaxy can try to do is kind of mirror it to an extent. They ban out the Nature's Prophet. Now you could first pick the Rubik here if you wanted, or the Lina, depending on what you think is more important. And then close out with a counter to what Liquid opened with, which is, it's 1 out of 8 games they've had to do it. So.
I just hope it's one hell of a plan if they let the Lina go through, and they didn't.
They don't.
Yeah.
I mean, this is absolutely a Rubik. There's no doubt about that. So then the question is, what do Liquid pick now? Because our data sample isn't very big in this spot, right? Like.
It could be the Batrider, but I do like Nigma's ban in that sense. I think Nature's Prophet is harder to counterpick on 8 as opposed to a Bat. Like, if they do go 1 hero into Batrider, I think...
Tusk, Rubik.
I was going to say it had to be a Tusk or a Tiny to be flexible.
Literally the 2 heroes that we mentioned before, right? And is this a 3 now from Enigma Galaxy? Like, they could go for a 3-inch, right?
Why not?
It's a good opener together with the Lina.
We've seen it 20 times. It's pretty foolproof.
Why not? Because there's something better, isn't there?
And what is it? Someone tell me.
Forehand protect.
Thank you.
Mind blown.
I don't know what you were going to say.
I actually didn't have anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I could... So I wonder how much emphasis Kuro put on playing the Mirana together with specific heroes, so they are going to grab the tree. Because I was looking at this, the other path, which is the early pressure path, where you take like Mirana plus another stun, and then you could have grabbed Tiny here, for example, that they did play with the other day. Not going to be the case, though. I don't think that's going to be a ban off Liquid. It's a snap banning Huskar. They don't need to...
ban out the Death Prophet that won the game. Ban out the Huskars that won the game.
I mean, it makes sense. Liquid have proven themselves in 4 series that they can come up against these metas that everyone else is rating really highly. So it's like, we necessarily don't have to ban them out. Instead, we can just ban out a lot of comfort that just puts Enigma Galaxy on the
Do you think they would have played? I guess they could have, like you said, put
I think
Sumail and Lina. Yeah,
I think that's kind of why. Like, you just remove the Amar heroes that can go mid.
Yeah.
Because you're kind of, I feel like you can somewhat bank on the fact that it's Sumail playing Lina this game.
So you're thinking Mars is still going to get banned out?
It could. I mean, I feel like it kind of makes sense. I think Nigma with the Batrider ban, it's good. It covers angles for both Lina and Tree. But at least that's what I think they're going to do, that it's just Sumail on Lina.
The funny thing is, when you think about it, I think Amar's hero pool is bigger mid than it is on carry.
It might be.
So I actually think they have more options that way. By doing it like this, so many of the offlane heroes that he dominated with, right?
Yeah.
Like Razor, Mars, Timbersaw, Viper, all of these heroes, if you know your matchup mid, they can play against a lot of different stuff that is meta as well. So I like this. I was suggesting the other day that I think they could consider that as a way for now of like as a band-aid solution. You need to get some wins now. Like it's crunch time or you're going to get demoted. So what are you going to do? Are you going to double down on playing what hasn't worked, or are you going to switch it up to try to get 2 wins so you can stay in Div 1? I know what I think.
I think Team Liquid is reading them the same exact way because all these bans.
That's good.
Yeah, they're definitely
so it's either going to be Mars or
directed
Timber next year,
I think they're banning Mars.
Yeah.
I think Mars probably is the easiest.
And Enigma Galaxy needs to be a little bit careful. I think Sniper would be a really good ban now. I think it's Team Liquid's best carry against Lina when Spectre is banned. I also think Sniper performs well against Treant because you outrange everything the hero does. You play very much from the backline. You have some frontline coverage with Tusk. So I would like to see that ban come out.
They played Sniper before with the same lineup pretty much.
Nasty.
So
yeah, for sure. Banning out the Beastmaster.
There's a potential maybe for Dragon Knight as well, I think, for Liquid. I would say that their bans are perhaps more targeted at Amar, but at the same time, these bans kind of open up a Dragon Knight, which is also a good hero. Against Lina, could be flexed between mid and offlane for one of your next picks, so I think that could also make sense for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess you do invite the Timbersaw if you pick Dragon Knight, but if it's a good enough game for it, I think it's fine.
It's literally the same thing that Tantra went with, right? The Dragon Knight versus
DK
the Lina.
and Spectre, I believe, in that game.
Yeah, well,
I love that we're referencing that. Like that game has become iconic.
Yeah, it has.
Western European team lost with Lina.
Exactly.
Like, okay, dude. Like, what is this?
Yeah, it's good bans
from
from
the Mars. Yep.
So it's just a Tusk mid for now.
So they're taking Hoodwink, so now they're basically locking in their Tusk, yeah? We haven't seen them play it on other roles than mid and 4, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's just too good.
Yeah.
Have we seen Nisha not dominate on mid Tusk? I guess not.
But I guess you can exploit this a
Have we
little
seen
bit
him not
as-
dominate with anything so
There
far?
Yeah,
That-
true.
yeah,
That's a-
correction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a better sentence.
I guess Nigma can exploit this a little bit though, right? Like if they know for a fact Tusk is going mid, there's still heroes left that Amar could be run on in that mid lane that would be favored in this matchup. Would you say this is like a bad Razor lane, for example? I know I keep referencing his old heroes, but it
Versus
is
the
what we've
Tusk?
seen him do. There's Razor, there's Timber. I think both heroes do very well in this lane. If you do want to run Razor mid is the question though.
I don't like Razor Lina that much together, and I think this long range poke from Liquid is perhaps a bit annoying. I'm looking if there's a hero that Amar plays that does something different. I guess Timber is a bit better.
Dragon Knight, doesn't he?
I don't know. Do I want to play Dragon Knight this game? I mean, would I want to
I'd
draft
rather
this
play
game?
it for
seems
Liquid.
hard.
Yeah, you're playing against Hoodwink Break.
Like it would be nice to have a normal Spirit kind of mid laner here, something that can jump the back lines, like an Ember or a Void Spirit versus the Hoodwink versus the Rubik versus the Tusk, but probably they won't pick that, right? And instead, they just go with the Amar hero. Like there's a ton of burst damage. Rubik's kind of nice sometimes versus the Timbers. You have Sharpshooter as well from the Hoodwink. Tusk has a decent chunk of damage before your armor comes online, so...
I think Hood is a mandatory item here, right? Like you can't play without it, so then that's already... Because there's some games with Timber where Namar was like insanely popping off on it, that he would bypass that item to reach his timing faster, but in this game you can't do it.
Yeah, he...
So.
Also keep in mind that they could still switch up the lanes, right? Like the Timber can be on the safe lane. It doesn't have to go
Or
mid,
offlane.
right?
That's
Or
true.
offlane, if
That is true.
just put him in his natural position. Back in the day, Mind Control actually played quite a sick mid laner, so...
Yeah?
Just put...
It's also
Are we swapping all the mid laners now?
Just swap
Yeah,
everything.
it's like just every game, just put someone
Just
else
shuffle
mid.
it.
We just need Amar not in the safe lane, because then Nigma's win rate is like 75%. So this is promising if they do it that way.
Yeah, they
it's kind of
smash the
funny
Phoenix.
to see that.
It looks like a pretty solid Phoenix game as well. Is it? No, it's Mars. Mars is the hero that destroys the most trees per game, I believe.
Yes.
And
Maybe
Phoenix
it's
is pretty close as well. You get that tag, you can get on top of Hoodwink, destroy her with the dots. Rubik as well isn't really that useful against you, but Ursa is. So.
Do you think this was a better pick than Sniper? I get that you're good against the Egg and against Timbersaw in lane. If that's your matchup, that's playable. I think Timber can actually win that lane by playing aggressive, but I think Ursa might struggle a little bit against Treant and Lina. I think those matchups can be dangerous.
I think Sniper works very well. Perhaps it's up to what they would prefer. Like, would you rather play this long-range game, or do you want someone else that goes in? I do think that Ursa is good against all these four heroes, if his laning stage is decent. He should do well against Timber. You can always dispel the root with your ult. You're good against the Egg and you get on top of Lina. So they're probably thinking that, okay, this lane shouldn't be a problem. Perhaps they need the Hoodwink in that lane, as opposed to Rubik, I think, if it is an offlane Timber, to then kind of make that happen. But they're betting offlaners, so they think that this Timber is mid safe lane
or safe lane, yeah.
And I guess Liquid's luxury now is, if we look at the draft and we think they're in a good spot, they have the last pick.
Yeah.
So this time around, they've been put on that second pick position, and they seem to have, once again, found some good solutions.
That was a quick
There's the
Dragon
Dragon
Knight as well, yeah.
So it will go to Nigma Galaxy, but it's not Amar playing it. Pretty much safe to say when they have Timber that it will be Mind Control. Is this like a clue about the laning? Who lanes better against Ursa in this game? Is that Timber or Dragon Knight, actually?
I feel like it should be Timber.
I think I don't know. It depends on the support, I guess. I'm actually not convinced what's the better choice.
I guess it's the Phoenix with him, right, on the offlane, no matter what.
So
or do you think it's 3? I feel like if
probably Phoenix.
Yeah.
I think Treant with
3 and plus Lina, Phoenix plus Timber. I don't know. I have a feeling Mind Control will play Dragon Knight mid versus the Tusk, but could be wrong.
I can't actually call their lanes right now. I think they might just be waiting for Liquid's last pick also to maybe make it a bit more obvious for them in terms of what they want to do. I think for Liquid, usually what we've seen from Zai so far is that he can enable their team's tempo or like buy auras. Otherwise, the one other hero who wouldn't fall in that category, I think that they would have picked here, could have been the Bad Rider, but of course Nigma ain't stupid, so they ban it.
Yeah.
They can switch up the side lanes as well, right? It's not only about the mid lane.
Yeah, they can
Timber and
switch up
DK, they can
everything.
switch it any way they wanted to, yeah.
There's gotta be a somewhat obvious pick though, in my opinion. When you DK Timber are very archetype, like they share the same stuff. They're like,
do you like that? Like, it does give them that tempo early on,
But I have a feeling if this game goes late, Nigma could have a really good shot. Like Visage, there are ways of dealing with him. Like dots are there. Like
when you say late,
control
like,
is
what's that sort of timing looking like for them? How long do they have to delay that game
I mean,
before you to have
just
faith?
get the Lina online pretty much, and that's it.
So minute 0.
So just start the game.
Like Visage into the Timber, you'll always have that wall in front of the tower that you can't take down that easily. So overall, you have the dots with the Phoenix to take down the layers from the Visage.
I think we've been praising Liquid's drafts a lot throughout this season so far. I don't think they've been outpicked a single game. I'm not going to stand here and say that they are, but I do think if they won the draft this game, it's probably the least they've won a draft by so far.
Yep.
I think Nigma really did their prep. So that's step number 1.
Yeah.
We talked about how drafting was going to be the biggest challenge, and I think in this game, Nigma for me have delivered. So.
And for yourself, quickly, Kezu?
I think Sin has a good point. This is one of the better Nigma drafts we've seen, but I do still think that this is a fairly free Ursa game, and unless Sumail pops off, they will lose.
All right, a little bit of hopium coming from you guys, but is it enough for Nigma Galaxy to take game number 1? We'll just have to wait and see as we jump in with Lyrical and Fogged.
Hopium is always good, Nat. Oh my God, we're here. We're taking a look. Liquid versus Nigma. I feel like there's a couple of interesting picks. The panel liked the draft a lot more. How are you feeling about it?
Better draft from Nigma. Lots of comfort heroes. Having Sumail playing the carry kind of role, I think it suits a little bit better from what we've seen from Nigma, especially. He's been still looking really good. That being said, though, I love Liquid's draft. I think they've done this a lot where they see one team like really being a little bit slower about how they can take team fights, being more cooldown reliant. Liquid just picks a super fast-paced draft with almost no cooldowns. I've seen this so often from them. It looks like that same typical strategy and a lot of little counter picks. So, yeah, looking forward to see how this one's going to play out and if Nigma's going to be able to get Sumail online and if he's going to be able to counteract this Ursa.
You know, I like that you bring up that idea, too, of like what we're seeing new from Liquid in a way because, you know, there were a lot of questions at the beginning of the year. How are they going to deal with the Matu thing? We have a little quote here from Insania as well talking about how they were prepping for the beginning of the year.
I think our style is going to change. I don't know what it's going to change to. Obviously, Matu is a pretty specific type of player. I think he was one of a kind, and I don't think there's any way to build a team in the exact same way as we did when we had him. So we're going to have to switch up our playstyle and probably become a slightly different team, but I think that's just going to be part of the fun this year, of rediscovering ourselves and how we want to do it.
Part of the fun, and I feel like it has been all fun for Liquid because they have been rocking everybody.
Yeah, they've been looking, honestly, best team so far in Europe, it feels like, with their innovation from like the Nature's Prophet that people are going to be stealing to just constant aggression and, yeah, it's just quick pace. No cooldowns. I love when I see these type of drafts. So, yeah, looking forward to see how it's going to play out because now, looking more at Nigma, sure, they have some type of cooldowns that they have to rely on, but they do have this tree Lina that we have seen dominate and dominate and dominate. I do think that Liquid has some nice answers, though. I like the way they open the draft with the Rubik Tusk. They have avenues to get onto the Lina. They have this cool spell steal that they've looked really good with versus the Lina, too. So, yeah, let's see. 3 runes for Nigma.
Very, very nice. And you can see, interestingly enough, some tips for Sumail to start. But they're switching things up. As you know, people were talking about, this is something that might end up happening. Amar playing the Timbersaw in the mid lane. This feels like directly in response just to the Nisha factor, because we've seen Nisha play Tusk over and over again in the mid.
Yeah, they just wanted to get the matchup right. They wanted to have Sumail playing the carry, Amar playing more of the tempo setting hero for like the mid lane, and it can be a pretty good mid matchup versus the Tusk. As long as you can get reactive stacks up, sure, in mid-game, like in the laning phase, it should be pretty decent for Amar, should be pretty good. Once mid-game starts to come out, definitely going to be a lot harder. He's playing versus the Ursa, he's playing versus a Break, and he's playing versus immense physical as, oh my lord.
God, just down there bottom, able to get it. So yeah, Visage still pretty good laner, it turns out.
Yeah, especially with something like Hoodwink, get those stacks really up quite fast. Nicely done from Liquid to set that tempo. What's he going to bring out? I mean, they could just bring out more Mangoes and like Bassi and stuff like that really early now down bottom to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, they're going to have to be really careful here. I mean, Kuro could definitely go down again if he gets too far forward. But of course, playing with Sumail, Lina, one of the most sort of bullying type of heroes that we've seen. But then that also sort of lends itself, if she's right-clicking people, to getting some of those sacks of Soul Assumption up. So a dangerous lane for sure down there for the tree.
Yeah, they're fairly fragile down here. Even though it's a tree who's tanky HP-wise, your armor is low as Sumail, again, getting gone on. Stepped up a bit far.
It's interesting because in a way, kind of both lanes want to cut down the trees, right? You got Bushwhack, and then you've also got Kuro running through them. So that's an interesting dynamic that we don't often see, but both of these heroes capable of getting caught out.
Yeah, they are like 2 armor on Tree, 3 armor on the Lina, and there's a Blightstone that comes into play too. So they look fairly tanky because it's a Tree, 700 HP, but you get a Blightstone hit, you're actually at 0 armor, and they're going to be able to just blast you through it. So
Courier coming on out right now. You see an LSA connection on to Zai. Immediately throws out the Soul Assumption, and you can see there the power that's thrown back their direction. Sumail obviously sitting with the Fairy Fire and a 7 charge on the stick, so he can survive through those, but the whittling is going to continue.
Yeah, the Bassie's delivered now for Zai. I was hoping I'd see him pick this one up, just keeping his mana, keeping the Hoodwink's mana up kind of full, and just bringing out more mangoes, like the likely, so they can keep spamming. So good pressure down bottom. They're slowing down that Lina's farm. Looking at mid, I think this one, unless we see some crazy rotations, this should be Amar favored. Should just be able to free farm and perhaps even bully Nisha in the early start here.
I mean, that being said, we've seen Nisha do some crazy things on this Tusk. I would anticipate the same type of thing. You can see just how strong that Whirling Death is. But we got to watch, because of course, if there are those rotations or if Amar pushes it a bit too far, there's the potential to punish. But so far, so good. 15-3 versus that 15-1 for the Tusk.
I do like this lane setup for them here, and putting Sumail on carry. I feel like always it feels like it's probably going to end up suiting a little bit better because Amar is just Amar likes to play these tempo kind of tempo heroes, while Sumail just plays more of that like carry role. Even when he's playing mid, he's more of that carry role.
Always has been.
Amar feeling very confident, already high-fiving towers and stuff like that. So there's a lane where Nisha obviously doesn't really play for the kill. You just play for the farm.
Well, playing for the kill there. GH actually finishes that dive off, comes back in.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a misclick there, just be a bit careful.
But he will be fine. Seeing the danger that Mikke can play on this versus Kuro going to go down bottom again. And Sumail, he's going to take a lot of damage from the Soul Assumption. Do they have enough for the kill? Doesn't have mana. Oh, he was 35 mana away on Zai.
Yeah, is he going to bring more mango? He's bringing Raindrop. I was wondering if they were just going to bring tons of mangoes down here, but not the case. Either way, they keep killing off Kuro, and Sumail just staying low. They're going to have to bring extra regen for him. They look like they do have a salve, so we'll be able to pass it over. Sumail should be able to top himself off. But this is, rare to see. The Lina lane getting very pressured. Visage farming just fine. And they're not able to pressure Zai too much. There's now another connection. Sumail.
Some damage there onto Boxy, and Boxy, he's going to go down. Went too far forward, gets punished.
Gets caught. Level 2 Leech Seed online. Zai also nuked very early. I think the Soul Assumption stacks weren't even ready. Yeah. And now, perhaps looking for Zai. He's 285 move speed, but can't.
Whoa, just out of that ring of death is Mikke in some trouble. MC, the birthday boy, chasing him down. Does look like he's going to get out of harm's way, though. At least for now, although he has another Breathe Fire. Has to be careful. Mikke, oh god, getting very close there to being brought down.
Only that level 1 Breathe Fire, of course. 1-1-1 skill build for MC. And Mikke has the Ring of Health already finished. But now Glyph coming out. Looks like that was actually for the top lane. Looks like they do want to keep diving up here.
Yeah, trying to make a move on it. Insania is the one that's getting gone on. Gets the stun off. GH there with the damage and the Breathe Fire. Turns, is going to die. So MC gets him, and now
Mikke
getting chased. No more stun for 6 seconds. And in all that time, Ursa didn't really miss out on that many last hits, so able to live through that one, but still a lot of pressure on the Ursa.
Just keeping him low, keeping him a little pressure just so he can't confidently just farm up there. He will drag the wave, and they'll get a little bit of damage on tower with Catapult too. Nicely done so far from Nigma. 2-2 laning phase. Mid lane free farming. Bottom, the stun connects Boxy.
Yeah, in trouble. Sumail's low. Can he actually turn? Oh, the bushwhack! And Zai right there for the finish. Boxy now goes for the scurry away. Kuro can't stay on target. Little squirrel's too fast, and now getting the salve up. Kuro's gone too far. He's going to get chased down. Still needs a bit more mana. 10 away for Zai, and the bushwhack will buy enough time for the double.
I love the skill build from Boxy. See, a lot of times people more often just max bushwhack, but 2 points in Acorn shot. So much physical damage that comes out if he gets good bounces. Love the way that they're playing this bottom lane on this side of Liquid.
Okay, threatening, diving past the tower. The Earthshock doesn't get in range, although maybe going to push him out. I mean, that's still MC completely back off the tier 1 tower.
And look how many creeps there is, too. It's 4 melee creeps, 2 range creeps, even more creeps coming in, too. It's actually like a triple wave under the tower here that they're zoning all of Nigma Galaxy off of.
Yeah, they will finally pull that one through, and it's just a setup for the GH catch as the lift mid-dive. Gets hit.
MC comes back. He's like, I can't lose this wave.
Yeah.
It's too many creeps. He doesn't want to miss out on the XP.
Still a ton of damage. Well, not a ton of damage. A couple hundred damage done onto the tower there. Nisha makes the rotation as a DD bottle, looking for a couple. Does get that punch onto Kuro. A couple more hits is going to bring him down.
Here comes Amar.
Trying to make that move, but misses. A rare miss, and of course, not that much mana. Tries to jump through it, but the bushwhack to force him away and just barely off the mark. Not connecting with that Dragon Slave.
Oh. Misses with the initial chakram. Ends up missing the kill because of that. Nisha dropping low, but goes to jungle, and he'll be able to continue farming. As immediately they send Insania mid, so maximizing at their best, as we've seen Liquid do so often in this DPC. First 8 minutes, 6-2. Looking really, really nice.
And Amar tries to punish there. Can't quite get in range of Nisha, who is just farming. Don't even know who I knew he was over there, but maybe recognizing there was a chance.
Look at this lane start. The Lina tree, it's answered. Look at Visage's net worth right now, 3,400. Zai's already level 6. Sumail's only 5. They actually can't really lane down here at all anymore versus this Boxy and Visage. This Hoodwink and Visage are just way too strong with their levels. They're going to just bully out this Lina completely.
I mean, this is level 6 on Zai, already becomes so strong.
And look at this, Nisha, he's like, I want to keep going. Like, I want to just keep bullying this Lina. She's so fragile right now.
Now there is a ward here, just out of range. Sumail going to get chased out by Boxy with Nisha in the area.
Ooh.
They are going to survive through that one. Does Boxy realize there's a ward in the area? Doesn't look like he has any thing right there. Anyways, no sentries available.
Look at Nisha.
Moves in.
He's just walking up to Sumail. He's pretty
Sumail?
deep, though.
The shards available, but no, with the Mar moving in, they have to get out of there. And do they have an avenue to escape? Mar right on top of Nisha, but shards blocked off and blocked himself. Oh no, Nisha! Oh no, he's in trouble. He's gonna get punished. All right, that was a little rough.
That was a bit of a weird one.
I've never seen that before.
He just trapped himself trying to do something tricky, but okay. Whoops. Amar will take that.
Suddenly, he catapults up to the very, very tippy top.
Yeah, Nisha really trying to play super aggressive down bottom to shut down this Lina, and kind of ganking himself.
Now, the plus side to all of this action down bottom is that Mickey's basically been free to do what he wants on this Ursa, getting chased around a little bit by GH now.
MC gets the whole tower top. That's pretty significant this early on. So, good little net worth injection, even to the Lina who does need it. Bottom, looks like they really want to get Kuroki out of here. They want to try to take this tower and get rid of this pesky living armor.
Amar, he can park himself. Can they chase down Amar?
He stole Chakram.
That's a lot.
That gives them the kill window. If they, I was going to say, it depends on what steal the Insania gets, or if they have level 6 on Boxy for them to actually bully out Amar, and he gets the literal best spell he can get. So keep eyes on this one. That's going to be a painful one. And yeah, he gets the win.
So full vision, and Nigma now playing very dark down bottom. Kuro still trying to hold on to this tower if possible.
Nisha gets caught by the stun. Has a haste, he'll be alright.
Doesn't shard block himself that time. He actually doesn't shard block anybody. And yeah, as you said, the haste and the walk away, keeping creeps nearby him too.
Super aggressive from Nisha. Still continuing to try to bully out down bottom as Mickey shows his face top. They're going to have trouble pushing him away unless they bring a third hero.
And in fact, they have. Amar is here.
Okay.
Gonna have to enrage TP. Does he manage to escape though? Needs to get a little bit of separation from MC. Enrage.
He's in trouble.
Yeah, doesn't decide to go for it since Dragon Tail was nearby. He's gonna go down. Amar finding another kill on the map.
Nice rotation. As soon as they seem like sticking around in lane, they call for one more, and yeah, perfect timing for Amar to show up. With the two of them, with the DK Phoenix, unlikely they get the kill, but yeah, Amar, really good start, and the lane setup is working. Having that Timber mid, level 9, he's always got kill threat on everybody.
I mean, it still is a problem for Nigma, the fact that Sumail has been shut down pretty hard on this Lina, but at least some things feel like they're going a little bit better for him. And you know, Sumail going straight for this Falcon Blade into the Maelstrom afterwards, see if he can play catch up.
Definitely worried for how fragile he is, which I feel like is something we don't really say about the Linas anymore because, of course, the stats, and usually they're playing with Tree, but even though he's playing with Tree, they have a lot of ways to get on him. The Visage Bird sneaking around, a Hoodwink just sneaking around, the Ursa eventually with Blink, and the Tusk, of course, so definitely going to be a hard game for Sumail.
Well, after taking that bottom tier 1 tower, it looks like Liquid coming in mass towards this mid lane, bringing 4 heroes. Mickey, the only one not involved in this, seeing if they can clean up this tower. And with the tree, I mean, this would be a big one to take for them.
Foxy.
As they go in for anything there, looking for the bushwhack. They've been cutting down trees, though, keeping those angles of initiation away from them. And with Amar moving in, maybe now...
Again, he gets the chakram. All right.
Yeah, that's a big get.
Definitely really happy with that. The tower, it is going to get defended, so they're going to be able to living armor it up unless Zai continues pushing down. But Zai is actually making the move bottom. They see this tree, and they actually see the courier as well, too. So, snag. Hero. They're hunting for him. Oh, he's in trouble.
Yeah, this should be an easy one for him. They can keep the bird stuns around. And with Boxy in the area, gonna charge up the ulti, jump on in. Mickey, he'll get the finish.
I like that, giving it to Mickey. He's close to the Battle Fury, so trying to boost up his timing.
Mid lane, Nisha keeps on pulling these waves.
Cool. Can't really hit the tower himself, but he can allow his creeps to by doing this, because he doesn't want to walk up too far and commit. That being said now, Nigma, they do have their Blink Dagger, so my control, now they're going to be able to play a little bit more aggressive on their side to make the first moves rather than always reacting to what Liquid's been doing so far.
Smoke up, maybe anticipating that this move is going to come mid. You've got 3 heroes here already. That Blink is going to very well set up for a fight.
Just got to be careful, because Zai, he's got a mech. So heroes are a lot tankier. MC.
Stunned, but immediately they pop the egg, going to try and force everybody else away. I mean, it looks like that's fine.
What did he end up stunning?
I don't know.
I actually didn't get to see
Was it an illusion, maybe?
Maybe it was. Yeah, I guess it was. Maybe he juked it with the illusion rune, I guess, or something.
Oh, yeah, Nisha, good play.
Or he just sent it. I looked a little bit late. Apologies for that.
Yeah, it was an illusion rune. Oh, my God. All right, well, that's the Blink reveal, and that's the egg. That one hurts.
Yep.
Big
Liquid.
plays from Nisha.
Yeah, Liquid just going to back up, stack some camps up for their Ursa to get that good timing on his Battle Fury. As Enigma, a bit of a wasted timing there for their ults.
Well, like you said, Battle Fury coming out now.
How many stacks do they have? Just 2 stacks, it looks like right now. Hardcamp and Ancients.
I would imagine that starts to get either stacked or cleared on the regular from this point forward. And you can see constantly moving in here. Nisha grabs the wave, pulls it away as Amar's farming up that Hardcamp, farming up the jungle. They're leaving a lot of room here for Liquid to try and pressure that mid tower.
Keeping it close, though. Less than 1K, so I think that Nigma so far is pretty happy. However, they do want to, of course, utilize this Blink and utilize their Timber Saw at the maximum, because Timber, as we know, more of an early game hero. It's even more so lately, especially if he's playing into these counters of super high physical burst, and an Ursa can be problematic for him. So you have to be careful while all this farm kind of happens. Feels like Liquid's very, very happy going into the later stages of this.
Yeah. Well, Guardian Greaves done. Sumail is catching up to the other cores. He's only about 500 gold behind the Tusk now, out of the mid. Getting some decent levels there. Wants to go into the BKB next.
I like how we're seeing the differences in all the players about how they skill as well, too. I mean, it's not maybe the most interesting thing, but so we saw Yuragi, even when he's not playing versus Rubik, he's been going 1-1-4 and just straight stats most games.
Yeah.
Sumail, even now he's playing into Rubik, he actually still has the max stun. So I like how we're just seeing like differences of how players want to be playing around those levels at least.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, maybe this is more of like a catch-up build for Sumail or something, or maybe this is the one that he always goes. Regardless, you can see if they can start catching up on him to jump on in and find MC right in vision, a ton of damage coming out from that Rubik steal, the bushwhack, and well, MC didn't stand a chance.
The dream for Insania in this game really has so many spells that he can get. A fun one also is if he has Shard and he steals DK form, you get Fireball.
Oh, let's go.
So you can actually have 2, very weird, but you have 2 spells when
Yeah.
you're Rubik if you have Shard and you steal DK form. It's because it's tied to the it's tied to your form.
Right.
So we'll see if he does opt to get that Shard really early on. I'd imagine so. It's such a good game for it.
Mar there, takes the DD, gets out, and Liquid still not trying to put any severe pressure onto that mid tower. They've just been farming out the map, trying to get into their set of items, and occasionally finding these pickoffs. Nigma keeping it close. It is going to be a Yule Scepter build for the Timber, so wanting to make sure he doesn't get caught out in a bad way.
Also versus just Ursa, right, in general. Usually you want to see lots of Yule Scepters being queued up versus that hero. So. Let's see what Nigma does. 'Cause I do feel like they want to play a little bit, even though they have this Lina farming and we've seen her dominate, I think they do want to play a bit faster. I think versus this Ursa, since he has such good counter matchups, you want to try to get some type of these early aggressive plays because you have, yeah, like we said, you have the Timber, so.
Right.
Insania.
Drops down a ward from far away, but MC will be there for the stun and blow up for the kill. Now, this would be big if they tried to go Roche. There's no way they're doing that right now. It's just
That seems a bit risky. But maybe it is something they want to try, because kicking pace up is what they definitely want to be doing here in these next few minutes. But yeah, a bit scary. They have a lot of spam that's coming out on side of Liquid.
again, after Insania goes down, the rest of Liquid split up. They farm. Zai, he's queuing up the pipe next after going for this Veil. So a little bit of a different build than we've seen on a couple of these offlaners here, but
cool.
A lot of magic damage.
Yeah, I've always been a Veil fan. I mean, this item is definitely under-purchased still. Of course, like so many heroes just benefit a crazy amount from it, so cool. I like to see it. Really good versus these, like, you know, Timbers and stuff who are just Timbers and DKs who are super tanky, but then this item makes them look that much squishier. There's Ruin bottom. Amar steps up.
Oh, does he manage to get out of there? No, they have the lift. Chakram turn back against him. Do they have enough damage to kill him off? Yes, they do.
A huge kill. That might unlock the potential for mid tower.
And I mean, depending on what they want to do, they can even think about Roche or something. If they can start moving in one after the other, Boxy finds him, gets the slow. Nisha on top, Snowball to follow. Walrus punch. Nisha, is he going to go down? They drop down the Laguna Blade. So they find a punish as Liquid went a bit too far. That's going to go for the reset now.
Good positioning there from Sumail. Does he get the last hit too? Okay, GH ends up getting it. Not the most fortunate, but either way, good positioning. And they keep their tower. Liquid gets a little too overzealous, diving for the support.
Dude, they are going mass Eul Scepter though.
Yeah.
They're going for one also on GH here. Curious if they pick one up. Probably not on the lean, I would imagine. But
No.
for the tree.
Yeah, maybe eventually. He definitely wants his blink first so he can actually get into the fights and stop some stuff. Also, Insania did steal level 2 Chakram now too, so a lot more damage going to be coming out from him.
He's gotten that so many times.
Yeah. He's got, I mean, just there's anything he steals pretty much in this game from anybody is really good.
Well, 19 minutes, a bit of a slow one, but you can see that it's sort of waiting for their timings. And for Nigma, it feels like that timing is going to be this Sanjin Kaya, the BKB for the Lina, maybe for DK also his BKB. They're going to have two of them simultaneously.
And they might hit some really good timings all at the same time here. Liquid, now they're the ones trying to put a little more aggression on. Have to also be a little cautious because they are playing versus the Tree Phoenix combo that we used to see a lot. They have a bunch of different ways to play around it, be it with the Greaves or the saves from Insania, but either way, be slightly cautious.
This Fire Spirit's very annoying for them. Does connect onto these birds, forcing them a bit back. There's a DD down bottom.
Oh, that's a big one.
What are they going to do with this?
Mickey has his BKB too, so now perhaps they get aggressive.
Oh, again. Scan connects. They've got damage onto Amar. Is it going to be enough Eul Scepter to try and get out of there? But he just walks into the Chakram. The lift, able to connect. Amar's still in position. And that Soul Assumption, it's not quite going to be enough to bring them down.
Oh, that was so scary. This Eul's has saved him now, I think 2 times. Mid tower, Mickey. Let's go in.
Looking for an opening. The big damage coming out, but the Snowball save there for the turn. Ursa is already dead. Now the Greaves try to back out with everybody else, but Nigma, they're on the hunt. Sumail, he's already popped the BKB. Going to chase for more. It doesn't look like they're going to find anybody else, though.
Great chain stun.
Okay, there it is, a kill on the Boxy.
Nigma, they get a beautiful chain stun combo as, MC steps up a bit far.
Ooh, a Chakram.
Yeah, they get Mickey. There's the attempt at the Snowball save, but as soon as he comes out, I think he just gets nuked from Sumail. Really nicely done by Nigma.
Yeah, and I don't know if Greaves weren't up or what exactly happened, but it looked like they came a bit late. So, punish is there, and Nigma suddenly, with getting that fight win, in a pretty good position here.
Yep. That was their ults, of course, used. It was the DK form, the Tree ult, and the Phoenix ult. So Liquid, as we've said before, their lineup isn't really about cooldowns. Let's see if they can punish. But did they lose the birds too? I think they did. Yeah, Zai lost his birds as well. So probably can't actually go aggressive and punish the timing. So Nigma, really good start.
Was that a resummon also? So Zai doesn't have birds for 60 seconds. And I mean, you can take a look. before the game, those esportsbet.io, the odds were significantly more into the favor of Liquid. Now looking closer to even, sort of indicative of how well this game has gone for them.
Yeah, they've completely adjusted and fixed that early game where Sumail was getting pressured, no longer getting pressured. And the big thing, too, is this mid tower, right? We've seen Liquid now for 20 minutes kind of try to get these type of kills and turn it into a tower push. This tower's getting full healed by Kuroki. It's at 1,300 HP out of 1,800 already.
An impressive showing from Nigma now. What else can they do? Are they going to try and keep this tempo going? Do they feel comfortable slowing it down a little bit? I mean, you've got some Yule Scepters for Ursa. There's sort of ways to deal with the Visage Birds. I feel like things aren't looking terrible for them.
No, definitely. I mean, they have the Lina carry, right? So
yeah.
It's just all about if they can get on top of her, and so far they've done a good job of protecting Sumail after the start. And now I think these are the BKBs now done on both. Sumail had it last fight, now MC also, and now all their ults are back up. So yeah, they're looking to get aggressive. See who they find. This could be a pretty difficult fight here for Liquid upcoming.
Boxy, he's the one that's up front and center. Nisha kind of hiding behind the tier 2 tower. Are they going to find anybody, though?
I just noticed GH is level 13, though. So it's very high level on this Phoenix, too.
GH has had a really good game so far.
That's the Roche now. They're going to be able to bring it down very fast. Liquid, they're smoking. They seem to know. No BKB on Nisha yet, though, so he's pretty fragile if he does try to initiate.
Yeah, do they have a way to make this work? The Birds, they move on in.
Big
they
stun.
find the Bushwhack stun onto 2, but the rest of them coming down. Kuro, he doesn't have a save now, but Sumail gets the Aegis, and the rest of Nigma trying to escape. They catch onto MC, have a snowball if they want to really commit. But with that blink away, it was never going to be enough. So, nice play by Nigma. Get that Aegis on Sumail, and now they're set to go.
Yep. Good little retreat there. Don't force the issue. They don't try to make some fight happen when they don't have their tree. Nisha, reluctant to snowball in this time because 2 times he's jumped in and died. Doesn't have the BKB done, so can't actually go to catch anybody after that Roche dies. Mid. Can't find Zai.
Zai's playing it safe there. Does have a little bit longer until have a resummon too, so 30 seconds from that double rounds of Birds. But
nice Yules.
LSA, it's the easy setup. Connection onto Boxy.
Yeah, who needs a Lina Yules when you have your Phoenix diving and Yules people for the setup? Really nicely done.
MC jumps forward, finds Zai. The Bird stuns are going to be there to interrupt. Nisha right on top of him, tries to back out. LSA connection, and now they're ready to fight. LSA comes out from the Rubik, the stuns on top of Sumail. He gets Bushwhack again, but that egg up on the high ground, trying to keep Sumail alive. He gets the BKB off. Can they chase for any more? Looks for that boomerang connection. Sumail goes down once. Can they get him out of here again? MC thinks about it, jumps in, gets the Blink Dagger broken, and now they leave Sumail alone. But we're instead onto MC, but there's a really big pop of the ulti. The turn now, Sumail. He gets under control, Insania right on top of him. The Birds come out. Zai is there for the damage. Stun onto everybody, but Zai's starting to drop. Another LSA comes out from Insania. Connection from Boxy. These supports doing so much in these fights. Supports combo with the Birds, and the connection is there. Another stun onto MC. Do the 2 supports have the damage to bring down the core? The answer is yes. What a fight from Insania.
The stolen max light strike away. This is why that's why Yuragi doesn't level it, right? He doesn't want to give it to these Rubiks. Insania gets what? I think it was 4 or 5 off.
Oh my god.
Oh, sorry. 7 light strike arrays off in the fight. Look at his damage.
Oh, you don't get to see it there on the replay, but yeah, 4,200 damage, 7 light strike arrays, 5 fade bolts used in that fight. Insane.
Yes, crazy play. Great buyback really from Boxy to kind of turn it around. There was a little bit of anti-synergy there with the light strike arrays on this Bushwhack a couple times, but it did the damage either way. They got the control. Really nicely done.
What a turnaround that one was. Yeah, steals that, and then everything just goes to hell for Nigma. Liquid, get that turnaround. I mean, again, you look at this fight, there's so many ways that it should be going good for them. That egg up on the high ground, Sumail living through the initial blast, but they kind of just outlasted them.
Yeah, I don't think they expected the 2 supports to really do that much damage, but it's also Zai, right? The combination of the Birds, these chain stuns coming out, but whew. It looked like it was going Nigma's favor pretty nicely when they get that connection with the root onto both, but yeah, look at these stuns. Stuns plus Birds, Sumail just dies.
I think we're seeing why Rubik is getting first phase so many times right there. Is, yeah, I mean, you know, you don't get the Bushwhack damage, but you get the LSA onto both of them. Yep. Extended fights, making it happen. Very impressive stuff coming out from Liquid. So how much does this change the current state of the game? Because it felt like that Aegis was meant to be a point. As you can see how happy Mickey is.
I mean, it's just a really even game still. I think it's a lot up to how these initiations and team fights will go down. Now they do have Nisha with the BKB. I think he did show it in the last fight too. So Liquid maybe starting to get some slight momentum their way, but it's still a very close game.
You can see there 60-40 could be any which way here. But next couple of minutes are going to determine it, and maybe this fight right here, MC looking for an opening. They have great vision in the area on Liquid, but they spot one, can't get the stun away. Nikkei right on top of him. They caught Sumail dead in a second. MC soon to follow. Evacuate because there is nothing left to do here. Nigma have to run away.
I got the split second of vision, gets the blink off as the Dragon Tail's midair. That's Nigma with full vision of the fight. Liquid turns it completely with those stun connections. Now they're starting to find their groove. Man. Holy moly, these bushwhacks.
They've been really good. Foxy's been, as we've said multiple times this tour, looking amazing.
Yeah. Carrying the Grove Bow for his team too. He's the best one to hold it, so his damage, it's not negligent by any means. The Acorn shot's going to spread that Grove Bow to everybody for his Visage and Rubik to pop off, as we've seen Insania do several times now.
Yeah, paired together with the Veil, it's perfect.
Yeah, so much amp damage.
Wow. Kuro, whoop, almost caught him there. He gets the blink away.
Yeah, even the Boomerang too, right? So Veil, Boomerang, plus Grove Bow, tons of enhanced damage to go to kill these tankier fours.
Probably a big part of the reason why Insania was able to do so much damage in that fight.
Yep.
But a 5,000 gold lead now. It's a tough game for MC in a lot of ways because he has to find the Tusk because otherwise there's a snowball save.
Yeah. And there's just even other saves too, right? There's the Rubik lift. We haven't even seen Insania have to use it, but a lot of different ways. As Liquid, after that play, have really swung everything into their favor, getting close to Nisha, having Deso after BKB, picking up a lot of few items here.
Yeah, that's
a lot of few. What the hell did I just say? A lot of items here.
A lot of very important items. They're
you.
few, but they're strong.
Thank you. A lot. You know, I meant a few items. Whatever. My English broke a little bit.
That's fine. That's why we're here.
Yeah. Mika gets Mindbreaker. Broken item. Gonna call that one too. Hate playing versus Mindbreaker. I know any supports out there that are with me. You get hit once and then you're just dead because then he bashes you and then Mindbreaker's back up. So. Big neutral items being found.
You sound like a hurt man a little bit there. I'm gonna be honest with you, man.
One too many times, you know, one too many times.
Yeah. 29 minutes in, they're taking this bottom tier 2 tower, and see Nigma making that counterplay up top. But it is rough right now to try and, you know, fight into this lineup with so much amp damage, so much control. And in fact, they're gonna TP up here. Tree immediately spots it. Oh, Boxy looking, hunting. They walk into vision though. MC able to find him. The lift back. Dude, so many different saves like you're talking about. They haven't even needed it yet from Insania, but now they got it. What are Nigma going to do next?
Got to be careful of this positioning here. Don't want to overextend by any means into this area. Nisha, Deso is about to come out on Courier. He's got Arcane Rune.
They scan. They know that the rest of Nigma is not up on this high ground. Nisha going for the wrap. Do they realize that there's so much vision here, though? If they take a fight in a bad way, Liquid could be walking into a huge trap. Nigma laying in wait.
This is, I mean, they're getting fully surrounded here.
And you look, Amar, he's the first one forward. Birds go out. He gives it away again. They catch sight, but they're able to break it. Snowball immediately afterwards. Mickey, he's gone. Amar is out of there. Sumail has to escape. But Mickey trying to chase him down. Now Zai keeping on the other side. Brings him down low, and Nisha there to finish him off. All eyes on the egg, the overgrowth. It's not going to stop it. They are all going to die. Liquid came to play.
They're just so good at fighting this team. Every single time we've watched Liquid, sure they're playing under some vision, they get a smoke, they get a beautiful grab, and yeah, I think that's even a stolen overgrowth at the end there from Insania. They just get the perfect targets. They remove the Timber before he does anything. Look at the damage done from Timber. Amar just disintegrates.
68 is rough.
And, you know, this is one of the things about this hero is when you're playing in lane, you're constantly playing around max stacks of reactive armor, right? Up there, you have no reactive stacks. Even the physical damage is overwhelming, but they just have everybody that does a ton of damage. Pure damage, magical damage, all amped up from the Veil, the Boomerang, etc. He's gone.
And you think again about those saves, right? You have the hard saves coming out from Liquid, the lift, the snowball. Here, it's like Phoenix, you know, Sunray and the tree armor. It's just not going to be enough to sort of stop that huge burst of damage coming out from Liquid. A really solid draft from Liquid, and for Nigma, needing to come up with new answers here as they lose another Tier 2 tower, all of them gone. They're going to start getting closed out in their base. And also they're pinging where the ward was.
Yeah, they know already. Gem, I believe, is now on Poxy, so they're going to check it out. Oh, it's 2 seconds. Money.
Gets it right at the end there.
Beautiful. And we did see a little anti-synergy again there. The Yule Scepter was thrown onto Mickey while the root came out, so when he landed, he just clicks Enrage and he gets a focus the end there too. So Insania has a full Aghanims now. Okay. I mean, he's having, I think this is the best performance we've seen. His Rubik has always shined, even before this hero was played so often from the 5 role. His Rubik's been amazing. He's ahead of MC on net worth.
That's crazy. And he also has Overgrowth still stolen, so they're ready to go for this next fight. I feel like Nigma are just not going to be prepped and ready for this. And seeing Roche respawn right away because of the birds there, could this be a moment where maybe Nigma can go in and take a good fight?
It's so hard versus the Overgrowth. It's a 5-second route. Sure, it says 4 seconds, but of course everyone knows it's buffed. Of course, that 20% from the Rubik. So if they walk in, if they pop their BKBs early, they're just grabbed in place. There's not a positioning item on Insane. Oh, actually, no, there's a force step, so he can actually force and get the root up. And now they'll also get a Roche.
There too quickly, and a bit too late on that movement in, and immediately just have to retreat back to base.
Things just accelerate so fast. Liquid, they know exactly how to play around their timings, and now game, it's feeling quite difficult for Enigma to even get outside, look for any type of fight with their Timber. Their Timber and DK just feel so squishy. Their frontliners can't actually do the job of being able to try to protect Sumail anymore.
Gold and
I mean, again, you sort of look at this DK build here, and you know it's already a rough game to play into it. But then on top of that, have to go for this BKB, so we can't go for the shard first to try and farm up. Like everything kind of compounding upon itself. And so freaking farmed on that Rubik, and of course the big one is Mickey, who's at 23,000 net worth now at 33 minutes in.
Yeah, they have the heroes that just shred at tanky heroes, make them move not tanky, and itemizing, of course, to make them even squishier too with grove bows and whatnot, boomerangs and stuff. So
Phoenix has actually done the most damage right now.
Yep. He's had good positioning. Honestly, even the last egg was forced because they just got completely surrounded on. But you know that fight even in the jungle when they had Aegis, he had good positioning with Sunray and Egg.
Get a refresher next. But Nigma do get out on the map a little bit here. They're able to push out the top side. They're going to be forced back home, though.
It's an AC on Zai.
Yeah, are going to just rip through this tower here. Amar needing to get stacks before this fight. Doesn't have any to start it. And Mickey gets lifted, gets pulled away. Nisha jumps in. Snowball connection. Forces out that BKB. And Sumail going to just have to play really far back now after using that BKB.
He was thinking about it on Kuro, like the blink and the root, but the problem is Insania is going to be there to steal that root and then lift the target that gets rooted and throw him out too. So yeah, said Liquid just always covering their bases, even if they do commit a little bit too far.
In a way, it feels like the only way he can use it now is like to cover the egg. Almost. Like it kind of has to be the only way. And it is a level 3 egg. You know, Supernova do a ton of damage in these fights. But GH obviously needing the heroes around him to help, and of course it's going to need to be a perfect fight outside of that for it to work.
Yeah, not easy for them. And yeah, just trapped in the base. We've seen Liquid do this to so many teams before. Just win 1 or 2 big fights and then the game just feels impossible for the opposing side as Amar shows his face bottom for a second. His TP is still on cooldown.
Ooh, Timber Chain.
They're on the hunt. Nisha, he wants him.
Can they find him? I mean, they're checking over in this area. Oh no, they're not going to go for it. He also gets out of harm's way.
But getting no farm. Sumail, he's not able to hit a single creep.
Yeah, this is going to accelerate that lead even that much further. Do you have the Blink Dagger done now in the Timber Saw?
Oh, God. Damage.
Jeez.
And
heal. Okay. The Sunray, the Supernova up on the high ground, in fact. That was perfect.
All right.
They have to buy back on the tree. But getting one kill there, pretty big. Now MC, though, he might be a bit too far out. Forces out that BKB and just getting ripped to shreds by the Bear Man. They find themselves another kill.
And they give Chakram too. Yeah, and a living armor. I mean, every little thing does matter. Insania always there to get these steals. But a good bait. At least Kuro does bait them out of position there, and I think they recovered their gem as well. We'll slow down Liquid a little bit, but not really get them much gain.
Right.
Careful.
Look at Boxy. Oh, he tried to go for the blink shenanigans, and he gets punished super hard. Oh, Amar gets the Yule Scepter. The Overgrowth is there, tries to escape, but it's not going to happen. Now running right onto Sumail with the BKB. He wears off, gets the Yule Scepter, but the pushback Boxy went for the headband play. He's feeling himself. What the hell?
And then he roots some creeps. Okay, well. Tried to do some fancy stuff there, Liquid. Won't be able to get it quite connecting, but all right, look cute. And they got them all. Right, they got the big target they wanted. Forced BKBs, I believe, as well, too, so
I don't consider
they're happy.
The best player.
That's crazy.
And Mika, he's playing kind of by himself in this area with his newly purchased Swift Blink. Who's going to walk up and die?
He like almost blinked into Fountain to psychic headband him back out.
I love these type of plays. I mean, we've seen it. We've seen Boxy just continuing to impress every single game with these little fancy plays as well too. This one no different, although it doesn't work.
Right.
Still fancy.
Gotta love the fancy.
That's all I look for half these games. I'm like, oh, what's this fun thing? Ooh, what's this fun thing?
Well, of course, you look at like the sort of net worth disparity, and the big difference there is just going to be that Ursa can be slowed down by the Yule Scepters, but you can see the sort of saving grace it feels like for Nigma is going to have to be this Phoenix play, getting off good eggs, setting up for a solid team fight. He almost has Refresher now. So there is a way for them to kind of take these engagements if they can keep that Ursa under control. But it feels like Liquid right now, based upon their positioning, they're not even super interested in taking a fight till that next Roche. They can just keep them stuck in their base.
And they're scaling that much harder. They're like, sure, there's a Phoenix that might be annoying with his egg and stuff like that, but we have an Ursa farming, a Visage farming, a Tusk farming, a Rubik super farming as well too. So I think they're happy. The later and later it goes, I think they're perfectly fine with playing versus this single core Lina. GH Refresher, see what he can find with this. Maybe 2 eggs on high ground with Alina hitting from the back. Could be some small chances, but they are very small.
Yeah, I mean, that feels like you're sort of playing on a wing and a prayer there. There is also going to be that level 20 talent for him. He's getting closer and closer. It just definitely feels like, the ability for them to take fights, it's so much more difficult because of all those saves that you have on Liquid, because of, the lead that obviously they've built up as well. And now ready to go for another run at this tower.
And the Insania factor too. He's level 18 on this Rubik. Still has Overgrowth stolen. Still has Chakram stolen. 2 of the best spells it feels like he can get. And he has a Timeless Relic. So yeah, this Root gonna last like 6 seconds. And he's also gonna deal crazy damage.
Oh, Boxy, the jump in there, finds it. The stun, the control right onto him, but Sumail gets away. Nisha's in pretty far. The lift to try and keep him alive.
The Root hits nothing.
And they have the Supernova up on the high ground. It's not going to be good enough for Nigma.
This shard is so good on Rubik. We've seen it in so many regions now. An overcommitment doesn't matter. They get the save, Overgrowth misses, and an egg is down too. And he's not even level 20 yet on Rubik either, so he can actually get the further telekinesis distance soon too.
They do manage to kill off those birds.
But Amar, he's so far in! What?
I don't know. That was interesting.
Way too deep.
Well, 25,000 gold lead. Maybe going to get brought even higher if Amar has to buy back here. But this looks to be a set of racks claimed for Liquid. Zai sitting pretty with his birds up on the high ground. And, of course, Liquid not a great team at pushing these towers with the exception of the Visage. But if you kill all the heroes, that might be good enough. The big jump in. MC pops the BKB. Wait, they're in pretty far. Now Insania, Overgrowth connects onto 4, but the chase down, if they can kill this Rubik off, they might be able to get a couple more on the retreat. Mickey trying to get out of there, Boxy with the slow, but it looks like Liquid should be able to escape with the rest. Boxy doesn't have his blink back up yet, Bushwhack, not going to be able to connect.
This is a big kill.
Trying to get out of here.
He has a gem.
Oh, gets down to the low ground, but now blocked in by the trees, and Amar able to find the kill. And look at that, Roche respawning. Maybe a dream here for Nigma.
Big plays there coming out from them. Great stuns on top of Nisha. They catch him right out of the snowball. Doesn't have BKB ready. They get that lockdown. Even though it's a 4-man overgrowth, they can't actually make anything of it there. Liquid making some mistakes. And yeah, looks like they... that's a lucky timing there for that Roche respawn.
That was a quick one, yeah.
They walk in, they'll see it, and they're going to be able to probably get it.
This is huge. I mean, this is Aghanims too. It's one of the best ones that you can get. I'm not sure who wants to get it. I mean, if you're playing like a super late game, I feel like Tree Ags can be good, but maybe you just want the damage from Amar?
I think probably for Amar.
Yeah, it looks like that's the route they're going to go. So his damage potential has increased a lot. And when these BKBs are wearing down, maybe there's something that could be done there. But it doesn't feel like it solves the problem of if Amar just gets bursted.
Yeah, still does not. They need some other type of ways to protect him. They do have levels now, though. You did, as you were saying before, Phoenix has hit 20, so we do see that max health Sunray damage and stuff like that. So can push them away, keep healing him up also. So that's pretty decent. Liquid still in a very comfortable spot. Just have to be careful how they keep pushing versus these high grounds. The high ground defense for Nigma is still quite scary.
Yeah, and the pushing power for Liquid is not that great. It's basically Zai. Like, you don't want to stick your Ursa up on high ground. You have to find those kills and turn them into objectives afterwards.
Yeah, we have seen before, like when this talent was really busted on Visage, the armor corruption to the Visage and Familiars. It's gotten nerfed, of course, but he went for soul assumption damage, so he just went for team fight instead on Zai. Yeah, a little bit less power push than sometimes usual from this Visage. Big swing of gold, but Liquid's still confident to fight, especially outside the base. They're still unbelievably strong if they're not inside of a high ground.
Now a smoke up, and Liquid heading into this area. If they keep chasing right now, they would be under vision, but GH, a good one to catch right at the start. The snowball right on top wants to get out of the base. Can they bring him down? God. Yes, a one-shot there from Nisha. Now MC controlled, and with both of those heroes dead, Nigma, you gotta be careful. Try and get out of there with the rest. The Timber Chain, the chase, it's coming out, but Sumail, LSA, the snowball, it's gonna get him in right on top of Amar. Amar trying to get away, but it's not gonna happen. And
he has no
Sumail, he just doesn't have the damage. The rest of the heroes do have buyback, though, and the buybacks are going to come out fast and furious. Leech Seed's stolen, control now onto Sumail, and with them there, right on top, that's going to be a kill for the Lina.
Outside the base, they're so much weaker. They just can get surrounded by Liquid that much easier. Phoenix now GH.
Chasing MC, he gets caught, the stun is there. Do they have the damage that they need? Yes, they do. Liquid, after a quick flub going high ground, they managed to close this one out and immediately going for the tier 4 towers.
They look like they should be able to close it. The Black Dragon from Insania doing that much more. Sumail Kuro, they'll buy back, but it's just them versus the world.
Oh, and the jump in, this would be the end of it. The lift to pull him back in with the bushwhack. Liquid are going to take this game number 1 in pretty dominant fashion. A couple of flubs here and there, but overall, an impressive showing.
Yeah, we had that interview, I believe, from Insania. You know, he said, this is a new team. We're not going to be trying to throw high ground pushes. We'll do it once in a game, but not twice. So, not twice. Yeah, really well played. I think they honestly played this game like super patient. Nigma had some good chances in this one, I do believe, like with this early game, but you could feel that they're on a timer when they're playing versus this huge tri-scaling core. They're playing with a Timber that can just get exploded because of the way Liquid itemized, so should probably give Liquid even more credit for that one. But yeah, decent shown from Nigma, but just Liquid, they're team fighting masters.
It's true, and I think that, you know, you talked about, I think the panel was talking about this for this team and also into the Breach. They've been able to put on good showings. There have been games that sometimes look closer. There's been moments where they can make it work, but it's like closing those ones out hasn't really been there. And, you know, with this format now, best of threes, even one game win in a series isn't good enough. You have to close it out. So a really impressive showing from Liquid. They continue their streak through that. Nigma, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit and try and figure out what sort of the new route is that they need to go forward. I did like the switch up in the lanes a little bit, though. Didn't that feel pretty good for you?
I think in this type of, like, I think Amar playing these, like, tempo heroes is just, at least for me, it feels a little better with Sumail trying to play the carry, but it was kind of catch up a lot of this game, right? Sumail's like, I need to catch up. Lane was rough. Liquid, they were kind of playing, like, this really smart game where they're like, let's not overforce the issue, keep this Ursa getting super scaling, and Insania honestly having an absolute balling game, so that makes a pretty big difference too.
Totally. Well, a balling game, that's what we're going to end it off with as we head on back to the panel, and then we'll let them talk about it before we get into game number 2.
Normally after a game with Lena, we kind of wonder why it gets let through, but when it comes to Liquid, it's more, why do you let Rubik through? And the performance was the same yet again. Insania having a phenomenal showing with that Rubik.
Like, this game was completely, well, it wasn't only decided by the two supports, but it's one of those games in which supports really do shine. Yeah. Like, the two of them, what they did from the beginning in the laning stage until the end was just so enjoyable to watch. That Rubik plus Hoodwink play in the river as well, the team fight, mwah, perfect.
Yeah.
The way like they played fights too, we'll probably see it on one of the later highlights. But it's just really nice to see when teams really understand, like we can see it here, how they all play on high range. No one is basically initiating until they know that once they go in, they can snap a hero like out of the game. That's like the highest level of team fighting you can ever achieve as a team. And Liquid kind of showcased that, but yeah. I think this was I'd like to call this the overthrow Rubik experience. I've said it once before with Tofu, I'll say it here again with Insania. Like this was a terrific performance by him, and yeah, Liquid just kind of proving why they're the best team in this region right now.
There was some amount of hope for us with Nigma Galaxy changing up those lanes. We're like, okay, this is something new, this is something different from what they've normally done before. Maybe they can catch Liquid off guard, but it still just didn't really come to fruition, Sind.
Yeah, I think Nigma did a lot of things right this game. I want to also focus on that because this was one of the hardest games Liquid have had to play. Yes, they do get the win, but it was a little bit of a struggle for once. I think this is the longest game they've played, or it's tied with their game against Tundra that they won at 44 minutes. So things that Nigma did right this game, I think I like their draft a lot. I think the top lane went very well with the Phoenix and Dragon Knight. The bottom lane was a challenge, but Amar, when obviously Timber against Tusk mid is a good matchup for Timber, so he knows how to handle that just fine. With that said, though, I do think there was a little bit to be desired from the itemization of Nigma. I would have really liked the Timber Saw to get a hood this game. We talked about it on the panel. I feel like Amar just got blown up when he got jumped. He's playing without saves and his team accepts Sunray. Sunray takes time to build up. You don't snap heal someone 1000 when they get jumped and blown apart. And Liquid identified that by buying Veil on the Visage and by having the Hoodwink Boomerang, so they have so much spell amp for their Rubik and themselves. And Amar just, when he's playing mid Timbersaw, this is about as bad as it can go, actually. He usually has really good games and kind of takes over the map. I think he shot himself in the foot this time a little bit.
Yeah, very interesting from Zai to actually adjust to the game and buy that Veil. I didn't see it on Visage for quite some time. There was a patch in which Visages were spamming that Veil on the offlane when the item was really good too. But yeah, he just identified that it's right for this situation.
Yeah, especially because those early team fights, it felt like Nigma Galaxy was able to drag them out and turn it in their favor. They were able to sustain their way through. But yeah, Liquid at the end of the day being able to adjust within the game, knowing what they needed. MVP, a standout.
Insania?
Yes, it's probably Insania.
Yeah,
Insania.
yeah.
I feel like I say this after every game. I'm like, I really like Boxy. It's like, I feel like I come back to like
it's becoming so consistent for Boxy.
It could be Boxy as well.
Keep giving him MVP.
But my two candidates, I think, would be Insania or Zai, actually. I think he had very good bird stuns. I think his itemization is good. That's like another trait you see from like the best teams is when players don't itemize because of the hero they play, but rather the situation they're given. So him like changing it up, going Veil, and then Auras is very good. But yeah, Insania Rubik, that's a good one.
Yeah, it's fair.
This man had a Rubik profile picture for quite some time.
Did he actually?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
I have a fun fact, actually.
I would love to hear it.
We swapped to Dota nearly at the same time. Whenever he didn't get the
When
heroes,
was that?
Like 2015 or 2016.
Okay.
When he didn't get the heroes he wanted, or if he wanted to practice Dota a lot, he would just pick Rubik, because you get to steal all the spells and learn how much damage they deal, how much cooldown they have.
Didn't he just play Bounty Hunter, run around and narrate everything that he's doing? Do you remember that? Did you get him in your pubs?
No.
Oh, I mean, I muted him after 2 days, literally.
What?
You don't remember that?
This escalated quickly.
No, he was.
Well, for one fun fact to just.
He was literally playing Bounty Hunter in all my pubs, and he would be narrating everything that he's doing. Like, I'm moving here, I'm shuriken tossing this guy, I'm adding.
And look where he
shadow
is,
walking.
Lizard, and look where you are.
Oh, of course.
Should have done that.
Yeah, you should have narrated your bounty on a game.
Shouldn't have muted him. Yeah.
Shouldn't have muted him. Anything else stand out for Liquid, or is this one of those things that if we had have given a different opponent same drafts from Nigma Galaxy, they probably actually could have won it?
Once again, I don't necessarily think that. I guess in terms of execution, Nigma were not like on top of their game, but I also didn't think it was bad. Like I don't think this was a weak game from them. If you put them in the mid-game position, if you take a team like Tundra and throw them into this game in some imaginary world 30 minutes in, I don't know if they handle this game, because I do think it's very delicate. And again, a lot about, for me at least, what Nigma could have done better was itemization and 2 crucial moments where they blink into stun with Dragon Knight and they're too slow. Like, I think he blinked and the target fogged, and then he gets lifted and killed, and then the play is over. There's a lot in this game that rides on being like really crisp when you go in with these Dragon Knight lineups. The problem is there's a Snowball and a Rubik telekinesis with Shard. So, yeah, from the big picture, I don't know if this was like reliably winnable for any other team in that position, but maybe other teams could have. I mean, I'm still overall satisfied with Nigma. I feel like they showed up, but they can do better.
Yeah, they definitely can, and they have the space for that in game number 2, which will be happening after this break.
Nice. I'm starting after.
Yield. Yeah, I was on in 2 seconds. You have a lift? Yeah. Keep him in place.
My supports. I'll have a burst on this too. You can
I'm chilling. Timber will come.
You got shots.
It
was good fight. No, you
Liquid versus Nigma Galaxy. It's our second series of the day and game number 2 as well. I have to ask the question to the 3 of my lovely panelists. If you can't win with a hero that is above 82% win rate in this region and 56% win rate across all DPC regions, what do you do?
You pick Huskar.
Okay.
That works.
First base Huskar.
How about giving up?
I do think
this is why you're still a pro player, Kazu. Yeah, that's why.
I just give up.
I think it's a valid concern because I don't think I think it's unlikely that Nigma get a better draft against the opponent than what they just had, because I really liked what they had, and I think they had good conditions, but they got outplayed. So that's the problem in this matchup against Liquid. You need to do well in lanes, then you need to have a good draft, and on top of that, you need to be able to out-execute them in the mid-game, because so far, no team has really built an advantage, right? So if Liquid can consistently not fall behind in any of their games, then eventually you will get to this moment where both teams have farmed, both teams have the items that they like and the strategy that they like. Can you play better?
There is one thing. So I think that their draft was good for them. But I do think when you play one of the best teams, I really dislike lineups where you have only one hero that can go in. I think Lina and Timber kind of rely on the same thing. They need others to make space for them, that they can deal their damage, because that is basically all that they do. And when MC is the only initiator with DK, I think it's very easy for Liquid to play around that.
They dodged way too many times.
Yeah.
There was this 3 and plus Phoenix combo as well, but Liquid just found the right ways of dodging it. Like, how many eggs connected?
None. Or like 1 or 2.
Yeah, that's actually a really good question.
So
I didn't think about that.
3 plus Overgrowth plus Phoenix Egg, and you're still not having a single good fight.
Yeah.
So do you think it comes back to an extent that Timbersaw could have maybe played more aggressive? Because from my perspective, the problem for Amar in that game is that he actually can't go in because he just dies.
He dies, yeah.
But was there a way to itemize that game so you don't die? So that you can go in, get vision, start the fight, and give Dragonite a good jump?
Yeah.
But was there an item build that could have done that?
I think maybe it's not about him. I think maybe it's about GH. Like, if you look at his item build, he went Yule's Refresher. And if that Yule's was a Lotus or something different, something that actually helps the...
So they could put on Timber?
That he can save Timber with.
There's a lot of different things that could have changed for game 1, and hopefully they're looking for that in game number 2. But this draft, we know that Liquid have second pick again. Bans coming out from Enigma Galaxy are going to be the same, the Brood and the Nature's Prophet, but do you think that they're going to open with something else now?
I feel like...
Do they dare first picking Rubik and leaving Lina?
Yeah, steal it.
Exactly.
Can Enigma Galaxy
Team Liquid will not ban it, right? Like, they just showed that they can win against it. Why ban Lina? Just let it go through. Or maybe they will play something different.
So something that I would like to see in general is when your first pick, if Lina and Rubik are in, I would like to see a team first pick Rubik, let the other team do Lina +1, and then counterpick the Lina on the spot, and then ban the counters to that hero that you're getting. So you either get the Spectre first phase, or you get Sniper first phase, or you get whatever it takes to counter it. But it's gonna
I was going to say, there's nothing even to it. It's the exact same. I guess the change-up's going to be whether they go the tree or not.
I actually like this a lot. I like this a lot.
He was so targeted in the second phase bans.
So basically, everything that we were talking about kind of gets covered by this pick. Like, you don't have Amar playing Timber anymore. You have him on a hero that can protect the Lina and can actually go in and control the team fight. So, pretty solid pickup. And this Mars was banned out. What did they ban out in the last game? Viper, Mars, and Beastmaster.
Huskar.
They targeted him literally with 4 bans. So picking his hero early definitely makes sense.
This also doesn't have to be Amar.
Yeah.
It can still be a mind control Mars if they want to go that route, if there's another amazing Amar hero. And it does put Liquid in a more awkward predicament in terms of bans, because now they don't know who this hero is played by, and they don't know what lane to target specifically because of that. So I think this is kind of cool adjustment from Nigma for this game. At the same time, though, is this a little bit exploitable because you show 2 cores?
I think because of how stupid this Lina hero is, I think backing it up properly and making it easier for you in the draft, I think is fine. Maybe this goes down to perhaps Amar's hero pool not being as big, and I feel like even though we did like that draft last game, and I think it was good for them, it still didn't fully enable the Lina. So I think them changing it up here and picking the Mars on the spot, I think is probably the best adjustment they could have made.
I feel it's really solid too. Is a Spectre something that you need to ban out now as your last ban?
So far they banned the Ursa that they led through last game, so they won't have to worry about that.
And last game they banned out the Spectre and Liquid picked Ursa.
Yeah, last game it was Bat, Spec, and Beast that they picked out.
There's still, Spectre and Sniper that are left in the pool. That are options, right, for Team Liquid.
I think Sniper is a lot worse against Lina when there's a Mars. I do think that changes the matchup completely, so I really wouldn't mind letting them letting Sniper through if they have a solution to catch him later in the fights or whatever. Something to consider as well here, though, is like, let's say this Mars is intended to go mid. You have no guarantee this time around that Tusk is mid yet when you're picking a Mars hero. Last time, they had already picked the Hoodwink, so you kind of could, you could hone in on the Tusk being at the midpoint at that point. Here, You don't necessarily know. So I think you still need to be a little bit careful with your pick order as Enigma Galaxy to not put all your eggs in one basket and then just get counterpick mid and lose.
5 seconds remaining.
So then do you feel that Liquid are better off opening up with an offlaner here?
Something
Do you think
versatile.
that's still
Like if
questionable?
Liquid picks something that can be thrown on the offlane or on the mid, I feel that would be a good way to play it. Maybe even a carry.
Okay.
If you
Yeah, which hero is that though?
I wonder like how much they care. I feel like they've just put Nisha on Tusk mid every time, and it's like
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is
Even
where
in the
most
interview, what
likely
did they
goes.
say? Like Nisha is playing 2-3 heroes and that's it. So
Yeah.
if you see the task, most likely it's him.
It's pretty good win rate so far.
What can we do here? Is it just hoodwink? Do they want something else? Another avenue I could see them go down the line later in the game is that you have some Nake's bomb combo, because it's decent against Mars. It's another hero that he doesn't directly get on top of Lina, but obviously with Infest and having someone else do it for you, you then have 2 heroes who jump in, but I guess that's something for later. For now, Liquid, yeah, they're just taking their sweet time.
Radiant team
Here we go.
pick.
Oh damn, a Magnus. We have actually seen Nigma play this. Are they the only team that played Magnus so far in Western Europe? I feel like I didn't see anyone else do it.
I was
Yeah, Nigma played it and won with it.
I want to say we saw it one other time, but I don't know if I'm going to give
Yeah,
it
maybe,
to China.
maybe.
I think that was in a Chinese game.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
It was
JT. JT played
back.
it as well, yeah.
So yeah, pretty uncommon pick here in Western Europe. And now the question is, so this was a hero that Nigma ran the other day. Do they have a solution for this? Is the idea, is it the forgotten counter to Lina that's going to come out now? It's the PA for Mickey. Like you're going to empower this PA and you're going to have this monster carry that can just jump the Lina in the arena and kill her off in 3 hits.
I would love to see that.
I feel like that's kind of what you're setting yourself up for by going this route, because otherwise I just don't see the logic behind Magnus. He himself is not good against Lina. Like sure, you have a BKB piercing stun, but she'll often be playing far behind in the back lines. You'll be
Is
hard
there
to
some
reach.
combo that we're missing between Mag, Tusk, and Rubik? There isn't, right? Like it's just a Mag hero, yeah.
There's definitely some melee carry coming out that will use Empower here. But so what are the options? There's PA.
We saw Sven from
Sven. Ursa was banned. He could have been interesting.
It needs to be anything that has the capability of jumping Lina at some point.
Yeah.
There's Slark as well, but do you really...
Slark, Anti-Mage, lol.
I just saw Juggernaut in that one there. While you
Yeah.
I mean, it's an option.
Jug is actually not out of the question either. I do think that's an interesting idea.
Decent against the arena as well, built
Guys, I was
BKB.
joking. Please. No.
I
Relax, please.
think it's better than Anti-Mage. So...
it is Team Liquid, so
yeah.
Who knows? They can make it work.
That's the enjoyable thing about Team Liquid. But also the enjoyable thing about Enigma Galaxy is not knowing where this
Can they still go Spectre? Like, what's stopping them? You have a Magnus. It's not the best combination, but who cares?
I feel like the pace is too slow then, and that Lina and Mars just get to play their game. Okay, so this took quite a while for Nigma to isolate this as their pick, the Marcy. I guess this is a Kuro Marcy. They haven't really been playing this much on GH, right? So probably a 5, which is fine. Together with Lina, a lot of these melee 5s work pretty well. You get yourself that guaranteed lifesteal and damage amp, which is nice for the Lina. I think the goal here for Nigma is really just set up Sumail to truly carry the game. Like they're really just going to pave the way for him. And the challenge is to not get anti-carried too hard.
What heroes are going to set up for that? Are you talking about in team fights or just delaying the game for the Lina?
It's kind of the whole package, right? You have the Mars setting up for her in team fights. You have the Marcy giving her sustain in fights. You have the Marcy giving her farm speed and hopefully stacking some camps for her as well in the jungle. Here is...
That's a GH.
That is interesting.
Yeah, that's a GH Kotl.
TA. Huh. Not what I was expecting. I mean, it is a hero that can jump and kill the Lina, but what's the Magnus
What's the
logic
Magnus
now?
combo, yeah. Maybe they just like
It's Tusk 4 and TA mid.
I mean, the TA is still flexible, so that is definitely one of the choices.
They still ban out the Spectre.
Yeah. So they think that it obviously can be open. I guess for TA, it's pretty hard to gank the hero. I think a very big bonus of this hero is when it's hard for them to break refraction, that you can always like blink around and like be safe on the map. I think traps are very annoying for Caudle to move around the map as well, and to like kind of see where he's maneuvering. You saw him once, he can die, and then just to play on high tempo. But I think the true Magnus combo, we might just get to see it on the last pick. Unless there is none, and they're just picking it to RP the Lina.
So you think it's a mid-TA?
I'm not sure yet. I think they're keeping it open for the last pick.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you look at Nigma, they ban out Tiny, they ban out the Spectre. They're not sure which one of these positions they're actually still needing on Team Liquid.
I think Tiny would have been a really good pick, actually. I like this ban a lot. I think it's a better ban than the Spectre, because he can use Empower if needed, but it's also, you have this hero that can actually outrange Lina in a fight. Tree Volley can kill Lina late game as a carry, and it gives you more tempo in the Liquid draft, so I like that ban a lot.
They're stealing it. Tide TA gives you everything. They have to steal it from them. Good old memes.
It checks out.
Well, Tide, how does that one sort of finish off Enigma Galaxies?
Insania is just clapping in his little hands. Oh,
Ravage.
Give me
That's
Ravage.
true. He's like, man, this is the best Rubik game.
I'm not even sure which way they'll complete this draft. Like these three could be cores. Like we might be seeing a position 4 picked last even.
Yeah, that is possible. TA safe lane. Is there? I don't know if there's a 4 that is good enough to justify last picking it here compared to demoting the Tusk and then getting a really good core matchup. So you are seeing an enemy team with Tide and Mars who generally have the same weakness. They're bad against Break. They're bad against heroes that have overwhelming single target burst pure damage. Those options stand out.
Is there something that has a break that's still in the pool? We're not seeing it.
They banned Viper themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
There's still, I mean, you could still go for the Hoodwink, right? If
Yeah.
you wanted to, that's still in as a 4. It's pretty tempting for the Hoodwink players to be like, gimme, 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 but
Is
again,
Disruptor not an option? Not as a 4, it could be a 5. Versus the Tide, Static Storm, versus the Arena. Sets up the fights kind of neatly for you.
I feel like I'm missing
Maybe
something,
a little bit too.
or I feel like we're missing something. Because like the Tide Mars cores, they're so similar, and I feel like for
well, they do have 2 offlaners, so
that is true.
I mean, this is absolutely a snap pick Ursa if it's in the pool, right? But like, I think the reason we feel like we're missing something is that the heroes that Liquid would usually abuse here are gone, right? So Viper and Ursa were obvious ones, but they're not available.
Can you go like Nakes or
Lifestealer?
It's kind of hard because it is open.
Pango's
for
kind of
them
good
on what
actually.
to pick. Yeah, those would be my 2 favorites with Nakes Pango, but there is a very high chance they pick a range 4 so that they help Zai in the lane, keep Tusk in mid, but I don't see the like oomph 4 pick that you go for here and you're like, ha, got you.
Liquid are running out of time. That's new.
Gyrocopter. Ember.
Okay,
They just get the spirit, right? It's if you look at these heroes like Alina, Kotal, very susceptible to backline reach. They get an Ember, as simple as that. Give you some playmaking. It gives you a hero that can go in first, give enough info for Zai, so he's not literally the Magnus that needs to initiate. Boxy eventually will get that Blink Dagger, but before that happens, you'll have Ember playing with the Empower as well, obviously.
This is going to be another good Nigma laning stage, I think. I feel like their side lanes look pretty stable. If you play Coddle Tide against TA +1, probably Rubik, I think you just farm. The Lina Marcy lane shouldn't struggle against Tusk Magnus whatsoever, and you have Mars mid against Ember. I think all 3 lanes, once again, this could be an even early game, or maybe even slightly Nigma favored, and once again, can they execute and pull ahead?
I was going to say, can they transition it, though?
I mean, I think their lineup can absolutely win this game. I don't have a problem with any of their drafts so far.
I love it.
So
Nigma's draft is, once again, pretty solid. I do think it's a very good Ember game. Can play on high tempo, set up his teammates, so I'll go with Liquid once more.
Wait, what?
I really like Nigma's draft. I like Nigma's
Human
draft.
embodiment of never let them know your next move.
No, but I do agree. I think you need to itemize against the Ember. I think that's how you solve that. But again, if your game goes fine as Nigma Galaxy, you're going to have the luxury of buying certain items that could help you against him later down the line.
It's felt like the itemizations have been the downfall of Enigma Galaxy, but they could improve it here in game number 2, and they could take it. But let's head on over to Lyrical and Fogged.
Itemization. Thank you so much, Nat. Just buy a Hex. Why not? It's easy peasy, right?
There's a Coddle. We've seen it.
Let's make it happen. So an interesting draft that gets brought out here at the end. Liquid had like so many end options there that they could have gone for. They could have taken mid. They could have taken carry. They could have gone for the 4. Do you like the Ember pick? Do you think it was what they needed?
Yeah, it looks pretty solid. The setup is kind of difficult. Sure, you see the Mars. He's kind of going to be the biggest one to catch him, but these 2 supports can't catch him whatsoever. Marcy, your stuns are pretty telegraphed, especially early game. The rebound is super slow. The dispose doesn't even really... It does like a temporary small little pseudo stun kind of thing, but Ember can play around that nicely. So I think he's got really good backline jumping.
That was my rebound, by the way.
That was your
Did you
rebound.
like
it's like
it?
a little Mario jump.
I could just jump off of you.
You actually could just... I don't know if you jump off. I don't think it would work.
Just break the ground. Well, we'll get into this one as Smokeout with 5, and you can see some tips going back and forth. Amar tipping Mickey, Mickey tipping Amar. Interesting.
Liquid has been 5-man smoking most of their games, if not all. I'm pretty sure. They did it earlier also. It always works well when you have something like Tusk, too. You just feel like you're going to be the strongest if you find anybody. Yes.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Run away. Sumail needs to get the heck out of dodge, but everybody's there. 3 people hit by the LSA, but Nisha right on top takes the change. Dispose goes off weird, so that means that it's Insania that has to take the first blood. And they are off to the races. Easy peasy for a first kill.
Okay. Probably trying to get both there, too, getting the chains level 1. But Insania, hey, it's okay giving him first blood. He owned anyway last game. He was the MVP, so going to be a great start for him to be able to play versus this lane. And okay, so adjustment. This is the way that I think I've seen Nigma actually play their best game, is when they swap the lanes around. So now they're putting MC down bottom. They're sending Alina. It looks like perhaps there's going to be like a tri-lane that's going to be coming out from them.
Whoa, interesting.
Okay.
I mean, so if you know you're struggling in these other ways, this might be the avenue that they try and find success, is make the lanes go well and then let them snowball into a later success. But 3 runes going the direction of Liquid. Amar running mid to face off against the Ember, and you can see actually a lot of Liquid sticking together, and they're going to send their heroes maybe into a tri-lane too.
They're just They're just sending the Rubik TA versus the Tide. They want to have this matchup, and they're sending the Tusk Mag into that top pressure lane. Should still be a good. Should be a good start there for Sumail though. He's gonna be able to get this first free wave. He's gonna be able to farm nicely. So okay, it's Liquid adapting it to the lane setups of Nigma, but I think Nigma is very happy anyway with this type of setup for now.
Yeah, and it means that at least for the moment, Insania is going to get some free time while Mickey comes on in.
Yep.
And soaking up some of these waves as well. LSA connects up top onto Boxy, but also a shockwave from Zaya, keeping them at a bit of a distance. In a lot of ways, I feel like this Nisha last pick Ember was kind of perfect for what Liquid needed, because they needed somebody that could like go in and, you know, make plays happen, but then also kind of get some value out of the Empower.
Yeah, I really like the Ember pick. I think it was one of the best ones they could have gone for. Because just backline jump also. Coddle, Marcy, Lina, these heroes can struggle if they can't actually control this Ember Spirit. So a lot of chaos going to be starting the fight, and yeah. Scaling potential. I feel like that's something we've seen from Liquid very often, where they're dominating map and then they win one fight and you're like, yep, well, they have a double or tri-core and we can't actually scale versus them. But yeah, let's see if this tri-lane works, because off to a great start for Sumail. Does mean that MC is going to have a tough start as, oop, they get the grab Zai.
Some in, LSA connects, and in some trouble, Zai going to go down. They leave the kill for Sumail too.
Pretty much a Falcon Blade already done.
That's big.
Yeah, need to get these type of kills in this top lane. You need to try to be as efficient as possible, because you're playing tri-lane, so you're splitting XP, so you have to get these kills, you have to get like your lane pulls and stuff like that so that you can keep up in the experience.
Likewise, you can see that the sort of reaction...
Okay, they are adapting.
Yeah, they're going to bring the Rubik up top now. MC hadn't really been punished at all,
Boxy.
and now if Boxy's in trouble too, some trouble, but the skewer pull away, so...
I think that was a misclick.
Yeah, that looked a little weird.
I think Zai was trying to pull him into I was about to say, they have safe lane advantage just because of the fact they have lift plus skewer, so whoopsie there from Zai, and they'll lose Boxy.
Yeah, that one hurts a lot. Okay, and now LSA connection and Sumail. I mean, this is the thing that's also going to be so annoying about this lane for Liquid, is that they just can poke them constantly. These pulls get off. Kuro trying to contest, gets the rebound connection. Dispose pulls him back in. LSA going to connect on to Zai, who is now in a lot of trouble. That time he finds him. Kuro had already used that rebound and will not be brought down, but does get brought low.
They have to be careful how close they play to the tower there. We're going to constantly see them going. But the tri-lane's working, and they've actually swapped. Now bottom, Mickey, Boxy, trying to punish MC a little bit. 2 points in Refraction, 1 point in Meld. Do they have enough? Not quite. 2 points in the Kraken up there for MC to counteract all this physical.
And just trying to survive as long as possible and, you know, get the experience. He's level 4. I feel like this is working out great for Nigma so far in the lanes across the board.
Yeah, really liking the way that they've got this set up. As we said, this is what they did the other day when they looked really good. They had this tri-lane setup. And now look at mid. Kuro even looking to make a rotation onto Nisha, perhaps. It's a lot harder to land the rebound, as we know. Level 1 rebound went from completely broken to being extremely underwhelming. So let's see if he can actually get the catch. Nisha
Whoop, some trouble. Oh, okay. He just walked away.
He's gonna grab him back though.
Tries to find the kill. Does have Flame Guard still going. In fact, Omar very low with the TP coming in from Boxy. Can he get there in time? The shards for the block off. Moves on in. The slight for the finish. Oh, and a pretty rotation comes on in. And Boxy.
Bullying Kuro away from the water rune as well too. He's trying to maybe save it for his Ember Spirit. Let's see if he can. He's pinging. Just trying to zone Kuro away.
Oh,
he's
Kuro.
gonna get it for Nisha.
Dang. Wait, a rebound?
Oh, does he go off the range creep? Yeah, Boxy's pinging. He's like a stupid range creep. But nah, Kuro won't go for it. He'll probably die if he does. Great rotation from Boxy.
That was exactly what they needed. Slight dodge on the rebound.
I mean, it is really, it's quite pathetic now, those early levels. It's very telegraphed. It's a very short range. Went from 800 range to 450 at level 1. So yeah, that's why we've seen it change. And of course, the jump speed decrease. So now that it looks like they're going to probably move Boxy down bottom again, still continue trying to pressure MC, but a really crisp rotation coming up from him.
So much lane contention going on. Good block there of the pull coming in.
Down bottom. Looks like they're going to maybe go for MC. Got the trap again.
It's the move. Level 5, though. 3 points in Kraken, and is that going to be enough to keep him alive here? Trying desperately, and it's actually going to keep MC alive.
Nicely done.
Had stick charges to boot.
Yeah. Chainmail, Wraith Band, 3 Kraken works. Mickey actually tried to sidestep the initial anchor, because I think if he does, perhaps they have that damage there, but MC gets the connection. Now he's very low, though. One more round of spells, and they should be able to get him if he's not careful.
Right, and of course, those side blades really effective at chunking down that tide if he steps a bit too far forward. Going for the gush.
If he can line them up. He gets even the deny here. Okay, controlling the lane nicely. MC needs to get some type of regen down here.
It's good at least to deny there, but denies in his face, and you can see 35 and 13 has been the score so far. Likewise, a lot of denies up on the top lane. So both safe laners having a very good start. I say safe laners for the lead and the off lane, but that's how it's going.
They're pushing the limit mid. Catapult's still alive, getting a good chunk of damage onto the tower here and forcing Amar to move. Sania?
Yeah. Oh, but he got level 6 on Nisha. The root and the rundown. GH in trouble, going to drop.
All right. Even though they ran the tri-lane, you see that Zai, he's about to be he's level 4. He's got pretty decent farm. He's got the same farm as the Tide, so I think Liquid have adapted to this tri-lane perfectly. Even though Sumail's up at the top, you see that his counterparts are equivalent.
And Farmar has that Soul Ring good to go, gets the bottle refill, level 6, saving that point for the moment. And I mean, it's hard to make a go onto the Ember, obviously, with the Spear Arena.
Yeah. And with the 3 points in Flame Guard, Nisha's holding the next point in case maybe like an aggressive move happens and he gets arena'd. He can put the 4th point in Flame Guard, and they will not be able to break that shield. Their lineup actually really does suffer to break Flame Guard early game.
Zai gets a raindrop eaten up, throws Shockwave back at Sumail, who's still hunting. LSA connects, and they didn't go for it.
The rebound's just so small.
Yeah.
And it looks like Kuro was probably telling Sumail to go for it, and Sumail just backs up just a little bit, and you can't connect. No boots on Kuro just yet. Mid. There's that 4th point in Flame Guard. He's pushing it to the limit.
Yeah, currently highest net worth in the game. About 800 ahead of Amar, in fact.
Yeah, they can't kill him. With these 3 heroes, even if they latch him, unless it's like under tower and they have the physical, they can't kill him if he has Flame Guard active. They'll just tank through all the spells. So cool. We don't really see the max Flame Guard too often anymore, but you can understand why Nisha's gone for it this game.
Totally. So much magical damage coming out.
Yeah.
And, in these tri-lanes, things always end up a little bit weird because now you're in a situation where, like, Tide has 6, can go for a Ravage, although he hasn't actually skilled it, as Nisha looking for this rune, but there could be some big rotations coming out.
Ooh, Amar actually caught inside of those shards there.
Oh, and this is a big stack, too. If they find this kill, they can turn immediately into taking out the stack. Pulls back Amar. He is going to drop, and do they want to go for it?
It's a max Flame Guard.
I mean, this is a lot of damage. Sumail there trying to whittle it down a little bit too. I mean, if they can get even some of these, the Fade Bolt is out trying to bring it down a little bit low.
All right, looks like, they're sticking in the area at least to sap that XP. Maybe they try to go for the kill instead. To level 8 Nisha, Flame Guard's back up in 5.
Yeah, they're going to be able to claim some of this. And GH
Uh-oh.
cues it up. already steals a couple of them there. Some good damage. Can they go in on this? Kuro gets this exposed pullback. Mar has a good opening here if he can find him, but the snowball actually dodges away some of that damage, keeps him alive. They don't have the damage to burn through that Flame Guard, though they have already killed the Tusk. And now Zai moving in, the RP's ready, connects only onto Sumail, but it might be enough. Pulls him away from Amar, they find that kill.
And now Amar.
Dude, Liquid, they keep going for more. Amar has to be careful. They give the tip over. Mickey liking what he's seen. A huge contest, and now Liquid up 2K gold.
Their brains are so big. I mean, the Flame Guard, honestly, just the Max Flame Guard is it seems like it's something like common kind of thing, but it's actually so smart this game. He can just play so aggressive, they can't break it. He just whittles down everybody on the side of Nigma, and they take, I believe they took almost every single creep of the stack. The Snowball, Flame Guard, Slight, etc. I think Nigma only got like 1 creep or 2 creeps there.
Oh, and now the shards, the block. This is going to be a good chunk of damage coming out from Nisha, but they did lose Insania. Dodges the rebuke. Nisha has to remnant away, as there was a Laguna Blade coming back off cooldown.
Really good plays, Liquid, setting themselves up to a 3K gold lead already. Perhaps now they might be telling MC they might need him, but MC low mana. He's not able to actually join the fray over here.
Yeah, he needs to, you know, obviously keep this tower alive too, unless they're going to go for one of their own.
Actually goes for the phase boots. Okay. So wants that little bit of extra armor, of course, versus the TA, but does mean that his mana will be a little bit limited in this early game.
Queuing up the Vlads afterwards.
Okay. It's all about Sumail, right?
Yeah.
Give him sidekick, give him Vlads, buff him up as much as possible. So I guess that's the name of the game there for Nigma. But Liquid seems to just be perfectly adapting to the scenarios. They're hitting mid tower. TA is going to be able to just free farm while they pressure his 4. This seems like a very successful early game for Liquid.
Boxy doing some hunting. And you can see also the amount of Ancients stacked up right now. If Liquid can take this tower, this gives them great answers to move on in and contest that. Nisha, he does get caught, but then the lift away, and, well, Sleight of Fist dodges the rebuke. Nisha just walks away from that arena.
They do hang on to the tower, though. The important thing for Enigma Galaxy, but it's a wasted ultimate that they can't actually benefit out of too much. So Liquid, back up, continue getting this farm going, and now perhaps looking for Mind Control. He's making swift moves around the map.
Oh, Mind Control, he runs into Boxy.
Okay.
And with the shards block off the tag team, the big hits, MC, he doesn't have mana. Doesn't have mana for Ravage. Has it now. Snowball in, tries to get away and do what damage he can, but gonna just drop. Okay, finds that kill.
3 points in the meld. A lot of big damage versus that Tide. Goes right through all that tankiness. And 3-man rotation with tag team. It's 3 points in it for Boxy. So show you're tanky, but they have enough to whittle you down. Yeah, Liquid just better rotations, hanging on to top tower too. Zai has actually barely had his top tower hit. It's only taken 53 damage. He's level 8. So very difficult for them to actually pressure him up here. If they play too far, even on someone like Sumail, there's a Tumbler's toy. Zai could potentially even Tumbler's RP skewer.
And he's gonna get him right there.
The dream neutral.
Dude.
I mean, Tumbler's toy on some heroes is...
good call there, Fox.
It's pretty... I saw the Tumblers and I see it, I'm like, oh, he's got the opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
Nisha. And now Nisha, Arcane Rune.
Root onto 2. I mean, they want to take the stack with MC now because they need to take it with somebody. It's such a big stack of Ancients.
Yeah, they have to bring MC. Him and Amar waiting for an opportunity.
But do Liquid come on into contest with Mickey nearby? If they leave this one alone, I mean, that TA could even take it.
Yeah. I think MC has to clear it. It's just give it to the Tide. Everybody, I think all 5 heroes on the side of Nigma have to play over here, which just says for Liquid, they can split up and farm a little bit better if they're not going to look to contest. So, show they'll give up a stack, but they're going to get their own farm of the map.
Bring it, everybody. Make sure that they don't give another one of these up. Yeah. And you can see Sumail going to start to catch back up here. I think they're trying to give as many of the last hits over to him as they can. Sort of standing still and being a damage sponge there for MC. So Sumail now caught up at least above Zai and just tickling at the heels there of Nisha.
But his levels are lacking, right? Because he was playing in this tri-lane. Even though we saw them moving a lot, Sumail's level 8, almost 9. Mick is about to be 12 on this TA and almost has the Deso finished up too. And they have great ways to get on this Lina, as we mentioned, with the Tusk, with the Ember, with the Mag having such a good game. In the past, I know people have always talked about this TA-Lina matchup. It can swing so fast into TA's favor because she's just going to be able to one-shot this Lina from all that physical. And Mickey's off to that good start.
I mean, you talk about like how tanky Lina has been throughout this tour as GH is going to get ran down by Boxy a little bit here. The TP rotations, 2 of them coming in. And Snowball away. If they can get out with Boxy, I mean, I think he's going to go down here. They got him. But 4 heroes in the bottom lane for Nigma.
I guess expecting more heroes, but a very overcommitted rotation. I think Liquid's just fine with that. Boxy getting too over-aggressive. GH gets his heal off, but yeah, I still don't think Liquid cares about that too much. They're hitting mid, hitting top, checking the stacks. Stacks are gone, but still farming really nicely on all their cores.
What I was going to say, though, is like with the Lina TA matchup, you know, obviously it's been very tanky Linas, but it feels like there's going to be a window in here where Lina's not going to have that much armor. And in fact, if Amar just gets caught right here, he's going to need to be that bulwark in front of everybody else, keeping him alive. Great shards! The Ravage does connect onto a couple, but the follow-up damage isn't really there. They kill off Nisha. Can they find any more? Zai pulls him back in. The RP connection, the damage from the Deso. They get the mech to try and turn it, but look at the damage from Mickey. Run down, looking for the ultra kill. They got him in their sights, and Zai going to be forced to clean up with the Rubik Fade Bolt, but 4 go down for 2.
A perfect catch. Look at the damage from TA. 4,000 damage in this fight. Perfectly lined up for the side blades. A tower opened up also. Wow. Beautifully done. Even though they get connected, I think 4 heroes, or 5 even, 3, whatever, 4 or 5 heroes getting hit by the Ravage. Zai makes up for it. He's just, look at the sentry. Look where the positioning of that sentry is in the tree line. It just catches Amar for a second.
That's so rough right there. And of course, you know, the full commit there on Nisha, it looks good for a moment, but then Zai just moves in, the perfect skewer, pulling in for the RP, and you know, Mickey is just free to go to work.
Yeah, this TA is massive. Level 4 team, Deso, Blink, Roche opened up, no Ravage available for Nigma. They can't contest this. It's a free one for Liquid.
Clutch stuff.
Insane.
And yeah, like you said, with the Ravage on down, they can't come in and fight this.
Dies way too fast. It's like, yeah, sure, you killed Nisha, but as you said, you know, they had to commit so much to kill this Ember, and now
they're ready to
Nisha's
go to
looking
town.
for more.
Nisha right on top, gets him caught with the shards. Boxy on point with that one. And you're seeing, too, like the Empower onto the Ember Spirit, even throwing Empower onto TAs, this bonus damage, it's super relevant in these fights. 7,000 gold lead now. It was so close before.
And now even a stolen Illuminate on Insania too. So huge damage going to be coming out from the Rubik in the back lines. And yeah, now they have to, how do they solve this TA? They haven't been able to at all in this game. 5-0-2. Mickey has the gap closing item versus this Lina as well too, as Sumail just looking unbelievably fragile now. And he's even adapted this game, by the way. So last game he did max Light Strike Array. This time he's got more of the points in the stats so that he doesn't give it up to the Rubik. But it doesn't matter. I mean, the game is now, game actually almost feels impossible with the way Liquid's posturing.
You can see those esportsbet.io odds very much there, swinging over 8-1, but it feels about right. I mean, to me, the big thing that I'm seeing is what do Nigma do on the map? How do they take a fight? Because it feels like Marcy's not really there for the initiation. You kind of want to keep farming on Lina. It sort of feels like it needs to be Amar, but he's gone for this, like, trying to scale build, going in for the Halberd. He feels like he needs that too. Just the heroes don't really feel like they do things.
Yeah, it feels like they just lack. They lack so much. Sure, they've got the big team fight ults, but do they have any damage to follow up with it? The Lina doesn't really do that much at this point. Right. Because she was in the tri lane too, so under-leveled.
Well, the initiation too, needing a blink or something like that, but it's just not coming out in time. And well,
Liquid
under vision, this is about as good as it could get, right on top of him. Do they have enough damage to bring him down? The snowball save at the last second, but Nisha still gonna die in the stolen Laguna Blade. But look at this fight. Mickey runs to everybody, blows up the Lina, now trying to chase down GH, the Meld Strike, a couple more punches, and Mickey on the job, finding that blinding light, the runaway, okay. That keeps him alive. And that was about the best that you could hope for. If you don't have initiation, just let them run into you.
Yep, Mickey, quick fingers, gets the blink before the Light Strike Array hits him, gets on top of Lina. They have a good amount of healing that did come out, I believe, with the Illuminate and stuff from GH and even the mech, but not enough to keep up that Lina. As a big blast, Insania lines up the Illuminate, then steals Laguna on top of that Lina too. Insania just, he's so good on this Rubik. I think it's something else that, you know, I've been seeing them with their Nature's Prophet, with their Rubik. I think these might just be the 2 best heroes that they've been playing around. They're just so good at making it look good in any game.
Oh my god. It's my favorite item that's coming up now too. Insania is queued up. The medallion into Solar Crest.
Oh, I mean, the first medallion of the DPC. I'm just kidding. He's got Blink Dagger already, too, so yeah, just wants to deal with a little bit of that physical damage that Lina's going to be pumping out. Cool. If he goes for it.
Right.
I feel like he's going to change it still.
Don't break my heart like that. I love medallion. It's super cool.
Works really good with Deso. Like, it's just as a fact, straight up. Putting people negative armor is always just crazy.
Mickey there to cut this wave down and take the tier 2 tower, and they can't really do much. I mean, he is incredible. He's almost double Sumail's net worth right now.
Yeah, he's been given the free lane in the bottom lane, just given pretty much every opportunity. It's Nisha who's tanking all the spells, right? Nisha's running in like a crazy person, tanking everything, dying, and then Mickey is able to clean up. So they know exactly how to play off each other. Nisha,
speaking of which, finds a courier, finds a hero, and well, Amar, Laguna Blade rooted, the rest of the team abandoning ship. As Amar, still alive, gets that arena down, but the snowball now, the chase forward misses the spear, and Boxy gets the cleanup. Yeah, that one hurts.
Yeah, Liquid playing very quick how they collapse on the map. Still have Aegis, so he's, you know, they don't really want to commit into this fight with some Ravage. As Mickey. BKB now finished, so has the answer even for these team fight spells as MC.
Blinks right on top of him, and now the shards are there again. The Walrus Punch, the Snowball, everything. Is Nikkei gonna come on in and finds the DD, Ravage to turn, but they gotta be careful. Was able to cover that one with the Gush. Well played by the Tide, and they do manage to bring down 2.
And this time, Zai pulls him in a little too close. Nisha tanks the spells again.
Really well played by MC to get that Ravage off. That could have gone terribly with the DD.
They get some type of nice kills, but still look at the positioning of the map. Once they get out of it, they have to push and fix all their lanes. And Liquid going to be respawning. No Ravage available. They're going to hit hard here.
Yeah, they're going to be ready to go.
Still a DD on Mickey for a second or two. Can't find a grab. But looking to play around their vision, protect this ward.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Can they make anything happen here on the side of Liquid?
They're pinging. They see Amar for a second. They have to be careful how close they play around this. Zai at the ready.
Tower is under attack.
Again, it does feel very difficult for Nigma to take a fight unless they just sort of get walked into. Oh, did happen. The lift, the pullback, the RP moves them right into position, and this time up on the high ground. Sumail did not stand a chance.
And now he gets the better spell steal, and he also queues up the better item on Insania too. He queues up the
shard. He has enough gold for it right now. Please.
Of course he's not going to get it. I mean, if he had shard there, he could have perhaps saved Nisha. I mean, he didn't have the gold for it anyway, but yeah.
I hear you.
You can see why. They've been so good about playing with these like multiple save lineups. The Rubik, the Tusk, we're seeing these heroes so often. Yeah, they know what they're doing. They know not to get Medallion. Sorry, Gabe.
It's okay.
He's been advocating it for like a couple weeks now. He loves Medallion.
I do love Medallion. God dang it. That item's great. Play a Snapfire, you just go max little shredder. Bang, 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 bang. It's a lot of fun. Regardless, these players are actually good, so we're going to be seeing what they're doing with this 13,000 gold lead now. Nisha finishing the BKB, which allows him to go even more ham.
Yeah, now he's unkillable. If he gets BKB off, he just won't die. BKB Flame Guard, he can stick on the targets. They already can't break the Flame Guard anyway. Then he can just run into the face of this Lina and Mars much easier.
Guardian Greaves on for Mag. And the map feeling so small for Nigma. The places that they're allowed to go are just that little corner. Heat map, nowhere.
Yeah. When they don't have Ravage, it's like they can't even pose aggressively to walk into their own triangle. Ravage back up in 2 seconds, but they're still very reluctant to walk up here because of these skewer plays that Zai's been able to do. Now they're going to go up as a unit. The double halberds are ready.
Scanning. I don't know if that one finished right as they were going up, but they do have vision here, and they see MC. They see everything.
Uh-oh.
Spotting MC. He's doing some taunts there.
Liquid starting to set themselves up.
Do they want to go for any type of a play, pulling him back into a kill position? The
smoke. Oh,
they see him smoking. They saw that smoke.
Oof.
And MC, he's going to walk right out, breaks the smoke, fade, pull, walk away, LSA.
Oh, Boxy.
Now Shards connect, keeping him out of the fight. Nisha just pops BKB, ready to run in, ready to fight. Mickey on top of Sumail, has to run away. The chase is there. The disarm comes out, keeping him alive for the moment, but now the RP connects the LSA to try and turn it with the Ravage. Stolen Anchor Smash, a good connection to keep him alive, but Mickey ready to run right in front of him. Waits for the disarm, but it didn't matter. Liquid take them all down, and Nigma don't find a kill. Unreal. The buyback, this is going to be a dieback. This is going to be towers.
That feels game. They used everything. Can't get any connection. Sumail has no space to breathe. He tries to BKB. They get the halberd, as you mentioned, but it doesn't matter. They stick on him. And then Zai, what, 4-man RP there. He's playing like an absolute beast this game.
See MC even forced out of the fight there by those shards right at the start, and they're just allowed to do whatever they want, it feels like.
Yep, the BKBs just get popped. They just go straight onto the only damage dealer that there is, and then boom.
Big hit. Yeah. Even if he misses a couple times right there, it's feeling really rough. And MC, he's done a good job. He hasn't given up Ravage once this game, but it just feels like inherently the game that they're playing is in favor of Liquid.
Yeah. It's just Liquid playing just way too clean. Everything since even the laning phase. Like Nigma tried something where they go for this aggro tri-lane, but look how farm Zai is. Look at the impact this Magnus has been able to have. This was a safe lane mag, kind of left alone on his own, and Zai has landed, what, a 3-man RP, a 2-man RP, and then a 4-man RP. Kind of perfectly on those targets, just stopping any damage. And yeah, they know which targets to go for. This is beautiful to watch, really, from Liquid, as we've seen all tour. No mercy.
Well, and now the respawn, relatively quick, moves right into the pit for Mickey, and Nigma, they're being bodied out of even contention for it right now.
They've kept this ward alive the entire time. It's 99-1 already.
God, jeez. 25 minutes in, it feels pretty bad.
Yeah, and they played around this vision perfectly. You saw Nigma try to do something, get around this area, but they smoked under vision and just got hit with this brutal force of Liquid.
Shard given over, so even if there were blink daggers, which there aren't, it would still be broken. They're coming in with answers, and, well, they move right in, find MC. Go for the punch, no force staffs, nothing to keep him away. Nisha pops that BKB, the rundown is there for the rest of the heroes. They already think they can take down MC, and in fact, they are right about that one. Nisha keeping the chase on, Liquid all over Amar. Gets brought down. Boxy keeps looking for another kill. They don't even need it right now. Sumail, he's caught.
Uh-oh.
Needs to be careful here. They're thinking about chasing.
Mickey's blink cooldown 2 seconds. If it was up, he might have just jumped. Nisha still poking.
Oh, he's down solo. Boxy jumps in, and they might be able to bring him down just with that fight there. The snowball, the dodge, the spear, stolen arena. Liquid all over Nigma. They don't stand a chance. Amar stuck in his own arena. Just given over a triple kill for Nisha, and Liquid remain dominant in this DPC.
These guys are too good.
Literally.
The way they play around the map, the way they identify like how they want to play laning phase as well too. It's beautiful. And yep, this last pick Ember I feel was absolutely amazing. Like Nisha, he's sacrificed himself perfectly a couple fights, but either way has kept himself consistent at the top net worth with TA. And yeah, him and Mickey, I mean all three cores, everybody on the side of Liquid just seem to play so well off of each other.
Yeah, perfectly together in team fights, knowing what they need to do, and well, they are pushing out that top lane, but Liquid, at least for a moment there, were continuing on, and looks like they might head back in if they can find a moment, but Sentry Ward down means a Meld Strike, unlikely to connect unless Zai can get a grab.
They're just going to stay here, though. They're like, you guys can't fight us. We have everything up.
See, he can disarm, but the hit, it comes out down to half HP with one punch.
It's a Daedalus, right, on this TA already, so heroes might just die instantly.
Finds him there. Boxy runs through. The rebound, the dispose. Boxy will get stunned and, well, gets brought down low for the kill.
All right.
Tier 4 tower is also going to drop. Mickey, Nisha backing away together.
They'll play careful. Insania has stolen dispose now too, so far grab distance. They can protect people.
Dude, Zai, he's ready. He's in position. If they step out too far, they'll get punished. But it looks like they're finally going to back out.
Yeah, they got top lane still to go to, so they'll live a little bit longer as Liquid spam and help. They don't really need help though.
It is all going Liquid's way. And again, these items, they've just been stuck on them for so long. Amar's been passed up by Rubik.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he might get passed up by Boxy before this game is over.
I mean, this game's been over.
It's true.
With the way Liquid just, those RPs have been too good. And yeah, they're stuck on these items. Stuck in the base, can't get any farm. Good, looking for the cleanup.
Trying to finish this one out there. Elvin Tunic left on the ground, a little bit of garbage to get picked up eventually. Mar, can he find an arena? Can they find anything?
He can't get an initiation. He can't walk. He's like, he just has to like waddle in, and he might just die to 2 or 3 hits if they actually get the attacks off, or he gets pulled out of position. Is now even an Ag Scepter for Nisha, level 18 on top of that shard he picked up from Roche.
Zai waiting for his moment.
Okay.
Okay.
Show. He's gonna bait them a little.
And he's gonna start hitting the Ancient unless they come and deal with him. This guy's pretty strong. Boxy nearby, ready for the catch. The pullback from the Rubik. Mickey perfectly fine with everything that's happening right now.
Got a minute left on Aegis. They're
Fraction
trying to push
out.
it forward.
Okay, and then they make the move over and can take this tier 3 tower.
They wanted the big ending. They wanted to just delete them with a mag RP, but they're gonna play it just the proper objective way instead.
Zai still sitting with his Shadow Amulet. And tier 3 tower goes down. Do they go forward for more?
Throne's being hit by some creeps.
Tell you, Shadow Amulet is something I wasn't expecting to see from Liquid side. But this tier 3 tower is already gone. It's going to be melee racks soon to fall here. Remnant out.
It's so, there's just, Sumail is under so much pressure.
Jump in, they pull him down. MC, well, actually, keeping him alive for a moment. They can't get inside that arena, but Nisha can. Nisha definitely can. They find a bar, he's going to die. Doesn't have buyback. 2 buybacks, MC and Kuro. But with the kill on Zai, maybe that's going to be enough to finally force him back. Good Hurricane Pike. Get some separation before Kuro can jump on him.
He just gets reclaimed. Mickey playing a bit more careful.
They live to fight another day. Or will they?
Live to die another day.
Oh, God. Even getting the spill damage onto MC with that pull through.
This damage at this point is insane from Nisha, too.
And MC just has to run out of there, but they are going to get mega'd with 34,000 gold lead at 31 minutes. It finally looks like this one is going to be closed out here as Ancient ready to drop. And Nisha picking and prodding and poking their way to a victory. Enigma don't want to give up. Defense the Ancient, and it's being hit. Nobody there. LSA connects onto MC. Mickey keeps on beating it down here. They have to do something eventually. Enigma trying to move on out and take a fight. The LSA from Sumail, but the jump in from Nisha finds it, dodges the Ravage, gets hit on the backside. And yeah, now the runaway getting hit. The Ravage comes out from Insania. A couple side blade connections. Dying in the fountain. It's not fountain farming if the game is over. A triple kill from Nisha to end it out. And, well, Liquid still look like Liquid.
Yep. Someone's going to have to find a way to break this formula. They know exactly how to play. Their drafting is honestly so top-notch. They're counteracting everything. They're giving the Lina. They're beating the Lina. They have answers.
Yeah.
Someone has to find some answer to beat this team.
I mean, that's 2 games in a row where they gave that Lina. And granted, things a little bit different with the Enigma lineup because Amar doesn't tend to play it, at least from what we've seen. So that does mean that they sort of get forced into this other weird dynamic. But at the same time, if they can beat it with Sumail, they can probably beat it with other people too.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure exactly where you go from there. From Nigma, it did feel like there were moments where things looked like a little bit better in game number 1 at least. The willingness to change up the lanes is something that I want to see more of, but now it's coming down to the wire for them. They got to win some games to try and stay in Div 1, and it's going to be pretty rough. For you at least, with Liquid, do you feel like there is any best response, anything that you've seen that sort of is like a sort of weakness that could be exploited?
Oh, man, I don't know. It's really feeling like they have so many answers. Maybe something about like in the laning phase if you can try to get some type of big advantage, but it feels like they have so many answers and substitutes for a lot of heroes. I think step 1 for me would probably be getting rid of Nature's Prophet and Rubik in most of these games because Insania always just seems to have an impeccable game, but then you're going to be giving up a lot of other things. I don't know. They seem to have too many answers and their drafting style just seems kind of impossible to beat.
Well, maybe we can find out because we might be hearing from one of them in a little bit. They'll just ask them, how do you beat your team? That'll be a good question, right? Right, panel? Let's hear from y'all.
Yeah, I'm just going to write that one down. How to beat Liquid. Do you guys have an answer for that one at all?
No, we'll just ask it to Blitz, right? He'll tell us.
That's such a spoiler on who we're interviewing. I can't believe you would ruin the surprise for the audience.
If it were to be, how could I know?
Maybe. We don't know anything. What do we even talk about in this post game? Because we don't know anything.
What's an interview?
Let's break down game number 2 though, because it was a lot tougher for Enigma Galaxy. In game 1, there were moments that we liked. We said it was just down to the itemization, but this time, why are you still staring at him?
Well, I'm just being on a panel and smiling. You want me to look mad or what?
Thanks, Kessid. But yeah, this time around, Enigma Galaxy, their draft just didn't feel like they had any impact at all.
Yeah, I have to say, like I said at the end of the draft, I thought similar to game number 1, I kind of liked what they did with what they have. But this time around, I feel like they just got outplayed way harder in the earlier portions of this game. I think their lineup, I'm not sure about their choice to do this lane swap where they put the Lina plus Marcy top. I'm not sure what the reasoning was and whether that reasoning is actually worth it.
And we'll never know.
Yeah, we will never know. It flat out just didn't work.
It will
right?
forever stay a mystery.
So like 15 minutes into this, Liquid just have a complete dominant position. Their TA is mega farmed, and the Ember is also winning mid after the rotations that they brought in, so they just cleaned it up.
Don't you feel that they had ways of fighting, but every time that they would engage, it would be kind of disconnected? Like, at least from what I've seen in this game, Enigma, they set up a fight on the mid lane, let's say, with the Mars Arena, and then there's Cottle Blast, and that's it. Like, everyone lives. So many times they just start these fights with, I mean, it's not one missing player, it's literally 3 missing players. They're trying to make plays as 2. It doesn't really work out.
I mean, a little bit disjointed, perhaps. I do also think that the majority of their damage does come from Sumail playing Lina, right? You have like these, you have Mars Tide, who, as we pointed out a little bit in the draft, they are fairly similar, very tanky heroes that give a lot of control, but not the most damage, so Sumail kind of has to be there. So I think, yeah, they were a little bit disjointed, but I think Zai had some insane RPs for the fact that he had a Blink Dagger, like, not in the early stages of the game. A lot of, like, Tumbler's Toy into Skewer. RP, that's the first time how they killed Sumail in the game. And I think the tempo is just too high, and Liquid are... They're too good. They're just too good.
It definitely felt like Liquid knew that Enigma Galaxy weren't really going to be this cohesive sort of 5-stack, always working together, moving around the map and trying to take space that way. And they just knew that they could hit those timings, they could invade, and more often than not, it was going to lead to a pick-off for themselves.
But I think this point from Kez is actually pretty important when you look at the lineup, right? Because if you have this one artillery hero that really needs to carry, I feel like putting that hero in the off lane and being susceptible to getting ganked from mid is really dangerous. Like, an offlane Lina that's playing against a mid-Ember, he just rotates up and kills, or the Tusk can find angles, right?
Where would you have liked to see her then? Do you think she would have succeeded more?
Well, they did tri-lane at least, right?
Yeah,
like they started off with a tri-lane to protect her a little bit, to make sure that she gets a lot of farm. For me, maybe...
Yeah, but is that even good? Then she's out-leveled, right? Then you're tri-laning your Lina, you're putting your Tide bot who gets something. For me, it didn't pay off.
Yeah. Are we maybe staring at the trees instead of the forest because you still have only one core, only one Lina that cannot really do a lot later on, and she's surrounded? Yeah, you have the Tide, you have the Mars, but the only thing they have to do is isolate the Lina with either the Ember or the Magnus, which is something that they did.
I guess we also didn't talk about how good BKBs are against the Radiant lineup, right? Like, Nigma actually have absolutely nothing against BKB Ember just jumping in with a TA.
Yeah,
the Lina just gets killed.
Even Lina's early game damage gets kind of mitigated by it, because a lot of it comes from the high attack speed with the Maelstrom. But yeah, I just think Liquid, they just keep showing why they're so good. Their picks are good, the way they move around the map is amazing, the tempo they play on, and yeah, it's just impressive.
Now's the hardest part of post-game for the 3 of you, is you have to pick one of the players on Liquid as MVP.
I thought we had to guess who the interview was with.
Okay, alright, relax.
I was expecting that one as well.
No, it's MVP.
I like Zai this game. I think, like we talked about, your reasoning with Visage last game, that's the reasoning I have this game. I think he did so much with relatively little. I was very, very impressed with how much he got out of that Magnus.
I could flip a coin, and I feel like I couldn't actually, like I wouldn't be that wrong. If it, no matter which one of the 5 names I say from this
team. Coin only has 2 sides.
A 5-sided coin.
I'm so glad you thought the same thing I did. You flip a coin for 5 players.
Throw a dice.
Yeah, 5 is just...
You guys got me. Well played. Thank you.
Anyway, it's Zai.
Good job.
Yeah, Blizzard, great input there.
Insane. 1 kill, 2 deaths, 22 assists. On the other hand, we have Nisha with 17 kills, Mickey with 10 and 0 deaths. But the RPs were great, so. I have a feeling that players playing Magnus, Enigma tend to get MVPs as well. It's not only about the mid laners, it's all about these big ultis. So he definitely did a lot with very little.
That could be anyone.
Yeah, you guys want to guess who the interview's with? It might be a tough guess. Kazu?
I wouldn't know.
Well, you have to guess.
With Cinderin.
You got me. It's Syndrin. It's Syndrin.
It's a me.
Our favorite Liquid player, Syndrin. No, it is going to be Blitz joining us for the interview. We're going to bring him on in. Blitz, congratulations. You guys are looking absolutely unstoppable. I don't even know what to ask at this point because there is nothing for us to even pick apart on how well you guys are playing. But what do you kind of put down to the key success for this dominant performance?
I think my team is just really, really good right now. I feel like everybody is playing top-tier Dota. I think our lanes are just going really well. Like I think I have the 5 best players in the world, so it's pretty straightforward.
Mm-hmm. So then if you had to kick someone, who would it be and why would it be Insania?
Oh, that's a pretty good one. I would have said Aiden almost instantly. No, I'd probably kick Zai just to solidify my power a bit more.
Power play?
That's probably the one that I have to do.
All right, that's fair. I fully respect that.
Speaking of your power, what's your arm routine, man? What's happening here?
No, I don't do anything. But me and Nisha actually just like grinds the gym 24/7. Our friend Andrew's here too, so we'll go to the gym after this.
Okay.
Nisha's getting like way too strong. He's catching up a little bit too fast.
And how was it to like get Nisha into the team?
Oh, I mean, it was pretty easy. We just told him like our values and kind of what we wanted. I think it had less to do with Secret and more just I think he wanted a little bit of change. I think we were just one of the few teams. I think we might have been the only team to approach him. So it was kind of, we were the only horse in the running, I guess. No pun intended.
You were the only ones who could defend yourselves against the machete, I suppose. So you had that's good. It's dangerous. Poaching from Puppy is you gotta feel strong.
It's not the first time I've done it.
What's your inspiration behind your T-shirt? It says "I feel nothing." PB. Is that Primal Beast players? Is that how you think about them, or no?
So for TI and for this run, I've just been wearing Phoebe Bridgers merch, who's like my favorite artist. So I just wear her merch all the time, just sort of like luck, I guess. That's it. That's the initials.
So this is like your inspirational shirt for your teammates before you go into matches. You're like, look at this. This is what I expect of you today. Or
yeah, I mean, Mickey told me before the match started, he was like, "Oh, you don't have the hoodie on." I was like, because the skeleton hoodie that I wear is her merch too, and I was like, "Don't worry, I've got the shirt," because it's a little bit warm in here. So.
Okay, I have 2 questions for you. So first of all, you obviously everyone knew that Matu was going to retire, right? So what's the biggest hole that he left behind, and who would you say stepped in the most in order to fill it? Because obviously you have, because you guys look like godly and insane.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Matu held us back. He was straight up trash. No, I would say that the biggest hole that he left is like being around Matu. You really get a sense of like you want to do it for this guy. I don't really like the rest of my teammates as much, but like Matu, I really like, and so that side of it is a little bit gone. So now I don't really care if we lose.
You feel nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, and then as far as who stepped up, I'd say everybody stepped up a ton. I mean, you see that Aiden, when he plays safe lane Rubik, I mean, he makes it look like the best hero in the world. I remember one day we had a discussion about heroes. He's like, "You can pick me anything," and I'm like, and so far it's been true. Like, imagine trying to ban us out at this point. It's not because we're picking broken heroes. Like, we're the ones setting the meta right now, and it's because guys like Aiden are just saying like, "Pick this hero. I don't care."
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna Rubik. We're gonna Tusk. You know what it's going to do. You know what's going to happen. And we're still just going to run you over because my players are like really on top of things. Like everybody plays so hard right now. I mean, Boxy plays every day until 6 a.m. Even though the fact that we're 10-0 in this league right now, like he's going to do it again tonight. He's going to play until 6 a.m. Nisha's going to be down here playing pubs until 5 a.m. Like when you have these kinds of players, like, everybody stepped up so hard. It makes the transition really, really easy. And Matu's still there. Like I still text him. He gives me a lot of like notes on like what he thinks. he gets like 2 hours off every day from Army, and it's really adorable. He always uses it to
That's
watch our
too
games.
cute.
So we have to 2-0, otherwise he won't watch the third. He can't watch
can't
the
watch
third
it.
game then.
So you're still doing it for...
Do it for Matu, yeah.
They're 2-0ing for Matu.
Yeah, exactly.
I have...
Yeah, the 2-0s are for Matu for sure.
Okay, I have one more question. If you can talk about it, the Magnus 15 just now in this game, is there anything you can tell me as to why you prefer that hero over something else? Does it have to do with the Lina? Does it have to do with your own setup for later picks, or what is it?
I don't. So the nice thing about our setup right now is like, you know what's coming in the first 2 picks, right? I'm sure at this point, if you look through our drafts, you can kind of guess, like, we'll pick one of 4 heroes depending on what people ban. And what that does really nicely for our team is that it leaves the middle and end bits completely open. And so, like, you pretty much have whatever you want. What did we first do? We first did Rubik Tusk again. And then we saw Lina, and then we just felt like we needed a bit more team fight, because I thought it was a good hero. We knew that we were going to take TA on 18, pretty much no matter what. And so we just needed to take Zai's hero at that point to leave the Tusk open so that they weren't really sure. And then it kind of got them, I think, pretty nicely.
Yep, agreed. Thanks for the answer.
You guys gonna need more? No? All right, I'll jump in. What does a week look like for you guys? Because you say, Boxy is there until 6 a.m. How often are you guys scrimming? What does that look like? What are you doing outside of Dota as well?
We went and saw Avatar the other day as
nice.
4 of us. Me, Nisha, Chloe, Mickey, and Zai went to go see Avatar. Aside from that, me and Nisha go to the gym, and Zai goes to the gym pretty much every day. And then we scrim maybe 4 games a day. So like 2 best of 2s against usually like Shopify. We play Shopify a lot, and then some random team. And then from after like 9, we go to the gym, and then they just sit here and play pubs until like 7 a.m. And then my team wakes up at like 4 p.m. or something stupid. I think sometimes it's like, one time I called Nisha at like 3:30. I was like, "You're gonna eat lunch?" She's like, "Give me half an hour." I was like, "Bro, it's 3:30. Like, we have a game in like 2 hours. You should probably wake up." So our sleep schedules aren't the best, but our schedule's pretty good. Like, everyone's playing a lot of Dota.
I have one last question.
Of course
Totally
you do.
not being forced to ask this, but who is your least favorite Dota 2 talent?
My least favorite Dota 2 talent.
You could never guess who asked him to ask that either.
Don't ask, just say a name.
Okay, I think there's a pretty good... I feel like Sheep kind of sucks quite a bit. I feel like Sheep's pretty high in the rankings. Yeah, I really can't think... Like, as soon as you said my least favorite, like, all I could think was Sheep, so it's probably Sheep. My favorite, I mean, everybody on this panel's pretty nice. You're all jacked, hot dudes.
Hell yeah, I am.
Lizard, yeah.
It's going at.
Yeah, Lizard, Cinder, and Kazu, just all real handsome, chill dudes. So, if Fog was up there, it'd be perfect.
Fogged, where are you? You want to come in?
Thank you,
Fogged is there.
Thank you,
see
Blitz.
it. The handsomeness meter would just continue to go up.
It's time for Blizzard to come off that.
Oof.
So what's so repulsive about Sheep? Can you go into detail a bit?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she's annoying.
I thought you'd never ask.
I've been waiting.
She's wrong all the time on everything. Not just Dota-related things, just everything. Just ignore her takes. Her Twitter's annoying. There's a mute coming up pretty soon. There's too many to list. There's not enough fingers on my hands to list the reasons.
She's coming.
Oh no.
Yeah, I heard the door slam shut.
I hate you too, motherfucker.
Oh my god.
Okay, explain to me how these 3 have dress shirts on and you've got a random t-shirt on. It's some anime. Explain to me how that happens.
It's Dota heroes. They told me I could wear street casual.
All right.
I see. Okay.
I have one last question, Blitz, before we go. But what has been the hardest team to prep for in your eyes?
I know people won't expect this, but I thought ITV was actually pretty annoying to draft against.
Yeah.
In the moment, it was really, I didn't like it. Like, there was some part of our brain that we didn't like. We probably talked about that series the most, actually, after we played it, because something went wrong in the draft, and we weren't really sure where. We actually thought they caused us a lot of problems to, like, in the moment, I should say. Our prep for every team has kind of just been, we'll do our thing. Like, it's not like we adjust very much, as you can tell. Jabs creates some really nice documents for us that we get to review that makes things, like, super easy. We can just be like, oh yeah, this is what we should look out for. And then for the most part, it's just coming down to, like, making sure that we do our stuff pretty well.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, all questions done. Alex isn't going to get one at all, so we'll let you go, Blitz, and congratulations again on...
I'm coming for you, Quinn Callahan.
Holy heck! All right, bye, Blitz.
Lizard just took this opportunity to leave. I'm just here now.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. We just had him. I don't even know where this panel's going. It's an absolute shambles. So I'm going to ask production to throw up the results. We can have a just throw up. Hey, production, can you throw up? To bring up then, huh? If you're going to criticize my
that's
English.
better.
Yeah, if we could please bring up the schedule onto our screens. Some nice 2-0s happening, making the day go very fast, even though it's a fixed schedule. What are you laughing at, Kezu?
I'm laughing at you laughing at them.
I wasn't laughing at them.
Oh, only smiling then, my bad.
All right, let's all come in for the hug as we throw to break. Bye. Yeah, see ya.
I fucked up.
Go kill him, go kill him.
Yeah, I think we killed him. They lift somebody.
I need luck, I need luck.
We got the Marcia. I got Ravish. Watch him.
I think I have Ravish, I have RP still. Look on Lina.
Yeah, Leon. Trapping.
Ignore that fight. Both heals to die.
Oh, fucking dead, boys.
Good.
One hit. Giving Mickey the kill. Never mind. I'm not.
Surgery.
Welcome back for our third and final series. It is going to be Tundra up against Secret. A little bit of a TI replay, and joining me is going to be Sheep. She's on panel. She didn't get fired, thankfully. Fogged, we took a page out of Blitz's book, and we wanted to make this panel more handsome. And then Syndrin, you're still with me over there. Hey. You're so talkative. I love it, Sind. Thank you so much. But yeah, I've seen this matchup before. Tundra versus Secret. We've seen how it played out a couple months ago, and it's.
What are you talking about?
How times change, huh?
And how times change. No secret, they're just in a completely different form than TI finals.
Yeah, it's kind of strange actually when you think about it. How Tundra looks. I mean, I would say they're not in the exact same shape because they looked almost untouchable toward the end of TI. They really caught their stride, but I had higher hopes for Secret. I'll be honest. I think I placed them to get third here in this DPC. They replaced Nisha, which I did consider their star player, but I still thought like the foundation they have around him and the overall like macro strategies they played at TI were really good. So I thought slotting in Boom there, I wouldn't say it was going to be seamless, but I thought it was going to go better than this. And I hope that both the fans and that Secret themselves aren't just like, okay, this guy is ruining everything. We don't have Nisha, because I don't think it's that simple. I think there's been other problems at play.
Yeah, I have to be honest, I didn't really have the most faith in them. I think Nisha, a lot of the games, even when they were winning, a lot of the games, it's just like Nisha was literally winning the game some of the times. Like this Puck, I don't know why, one of these last DPC games I remember, it's like this Puck versus the world. Like Nisha literally just like, he's like 29-2 or something like that. I did feel like I didn't really have too much faith in this team. I think I put them like 6th, maybe 7th or something like that in standings. Yeah. But I actually thought they'd look a little bit cleaner. Like they actually just look very different because they actually played aggressive. They usually like Rezo was able to actually do stuff like that. They just do things around the map. I don't know. Something just feels really off about the entire team synergy.
Yeah, for anyone that hasn't, I guess, been keeping up to date for Western Europe right now, Secret have literally only won 1 game out of 4 series, so they are 0-4 at the moment, and all but one of them were 2-0s. Sheep.
It's pretty painful to watch, I'll be honest. I don't know what they're doing. Like, it feels like they don't have a game plan. It feels like they're just not cohesive at all. Like, they are... And they're playing passive as hell. It's actually... I was watching a replay. I was talking to Fogged about it back there, and it was like, I'm watching... Crystal is farming on a Dawnbreaker, waiting for someone to set up a kill so he can use his ult. I'm watching Rezo farming bot on a Death Prophet. I'm watching Boom farming mid on a Sniper, and the supports are like, did 1 smoke in 20 minutes and ran in a circle and then nothing happened. And they're just passively sitting back and waiting for Gamein to just like smoke into them and kill them, and then they're not even in position to react to it. Like the whole thing feels like they're so like disorientated with what's going on the map and not sure like where to find moves or make moves. It's very frustrating to watch.
Yeah, I think my biggest frustration from them is also just a lot of times people always talked about Puppy with Puppy drafts, right? Where he'd give a team their best heroes, kind of like figure it out right afterwards, and then they'd adapt immediately. I'm not seeing the adaptation. I'm like, of course they've lost like most of their games, but I'm just not seeing Puppy having his special showing where he's just like, all right, we've got this figured out. We have a clean draft. We understand what heroes are going to work well with this. Yeah, everything just seems chaotic and disruptive. I'm not sure what the biggest issue is.
Yeah, how much of the draft do you think is impacting that disconnected feeling from them playing?
See, this is what's complicated about something like that without knowing the inner workings of the team, because it's really difficult to draft if you're not playing well, and it's really difficult to play well if you're not drafting well. So it's like...
Catch-22.
It's kind of a chicken and the egg situation. What happened first? Did we start messing up our plays, or were our drafts bad so we lost our confidence, right? Like, I don't know which one it is. I would like to see... So for me... Secret in this season so far have seemed pretty uninspired. I think that's the word I would use, and I think that encompasses both their drafting but also their gameplay. It just, there's no innovation, there's no like, it doesn't seem hungry, you know? They're not like really playing to win and making really decisive moves and playing on the same page. Whatever it's going to take, I don't know what it is, but if they can somehow get on the same page, I think that's going to spill over on everything. It's going to make their drafting more stable and easier to execute and understand, and it's going to make people play better together in tandem. But it's weird, because they played so well together at TI in these pairings, and it just feels like they're not having the same impact. A lane like Zayat's Rezo just doesn't feel... You don't have that TI vibe that they had just 2 months ago.
It's also now... It's deep into the DPC already, right? So now they're versus Tundra, and that's when they're going to have to start proving it. Yeah. So,
yeah, it's
not
like
an
you've
easy one to do
almost
it.
waited for one of your biggest opponents to have to really pull something out of your sleeve. But let's also have a chat about Tundra. They came in, not too much had changed for them, definitely not in their roster, and even when we saw them play, but as of recent, it hasn't been working out in favor for them.
Tundra, they was saying in the interview, right, they don't know why they're not doing well. Like, they felt like the motivation might have been a little bit lower. They couldn't really pinpoint it. I feel like that's probably one of the worst situations to be in, where everything's just kind of lost to you and you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, because they're still drafting very similar heroes, very similar style and stuff like that, but their plays just aren't working. Maybe teams did study them a lot more, right? If you keep playing the same style that you've been playing for 5-6 months, teams are going to figure it out. Teams are going to get better. So maybe it's something along those lines. I'm not sure. I mean,
so am I missing something? What's their score right now?
I mean, series score, it is still really
Still
good.
good.
I think they're 3-1.
3-1, right?
Yes.
I was like, are we talking about the same
No,
team?
no, no.
This is a team that's just, yeah, they don't really have the chemistry.
No, I guess
the place
it's not it.
working with 3-1.
That's not what we're saying. What we're saying
Okay.
is, like, they came in and they got that 2-0 over OG, but then they fall to a game to Enigma Galaxy, and then right off the back of that, they lose their series to Liquid, which I guess is one of those grain of salt things because Liquid is doing so well. But then they also lose a game of Into the Breach. So it's these two
Fair.
teams
Okay.
that are coming in bottom seed. You would think someone who just won TI, not a massive patch change, no roster change for them either. They should still be hitting the same domination that we're either seeing from Liquid or what we saw in TI.
They're still winning the series.
I mean, yes,
okay,
exactly.
they're winning.
yes. Yeah.
Yes. But you're not happy with that if you're a pro player. There's no way you're like content saying, yeah, we lost these games. In fact, they got stomped. They got like hardcore stomped in some of these games.
Snaking had 20 deaths one game.
That was really
Yeah, I was gonna say 5-51. I'm gonna keep bringing it up. The scoreline for that Into the Breach game. I just you have to look at that.
You can flip it on its head and be like, okay, they bounced back from that, right? They got absolutely.
That's why we have you on
Yeah.
panel, Sind.
I mean, I know it's kind of it's a positive
Love it.
outlook. I will agree though. Like, I think compared to people's expectations, they've probably underperformed a little bit because the expectations are like they're up here, right?
That's fair too.
That's what the comparison
and
is.
most
Yeah.
of us had, I believe, most of us had them and Liquid as two of the front runners for this division, right? And it seems like Liquid are definitely the
I'm gonna
stronger
put
team.
production on the spot. Can we pull up the power rankings because we keep referencing them, so we can have a bit of a chat about that as well?
Geez.
Yeah, I'm gonna put you guys on.
I'm not. I feel like I'm not gonna look good here.
I don't know. Now I'm like, maybe I'm misremembering what I put it.
I'm gonna look good at my number one.
I still feel like, despite everything we've seen, I feel, I want to say, relatively confident that Tundra probably can still finish top 2.
Yeah.
Even though they've dropped an individual game here or there, they still look really good when things are meshing and when they're playing well, and they're doing that most of the time. So it's they're kind of the inverted Enigma of this season, actually. It's like they're good most of the time, and then they have a couple of bad games. Enigma's like they're dropping the ball most of the time, and then they have a couple of standout games. So
We're just more critical on them because of, like you said, the ceiling that they have. So we're just,
I'm just going off what they said in their interview, because personally, I love Tundra and I love watching them play. I think it was really cool as well how they were drafting to get like the Naga in the favorable matchup versus Brood. You know, like teaching teams, don't pick Brood against us. We will Naga you instantly and we will win.
Then how are we gonna see Secret sort of adapt to this, right? We've seen the ability to exploit Tundra in a series and in certain games, and then we've now seen Secret be able to take a game. Is there, I guess, this connection between those games that Tundra lost and the way that Secret won their game?
I would go back to what Sin was saying. Some innovation. I want innovation from Secret. Don't go back to default stuff. Don't pick your usual kind of heroes that you've been picking. Don't just open with like your Razor for Crystallis. I know now they're deviating a little bit from that, but I think, yeah, innovate. That's what we see that's where Tundra was the best, what they showed, doing like Tusk mid, Coddle mid, all this kind of crazy stuff, Wyvern mid, etc., Wraith packs. I think that's probably the best for Secret because looking at them, they have still a pretty all-star lineup for their team, and they have Puppey, one of like the biggest brains on the team, so they should be able to come up with innovation.
I think something that they could really benefit from is trying to target what she was talking about, like build lineups that want to play together a lot, because that's how you build synergy and come back from a slump, is that you start drafting lineups where you have heroes that play really well together in pairings, or where you have global spells so people communicate and get stuff done. If you start playing individualistic games, everybody's kind of just waiting for the others to do something and nothing happens. So I'd like to see strong lanes, especially Zayats and Reso. I'd like them to have like one of these like real kill lanes with make like Tusk +1 or whatever, and then activate each other and play as a team. I think that's more important than anything Tundra's doing. I think Secret need to focus on themselves first, and if that's in the bag, we can start counterpicking.
I want to see Boom, now that you say that actually, I want to see Boom playing his active heroes. I don't want to see Boom playing snipers. I want to see Boom playing his Embers, his Storm, these super active heroes, because that's when I think he looked the best. So actually, yeah, I like that point a lot. Puck as well too, yeah.
One player has been playing at a lot of alacrity. He looked Ownage on it, so why can't we have it?
Yeah, he was amazing. He's like owning Has he even lost a game on Puck? I don't think so.
Nope.
It was very good. But if they could ban like a Treant to enable that sort of play, that would be nice. Because that hero seems to be hindering a lot of other teams who will draft like these pick-off lineups, and then they'll go on someone, and the tree armor just extends the pick off for too long until the other team can then respond. So just get rid of that hero and go ham.
Have Tundra been running that a lot, actually? Is that a hero to be concerned about? Have we seen snaking on it? Maybe? I don't know.
Tree, we have not actually.
I don't think so.
It could still be a thing, though, especially if
I think so.
It's normally Rubik that they favor picking up in that
That's
sort
true.
of.
That hero's very good laner.
Yeah, yeah.
But-
Normally
but
they
I-
have the option, it is.
But I do think it's fair, though, because that might be an adaptation that Tundra would then go for. Like, if Secret is going down this route, that's something that Tundra can consider, right? I'm actually kind of surprised to hear they haven't played it. I feel like it's such a snaking hero. This guy loves standing still and farming safely and defending towers, right?
I almost just Lacosted it. Why? Because he likes to sneak tree. It's like, I don't know.
Oh gosh, get him off panel. Get him off panel.
He talks to me too much. It's horrible.
I'm so sorry.
It's good. You're like a Lacoste sponge for us, so
Yeah,
we get
Jesus,
to
I gotta get that out
we
of
get
my
to
head.
enjoy ourselves.
On the side of Tundra, do you feel that there needs to be some innovation to try and get out of this slump as well, or are you hoping that we see them come back to their tried and true?
Maybe this is the series they need to just kick up their confidence a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Feel good. Just do some normal gameplay. Take a win.
So it's different. We want Secret to innovate. We want to see like something very different from what the past few series have been. And Tundra were like, if you could just keep it the same, that'd be great.
Tundra could pick Naga second phase instead of first phase.
Oh,
That's the
don't
kind
get
of
too
innovation I'm
crazy.
looking at, yeah.
I think Tundra just still is gonna, I just keep thinking back to TI finals and the way that, it was a very confident kind of interview that they said, of course, at the end of it all, saying like, they were more afraid of doing double down in ranked. I think it was Skeeter who said it, right? More afraid of double down ranked games than he was of the TI finals. So I think if they go into this series with that type of momentum also, they seem to have every answer for Secret, right? They put them completely into a corner, forced them to do this like last 3 games in a row, dominated it. So I think Tundra, they probably have a really good idea of how to play versus especially a player like Crystalis, and looking at the bans, already targeting the poor guy.
Oh, that's rough. Yeah, Tundra are going to be having a first pick for this draft as well.
This is a very different first phase than we see in most series. Like, these heroes generally don't get banned in the first phase at all, and now both of them are in the bin.
This is just bullying, really.
Oh,
Bully Crystalis as much as possible, put him into uncomfortable spots. As everyone knows, or most people should know, these are his 2 most played heroes. So let's see, Tundra, they'll get their Beastmaster, 33, one of his best heroes.
Also, it's very obvious. Lino was
Lino?
not banned. Well, hey. I think it's actually very cheeky of Tundra to just let it through. The Beastmaster first pick kind of makes sense, though, because if Lina is going to do one thing, it's just pop BKB and click people.
Yeah.
But whilst you can deal with her in team fights via that roar, she's meant to destroy you in lane. So you can still like piggyback off of that into having a good game on Secret if you want to pick up the Lina.
It's like, do they just like Lina Rubik? Because I feel like if you Lina, you're just going to get Rubiked from Tundra, right? So I feel like you kind of, if you want to go down that route, you probably want to take it at least. I don't know. Rubik looks, to me, honestly, look like the best hero in the DPC so far, besides Lina.
Yeah.
So I think it's just an amazing counter pick.
I'm thinking, knowing Tundra, that they want that to happen, right? It's not happening. Puppy's going to go for his Enchantress, assuming he's playing it. It could be a Rezo 3 Ench that is a thing, not very common though, and you probably want to just lane it against Beast, right? The thing is, I think these...
He doesn't even go board.
These Beastmaster counters are kind of outdated, because Beastmasters just go Axis.
Yeah.
So it doesn't... I don't think it really counters the hero the same way it used to. What I was thinking Secret might do was go that Lina Rubik that you talked about. And then I thought it would be interesting to see if Tundra would actually value Spectre high enough to close first phase with it and then start banning out counters. But not going to be the case.
Would you want to do that over a Bat Rider, say?
Bat Rider would also have been a good idea. Yeah, like that type of, okay, we give you this because we have a really good closer for the phase, and then we're going to ban out counters for the core that we chose. So,
I guess
what do you get with this?
I don't know. I honestly have no clue. I just don't know if I really believe too much in this Ench counteracting kind of thing. So they're just going to open with their 2 supports, it looks like. I mean, Zayats, what do you want to play? Okay, I want to play Techies. Puppy, what do you want to play? Okay, I want to play Enchantress. So looks like they're just going down comfort rather than going for fully countering. Sure, the Ench can be, but as we said, you just don't go you just don't go board.
This gives Tundra, though, the
I was
option
going
to
to
take
say,
Lina
it
now.
felt
Lina
like
if they
playing
want.
chicken. It's like, do we take it and they have the answer? Do we let them have it? Do we have an answer?
They don't play it that much on Skeeter, though, to be fair.
Oh, yeah?
I mean,
Skeeter does.
It could
he doesn't
potentially
really
be
play
ignored.
It could be.
What if they just give it to Boom, then? I mean, the hero is pretty baller.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also nice against both of these heroes.
Maybe this is just to take Tundra out of just switch the whole game up. Secret just trying to play themselves, as you said. You wanted to see them just playing their own style. This is literally their own style, but yeah, now they just get Rubik Beastmaster.
I'll tell you one thing.
Amazing.
Tundra
That's
have
great.
not played against this opener. this year.
Yeah.
So that's we wanted innovation and we're getting it. But sometimes your innovation, you also need to test your innovations. And I don't know. I'm not sold personally. I would love to be blown away, no pun intended, by this draft. But it's I'm not particularly hopeful. And I like the Rubik. Maybe a little asterisk for this team. This is a Hero 9 likes.
Yeah.
It could go mid for them.
It could. I love Rubik versus Techies too. You have every potential of saving people that get suicided on. Stealing mines is like GG if you end up getting it. You end up like just dominating every single one. And you can stop the lift. You can stop the blast off. In the laning phase, you see him coming with vision. If you're quick enough, catch him midair. So I love Tundra's opener. I think it's a strong dual lane if they want to run it. Very flexible for the Rubik as well too, as you said. So yeah, I like that style. But yeah, we'll see if Secret can blow us away.
Oh, damn. Can you stop?
He said it first.
You got to do one now.
No.
Okay, perfect. I like that.
To that level.
Excellent.
The spirit of Pyrian Flax lives in me. No puns.
No puns. This is definitely, I would say, one of the slower drafts that we've had in this opening. A lot of thought going into this. Is it because this opening's so thrown off that you're like, do we need to do meta heroes or do we just need to target out comfort?
I guess Secret at least are surprised by the bans, right? I think for them it's surprising, and then I think Tundra in turn were surprised by the picks. So it makes sense it takes time, right? Like neither team is really getting the first phase that they envisioned. You do mock drafts before these series, you're like, we think they're going to do this. Nope, they picked none of the heroes we thought they were going to pick.
Just
they
kidding.
banned none of the heroes we thought they were going to ban. So, you kind of need to wing it on the spot, and that takes some time.
Pango ban, I mean, this is... Enchantress can't play versus this hero, in my opinion. You just literally die to a swashbuckle all game. It's actually impossible, and Nine's played it so much. They look amazing on it, so I do like at least them taking that. And Tundra, I think they're just going to keep targeting Crystallis. Put him down to 0 heroes, make him have nothing left.
So what else is going to be banned? Morph?
Okay, they actually... Okay,
the
a little bit of
legendary
difference.
Crystallis Batrider.
I mean, you never know.
My favorite.
I do like this opening from Secret, though, I will say, just because they are two heroes that can move and do things on the map. And if they are passive this game, I will cry. I will go backstage and I will sob my eyes out. They have the opportunity here to do so much. Enchantress, I think last year the most when she was being picked way more, she would be coming mid on like the first siege creep and just taking mid tower or like pushing it really hard and forcing hero rotations. You could take that mid tower really early with her. You could just keep sending creeps until it goes down. You have the opportunity to make things happen and to take objectives. And this techies with the burst damage and silence too can make rotations on mid for kills. Just be active, look for things to do. Please, Secret, please, I'm begging you.
Be aggressive, get good levels, make this Enchantress scale, get the enchant targets Ancient's creep so you can steal the Helm of the Overlord later on and stuff like that too. So
Was that level 20?
Potential. It is 20. But
okay.
I think. I'm pretty sure it's 20.
I think so too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 20. So kind of long that it'll take to get to that point. But yeah, I want to see early game aggression. They've got Zayats on his techies. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
So what do you couple with that? The one other time Secret played techies this season, they played it with Primal Beast against the safe lane Lina. They tried it as a counter pick. It didn't really work. They ran into Clock Lina against OG, I think it was, in the safe lane, and they traded like a bit, but then ultimately Lina kind of just rolled with the game. So is there like some sort of pairing that you see, thinking of Rezo's heroes, is there something obvious that would be really good with this, or?
I hope they don't pick him a farmer, because they keep kind of doing it, and I mean, okay, here's the thing. If they're going to make Rezo a farmer, you need to make Crystallis something that can go play around the map, make moves. Maybe something like an Ursa that can just go, like, get his Aegis, go fight, do things. Do you know any other really good active carries, like Bloodseeker? No, it's banned.
It's banned. I'd like the Ursa, honestly. I think it's really good. I think we've seen it so many times versus Beastmaster. It fits, but completely out of left field. They're going to go for a CK, so a stun, at least to lead up for the techies to always go, but
okay,
that's
You're right, it could also be a 3, technically.
I guess it could be, yeah.
That could be a lane.
Take it from Skitter. Just like, no comfort for you. Except they do have the Naga if they want that, actually.
Secret, I feel like they're honestly just like, what do you want to play? Right? I just feel like that's what they're picking for each other. Because like for me, I'm not sure versus Rubik. You can kind of like one-shot this hero a lot of the times, but I don't really see something that just screams CK is the best kind of carry hero right now. We're not seeing it too often. Beastmaster can be obnoxious. Sure, I guess it's maybe when he's in carry position and the Fade Bolt spam plus the Axis spam, he can have some sustain, right, inside the laning phase, but
I mean, it is just a Giga kill lane. Like, no matter what lane the CK is in, you have either him and techies, which is just massive nukes, or you have him and Enchantress, which is just going to have like slow chip down into like just killing you. This response, pretty expected though from Tundra,
Yep.
I think.
Love the second phase Naga. It's good to see.
Something so
Nobody
fresh.
expected it.
Yep. They get their Lash, so they get tempo with Beastmaster. They have kind of counter versus CK as well too.
It's a double-edged matchup, in my opinion, because I think CK is one of the carries that deals the most bursty single-target damage, so he can actually beat Bloodstone if you don't have it pre-activated before you get jumped, because then you might just survive all of the illusions, right? But yeah, it's definitely comfort, and it fits the play style they're looking for. So I like the Lush.
What else is Secret looking for to try and break down that playstyle?
Damage from range right now. I mean, I could see even on a Zeus, they ban Zeus themselves. That's so sad. But I think they need damage from range because you don't want to give the Leshrac a way to heal off of his Bloodstone. You want to be able to kill him. Right now, your damage is mostly on the CK and the techies. They have pretty good burst, actually. Especially if you get Mage Slayer on the CK.
Yep.
It's not bad. But they don't really have a lot that deals with the Naga.
Yeah. Magnus, I guess, gives them this farming capability so they can keep up, and they can look to take team fights around RP, but now I look at Rubik, I'm like, stock is up, stock is up, baby.
Is the Secret Draft trending towards what we wanted, a little bit more of that aggressiveness, team fight, or just worried? You're like, I don't know how you're going to come up against.
I'm not personally a fan, but I feel like I've been a doubter, and I've been very wrong this season, and there's sometimes I've been like, this is a good draft, and they get smashed.
I've
so
never heard you be wrong.
I mean, yeah, that's true. I'm just being humble here, but let's real talk for a second. I'm always right. So I'm struggling to see the red thread. I think that's the problem I've had with some of Secret's drafts, is that it's not like they're picking garbage heroes or something like that. Dota really doesn't have that, to be honest. But I look at this lineup and I don't see like a natural progression in the game where I'm like, okay, this is step 1, this is how we're playing 10 minutes, this is how we play 20 minutes, this is how we play 30 minutes. I look at Tundra and I see it immediately. You just look at these heroes, you know what they're going to do, you know how they're going to divide the map and what they're playing for. Secret, it's a little bit more of a mix, because I think for me it starts in the first phase. I don't see Ench techies like dynamic from any other teams. I don't have any experience to draw on to understand it really. But I feel like it's very chaotic and needs snowballing effectively.
They need a playmaker. They have, honestly, like the techies and the Enchantress, maybe if they have somebody to play around, they can do stuff. They have nobody to make plays with. They need somebody on Boom that can open up the map for them right now. I'm looking at the bans. I think Tundra have recognized that too. Once we see like the Bat Ember, then we see the Lean and the Storm now too. They're just like, okay, they have no way to actually activate their techies, no way to activate their Enchantress to actually make things happen on that.
I know. I saw the CK. I was like, fantastic. Now they just pick an offlaner that can fight. Perfect draft. Amazing. Instead, you have a Magnus. He's not going to do anything until he gets this blink, and he's probably going to go for a Greaves before that. Your CK does actually need to go farm at some point. So whilst he can be aggro in lane, he does need to take a step back at some point. And who's making up for the space in that meantime? Like you said, it just doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And loving the last phase Lina ban, a common thing.
Oh,
I thought you were going to say last phase Silencer ban. I was going to say, okay, I mean, that one's...
Not subscribing to it?
I'm just wondering what they're looking for where it's like, Silencer's going to ruin us.
I guess if they think they can all initiate or jump in and the global's fast enough.
I mean, the thing about the global is, I think it would enable, depending on what they're going for as the last pick, right? If Secret are looking for some sort of active initiator and they want to start fights by catching someone, killing them, and then snowballing the fight, Silencer often works well with heroes like CK or Magnus with Blink Skewer or something.
Yeah.
But again, I really need to see that last pick to understand what the goal is here. We're going to see a last pick Undying now for Tundra, so recognizing that either CK or Magnus will be the offlane core, so they have this strength counter. And this should give Naga... I don't see how Secret lane, so Naga is not free farming.
Yeah. This looks like really nice for them to just halt any team fight, too. We can pick and choose any battle we want, reset the map, push, Song Tombstone, Song to walk away from RP. I think Tundra... I don't really see them play Undying too much, if not... I don't think at all in this DPC, but I think it fits everything that they want here.
We haven't seen it yet, this DPC.
Also enables Roshan, which they have Beastmaster for, and the Naga, so you can now drop Tombstone there to zone control, and you have the Flesh Golem, and you just go and kill that Rosh as Dire, and try to progress the map from there.
Yeah.
And it's a Vision controller, another Vision hero. You have Tombstone for Vision, you've got Hawk for Vision, you've got Illusion scouting out for Vision, so...
Classic Tundra, yeah.
And they'll take the Sniper. So they want something that lanes well versus the Lash, they want something that can stay at that distance and get this farm, but it looks passive. It looks very passive for me.
Yeah, the last time they did this matchup on mid, Boom did win it. Obviously, it's a good matchup and he's able to do it. So he should come out a little bit ahead, but the problem then becomes you have no one doing anything on the map. And I think that playing against this lineup on Tundra, you just can't do that.
Okay, we're just not really vibing with what Secret's putting out, Sind.
I also question how Sniper does against Naga in a mid-late game situation. I don't know if this is actually a good matchup. I feel like Naga is one of the better carries against Sniper because she has a super long-range sleep, and if she ever gets on top of him, you're not getting out again. So I think it's very volatile. I'll definitely side with Tundra this game. I like the draft more and it's more stable. Secret are trying something different here, but I'm personally not liking it. So this is not the game for me.
Okay, well, it hopefully is at least some amount of a morale boost for Secret, whether they take game number 1 or not. But we're going to jump over to our casters. It's Lyrical with Kezu.
That's right, we're here. We're taking a look at some wonderful Dota 2 today. How you doing, sir? We got some solid drafts.
Doing great, doing great. I must say that I really like Tundra's draft.
Okay.
I think they have some pretty good answers to what Secret have to offer. Not the biggest fan of the last pick Sniper, but it can work. You can never count out the mastermind puppy, so, you know, it might just work out.
Totally. I mean, I think that that's something that we were kind of looking at the drafts, and the panel was wondering which way do they want to go with it. They opt to go for this, like, sit back, play away. Sheepo said that she would cry if it was passive. Is it any better passive a little bit with the Sniper pick at least?
She might have to end up crying, I think. Unless their lanes go really well. I think this game is going to be a lot on the supports. I think they're going to have to roam around. But yeah, Secret are going to have to hope for good lanes into a steady mid game.
All right, good to notch. We are actually, I think we have a pause in the end of the draft right here. So we can talk a little bit about a couple of the things leading into this. Of course, for Tundra, wanting to sort of get their feet back under them. They took one loss against Liquid, but other than that have looked pretty solid. And for Secret, this is like do or die time. They got to win.
I mean, Secret need this win, I'm sure. I chuckled a little bit when the panel was like, at the first 3 picks, yeah, they're just picking each other for what do you want to play? You can have this, which is kind of what it looked like, but I do think that maybe Secret just want to take a bit of the pressure away.
Right.
Let people have their comfort. So maybe this is what they need.
Absolutely. Getting back to basics. What do you feel good on? What do you want to play? We got a techies in this game for crying out loud. That should be pretty interesting as we get into this game number 1. Secret facing off against Tundra. And this is not going to finish that from Resolution coming out at the beginning. He could be set up to make some big plays on this mag.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to deliver, I think, quite a bit. He is very good on this hero. He's even played it at TI. So if someone can do it, it's definitely him. But he's going to need some help in the early game, I think, from his supports.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be on the docket there. And looking likely that he's going to be laning with the techies. A hero that, you know, Zayat's been playing since before the most recent patches that have changed him up a lot. A couple of pings there on the top rune. Or rather the top ward that was placed, as Tundra heading over that direction and might have an inkling that's there, yeah, and they get the Observer ward, D ward.
It looks like from the laning station, so they're going to just put the Rubik into the safe lane and the Undying in the off lane. I thought they were perhaps going to do the Naga with the Undying against the Mag, but perhaps they feel like Techies just outranges him and spams him more over time, so they prefer to have the Rubik there, which is somewhat interesting to me.
Yeah, a little bit of a difference in what we've normally seen as well. Setting up for this rune battle. Skidder going to be able to pick up that one, and that looks like it's going to be 2-3 going to Tundra right out of the bait.
Yeah, not too bad. So, just to cycle back a little bit to the Undying, perhaps they feel that this is what 3-3 needs on his Beastmaster to like actually get through this laning phase, because Engine CK is a very aggressive lane, so in order to kind of offset this aggression, I think perhaps this is why the body of Saxa is going to be here.
Interesting. So yeah, because the panel was talking about this Enchantress not really countering out the Beastmaster as much, but you're saying with the added combo of the CK there, it could be a lot of pressure early onto 33.
Yeah, like usually it's not just like this one hero, you always need like this added bonus, which CK is probably one of the best heroes that can do that. And Rubik isn't really the best hero at defending that, so I think it's a nice little switch up here by Tundra.
Okay. Good to watch for. Of course, Skidder playing on his Naga Siren in this one. We've seen so many of these Tundra games where he just takes over the map, makes everything feel super small as far as their ability to farm it out. And I kind of want to see if this draft from Secret has the answers to it. As Saxa taking some damage there and going to be forced back by Puppy a little bit. 33 still playing with those axes.
Yeah, luckily for him, he has like a bunch of mangoes. He's got the tangles, the decay.
But to go back to the... So we've seen the mag against Naga before. I think it was even Secret themselves at TI.
Right.
And even that lineup couldn't beat Naga at that point. So, I mean, that surprised me a lot because I liked Secret's draft back then a lot too. But Tundra with this Naga, there's something else.
Right. And obviously a lot of the things that made it so strong have been at least taken a little bit away. Think about the Wraith Pack, the pipe, all that stuff. But we'll see if this will finally be the answer that they need to deal with it here. As already off to a pretty hot start, 7-1 versus the 6-1 in Resolution Force Pack. So laning stage wise, is there anything that like really needs to happen for either team, or are both sides kind of comfortable coming out of the laning stages equal?
I think both teams are probably going to come out of the lane somewhat even. I think maybe the one that has the most volatility could be this mid lane between the Sniper and Lesh. I've seen this happen, like I've seen it pan out very Sniper favored. I don't know, maybe it was Nisha or someone else, but I think this one has the most volatility, and in terms of aggression, it's definitely the bottom lane.
All right, we'll watch for that aggression there, and already 8 last hits, but 5 denies on that Sniper versus the 7-1. So gain a little bit better of that attack animation, which is super freaking annoying to deal with. But so far, so good down bottom here. 33 seems to be having a great time.
I mean, they're just playing it really well. I think just to go back to the switch up, it's really allowing, like, Beastmaster's most volatile timing of the lane are definitely like the first like 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes for him to get closer to like level 3 and the Helm of Iron Will, which, you know, Saxa is enabling him in doing that. So they just really know how to make this hero work.
Gets the D ward there on the small camp too, blocks it out. And at least for now, seeing Chrysalis take a good chunk of damage from these axe spams every time he gets clunked by him. Kind of annoying, and it's hurting him a little bit in the CS department.
Yeah, I mean, something that Tundra are probably also one of the best teams at doing is like abusing this Ring of Basilius like in their offlane. So you have the Beastmaster who's spamming his axes because this is the way he's gonna get through his lane. He doesn't want Boris against the Eng. And on top of that, the Undying. You love this mana regen on Saxa.
Yeah. Spam out constantly all of that bits of damage there. You can see Chrysalis, I mean, he's just so freaking low already. Like, it actually feels like if he steps too far forward, he could just get blown up.
Yeah, I mean, they're the ones supposed to be pressuring this Beastmaster in the lane, right? Which is, by the way, a first pick Beastmaster who's currently on the top of the CS chart. But this is just, this is peak Tundra, I think. When they get to do this and really execute their ideas in lanes, this is what it looks like.
I mean, that's kind of always been a thing with, like, AoE teams, I feel like, too, where they, like, think out the first however many minutes in a row, and it's just, like, they sort of own it.
Yeah. It's like, you buy 3 mangoes, you get the bounty gold, and you buy a tango for your teammate, you get a Basilius, you get me to the Dominator, and now easy game.
Right. Well, we'll take a look over at mid here in a second, too, as that lane trading off, getting some water runes. Boom. As you can see, a little bit of an advantage over 9 as they're doing some weird lane shenanigans here, pulling it back towards the tower.
Yeah, I guess they're both trying to like keep a nicer lane control for themselves. 9 is doing actually pulling it behind the tower, which is kind of funny too. I do think that the supports are really going to be very important for Secret because the cores in this game are not going to move for them at all. It's going to be a lot of eyes on Zayas and Puppey.
Speaking of Zayas, going in now on Snake King. Somebody's going to probably go down here. The pullback, that sets up for the kill. Snake King going to draw the first blood, and then the body blocks come in from Skitter. Oh, that's got to be so frustrating for Rezo. Maybe the Shockwave, though. This could clean it up. Pulls him back in. The raindrop keeps him alive. And Snake diving under tower, thought about it, but Resolution, he can't go.
Oh. That's a rough one. Also, Snake, he just got his raindrop delivered right before that last shockwave came out. He would have died there if not for that.
Well, a bit of a slow one in terms of the number of kills early on, but obviously now with Snake getting sent away, Rezo and Zayats can maybe put a little bit more pressure on this Naga sign, but you can see he just sends those illusions over at him and it feels terrible.
It's very annoying for all these supports to play. Like, sure, you can't really use the illusions too well against the mag, but if you split them nicely, you put them on the techies, then at least you only have 1 hero on you instead of 2, so Skeeter is just doing a very nice job.
And you can see right here, too, the Beastmaster getting ready for this, doing the micro things, draws the creeps on out, and stacking up camps with the boars. So that's the value that you get, even if you're not using it in lane against the Ench.
Yep, you just get this 1 level, you allow yourself to stack a triangle as a mid.
9. Be able to run him down there, but boom, takes away that rune. So no bottle refill for 9.
Yeah, definitely a good job to be active on these runes. And just, yeah, it's more about like 9 not getting the rune as opposed to Boom actually getting it. So it's very good by Secret.
Drops down that tombstone. Turns, tries to bring him down. Has the stomp puppy. Chrysalis pair together for the finish and then also get the tombstone gold.
That's a pretty nice swing down there. First to get the centaur creep to allow for the kill, pick up the tombstone. So, you know, Chrysalis, even though he got pressure quite a bit early on, he's still pretty happy in this lane.
Yeah, interesting. Pretty good start for Secret, at least there. And of course, the question is going to be how this transitions, as Zayat's going to be the victim of the 9 rotation. Doesn't have any way out of there. So 9 finds himself a kill.
Just a nice little move. Swept through the jungle, got himself some neutral creeps and a free kill up top. This is always nice. I think 9 is one of the more like rotating type mid players, and he's very, very efficient on these type of moves. He always farms a camp towards the move, then as we can see now, he also like farms it on the way out. So Tundra maybe have stepped it up again from some of their earlier games.
And this is what you want to see. Gets a couple of those items too, which are obviously a huge boon. And as we saw earlier, 33 trying to prep up those other camps with the boar. He only got the 1 stack on him still, but that's going to be something to watch. If Tundra can build up these stacks and clear through them, Secret going to need to play that aggressive Dota that we're hoping to see out of him.
Yeah, I think like this is really something that 3-3 does best. Like all these little things as you touched on earlier as well. You stack this camp, you keep farming it, some Dominator timing, you keep stacking it up. Also, it's kind of a good timing to not be in the lane right now where the CK is level 6, because they're very strong. You also just saw that they could kill Saxo, so it just lines up very nicely, not just for you, but also against the enemy matchup.
Well, we'll watch how these next couple of minutes unfold here. 33 wanted to take that stack, but Ench comes in and contests it. Resolution taking a lot of damage. Does have Skewer available and is going to have to use it now to get to the other side of the river there. But showing also that, you know, it's not just the CK that's strong right now, although if they bring numbers here, this is really nice towards mid.
Yeah, I like what Secret are doing right now. Rez also did it. Oh, back to mid.
Jace, Snake King, they have a clap onto him, but with 33 in the area, he retakes over the Hell Baron. Oh, no, he didn't actually. He still has that ready to go, though, if he wants to Helmet Dominate or something.
I like what Secret are doing here, rotating the heroes to mid. Even if they don't end up finishing the tower just yet, this is the type of aggression that I really do like to see. And in terms of Rezo earlier, he used the fog very nicely to get the Skewer out without Snake King getting the lift on him. So far, Secret, I kind of like what they're doing.
So is there anything that like they need to sort of keep up momentum, take down towers quickly? Because we've seen this like Naga Siren get completely out of control. Is this that type of game, or does like the mag kind of make it better?
So the mag definitely does counterplay it quite a bit, but I do think you want to keep up the tempo at least for now. Beastmaster is not quite ready yet. Lesh is not tanky enough, and Naga needs a lot of time, and you have very aggressive supports, which I want to continue seeing them use those aggressively. Try to take this mid tower maybe with the 10-minute siege, and then try to rotate into top to at least lower, like, you know, decrease the map a little bit that Thunder have to work with.
Okay. Little pull back there on the Skitter. And again, this slow pace to the start of this one. Only 3 kills here in 9.5 minutes. As it does look like CK trying to get into that armlet, as we've seen a couple of different times, and 33 finishing off the Dominator. Do you imagine that that pressure is going to start to come their way?
Yeah, for sure. They're going to keep trying to like push out bottom. If 3-3 does see the opening to like push there a little bit, he'll do it. If not, he'll probably fall back to the Ancients. They have very good heroes at farming that out too. As we see Chrysalis, you know, he's doing a nice job. He's just going to pull the way for now with his Phantasm, because he's not, you know, not feeling too good about putting his body there.
Let's keep that tower alive though, against the pressure that could be coming his way. And 10-minute mark, Tome's coming out. Will they decide to push with this next round of catapults? There's only a couple heroes mid for the moment. And Resolution, you can see, trying to, after getting that early bracer, he's queuing straight into Blink. So no mech first, like we've seen from some of these other ones, as Puppy. Gonna run right past 9. They have that ward down, which scouts all of this. Snake King moving into position 2, gets the lift back, finds for the kill. Puppy is going to die.
Eventually, they do get it. Nice lift into the pullback. So I guess, yeah, they will eventually end up getting this bot tower. So very similar move from both teams to like just try and open up the map a little more. But we can already see 3-3 doing what he does best, kind of, you know, being safe, farming the Ancients, and this net worth is gonna skyrocket up just a little bit.
You see that? Dude, 7 stacks on his own?
Yeah.
I mean, this guy's a monster. He's almost got Vlad's at 11 minutes.
I mean, how many times do you see him not be top net worth as Beastmaster?
Yeah. I guess that's why you first pick it.
Dire are scanning.
Okay. Well, that is a big injection of gold, and for Resolution, he needs to play catch-up. They do manage to take that top tier 1 tower, while simultaneously the other one is going down on the other side of the map. We've seen this a lot where, like, the map just gets split. But now starting to send in those Naga Siren illusions.
I do like the... So you pointed out that Rezo is buying Blink. I do think that that is the correct choice in this game. I don't really like this like mech too much if he were to buy it, because you don't have too many heroes going in for you. Maybe the CK, sure, but even that is not too easy for him. So instead, getting this Blink to try and enable your sniper later to like bring heroes closer and start a fight, I think that's a great adjustment from him.
Mask of Madness completed for Boom. Wanting to get into that quick damage as fast as possible, while you can see the Tundra lineup starting to rotate a couple heroes towards mid here. Saksa and 9 right in front of Zayats. Has to be careful. And yeah, they can just get the back away there.
Just saying hello to each other.
Right.
As a 3-3, I feel like they do this a lot. He knows this timing so well, he's going to wait for his Overlord. They always take over the bot tier 1 tower, they pull back the side camp, slow down the enemies a bit more, as they're a very methodical team. So they're going to keep waiting a little bit more, while the others just try to play some more areas, snaking.
Dude.
And Skeeter just defending the jungle.
He's level 8 on this Rubik.
Yeah, I don't know how these guys are squeezing it.
What the hell? Puppy took a big burst there from those stolen mines.
Well, Fog was talking about it. He did say it's GG if you get the mines.
This guy's got mangoes, arcanes. He's feeling super good right now.
Every time I see Rubik, I feel like these guys are just very happy playing this hero. Like, no matter what. I never see this hero have a hard time. I guess they're just chilling, playing on range. They get their arcane boots. You can always get a good spell. And yeah, I mean, Tundra, they're already 3k gold ahead.
This is what's crazy about this team. It's like nothing is happening, but it just doesn't matter. They're like building this lead up. Like, I don't know how they always do it. There's like no fights taken. The map seems like it's relatively split, but then they just are building a lead.
They're just slowly trickling ahead with how they move their heroes on the map. As 3-3 keeps farming the triangle. They're currently making a move to top, which I think Rezo might fall victim to.
Yeah, does have RP ready, but the net is there, and they've got the lift, they've got the stun. Get the kill. Snake King takes that one away. And that was the Blink Dagger coming out, so maybe with him respawning, they can make a move. But like Song of the Siren is up. This feels not super easy for Secret.
Definitely not easy, but one thing they can try to do is try to secure this mid tower, either by just running the sniper there with a mag smoke behind, or if someone shows up, you can RP skewer back. So I do think that's one of the better things they can do, because sure, they would love to wait for the techie shard, but Science is not really close to it yet at all. He's over 1,000 gold away.
Yeah, they need something quicker than that. That is for sure. A lot of heroes in this area now, as Saksa walks up the hill into the mines, shrugs them off, not concerned. And for Rezo, I mean, Blink Dagger done, but he has to come back up top and push out this wave. So every time they like sort of try and make a move, it feels like there's another problem presented on the map.
Yeah, I feel like this has got to be one of the best Tundra lineups that they played. This Naga, Beastmaster, make the map super hard to play. They're going to slowly like push in the lanes and then start tickling down this mid tower with the Overlord. And yeah, I feel they're just slowly building this lead, as you're saying. It just keeps going up.
Dude, I told you, Sheepo's crying. She wanted this to be a super aggressive lineup from Secret. It's not happening.
Yeah, they only have 1 kill for now, but they will make a... They have a play in them soon.
Ooh, drop down some vision. Snake King steals away some sticky bombs, connects onto Zayats, but won't be able to bring him down. But even still, like, every second that passes, they are gaining more and more gold. They just keep on getting bigger.
The Tundra are currently just outmaneuvering Secret on the map. You can tell that there's a little bit of Secret feeling they need to fort. Oh,
connects now. This is onto an Undying though, so Saksa will be brought down in the end. But will they be able to find anything after?
Do you think both teams are probably kind of happy with this. Like, Tundra got the tower very low, and Secret are still around.
Oh my god, I didn't even realize how close that was. Oh, he gets dropped by the mine! Dude, that feels so bad. Oh god, and now on a Skitter, this is a big kill for them. Gonna TP away though. The song, the TP, and again, the frustration for Secret, I'm sure.
Yeah, and now Naga barely gets out. You're gonna lose your bottom tower to the beat summons.
3 second stun on to 9, forces him back. Resolution can't get the pull. But yeah, 33 taking the bottom tower. Nothing's free.
Oh, absolutely not. This is just slowly becoming harder and harder for Secret to play. The Naga illusions are getting stronger. The summons keep pushing out your lanes.
Rezo, he gets the lift right at the start. Wants a turn to go, but it's not going to happen. 33 gets the axes for the kill, and now the rest of them have to run. Secret trying to escape from this. Just absolute monstrosity of a blob walking at them. They get a 2-second stun. Zayats tries to stop this. They get some good damage out onto him, but, well, can they turn this now? Maybe. There's a chance. Puppey whittling him down. Saksa starting to fall, and so is Snaking. It's only the supports, but they get something. A 9 thinking about turning onto this. Finds the freehand stun onto Zayats. And, well, again, nothing comes free.
Oh, there are so many annoying things for Rezo to play into in this game. There are hawks flying around, there's Naga illusions, a tombstone on the high ground from Saksa that saw him before he blinked in, so he gets pre-lifted. Oh, I gotta say, I feel a little bit for him, but this game, I don't know if it's getting much easier, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't get easier now, I don't know when it does either. Like, you're still dealing with this Naga Siren that is just been unbothered. Skitter's fine.
And yeah, he's gonna be fine for a bit. So if I look at Secret now, I'm trying to think of what they want to do. So they're getting close to the Techie Shard, which is gonna help a lot. I think it can give them some kill opportunities. This bottom, both teams are eyeing each other a little bit.
Well, Saksa getting low, pulled back in, killed off.
That helps.
Yeah. But these kills do feel kind of rough when it's on their side of the map, back where their tier 2 tower used to be.
Yeah. Like the thing, you're not really getting through. It's like a roadblock. It's like, sure, you come here, maybe you get an Undying kill, but in the meantime, my bros are farming. Skeeter is debating to go into the enemy triangle again to farm it up. So, I mean, Tundra are feeling good. I wonder if they want to sweep the map at some point and play for Roche, because for now, I think Secret, they're going to have to look for a way back into this game.
Right. Yeah, they need to, and you can see that esportsbet.io just very much favoring Tundra at this point. And Puppey, well, he was going to get stunned. 9 right on top of him by the Sentry Wards. Tries to get away. Ain't going to happen. As Puppey does tank through a lot of damage for a poor old Ench.
But he is tanking.
I mean, he's very tanky. He's used a lot of 9's mana. But in the end, the story remains the same. Although Rezo tried to get the RP pullback, but doesn't connect. Oh, that hurts.
That's so close. So that, honestly, that is the type of plays they kind of have to go for. I like that Secret do have a few heroes now in the enemy jungle. You place this aggressive ward. We've seen it before. Zayats, maybe he can get like a really sick turnaround with the shard now where they can turn a fight around, but boom.
Yeah, Sox is nearby. Does they get the slow touch off onto him? Doesn't quite get there, and now Sox is in pretty deep. Goes forward for the shard, but going to get dropped in 9. Right by Resolution, they break the Blink Dagger. He needs a way to get his sniper out of there, but it's not going to happen. RP pull back onto 2. Where's the follow-up damage, though? They don't have it. Resolution gets obliterated. And now with Chrysalis stuck to the side, it's just falling apart. Tundra dismantling Secret here 20 minutes in.
Ooh, I mean, Tundra are playing a very, very clean game. Like, they go in, you feel like, okay, Saksa is too deep. Nope, there's a 4-staff, he gets pulled out, so Secret kind of get baited into this fight, and again, it's too hard for Rezo to like come in this fight and clean up, and even when he does, it's already too late because he feels too forced to help his team, and well, there's no one left alive.
It's pretty rough as we take a look at this replay here. There was a moment like where maybe they could have gotten the Rezo turnaround, but you're gonna see 9 just clips him right there, and that breaks the blink. The tombstone's in the area, breaking it too. It just hurts. Tough game.
Yeah, then so at this point, this is at the type of point where you need to either A, split some waves, and B, wait for Tundra to like overextend and pick them off somewhere. But the problem is, when you go behind against a lineup that can push out waves for free while they kill you, it's not so easy to come back.
It's true. The game feels pretty rough. Skitter just kills off Resolution. that was the Orchid, if not reveal, then definitely kill. And I mean, you're seeing a couple of other interesting things here. Chrysalis going for that Blink Dagger, kind of recognizing that they need to find that burst. They need to find that one hero that's not a support to kill.
Yeah. I do like that choice. So this is like another way to help your Magnus to play the game, because now he can go first as Zayas.
Big jump in, drops it all down. Do they have the damage to finish him off? 33 right on top of that CK. 9 unstoppable, and boom, just has to run away.
Beastmaster has a BKB. It's the same net worth as the Snaga Siren. This is insane. This is insane.
That guy is too freaking big. Very, very strong. And yeah, I mean, keep on stealing the techies' minds. I mean, I get the comfort of Secret's draft, trying to play in a way that, like, makes sure that everybody feels comfortable, try and take off the stress a little bit, but this one, it just feels like Tundra have the answers.
They really do, and they know how to enable the heroes. This is like absolutely their bread and butter. They know how to play the map from here on out and how to just get pickoffs while keeping the map nicely without putting yourself out of position. And you can tell that they're feeling themselves. Look where Skeeter is playing.
Oh my god, dude. Puppy, you gotta get the hell out of there. This is the illusion starting to beat them down a bit. They do get cleaned up by the techies' mine at least. But as you said, indicative of the danger and how confident they are.
Yeah, and now they're just gonna slowly trickle down your towers. You have even, like, 9 feels free enough to go bottom and push in the lane and now connect back to his team, whereas Secret, it feels like they continuously have to stay as a ball. It is really hard for them to gain any edge of the map right now.
Oh yeah. And of course, we did see them take down the Helm of the Overload creep there, which is much needed and much appreciated. As on the other side of the map, I don't know if you spotted it, but 33 does another double stack while he's farming. This dude's like efficiency to the next degree.
Yeah, I mean, you can just... I feel like they're always thinking one step ahead. At least when Tundra are on top of their game, this is what it looks like. They're like, okay, we're very far ahead, but we've taken everything we want. We can't go high ground. Let's just farm the entire map until you feel forced to do something.
Well, and they feel forced right now, but this could be a big one. Tries to pull in, but the Rubik lift. Saksa drops the tombstone, tries to get away. The rest of the team moving into position. They can't even get the Undying kill. And in fact, Reality Rift pulls Chrysalis to the low ground. Big RP, but where's the follow-up? They need Boom to hit away, but the Song of the Siren to turn this one around, and eyes set immediately onto Boom. They're just going to encapsulate him in pain and death. They try and stop it with the Techie stun, but this one is looking rough. Triple kill for 9, and I don't know where the hell Secret go from here.
Yeah, triple kill, godlike. You're going to have to wait for everyone to respawn, get some 5-man RP, blink,
GG.
GG.
They're done. 24 minutes, dude. It did not look close.
No, I feel like Tundra just kind of playing their A-game and really doing exactly what they want and executing it from start to finish.
Yeah. And again, you think about like that loss that they had to Liquid earlier in the DPC. I feel like there's a lot of ways in which like it's tough to come back from a TI victory and like maintain that same level of momentum and, you know, whatever. And I think that one of the best things to like sort of get you back in the groove is to get knocked down a punch. You know, they lose a series, they come back, they look like this. Unfortunately for Secret, it happened to happen to them.
Yeah, I mean, Secret, they're going to have to bounce back for the next game, and it is really their do or die time for, I guess they've had it multiple times now, but really it's now it's the time for them to show up.
Right.
And I think Tundra, they, as you said, the loss that they received, I'm sure it helped them a lot. You can tell from this game. This is super clean.
Yeah. Well, and, you know, I think that they took that other loss earlier into the breach. And I feel like it's kind of the moment where they want to come back and, you know, prove that they're still the team to beat, or at least one of those teams to beat, and put together a solid showing, obviously, in really good position right now to be going to Lima still, if that does end up, you know, continuing on the way that the trajectory we've seen. But for now, at least, we're going to end off game number 1. Head on back to the panel, let them break that one down.
There is one pressing question that I have to ask the three of you. At what minute did you feel that Secret wasn't really standing a chance in this game and line up against Tundra?
When Resolution skewered the Rubik back into his techies, killing him for first blood. And then not killing the Rubik.
Okay, yep. Yeah, I'd say that one was pretty tough.
That was one.
I mean, for me, after draft, kind of a little bit, but probably realistically around 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say 10 minutes as well. Like, they got the bottom tower and they started taking control of the map. And again, I don't see the red thread. I think the score at 15 minutes was 1-4, and Tundra just farming every core freely in the game, and there's not much happening.
Yeah, it was that sort of issue that we had talking about Secret in this pre-series, was that they just felt disconnected, and Sheepy really didn't want to see them playing a passive game.
Yeah, I just didn't want everything that they did. I was quite upset with it. And also, like, if you look back to the TI that Spirit won, both Rubik and Undying were heroes used to deal with Magnus. So when Magnus rushing a Blink is your only core that is actually meant to be able to do anything for you, it's like sad as hell. He's just countered. You saw him there in that clip. He blinks in, gets lifted. It just sucks. He can't do anything. It's very difficult.
Yeah, when I saw the mag, I'm just like, Rubik just went up tenfold, right? Like, that's first thing that I would think of whenever I see that kind of matchup. Is I think more teams just, we see everybody kind of adapting, we see everybody taking this Rubik. They had the option, they decided to go for the Wrench Techies. I think you just give Rubik an amazing game. Versus Techies, versus Magnus, he's going to be able to thrive. Snaking played really greedy, as he always does. He did an excellent job, and I think they did the Tundra special, right? They do decent in their lanes, if not better than you in their laning phase, and then this Beastmaster and this Naga Siren, it's a super oppressive map control, and they're pressuring you constantly with like just running at you. You can't really do much of anything.
It felt like I watched a game for, how long was this game? 25 minutes? 20, I'm going to say about 25 if I remember correctly. I feel like Secret made one move in this game, and that was their push on the mid tower early on, where they brought in Ench, took over the Dom creep from Beastmaster and tried to get the tower unsuccessfully, but they were close. That's the kind of move that can open up the map, but didn't really work. And the problem is they commit so many resources and so much time to it, aren't successful. And kind of like Sheep talked about pre-game 1, we want to see Secret make moves, and one of their downfalls in the previous series was that Boom was farming mid, Reza was farming offlane, Crystal is farming safe lane. I feel like that's the game we just watched again. Like, all three cores just need way too much time and nothing's happening.
I feel like there's a little bit of silver lining. At least we saw those attempts. It's like, yes, very unfortunate. None of them worked out. They didn't actually gain anything from it, but it still feels just the slightest step in the right direction. Or am I just straight up huffing the copium?
I think that's a little bit of copium.
I think you're about to enter the Pretty sure you need a refill.
I'm trying, you know? Like, I know it is. I know how it is, but there is still this thing that they have to play a second game. So there needs to be something that we're looking for, at least for them.
Unlock Boom. I'm going to say it again from earlier. Yeah, I saw that they targeted him pretty hard in the later set of the bans, but maybe just get his hero somehow a little bit earlier so that he can actually be active. Because as you said, the Magnus turns out to be the one that has to be active because he's playing with the CK Sniper core. He's countered by Rubik Magnus. There's a million different answers. There's a million different forms of vision to see the jump too. The one play where he like RPs on high ground, there's a Hawk and a Tombstone to catch him already. So I feel like Tundra, they had all the answers. In Secret, they don't have this active playmaker that I want. I just really want Boom to play his Spirit heroes or something. Pick him some Void Spirit. Pick him anything that just moves around the map and unlocks
Void Spirit
them.
was left in the pool too, but this game was the shortest one in Western Europe. It was 24 minutes.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it was definitely rough. But who would you put on the side of Tundra as the key contributor to this success? Who is that MVP, that standout player?
Probably 33 in this game.
What? Not snaking?
You were genuinely hurt for him. You're like, what, snaking?
We hyped up his Rubik. He has he was so good. I demand it. Give me snaking Rubik, please.
Whoa. We gotta go for majority here. What do you?
It's Rubik, guys. It was Rubik.
Either one's fine. I think they both did their job excellently. I think Snaking got mines, 5 times, 6 times in this game. I think he owned with his moves. He got first blood, so yeah, we'll give it to him. But 33 here was what? I think he missed 3 CS in the laning phase or something like that, right? So
yeah,
an honorable mention.
Same net worth as a Naga.
The same net worth as a free farming Naga man at 25.
Sure,
That's insane.
He can free farm in a game with no pressure because Secret didn't draft anything to invade his jungle. Did you see this man? They stacked the triangle for him, and he just farmed it with axes. No one tried to pressure it, invade it, take the stacks from him. They just let him farm the bottom side of the map for free. I could play Beastmaster in that position.
Aren't you an offlane player? I thought you'd be more happy with the offlane guy. You know what? Actually, I'm good with that anyway because we respect the supports. So they both got MVP.
I'm just gonna say this, Fog. You play Naga and you play Beastmaster, and we set up this game, and I want to see you have the same farm as Naga minute.
I mean, I won't because I suck. Like,
my Naga is pretty horrible. So
oh, okay, I can do it.
Wow, this sounds exciting.
Riveting. Let's see if we can last longer than 20 more minutes. All right. Well, you guys.
Oh, they chose Beastmaster.
Well, no. they had
changed
Rubik
it.
up before. It was both. They both get like honorable mention.
Okay, can I?
Okay.
One nice thing. Like this mid tower was defended so nicely because he stole mines on Rubik and he set them up on the stairs, like the entrances to the mid lane tower, and that's what contributed to them keeping that up for so long. Plus a ward that they put on the north side of their mid tower so that they could see any rotations from their jungle towards mid, which is usually how teams will like try and approach like ganking and fighting around mid. So they just thanks Rubik.
It's the classic Tundra amazing draft, and on top of that, even better vision. But it is time. I have to give a big old shout out to our sponsor. It's esportsbet.io. They're launching soon a watch to earn platform. For more details, you can join their Discord channel. The link is available in PGL's Twitch channel. So you can head on over there. You guys, 3,000 Warp token.
Why'd you say it like that?
I don't know, because I wasn't expecting that to be the word of the token, but yeah. Warp
token.
Esportsbet.io. We're going to jump to a break as well. When we come back, it'll be this game number 2 between Secret and Tundra. Tundra versus Seek. It was a
Headshot. Let's go. Let's go, sheep. Oh, wow.
Sniper. You, I'm so sorry.
I actually feel like I'm like a kindergarten teacher or something. Sit on your hands, sheep. Okay, now pay attention.
Okay.
Look to the front.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't believe you just sniped me in the head with a paper plane.
You asked.
Good shot.
Yep, good shot. Tundra versus Secret, game 2. It was just very clearly an outdraft in game number 1 by Tundra here. And there's a lot of things we didn't like for Secret. She's still laughing, so I'm going to go to Fogged instead.
Where's it? I mean, opening phase, that's my place to start. Changing up. Sure, they picked Comfort Heroes, but that was a problem because I think something you have to do is when you're also playing versus this team, if you're going to give Beastmaster and stuff, you have to have preparation. I think they have to block Ancients. I don't think anybody's really doing it, and I'm seeing, what, 13 stacks by 33 at the end of the game. I saw Lyrical tweeted it. Yeah, you gotta like slow this team down. If you're going to do this type of strat, at least have some type of way to be able to prepare for them. Yeah, I'm not sure. Secret has to fix so many different things at this point, it feels like, so I don't know exactly where to begin, but
That's the
first 2 we'll go with.
That's the talking plane, so when you hold it, you get to talk.
Okay.
Oh!
Sorry.
What the heck?
Thank you.
You got me. I can't believe he ate it live on air.
That was insane. What a guy.
Good
Sin,
job.
would you like to share your thoughts about Secret? Do you think they're going too much comfort? They're trying to be innovative within their comfort zone?
I'll be completely blunt. I don't
Do
know
it.
if they have any comfort right now. That's what it looks like to me. Because it's not like they're picking the same stuff every game, and it's just not like they're changing some things up. They're like picking individual heroes, like Fogg said. It's like, what do you want to play? Without, I'm just not seeing the synergy. I'm not seeing the Secret that we saw at TI. I think their lane dynamics are not as good. I think their lineups don't have the same cohesion.
Their confidence isn't there either.
And the confidence doesn't seem to be there either. And it's such a shame to see this, because like whether you're cheering for Secret or not, it would still be nice to see them play good games, even if you lose or if the other teams are just improving at a faster pace or whatever. But this just feels like a massive fall from grace, and it just doesn't feel good, obviously, for them. And it's also a bit sad to watch, because I feel the same way about this team as I have done about Nigma this season, where it's like, yeah, the games maybe aren't so good, but with Nigma there's like these sparks, there's like these moments of brilliance. I feel like I have yet to see that in any game. I want that brilliance where it's like, oh yeah, this team is, world class.
Nigma Galaxy is like that consistency issue, and right now Secret just can't even get the ball rolling. There just isn't even a start to it. But there is a start to this draft for game number 2.
Yeah, let's see what is the adaptation. So I guess Beastmaster gone, so not even going to want to try to counter it, and we're still going to see same bans, I think, from Tundra. I think target Crystals is 2 most comfortable, the Bloodseeker and the Monkey King, and go from there.
Do you think we'll see Lina this game? That's kind of that's what I'm looking for.
Ooh.
I was going to say they do Tiny. Last time they banned Brood and Tusk.
Okay.
Okay.
So they want to grab Tiny, or they want to grab Brood for themselves then. So I guess that's what that
on
says.
5? Are they that comfortable doing it? Because this is into Tundra. Like, they're just going to pick Naga Siren. They did it before. They'll do it again.
They'll just Naga Rubik, probably, then.
I'm not sure I'm ready to see that.
I think I would be very unhappy to see a Brood 5 on Secret. I think I would be pretty happy to see a Lina.
Oh, they banned it.
They banned it, okay.
Okay, cool.
Do you just, now it's all like, do you just take the Monkey King
Oh.
for Crystallis, right? It's just
you
like,
could pick it on the end of the phone.
Yeah.
that's fair, that's fair.
Yeah, that's
but
fine.
what if they take it?
I was going to say maybe that's what Tundra want to do.
No, I'm kidding.
I mean, you
they
could
probably
Take Rubik.
I think take Rubik, yeah.
And then Monkey King on the end of this phase. Please.
I'm cool with that.
Please. Oh.
I was going to say, I think it's going to be a Tusk because of Tundra banned it.
I still think I'm alright with this. I'm fine with Tusk. I think this hero is just very flexible, so always can work. And it's aggressive. That's one thing.
That's a good thing.
Aggression. Let's go.
Put it on Boom.
Yeah.
Put it on Boom. Yeah.
Yep.
When I see Secret pick this hero, I'm just reminded of, I think it was at the tournament in Malaysia where they played a lot of Tusk Enigma with Resolution, and they were just crushing teams with this dual lane off lane. I'm not saying it's going to work the same now, especially against a team like Tundra, but it's the type of hero that Zayats can play and threaten 2 lanes at once.
So
That's
what
what
you're
I want
saying is you like that first pick.
I do. I do. All right. Ricky is
like
the
that.
response from Tundra. So we've seen other teams have success with this. There was a game from Nigma the other day with Kuro owning it up as a 5 Ricky. That could be the case here as well. It doesn't have to be Soxa. It could be Snaking.
I like the Ricky response to Tusk a lot, to be honest with you. You can trade with him decently in laning phase. You have like crazy armor, and then late game, when he's going for like snowball saves and stuff like that, smoke screen right on top of the target that you're focusing. He blinks into the smoke screen, feels horrible, and now they're even picking the tried and tested combo, the SEA special, the dart into the arrow. Super frustrating to play verse.
Yes.
And lots of escape, so Tusk can't really catch either of these 2 heroes in laning phase. One blinks out, one leaps out, etc. So I like Tundra's answer to the Tusk for now.
Yeah. Tusk's initiation is also incredibly telegraphed. You know exactly where he's going with the snowball, so it's easy to just put that smoke cloud down.
Nothing more to it, I guess.
I mean, they're going to have to buy a Lotus Orb on someone on Secret, whoever they want to put probably offlaner. Like you could see like a DP potentially doing that type of build, but you need something to purge this dart.
Do they just do some Abaddon for Puppey?
Please
like
God,
it's
no.
it's been an answer for Mirana in the past, but it's like I know.
Talking about passive heroes, man. Come on.
I know. But they have the Tusk to at least unlock. I'm just thinking like something to stop this kind of combo. They're not going to do it, which is fine.
Nice.
I'm happy with that.
So this is what I was actually going to say. I think part of the reason this Ricky Mirana is strong and other regions are finding success with it is specifically because the save supports are not strong. Like
that's true.
Nobody's playing Abaddon, nobody's playing Oracle, and that would be the natural response to this at like a low price, right? Because it's the lowest tier farm hero in your team that you could solve the problem with. But the issue is Abaddon and Oracle just feel exploitable even by this. You know, you just sleep the Abaddon, what's he going to do? Is he going to ult himself to get out of the sleep to save someone you go on? Or like, what's the play? Ricky just has super range and vision advantage over you as a save hero.
I like that you didn't say Omni Knight because it got picked today.
Oh.
Idiot.
It did get picked.
Did he get picked against Ricky Mirana?
No, he got picked against Bat. He got picked against Bat Rider, Nature's Prophet, and.
But he did get the idiot in there. I can appreciate.
He did get the idiot in there.
Of course.
Yeah. I saw LGD do the Abaddon. That's the only reason why I threw it in there, because they did it once. It was versus Ember Mirana first too, so it made a little bit more sense. But that's also LGD, so you know, it's a big thing to point out there. Is now Tundra. All right, cool. They're like, all right, well now you didn't pick Crystallis as hero, so
Yeah, the bat would have 100% not get through otherwise, so it's kind of just like pick one or the other, take it. I think the bat has a bigger potential to have impact. But again, I think, honestly, I know they're banning Crystallis as heroes, and he gets a lot of flack, but like, I think it's just the style of all of their cores together that is the problem, rather than like his one hero pool. You can put him on a Dawnbreaker, but you need to have other heroes that can set up for his ult, right? Just draft with cohesion of your heroes, so they have one clear goal of how you want to take fights and pick offs and play the map.
Yeah, I actually would like Dawn. I think it works.
These two heroes are good with it.
Pretty nice, yeah. They both start fights, they trap people or pull them out of position, something like that. So yeah, I would like to go for something like that. It's probably gonna get banned though.
I guess the downside to Dawn, if you want to look at it that way, is that I actually think Ricky is a pretty terrible matchup. You come in with the ult, it's very easy to prepare for with smoke screen. I think the dart really messes her up too in fights because she's a combo-based hero. You need to, you need to jump in and then you need to get your Starbreaker off and finish it. Obviously, ultimately with items you solve it, but in certain parts of the game it can be pretty awkward to play. But I would still, again, I would rather secret focus on glass half full. Okay, this is what we're going to do. This is how our heroes play together. And sure, there's going to be problems. Dota always has counters in like every game. There's going to be something countering something else. So just make your lineup like Sheep said. Just make it cohesive. That's all I want to see.
And they banned the Slark, so they don't have to worry about that bat for the whole game. They banned the Naga. Thank God they're not going to give Naga with Mirana and Ricky. Then it would be, and also just no more Naga second phase. Don't give it to Tundra, as we've seen so many times. So happy with that. Tundra targeting the Drow. So we've seen that one picked a lot from Secret, of course, too. I think that's their only win is with the Drow, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Believe so.
Perhaps.
Yes. I can check if you'd like.
It was...
I think they won one, then lost one with Drow, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe there's a game in between there somewhere.
Yes, it was. They had OD, Dro, Rubik, Techies, and Brood on that win.
That was a nice game. They played very defensive in that one, though, too. And it worked because the enemies overextended into them. So, still, no aggression.
Really interesting. So, they banned the Pango. I know we've seen this Pango Bat Rider matchup. Sometimes some players can do okay with it, but I saw like this Bat Rider just destroy Pango the other day. Supreme with the 2 points in Flame Break. It wasn't even a matchup. So that's an interesting ban to me when I've seen people just adapt versus it. And now they get a Quap. So another hero that, good luck Tusk. Now we have Leap, we have Blink Strike, we have Quap Blink, and we also have a hero that can lane pretty good versus Bat Riders.
This is Bat's single worst matchup in mid. Yeah. I think there is no worse hero to play against. Queen of Pain dominates you in every aspect. She outranges you, she out-harasses you, she out-mobilities you, that's a word. She just gets the runes. It's tough, and knowing how 9 plays this hero and how skilled he is in the lane, and how we've talked about for Secret that it's really important that Boom sets the tempo and gets stuff done, this is already worrying. And I'm already starting to think in the direction of, well, what can we put the Bat Rider on Rezo instead so that we can solve this problem? There are mid heroes that Boom could play that do okay against Quap and can still play tempo. The issue is, if Rezo is Bat and Boom is any spirit hero mid, you invite the enemy team to pick BKBs really, really valuably. So
I think you can maybe deal with this Quap, though. If you pick, like, Disruptor +1, like another tanky hero, because Quap, she's only going to be able to deal limited amounts of damage. Like, her ult is literally just a pure amount of damage. So just pick something tanky that can help you buy like a mech maybe, and then you have a disruptor, so you have ways to kill her, glimpse her back, like deal with her. You can fight. I mean, she doesn't want to buy an early BKB. She likes to go for a Witchblade or Orchid.
Orchid.
Thank you.
I just don't like Disruptor right now. I don't know.
Really?
I haven't liked that hero almost ever.
Really?
For like 2 or 3 years now, sadly.
I love
Elder Titan, however.
that hero also is. I almost said dog shit, but yeah.
I always said it, so I said it
I almost said it, but I
anyway.
said it
Almost.
anyway. It can work. That hero can work in certain situations versus like Nature's Problem, stuff like that, the ET. But yeah, I don't know. Disruptor for me, it's just, you want to play ahead always, right? So I'm always just worried when I see it. I'm just like, okay, if they're aggressive with it, which I guess if they are always aggressive with it, it can be cool. But you start falling behind that hero, feels so bad to play.
That's a good point.
Who do you think the Riki against Techies matchup favors? So Riki can get vision and find Techies planting mines, but at the same time the mines can see Riki moving around by going off. So who would you rather be just in isolation for this? I'm not sure.
I'd probably prefer to be Techies, because I think his laning is stronger than Ricky's. I mean, Ricky's okay. But I like Techies a lot, just for what he does.
I know you do.
I know. I'm going to keep betting for him. I'll believe in it, and I'll keep praying that Secret will win with it.
So Tusk Techies is the 2 support.
Yep.
So Puppy's going to be playing Tusk. You know that right away.
True.
They got playmakers. Fuck,
They do. A lot more playmaking. So I'm already happier as long as they can connect with it. And now they have people to keep them inside of the arena. Sort of. Mirana can't leap out, but Quap can blink out, and so can Riki.
This looks like an insane Lifestealer game, doesn't it? He's good against like basically everything Secret has. He has the Infest Bomb with Queen of Pain or Riki. He naturally doesn't need to buy BKB because he has Rage, and that's the one thing that counters all of Secret's lineup. I think that's a possibility. We haven't seen Skitter play that much, but I think they have like dipped into his hero pool a little bit sometimes.
Played it once versus Into the Breach, and they destroyed it. But that was the game where he was versus Snapfire Rubik, and they had they had Clockwork as their 5 position. So they had double melee versus 2 ranged, and he got completely dumpstered. But I think this is a much different game. I actually like it quite a lot, too.
Do you at least want to see Skitter's hero picked up here? Do you think this is the best place for it?
You do see your off lane, but you don't see your carry matchup?
It's like there are, I think in terms of like overall potential of just having the game-winning pick, I would actually like to save 33's pick when some of Skitter's Illusion heroes are either banned out or countered, right? I don't think this is going to be, whoop-de-doo, we last picked CK, you guys have nothing against it. You know, there's no like ace pick left that I see where the carry is going to really just turn everything around. But the 33 hero can completely change the trajectory of the lineup. So
I like Tide for 33. I think it's always one that's just like initiation breaking, can't focus fire him, he stands in the front.
That would also be a good pick here. I could see it. All right.
Ooh.
Also fine. Another Skitter hero. It's I think part of why they want this hero is they have really good ways of obtaining vision, right? So Riki is going to be scouting, you have Moonlight Shadow to find enemy heroes, and then you have this global connection that they love to play. So I think this is also solid.
4 heroes that can get out of shards now.
True. Actually,
you dagger and run through as well, too.
All right, which offlaners can get out of shard? What's left? Tumbler's Toy.
Yeah, just get a Tumbler's Toy. Just get a neutral item.
Yeah. Or you snap.
Get a Tumbler's Toy and dodge the shards. Or use Hood first.
True.
Hood first and then Tumble. Yeah, true.
This Spectre, my first reaction was that I didn't like it, but then I thought, when I've seen people pick this hero, they buy Blade Mail, and it just means it's an IM so that Bat can never really go on you until he gets his BKB. So your early game should be fine in taking these fights. I mean, all of their damage actually is just going to kind of suck into Blade Mail.
Do we feel like the value of that Bat and I guess the Tusk is just decreasing more and more?
I think the Tusk, but he's also 5, so he's given less priority. It's always going to matter, but this is obviously a team that is very much targeting making Tusk worse, and I still think the hero, despite all that, will still be useful. You're always going to have the save. You're always going to have... even if the shards, if all they accomplish is forcing people to blink away, that can also be powerful in a fight. Like, making Quap use blink means she's effectively stunned for some time because she's out of the play, right?
I like those 2 bans, the Visage and the Death Prophet. Right now, no objective taken on Tundra, right? They have literally no way to... I mean, Rose, sure, once you have Manta on the Spectre, you can do it and stuff like that, but taking buildings is really lackluster, so I do like those 2 bans, targeting 33's pool even more.
They have a lot of holes on Tundra, as well as what you just said. You have no stuns, really. Like, you're only relying on a Riki dart or Mirana landing the arrow, and speaking of the arrow, they have no setup for it outside of this dart.
Which doesn't happen until 15 minutes, the earliest.
And then you can counter that just by buying items that remove it, like the Lotus.
Yeah.
It's so fun to watch the drafts of this series in contrast to everything else we've seen. Lina untouched, last ban Furion. You know, it's just a totally different world when these two teams play because they just don't value these top meta picks for other teams at all.
I mean, even the Rubik.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Rubik's totally ignored.
Which feels weird to say.
Bizarre.
Wow.
Yeah.
Those are like top 2 picks in the last series.
And then we're just like, do they even exist now?
Hey! Okay,
oh, damn. Speak of the devil.
So Lina Tusk, strong lane. There is a Spectre to gap close.
They picked it into the counter.
No, I'm okay with it. I'm actually okay with it because I think she's going to buy Silver Edge. I mean, obviously, again, going back to this Blade Mail, the last time I saw this matchup, the Lina could never go on the Spectre because of the Blade Mail. However, if they're able to catch her by surprise, have a lasso, whatever, then they can kill her before she gets that off. They have they have really good laners, they have really good damage, they have really good stuns. I really, really like Secret's lineup.
Yeah, it looks much better.
It's a lot better than last game.
Infinitely.
I absolutely agree.
We see the dots connecting a little bit more with this draft.
for sure.
This is a good, rounded lineup. This is genuinely amazing.
Yeah, clear synergy, good scaling. They will get the Tide, so that's
good call.
They have the Tide Spectre, Quap. This trio can actually work pretty nicely to stop the aggression, and they'll have to play a little bit slower, I feel like, on Tundra, but knowing Tundra, they're always about like hitting timings and then just exploding the game wide open. So I think that's something they're trying to exploit. That being said, I actually don't mind Secret's draft too much. I think they have a much better chance. I'd still favor Tundra overall in the game, but I actually think Secret maybe has a slight edge in draft.
Do you think they've put themselves on a timer compared to Tundra? Like, are they going to have to try and close this out by a certain time, or having that Lina allows you to also sort of compete for the later game?
I think that they do, personally. I think you don't want to go late game versus Spectre and Tide. They'll get in your face, but...
Yeah.
Queen of Pain is also a wild card. She has, if you draw like her power curve is like, oh, level 6, I'm amazing. That kind of sucked for a bit, and then late game you just get really, really strong when you get your talents. So, yeah, I like Tundra going late, and usually that's what they try to accomplish, and I think they're going to manage again. So, but much better draft from Secret than last time.
Agreed. I mean, I think the nicest thing is they just don't have anything that stalls out Lina's BKB until they have the Abyssal on Spectre. So they do have they have a good timing for quite a while on Secret, so I just hope they can win the game in that time period.
Okay. Well, execute, that's right.
They gotta execute it.
Big fans of Secret's draft here on the panel, so we'll see if Lyrical and Kesu are also big fans.
Huge fans, absolutely enormous. We're ready for this one, man. How you doing?
We're very ready for this. Though I must say, I'm Tundra all the way.
Really?
Tundra all
Oh,
the
no.
way, baby.
Oh, no. I mean, that's really the problem, right? Like, we were looking at it. We were saying, okay, there could be a Tide Hunter that's coming out at the end. And it's like, you know what's going to come from Tundra, and you still sometimes can't deal with it. But do you like the Secret draft more, like the panel does?
So Secret have a very good timing in this game, right? As Sheep was also mentioning. I think if they can execute their lanes and like the 17 to 25 minute mark, that's where they need to strike and win the game. Otherwise, I think if 9 does well mid against Bad Rider, this is going to be a very hard game for Secret.
Okay, that's something to watch for, that mid matchup in particular. I think also, you know, you think about that Spectre and just how dangerous it is in the late game, maybe even some of those like early level 6 rotations, right? We were talking a lot about the Quap's level 6, but if like, you know, Quap blinks in, potentially, they can combo that together with Spectre, could be pretty devastating. But we're getting ready to go into this game number 2. Secret looking for a lifeline.
Yeah, I think so for Secret, this has got to be the one. I need my boy Boom to pull out the performance of his lifetime on this Bad Rider. I need him to take down 9. That is how they win this game.
Yeah, just kill him. It doesn't matter if you win the game or not. Just
take him down.
Okay, I'm with you. And it's kind of interesting, too, because we were kind of talking about Quap as an answer last game for Secret. It's one of Boom's best heroes. It's one of the ones he's most well known for. So you would imagine he would know the counters. The problem is that like I think Cinderin was talking about, it's a tough matchup against the Quap for the Bat Rider.
Yeah, this is a really hard matchup. I think like Sin kind of explained it perfectly. Everything that you do, she just does it better. She outranges you. She's going to beat you in the mid lane. She outtrades with you. She has Sonic Wave, and yeah, it's not a great matchup.
Snake King forced to skill leap level 1. Okay. And now 9.
Oh, and Blink.
Okay, all right. A little bit of a salvation going on here. 2 mobility skills used early.
That's already a very big deal, because if you play against Bad Rider, you actually want to play very aggressive early on with your stick charges, keep pumping out your spells, so this is definitely going to hurt 9's, at least the early game, quite a bit.
Resolution forced back a little bit over here. Does have the spear. Can he outclick him? No. Snake King a little bit quicker on those.
Snake King with the leap. Steals the bounty rune.
Dude, I swear, when I saw Puppy walking up there and just punching Saksa, I could see his lips moving. And I promise you what he was saying is like, I'm just going to punch this guy. He's like trying to rally the team. So
doing it
like,
again.
Look at him. He's like, look, I'm punching him. Bang. This is like my monitor. Pow!
You were right. He was moving his mouth, at least the first couple of times where he slapped him too.
Yeah, he's happy with this one.
Oh, I like this fight.
I like the little like walk away that they each do. He got one more punch in him before he got away. Come on. He doesn't
Nice.
have
Hit.
Oh.
Come on, Saksa. Why doesn't he skill Blink Strike and then keep fighting?
Coward.
Boring.
I'm just sorry. I would never. Didn't mean to be disrespectful, please. But yeah, you can see here the matchup. How much does it change things getting that Blink skilled first for 9?
It's actually gotta make quite a big difference. So the way you want to play this is that you keep manning up, like with your dagger, you keep pumping out the damage because you also heal at the same time. You never run out of mana because you have sticks. So, and I also think you don't even want to have Blink until like maybe level 4 on Queen. You want to play really aggressive and keep hitting back. So this can be a very big difference maker in this early lane.
Yeah. Obviously unlikely that he's going to be able to find a kill now with Blink skilled, unless he really misplays over there on 9, I would imagine. But we'll keep our eyes on it. And down bottom, of course, this
What
Mars.
am I watching on this inventory on Skeeter? Did you see that?
I didn't. Oh, yeah, okay. That's 8 mangoes.
Yeah, that's a lot of HP regen. I'm sure that the Aoi has nothing to do with this skill, with this item build.
Dude, that's crazy. 9.2. And he also takes Dispersion first.
I mean, he probably out-heals techies at this rate, right?
Yeah.
Like, he just might.
Although I guess it's also completely free because there's no sticks in this lane yet.
Yeah.
So that's the other problem. But they have it queued up. In the meantime, Resolution's just going to try and force him back and maybe use those spears to go for a couple of denies here and there, too. We'll watch that one.
Bottom lane should be like...
Oh.
Science?
Ooh, good damage out from Snaking.
I mean, he's got to be the best bottom 5.
Oh,
bottom.
Jump. Gets the vision, in trouble, and Snake King draws the first blood, leaps away from the spear. Doesn't have any more leaps, though, so Resolution's going to be able to do some pretty good damage to him here, but with Skeeter moving in, they can't go any further. But big kill there for
They're
Snake.
just so good. The Tundra are just the best team at these little things, right? You see Snake King, he does this little bit of trading. Zayat steps up a step too far because of the earlier trade. Now comes out the dagger from Skeeter, so Snake King can go again. I just love watching this team.
The laning prowess is definitely one of the top things that they get done very well together. Snake King there does get one of the sticky bombs on him, but does have also more regen coming out. Boom! Oh my god! And has to actually bottle up through that one, but we'll get both of the runes. Nice play.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Definitely him getting both these runes is pretty good for him. 9 just got his bottle as top lane. Should be a chill lane for 3-3, I think, now with his skill build.
Yeah, and even able to maybe put some pressure on the Chrysalis there. You saw him get some damage. Saksa. LSA wants to jump away. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. 33. Yeah, chill lane indeed.
Very chill. Somehow you man up and get a kill. I guess it does kind of make sense. Lina does not have the most armor early on. You get the Gush with your Riki, who has 2 spells to get on top of Lina and deals a ton of physical damage. So yeah, again, I think Tundra just showing why they're so good at the laning stage.
Yeah, they have worked this one out very well. Mid lane, we were sort of talking about that as one of the key points to watch for, as we're going to see Chrysalis pull that wave back behind the tower most likely. But so far, oh, hold on, Zayat, is he also in trouble again? They keep vision on him. Oh my god, he's just going to get ran down. Dude, this feels so bad.
Oh, no.
Oh my god. Didn't even need the leap charges.
They did it again.
That is disgusting.
Yep, you keep trading, the dagger comes out, he just runs you down, and I think if eventually Tundra can find an opening for Saksa to rotate mid, because 3-3 should be fine, it can really start snowballing this game if they are able to help 9.
I mean, you know what hurts the most about all of that and that kill down bottom? He didn't even have to use a mango. Like, he got another
he
mango.
Has 9 mangoes. Honestly, this build is some cool stuff. He's just going to rush Blade Mail and just sit here and then free farm the jungle and the lane, and yeah, already a little bit troublesome.
Yeah, it's a problem. And we're talking about it mid, but 25 and 11 on the Quap versus the what is that Bat Rider? 19 and 4. So yeah, having a pretty good time mid there too.
3-3 just blocked Boom from stacking the hard camp at minute 5. I don't know why he was there in the enemy jungle, but this is some hilarious stuff.
Dude, they're messing with him. That's really interesting. And Boom just boots in a bottle, feels pretty bad. Snake King runs all the way home, and you're going to see 33 come on in here and try and contest for Puppey, who's not allowing them, or rather trying to stop them from getting any pushes. 9 keeps right on top of Boom with the 3 points in the dagger.
Yeah, this is just the build against Bad. It's like a hero that is so heavily reliant on his early gold, so slowing him down. And it also makes it easier for people to rotate for you. And it looks like that the 6-minute rune is, it might just be free for Tundra as Snake King refills the bottle. And, I mean, Boom isn't going to be ready. He's not healthy enough either.
Yeah, has to just retreat back and go on over and stack up camps. So can't get easy stacks, can't have anything for free. And, well, Tundra, they get the regen rune. Although Zayat's coming on in. Oh, that's big. Gets the deny. Oh, that was so needed.
That's just nice. Like, you know, you perhaps can get the rune for your mid laner, but once again, it's more important to just take it away from the enemy mid. So Zayat's on point.
Much needed. Can see Resolution going for a max out stat build down here bottom too. Has the double bracer to face off against Skeeter, who has got the Blade Mill completed, just back at home now.
That is a very early timing. Like this bottom lane, I don't think too much is going to happen here because either hero hitting each other isn't really going to result in too much. So I think it's going to be a bit of a farming trade unless Snake King hits some Godly Arrow, which he has not yet skilled. So never mind that.
Never mind. Perfectly fine.
There it is.
Snowball dodge up top. That keeps alive Chrysalis, who has quietly been kind of getting pummeled up here on the top side of the map. Lowest of the cores in terms of net worth.
There is a potential move that is trickling in soon, with Skeeter getting ever so close to level 6.
Puppey. He moves on in. Saksa in trouble. Couldn't get out to the other side with Tricks of the Trade, but does manage to get the Blink Strike away. So what's the move?
There's a potential Haunt move up. Like, we can see they're already pressuring Chrysalis quite a bit. He's continuously under pressure, has to eat some tangos, sitting under the tower, but maybe Boom is making the first move here.
And in fact, with that movement over, oh, he's just farming.
No, he's just chilling.
Oh, God. Yeah, this is a little awkward, in fact. But Saksa, this is just a free kill? Well, LSA doesn't connect, but the Snowball does, so managing to get involved in a kill.
Yeah, some farm, some more gold, not too bad. I mean, Boom is doing... I'd say he's doing pretty fine. He's actually getting close to his Boots of Travel. 8-minute rune. It looks like 9 is going to walk back to mid. I think if Zayas can steal it again, this is some really big stuff. Top net with Queen of Pain. He wants to go around and rotate, especially with the Haunt ready. So if he doesn't get the rune, that is great news for Secret.
And Zayat will eat an arrow instead for his trouble, and it looks like it's going to be a haste. But up top, they're keeping the rundown here onto 33, get him encapsulated in the area. LSA comes out after the Ravage. So 33, no way out at the moment, but he is still pretty tanky.
They're coming.
Tries to make that move. Saksa moves on over, and Skinner gets the rotation, runs down Chrysalis. Puppey will get what is essentially a solo kill on 33. Has level 5 now on this Tusk, but eventually he too will get cleaned up. So Skitter saving the kill for somebody or just letting him think about his choices. 9's the one that gets it there.
9 does grab it. And not only that, it's also going to give them... Yeah, I think this top tower is not defendable anymore for Secret. So not only the kills, but the tower is going to be gone as well. Not good news for them.
No. Boom, in the meantime, trying to get some counter pressure onto mid, but they're already in the position for Snake King. Yeah, that is a pretty tough one, and Skeeter having a perfectly fine time up here with his mangoes.
Yeah, and I don't think he's really going to be pressured, at least for now. Maybe when Boom gets lasso and stuff as bottom, they want to stop 3-3 from just sitting here and chilling.
Get some tag team damage off onto him, but Chrysalis makes the move over. LSA connects. Couple more punches in the spear, ends the life. So they do make a solid rotation, and they haven't really, on the side of Tundra, put that counter pressure onto the top tier 1 yet.
Yeah, that was a very good move by Secret, just to punish 3-3 from being here. Perhaps a little too early. You know, if he has a hood, maybe he lives, but he doesn't have it yet. They also saved the arena, so very, very good move by Secret. Definitely something they need because, as we talk about, this top tower is very likely going to fall for Secret, like within the next 1 minute.
So, given the kind of moves that we've seen, the laning matchup that happened mid, do you think that Secret are feeling somewhat okay with the way that this game is going? Arena drops down bottom. Snake King, he's going to get brought down. Like, it feels like everything's kind of working for them.
Yeah, Secret are not doing too... They should feel okay. I don't think Tundra feel bad at all, simply because the top 2 Network heroes, they kind of scare me. It's a very good Spectre game, and he's already on the top of the Network. So I think they're feeling a little better than Secret, but Secret shouldn't feel too discouraged at this point.
Okay. What is it that they kind of need to do over the next couple of minutes? Is it shut down the farm? Do they need to gank this Spectre? Wait, hold on. They're TP'ing in. Snake King comes back bottom again?
That's a madman.
Spear is a little off the mark, but they do find him, and no leap charges. Just throwing away his life for nothing. Resolution gives him the tip.
That's a good tip. I like that one. I think that was a crazy TP, but I think this just kind of shows that Tundra love to like defend their areas, make sure that you bring all the heroes you need in order to take our tower, take our jungle. But to go back to your point, I think, so what Secret want to do, you want to enable Crystallis to free farm and just flash farm the entire map, have one guy break his smoke, and then use the Batrider with the techies to go and score kills.
Okay. Batrider techies getting kills, let Lina free farm.
That's what we want.
You saw 9 down bottom make that rotation over. I think Puppy scouted them out, so he's hanging out in the area in case they overextend. Well, 33 doesn't have the hood yet, but actually does have it just now completed, so he can inhabit that area. Puppy? Satska able to get a quick kill. So look at these rotations, punishing the Tundra moves.
These two-man plays are good. Like what Secret are doing, they're not necessarily over-rotating, right? Like just now, 2 heroes, bam. Use your spells, get the Riki, get him out of here. Why Saksa here? We don't want him here. Boom, we kill him.
You can see Skitter immediately going in for that Agnum Scepter build afterwards. But yeah, and I don't know. You know, it's an interesting thing. There's like the one tip that comes out, which is a tip to Snake King. The second tip's to Puppy. It feels like Rezo trying to rally the troops a little bit here, you know?
He's doing good. You throw one punch at the enemy, then you back up your teammate, you enable them, keep him yelling at Tundra like, you know, let's go, let's smash them. So I like it. DD room bottom as well.
Forced to use that leap there to get away. Peter tries to do some damage with the Blade Mail back onto the Batrider. But the other thing that, of course, this Riki is going to provide in the next couple of minutes is going to be that Agnum Shard and also the deep vision that we're seeing.
And the deep sentry on the Ancients, so that because they understand what does Lina want to do, flash farm, so he blocks the Ancients. Just like these small things. It's what I love to see from this team. And it doesn't matter what it's about. Laning, items, where you place your wards, what you do with your sentries, how you team fight. It's just all these small things, they always stack up when you see this team play.
Dude, he blocked 3 camps with those sentries. The hard camp, that medium camp over there, and then, of course, the Ancients. Dude, they're literally just trying to, like, block them out with shutting down their ability to farm.
Yeah, because they know if they get to delay this game without Lina being too fat, they should be comfortable. Eventually there's going to be a Blink Ravage into Haunt, and where's the counterplay?
Right.
It's going to be really hard if Tundra get to this stage nicely.
Dude, and they're pinging it now too. They're like, yeah, they blocked out these camps. He's going to go get that D ward too. That is very frustrating. And yeah, like you said, those couple of items, if you can get to them for Tundra, the game starts to look pretty freaking scary. But there is going to be this long window, and I want to see if Secret opt to try and go for shutting down this mid tower. It just feels hard to walk into this lineup of Tundra.
It's definitely not easy, especially because I think soon for Tundra, what's very good for them to do is to park this Tidehunter in the mid lane and just have him be like this roadblock against a potential smoke. Because when Secret get this blink on Mars, which is not far away, 150 gold, they can definitely look for like a smoke into the enemy triangle or a smoke into this mid areas. And if you already have your Tidehunter parked there, it makes it a lot harder for Secret to make this play.
Secret still waiting. Gonna go for a courier snipe here on Saksa. Gets a ward back behind the tower. Also de-warded up on that high ground. Puppy is in the area, knows that he's over here, but Snowball, Walrus Punch, drops on down the cloud, still looking for some chase here. Saksa going to get caught for a moment, but the jump away, and oh my god, is he really going to get out? Dude.
I feel like 3-3 was ditching him there for a bit. He was like, nah, I don't want to help you. Bottoms, he'll swing and a miss.
Skitter is just going to survive through that one perfectly fine. And mid lane, there's counter pressure being put. Tundra all over the map getting what they need.
The Tundra Classic. Even without map playing heroes or illusions or summons, they're still managing to play 3 lanes and pressure you at 3 times, like 3 different places at the same time. It's hilarious.
I mean, I'll say that it feels as Puppey goes right on in to the Tide. Doesn't get hit by that arrow, but throws out the shards. Resolution, skewer back, connects. Immediately Kraken shells that one off. Some good damage from Zayats. But they will still sit here and punch away at this tower for a second. I mean, what I was going to say is that it doesn't feel like the same type of oppressive type thing that comes with a Naga Siren game, but it's like a lingering itch in the back of your head where you know that Spectre's getting bigger.
Yeah, it's like a different type of pressure. Like in the last game, you're like, I want to push these lanes out to do something, and now it's like, I need to run at the Spectre, I need to run at the Queen and stop them from farming. So it's like, you still always have it at like the back of your mind, but I do think that Secret, they're not doing too bad in terms of their timings right now. If Boom can get to this BKB, which perhaps like 1 minute or so, they should really look for a play. I do think that Secret have all the tools they need in order to play more aggressive in this game.
Zayats walks up a hill, gets sleeping darted, gets arrowed, gonna get brought down. And immediately recognizing what was going on over there is gonna get punished. Trying to play around this rune, it's gonna spawn up top, it's an arcane. Snake King under control. Puppey also jumped on. Spear connects. They find this Mirana, but do they have the damage? Puppey gets the punch back onto 9, and, well, nobody dropping except for the side of Secret, where Puppey is in a bit too far. They take him down. Are they going to look for more even? 9, he blinks up onto the high ground, and Skitter pops the ulti. Rezo gets hit by the arrow, and it is all falling apart here. Zayats not going to be able to do anything to turn it. And just like that, Tundra get a big turnaround.
Oh,
wait a minute. TP. A chance? Okay, good damage out, and they kill Skitter. Gets gifted a freebie.
That's a very needed kill. And it even went into the hands of Crystallis. So, you know, after all is said and done, not too bad. You did lose 2 of your cores, but your boy Crystallis got a lot of gold. Here's one on the LSA.
Sleeping Dart, Snake King Arrow. Moving in with the techies, but they can't keep alive that Lina. So just when things start to look good, the combination, the first pick, comes back to haunt him.
Good old sleeping dart into arrow. Even the 2 of us could hit this combo. So it's.
I mean, that's asking a lot of me. I'm not so sure about that one.
Off top, even more. It just doesn't stop. They're just everywhere.
Boom. I mean, he has lasso, but there's no way out right now. The chase, the kill. You show on the map for a second, and it's like they're just there in your face. Oh, spear back though. Maybe a chance. Trying to turn this. He has Ravage available. Snowball, good damage out. The stun, the finish. Do they have enough? Silence for a while. Still has Kraken Shell, but he's living. They drop down the arena, miss the spear, dust out, turn now. Ravage tries to TP away at 33. Somehow gets out.
Someone arrest this man. The fact that he lives is illegal. There's no way. Oh my god. Pipe, anchor smash, rabbit. Yeah. He killed the mine. It was about to blow on his ass and kill him.
Oh my god, dude. That's rough. Oh, that hurts.
Okay, let's look back at the good things. Secret, Boom soon has BKB.
Okay.
I need them to hit these timings and go, because this game is not really going to get so much easier. It looks fairly even, but the thing is, Tundra have very good heroes, and they know exactly how to execute it. Secret still have a couple timings here with like this double BKB, but they're going to have to use it, and to full potential.
Yeah, they need to hit those timings. And I mean, you think about Roche, you start thinking about some of these ways to find these heroes. The Riki is just so freaking annoying. They can't even get the snowball save because of the cloud. Oh, it feels bad. Are they going to be able to live through this, though? Maybe they can. The turnaround, they find him. Okay, Quap goes down. Boom, looking, has the lasso already used, but can burn Snaking to death. And Secret, able to fight back. This is what they needed.
Okay, that's a good one. Tundra a little, you know, perhaps feeling like they can step in there, but they can't. Secret counterplay them with like 5. And so 3-3 is pinging this. He wants to defend with the pipe. I feel like if Secret clutch this, at least if he steps out too far, they could kill him, but he's respecting them as a Secret.
Yeah, and Skitter right now doesn't have the most mana or HP. He's just farming out another stack of Ancients, but can probably rotate or TP back home, or at least run back there to refill all the way.
Yeah, so I think, again, Ravage is still down for a bit. I don't know if Secret can abuse this, but the game-winning next couple minutes for Secret is going to be get this BKB on Crystallis, smoke up around either the mid tower or the top half of the map, get 1-2 pickoffs into Roche. Because if you're not going to take it soon, Tundra will later.
Right. And you can't really go for that type of a play if, you know, they're all alive. So you need to find that pick-off first. And of course, that much more difficult to do it against 33, who again has pipe completed, full Sanj, trying to get into that Heaven's Halberd. He is big. Sleeping Dart, arrow from downtown, and again that cloud, but the turn, resolution, the silence, it's already out. Zayat's trying to get out of there. Rezo has popped everything, and well, the runaway on the techies, Skitter just tanking through all that damage, and resolution after using that arena gets slowed down, gets killed off. That one hurts. Oh, Zayat, is he also gonna die? The chase is there, Skitter right on top of him, and another one.
Oh man, that's just 3 kills just like that. He's eyeing for more. He's kind of waiting.
Thinking about it, doing some good damage. Wants to pop out that BKB. Sonic Wave and forced to use it. Oh, that hurts.
That's a really nice. Like, Tundra are playing. They played this last minute very, very cleanly. Like, you have to dart into the arrow, smoke screen once again. You can't save. Then they counterplay on you. But, you know, 3-3 is there with the pipe. You suddenly lack damage. Then they go for more. And even 9. Like, he's not blinking in because he's like, if I blink in, I can maybe die. I'll just throw my Sonic Wave. There's a high chance he BKBs. And that's a W for me, too.
Right. No, it was really well played. And I think that it's like, it's a moment where you recognize for Tundra that they don't just know their heroes, they understand what it is that can beat them, and they come in under that timing. Like that BKB moment was when they were supposed to go for it, and this Ricky Cloud combo with Mirana is just so devastating.
Okay, if you're Secret, you cannot play alone anymore. You are gonna die on a 40-second cooldown to Ricky Dart Arrow and Spectre's Ags. You will keep dying, so you cannot play like this. You need to stop. If you keep playing like this, you're going to bleed gold, you're going to lose Roche, and the game's over. They need to go together and make a move.
Gotta make it happen. Rezo playing far forward. He does have his team backing him up. 33. It's a bold one to go onto, but the Sleeping Dart onto Chrysalis again in position.
Halberd.
They need him for the damage. The Halberd's there. Connects, snowball, LSA, a couple more punches. Kind of just finds a little bit of time to try and turn this around. 33 gets the Ravage out. They destroy Chrysalis. Didn't have a chance to do anything, and they're not even going to get 33. TP out from Boom. Do they have a way to break these? They don't. But Secret, they might just be broken.
This is hard. Like, these moves from Secret, I want them to play aggressive, but it's too disjointed. It's like, one guy sees this, yo, come, let's use our spells, and they're only 2, and they start trickling in one by one. They need to do these type of moves together if they want to. And what do you see Tundra do? It's not random that they're building these items and they go out far. Like, they're baiting you to go on them, and they always strike and turn.
I ain't even going to pop the BKB there. That's the blink in. Doesn't have mana, though, for the ulti. Doesn't matter. Skitter's there. And just like that, you lose more. They find themselves, the techies, getting surgically pulled apart right now. Tundra just playing this so well. They know Puppy's in the area. They're going to find him, even popping the Blade Mail right there to be a stalwart little bulwark in front of poor old 9 Puppy. Yeah.
They don't even give him the high five. Come on.
How cruel. Unbelievable.
Okay, so what do we got? 9k gold lead. Roche will die when we get Manta on Spectre. I think Secret have perhaps one more play in them.
Dude, every time.
And another death.
They just find him. Oh, God. It's got to be so frustrating to play against.
I mean, no matter where you go, like, you don't know if you're safe. You get sleeping darted, and when it lands on you, oh, Zayat.
And will they be able to finally punish this Ricky? That kill felt probably better than anything else.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Saksa down. That's all that matters.
Try and get the punishment. It's like, it's almost worse than like the Bane Mirana of old, right?
Because like, this has got to be worse. Because this guy just trickling around, you don't see him. The dart actually, like, it even deals damage, and yeah, this stuff is very toxic to play against.
Snowball in, trying to punish Snake King here, but they can't really do that much.
Like, look where this +5 is playing. He's playing in your triangle without leap charges, and you can't kill him.
I mean, also +5 level 13 above the Mars in terms of levels is pretty rough.
So, like, judging from the map, they're waiting for Bad Blink, which is out now, and maybe Rezo's BKB, which is 500 gold away.
Right.
So I think they've waited too long, but waiting for this has got to be the last straw. After that, you have to just keep trying to fight. Yeah, because now it's a 10k gold lead.
Thinking they want to look for this one. Saksa right there, pops the BKB, turns to fight, doesn't though.
They're toying with them.
They just bait out the BKB, and now Zayat's is dead. Chrysalis has already used his BKB. They got to run away. Soxa wanting to chase, find any target to latch onto, and they have a DT on 9 too. I mean, you think about just sort of the beginning of this game and how everything was looking. You know, esportsbet.io odds were completely stacked into the favor there of Tundra, and they have not disappointed. They have completely ripped them apart.
No, they have not. This is the Tundra that I was expecting going into the season, and they are performing. They had one shaky series, and that's about it. These guys are freaking good.
Look at this, though. They're waiting. Puppey and Chrysalis, they just want that Ricky to come around the corner. Like
it's like a mousetrap. They're ready.
He's not doing it, though. You can see.
Knows.
He's heading down bottom.
He's done it so many times that now he knows, you know? They don't dare going out anymore. I've done my job. I've contained them on their side. Now I'm chilling.
Dude, like, literally look at Rezo and Puppey here. Like, they're all waiting for him to come around the corner, and now they're grouped together as 5, and nobody is coming out as a potential target.
3-3 is going to do the classic, where he's going to build an A on disc, because he knows the map is so hard to play. Eventually, they're going to run into me, and if they can't burst me, they're going to lose. So I feel like we've seen this so many times where they build the right items that make it hard to play. Bottom rune, is this the one?
Oh my god, 9's crazy. BKB immediately used, but the lasso, do they have the damage? Skidder there, but Sonic Wave, blink out, lives on less than 100 HP. Do they have enough to kill off this Ricky? He's starting to die. 9 walks back in, and they don't find the kill on a Soxa. Puppey's being kited. They kill off Boom. 1 by 1, they go down again as 33 chasing 9 right on top. The arrow to finish. 2 clean from Tundra.
That's like, what, 4 heroes jumping Alina, jumping a Queen of Pain, but he gets off his BKB, he doesn't die, they come in with the counterplay. And once your initiation does not hit, yeah, I think the fights are going to continue to look like this, where you will just get turned around on. And now, if it wasn't already bad, they're going to take Roche.
Dude, it was 9 that jumped on them.
Yeah. He knows. He's like, I can do this.
Oh my god. Just the Witchblade, all those stats, the BKB, and then, of course, the turn that comes. And Tundra now setting up to take Roshan after this devastating fight. It's been a rough one.
Ooh, I mean, so they're going to give the Aegis to Spectre? Yeah. I mean, and the problem is, the next items coming up are the ones that Lina hate the most. You can see it from Skeeter. He's having a little chuckle.
He's feeling himself. Unreal. 27 minutes. And I'm not sure where you look to go here. I mean, again, I guess like Silver Edge does feel like it needs to be the answer for Lina, but not even enough gold yet for the Shadow Blade.
So what can you do? You can A, try to have Tundra dive, or B, you need to lasso someone in. But you cannot lasso the Spectre, because he's going to have Aegis. Also, if he presses Haunt on you, you can't blink in. You can't lasso the Tide, because he has Kraken Shell, and an A on this, which is not unlocked yet.
Down
so
bottom.
You can only go
Arena used. Yeah, and the Finding Queen is also not going to be the easiest. Yeah. Rezo, Spear, and a TP away. So gets out of harm's way there. And Snake King trying to hunt Boom.
He wants him.
Oh, Ricky moving in too. They're looking for vision. Not quite going to get him. Although Snake King leaps in. And now going to get the lasso and maybe a kill. The silence is there onto the Ricky. They've gone a bit too far and they get punished.
I mean, screw what I said. This is how you kill them.
I mean, this is what you said, right? Secret need to get ran into by Tundra. Let them initiate on themselves.
I mean, Snake King was like, I'll give you vision. Hold up, bro. I'll get in there. Stubble leaps in. Gets gone on.
That hurts. That's how it goes, though. And maybe this could be a sort of collection of things that start going right for them. They find 33. He's taking a ton of damage. The disarm there on Lina, but the rest of the heroes combo together for the kill. So Secret finding a moment after Tundra getting a little bit too comfortable.
I mean, 3-3 even knew that, like, okay, I don't want to unlock my Aeon because I'm dead anyway. So it's good from Secret to realize that, yo, what the hell is this guy doing? That's illegal. We need to kill him. They do it. So at least, even though they're down so far, it's good to see this particular move as Puppey.
Yeah, just going to haunt in. 9 blinks in. Wants to blow a Puppey. Is going to get the kill. Now the haunt.
Skeeter's
my god. Dude, how is this working? They find him. Resolution under fire. Going to get dropped. Somehow this fight is actually working out pretty well, although they do kill off 9. And now Skidder left all alone, but Sox is there with the sleeping dart. They find him immediately. Drop down some mines, but it's enough for the kill, and Soxa finds another triple kill for Skeeter. Even when the fights look bad, somehow Tundra come out on top.
I mean, I love seeing these top tier teams play when even a hero is dead or it looks strange. You have someone that's like going in and making a bit of space. In this case, Skeeter with his Haunt and Shadow Step to like keep them there and start the fight. And then 9 comes trickling in, heroes start respawning, they get to TP in, and then the fight starts. You know, it's not like a 5-on-5. It's like this high skill fact that you can read the play, that you can start doing this and make time for your team.
Well, they have definitely done that, made the space, and Spectre very much online. All 3 of these cores, really. And even you see this jump right here. Resolution, I mean, tries to find the kill on Snake King, and they will get him, but the Ravage turnaround is pretty devastating, and Puppey left completely alone. Saksa also saving Resolution for a little bit later. Skitter tries to run him down. Blade Mail right on top. Does he chase for more? Thinking about it. And Chrysalis just forced to run away. But Puppey, he's going to be the one that's caught. They jump in, find that Ricky. Asleep again onto this Techie's kill off the mine. They wanted that so badly. They do finally bring him down. But the triple kill is there for the Spectre.
I mean, Skeeter's is going to town in these fights. He's just going on whoever he wants with the constant movement speed. He has Aegis. They don't want to touch him. I'm pretty sure he clicked them like 50 times in this fight. They cannot stop him.
I mean, it's just such a good Spectre game. It's gotten everything that you need for him. And he plays this hero very, very well. Does almost have that Scotty completed, so another way to try and shut down and make this Lina's life hell.
There's one real play that Secret will have now. They have a Silver Edge on Chrysalis, which is definitely going to be a win condition in this point, because you're playing against Spectre and Tide. The problem is, Tide has his A on this, so that hurts a bit. But you can burst the Spectre. You lasso him, you break, you BKB, and you gunfire him down. That is the one play I want to see from Secret if they want to win this game. Top lane, different story.
Yeah, that one's rough. And, I mean, you also, you talk about, like, different things that they have. Spearbacks into lasso, trying to get people to fountain, something like that. Like, it never feels good if that's your sort of game plan, but it is at least something that they have in their toolkit.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be seeing something, right? Because they're choosing to play on. We also heard it from Saksa the other day. When someone sees a way, you're going to keep playing because you can win.
Right.
So Secret, they probably see this right now. And yeah, it's not great when that's your only way, but you're going to have to find a way if you want to win.
Right. Absolutely. That's interesting, too. It's actually 2 components currently locked on Tidehunter. So he's going to have to unlock the energy booster and the VIP booster if they do go on him.
He's got fast fingers.
Okay.
I trust you 3.
I trust him, too.
Okay. 4-man smoke.
Can they find anybody? 18,000 gold lead. And as you mentioned, that Silver Edge ready to go if somebody shows on one of these lanes. And it feels as if Tundra kind of know what's happening. Yeah, they're going to smoke together now. 9 goes down to the low ground. 33 running forward. Break their smoke on Boom. Find him immediately with the lasso. The BKB. Snowball all in, trying to take him down. But 9 gets out of there. The disarm. And then the blow up. Chrysalis is gone. Can they find more? Snake King wanting to get out of here, but they're running for the bigger targets. The Boom, the Puppey. Both will drop. And with the rest of Secret nowhere left to go, they're going to lose a couple more on the way out. Full wipe. 9 with the ultra kill.
Yeah, that's an ultra kill. Right? They can't even kill the Queen. I feel like there should be a possibility of killing him first, but even if you do, if you're not going in a Spectre first, the Haunt turnaround with the pipe, with the Rabbit, you can tell it's just too much.
Yeah. Well, really impressive performance coming out right now from Tundra. And Secret, again, coming up short in this DPC. It's been rough for them so far this season, and this game no exception, as they will start to take down these Tier 3 towers. You can see also down bottom, 33 is pushing for the Tier 2. And everybody from Secret respawns one last time, might be one last hurrah.
Yeah, I think if you're a Tundra here, I don't even know if you want to like really force the racks too much, or you're super far up, but I think you can play the map, keep going for kills, your Ravage is down, you're out of mana, you can wait for the Haunt, and they're just going to keep playing it the same way they have. Build up a net worth lead, find a pickoff, and then go for more.
Right. About a minute left until Roche is back up again, 38-17. And from Secret, I mean, they've got smokes ready with Puppey, but they got to push out these lanes. And it feels like all these movements are going to be really telegraphed. Another combo. Resolution does manage to get that BKB off, but immediately You see the Haunt and Reality away, and now it's just BKB and Arena used.
You can just, they know when they need to commit and when they don't.
Yeah.
The moment this guy gets his BKB plus Arena, they're like, okay, chill, wait again, go back to the same gameplay. They cross this line, we kill them. If not, we chill.
Soxa is so annoying. I never want to see Ricky again.
Oh, the problem is you're going to have to. This hero is starting to be too damn good.
I mean, it's like, it's all over the place. All the regions, I feel like, now are playing it, and it's just like, we're kind of talking, like, do you think that it's as strong without Mirana? I mean, Mirana feels like the best one, right?
Mirana is definitely, like, I think, the enabler for this team. But if your team likes to play, like, this map stuff or fast, like, Liquid also a very good team at playing this hero with, like, their Bad Riders and Nature's Prophets, I think you can still make it work, but Mirana has got to be the best hero with it.
Okay. Well, it's definitely something that teams are going to need to come up with answers to. They pop the Haunt, find Zayats immediately, and just going to run him down. I mean, when you can pop the Haunt like that just to find the hero that's trying to, like, set up to kill creep waves, you know you're in a good position.
Yeah. I mean, what Tundra are doing is disgusting. It's high skill, it's great, but yeah, this can not be fun to play against at any point.
Chrysalis has to be careful. Again, you know, as soon as they have Manta up, it feels like you can just go for the Shadow Step with like a Ravage from 33 and blow up anybody.
Yeah, even Lina.
Yeah.
I think Chrysalis at this point, he's not safe.
So the answer, hug each other. Everybody hold hands here. From Secret, see if they can find anybody. Go in towards mid. They find the Ricky. And again, a very cathartic kill, I'm sure, but it comes at a big cost. The Sonic Wave, the Ravage. They find the kill on the Ricky, but it costs them so much, and immediately GG is called. Secret, they've had enough. That's a good play, though. You know what? You go out there, you lasso the Ricky, you go out on your terms.
I mean, at least you grab someone with you, and especially probably the most annoying hero you played against. But yeah, I think Tundra, they're too good. The Secret don't stand a chance. Not in this game. No way.
I mean, yeah, that's something. I mean, we saw like a recipe for success against them with like the Liquid series, and also that match against Into the Breach, which was like around this Nature's Prophet, play really fast. Do you think that that style still works, or like was the laning prowess that we saw from Tundra early already like kind of putting a kibosh on that?
I think that still works. I feel like you cannot allow this team to do at least okay in lanes and then allow them to play the map like this, because they will dismantle you like this in every single game.
Right. Yeah, it's devastating. But I think also for Secret now, this sets them up where there's a lot of questions that need to be asked. I think that this is still winless for them. They have that big match against Into the Breach, which is coming up later, which is going to be the one that tries to make sure they don't get relegated down to Division 2. Was there anything that you saw here from them today that you felt like you were was improvements? Did they have any moments that really shine for you? Was there any hero combinations that were looking pretty solid?
I think their drafts are a little better. I do still think that it's not amazing and great, but I still think what they need to talk about the most is how they combine their heroes and when they play aggressive. They sit back too much for my taste.
Okay, well, a lot to think about for sure. We're going to end off this series. Another 2-0 on the day. I'll turn it back to the panel and break it down.
Let's have a chat about this game number 2, guys. It definitely feels bad for Secret, any Secret fans out there, especially when they put themselves on a lineup like this. That was a timer, and Tundra just get to kind of chill. If they don't win an engagement, that's okay, because they know later down the track they definitely are going to win one.
Yeah, they played very passively until 15 minutes, I'd say, which is when they got the Ricky shot, and as soon as they had that, they were smoking up, they were running into places, trying to take fights. Before then, I mean, they crushed the lanes. I think it's honestly pretty unacceptable for Lina to have lost top as hard as she did. She even died. Like, you're the one, like, Lina's meant to own her lane, and you're like over 10 CS beneath a Tidehunter. And I think that made it hard, and they had to compensate for that by like grouping up really hard on Secret.
Did you see a little bit more, I guess, cohesion in the rotations, in some plays that we saw from Secret, even if they didn't fully come out on top from them?
Yeah, I think they're. Yeah.
No, you go ahead.
All right. I think their draft overall, like, it fit to be able to be more cohesive, so they can look to make these plays, easy stuns, easy setups for rotations and stuff like that, so they can use their techies. That being said, though, I think they need to have like a huge advantage going into mid game. I think if we're at 15 minutes and it's even, I think the game's kind of just over at that point. They need to have like a 2, a 3k gold lead, 4k gold lead, some tower taken, Roche potential, something like that. They didn't. Mid got, I mean, it's a bat versus a Queen of Pain, which is going to be a hard matchup, but the other lanes went pretty poorly as well. So.
Yeah, I actually think the bright spot in the laning stage was how well Boom handled the Batrider lane against Quap. I think he actually did pretty well, and it makes sense because he's a Quap specialist, so he would know how to play that lane. The downside is we're 15 minutes in, he's 0-0-1 on bat. He has made no rotations. He doesn't really. I don't know how many power runes he actually even managed to get. Obviously, it's a hard lane, and Secret's supports are a little more hamstrung than those on Tundra, so it's kind of hard to make moves. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, kind of like you pointed out, Tundra are farming, they're chilling, they're slowly but steadily getting to their timing, and then they just...
This fight was so hard to watch because it was just a lot of Tundra engaging, then disengaging, one by one hit, and none of them died. They were escaping on just this sliver of HP, and for me, it felt like that was the moment where I wasn't really seeing a way for Secret back in. Was that the same, or do you really, truly believe, Fogged, it was significantly earlier than that?
I think it was, I mean, for me at least, it was a little earlier. I think it's just, they need to play super aggressive. I think they just, like Sheep was saying, I don't think they can lose this top lane like this. I don't think Crystallis can die early, because then he ends up just dying to the 2 supports multiple times. It's a dart with a Veil Murano who's like level 10. So an arrow hits you, it hits you for like 500 damage. Double Starstorm hits you for like 600. You're just dead.
Yep.
You are pretty squishy at that point, so yeah.
We just saw the scoreboard there at the end, and Fogged, you've never played the MVP game before. Do you know what it is?
No.
Oh, so essentially everyone is going to get an MVP who they want to give MVP in their mind. Okay, and then I'm going to count 3, 2, 1, and you all say it at the same time, and hopefully you're in agreement. All right?
Okay.
You got one?
Okay, yeah.
Sin, you got one? Cheap?
No, hold on. I'm thinking.
I say it because looking at the scoreboard, I mean, Snaking popped off, 9
all
popped off, Skitter popped off, 3-3 popped off, Sucks popped off.
Okay, I got one.
You got one? All right. 3, 2, 1.
9.
All right.
Whoa, you all said someone different. I thought at least 2 of you would be on the same page. All right, well, now you get to go through your reasonings. Why 9?
Yeah, I said Skitter.
Oh, sorry.
So
Skitter.
Plus, it could have been 9.
It's a 9. And then you said Snay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, I just think Skitter played a very stable game. I think he did a great job in lane. His rotations, he did a really good job using both Haunt and Shadow Step to just get vision and kind of poke and prod, force BKBs, jump back out, and then go back in again when there was the right timing. It's just, aside from that one death he had in the enemy triangle where he maybe stayed a little too long or whatever it was, it's just a totally clean game for me.
I think you went for the easy choice because Skeeter is a beast on Spectre. He's the best Spectre in the world. I think 9 is a beast on lots of heroes, but we don't get to see Queen of Pain often enough, so you know what? I gave it to him just because it's a little bit of an X factor, a little bit of change.
So it's not about who's the most valuable player, it's about who's the most varied player.
Yes. We'll go.
Who shone the brightest? Well, there you go. Look, we had Skitter, then we had 9, but now Snay, you gotta persuade us to
I take
change
it back. I want Saxo.
Oh, okay, okay. Why?
Because he played top lane, right?
Yeah.
He was a part of shutting down this lane. I mean, no, I wanted to give one to a nice support player, but I thought he did really well. I thought he set up a lot with his darts, as is the way with Ricky. I don't know. I thought both the supports played well together. I wish I could kind of combine the supports into one MVP.
Yeah, well, I want to give it to Snaking. So
yeah, let's go. I mean,
sure.
The itemization was good, right? You're buying this Wraith Pact on Snay, which is making sure like Lena's doing less damage because she's kind of like the only real damage they had that game. So I like their itemization. I liked how they played together. I thought they did a really good job. Just as a duo and making stuff happen on that 15-minute mark.
So now we've effectively given MVP to everyone else in 33.
Yeah.
Not him.
The Twitch chat gave it to 33.
But you guys you're advocating the Ricky Marana stuff. You're actually liking this arrow dart thing. I mean, I hate seeing this. I think it's so busted. I think it's super broken. So that's why also.
We'll turn our eyes away from what you hate, and instead we'll turn our eyes towards something we love, which is a winner's interview. We have Skitter joining us. Skitter, congratulations on the win. You guys look fantastic in this series, but also so far throughout the DPC. How is bootcamp going for you?
Thank you. Hello, guys. I guess it's like regarding the DPC result, it's been going pretty good in most of the games. We lost against Liquid, but obviously, you know,
everyone
we kind of want
is.
to win it all. So what can you do? It's like a mix, I guess.
Okay.
It's not the greatest, not the worst.
And I just got to know, are you a little bit bored of playing Naga, or are you okay every time we're seeing you play it?
I mean, winning is fun, so I'm not bored with the hero. I mean, the first game I had so much fun because I was blocking the enemy triangle for majority of the game, so that kind of brought me joy. Like, there's always something new you can do on Naga that kind of like takes it out of comfort and like just do something extra.
I love to hear it.
Congrats on the win. I wanted to go off of a previous interview we did with Saksa, where we asked him why you guys were struggling in some games and like losing a couple, and he said he wasn't sure. Do you have an idea of like where those losses came from, or where you guys are struggling?
I mean, I guess you guys don't. I mean, you see us losing to Nigma and Into the Breach, just dropping one game, but most of this comes from the scrims. We haven't really had much success in scrims, so it's hard to say. People just, we need to just focus on our fundamentals and relearn Dota, because we took like a break after TI, so we need to like create the team chemistry again and go over all the basics to build up like the team from ground up in a way.
Okay, and yeah, because last year I know you spoke a lot about how like passionate the team was in general. Like you guys were playing more pubs than others. You were talking more about Dota than others, and like going hard with the boot camps and stuff. Is that the type of passion you're looking to bring to this year of Dota as well, or are you guys kind of like, okay, well we did win TI, we don't have to go as hard?
I mean, obviously the passion is still there. We are bootcamping bootcamping some of us for the majority of DPC still. And nothing really changed after winning TI. We're still hungry to win 2, potentially 3, but we'll see where we go or how that goes.
All right, and final question, just about like the game we watched. Actually, no, series. How do you feel like about Secret right now? Because obviously they came second at TI. You guys played them, you beat them, and now they're they're looking at just being relegated here. What do you think has changed basically?
I mean, it's obviously sad to see fellow TI finalists doing pretty bad in DPC, but if you guys remember, like during the first DPC of the last year, they also weren't doing pretty hot. I mean, honestly, they weren't doing hot the whole DPC up until like going for the last chance qualifier and the team clicking very, very well. So who knows? I mean, it's Puppy, right? He went to every TI. He had great success. I'm sure he'll get it fixed by TI, and we'll see him.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I have a question regarding mangoes. You seem to be a true mango advocate. Do you think this item is actually kind of like broken, or what do you think the thought process? Because I'm seeing you buying it more than anyone. Ring of Regen kind of sucks. Like buying all this like little small amounts of regen on carry doesn't feel bad. You're one of the only players that's buying literally 9 mangoes on Spectre. So can you give us like a little bit of that?
I do like mangoes, but I mean the reality is the mango gives you the most cost-efficient HP regen per second. It's actually better than Ring of Health, right? So it just really comes down to that and how far you can push it. I started with 3, then it was 6, now it's 9. We'll see. Maybe it's gonna be 12 later. We'll see.
There's no stopping him in mangoes.
And then just other quick question.
Only item slots.
I mean, I love seeing it. When you guys were doing a TI so much, I really was happy to see all that. So, because the cost efficiency, and I know that's like a big thing with Curtis, with AUI, everything's efficiency and everything.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the fun part about Dota. Like, if there's always something new you can exploit and kind of break the game, and that's what drives us to break the game and have any sort of advantage, even if it's a small one.
Cool. And then other question is, I asked this to a bunch of teams usually just because we're covering so many regions. Is there any other regions you guys are watching lately? I know you're probably watching like a lot of the games, but any like specific region, specific team you're looking at that you think has like some really cool ideas, since you guys are saying, still relearning, trying to get back into the groove of things?
I mean, we always keep an eye on Team Spirit since they have been our scrim partner for like ever since we formed. But recently, ever since Bedboom formed, they are like kind of new Team Spirit for us. They look extremely strong. We scrim them all the time, and they are very good, very creative, very strong roster. So that is Team Spirit and Bedboom. I mean, obviously Liquid as well, but we don't really scrim EU teams for obvious reasons. So Bedboom and Spirit are the ones we look at a lot.
Cool, thanks.
All right. You said you had a bit of a break with the team after TI, obviously. I guess most people did. What did you do during that break? And you obviously won a lot of money, aside from the pride of winning TI. Was there something that you really wanted to get yourself? Did you like spoil yourself or something, or are you just saving everything up?
I mean, so far I'm saving everything. I haven't really made any big purchase, but my car is a Volkswagen Golf from like 2003, so I'm probably gonna upgrade that one soon if I find like a car that I like.
And what did you spend your time off on? Because obviously TI was like really intensive. You guys had a long build-up. What do you do to relax after such a long season?
I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, I haven't gone on any vacation. I kind of did the classic thing. I mean, I just went back to my normal life, which is like, playing games. That was not Dota. I cut the Dota out of the system for like a month or something. It's gym, playing some PlayStation games, and watching anime and spending time with my girlfriend. That's all I do.
All right, sounds nice.
I have one more question.
Are you gonna ask him about anime now?
Which anime do you watch?
I wasn't gonna ask that, but actually, yes. What anime did you watch? But also, you mentioned as having a scrim partner. I actually was curious about like the relationship of having a scrim partner. Like, how does that get decided on like who you're gonna have as like a consistent partner, and also like. Is it do you guys just scrim against each other, or do you also have like conversations between the teams on like, thoughts and stuff?
I mean, obviously you choose a scrim partners depending on who you respect the most, and if they respect you back, you can get the scrims going. And I mean, I know, for example, Nera talks a lot to Collapse, so there's for sure conversations going between each team, and that's kind of how it goes. You're looking to scrim the teams you can learn from the most, and vice versa.
All right, thank you.
Perfect. I think that's all of our questions. Skidder, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again on this win.
Thank you. I hope you guys have a good evening.
You too.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, that was so nice.
Oh, you'll never know what anime he's watching.
He didn't answer about that.
Okay, well now you can just message him or whatever and be like, bro, you did not ask one of my questions.
Can you message Collapse to ask Neda to ask him what his favorite anime is?
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah.
I'll go right through the...
Yeah, the efficiency right there. I actually really enjoyed though Skidder talking about how he brings him joy to find different ways to like exploit certain things out of Dota.
That's Curtis. That's the owie factor. That's literally, it's him about making you suffer. That's what he always
that's
says.
so sadistic.
That's always what he does.
It's also the profile of a psycho who enjoys Naga, right? It's like literally...
That's owie.
I love Naga because I can block the enemy camps for 15 minutes and it brings me joy. I'm like, okay, dude.
I like their super
Okay, man,
honest.
that's what you enjoy.
Lately, I feel like we're getting a lot more honest interviews, too. I was expecting maybe him being like, well, I'm not going to really tell and explain about the mango thing, blah, blah, blah. But a lot of us had always been talking about the efficiency thing, about HP regen, and he goes right into it. So I love that he's really honest with it.
Maybe you think it's just like really obvious. Like, obviously it's for the health regen,
Sure.
idiot. Why even ask?
Why would you even ask for it?
But sometimes, you know what I mean. Sometimes they're just like, well, that's kind of hidden information.
Well, the thing is, if it was obviously broken, why isn't every other team buying 9 mangoes on
So
their
true.
carry?
So true. Maybe that's why Tundra won TI.
There's the 9 mangoes.
More
Nothing
mangoes.
else.
Mangoes. Mango advocates.
Mangoes. Let's have a look at today's results because we are ending our day number 6, I forgot what day we were on, a little bit early because it was 3 2-0s. We have not had such a short day in Western Europe yet, but Into the Breach and OG getting a 2-0 there, and then Liquid getting their 2-0 over Enigma Galaxy, Thunder getting a 2-0 over Secret, and that brings us to the leaderboard. We have to have a look at what series wins all of these teams are on because Liquid 5 series wins means they have their spot going to the major, and then it's Tundra with 4, GG and OG with 3, and then Entity on 2-2. Into the Breach at least have 1 series win for themselves, which is more than I can say for Enigma Galaxy, and Secret down there at the bottom with 4 and 5 losses respectively.
I'll say one thing. If this is the final leaderboard at the end, Division 2 next season is going to be bomb because these two teams, Enigma and Secret, are going to find a way to recover. I will say that with almost 100% certainty. It's a matter of how long is it going to take, but in Div 2 they'll have time to build themselves up, find the solutions to their problems. And yeah, we're saying that Into the Breach are not safe yet, because there's still... This can easily run out in a way that there's a tie for second to last, or even for last. It can still be a 3-way tie if everything pans out the way it could.
Yeah, I mean, Entity technically aren't even in the clear either.
That
if
is
they
true.
don't win
It's
any
true.
more of their series, then they're not in the clear, so...
That's right.
There is still a lot that can happen.
Div 2. Imagine playing in Div 2. Guys, let's play some Div 2. We're playing versus Enigma and Secret.
Yeah, you win the open qualifier. Yes, finally we get our
Here's
big
your
break.
reward.
TI winners, 2 second place TI players. Oh, God.
This is why everyone goes to NA qualifiers.
True.
Oh, goodness. Let's have a look at our schedule as well. It's going to be a weekend break for Western Europe. So the schedule we're about to see is for Monday. It starts off with Entity and OG. So Entity can try and claw themselves away from that potential relegation. Secret and Into the Breach. Big, massive series for both of them. And then Gaming Gladiators up against Liquid, which... Ooh. Spicy, especially after Blitz's interview today. Calling Quinn out.
Callahan,
Yeah,
I'm
he's coming for you.
Yeah. I think
Standout series?
So I think realistically, out of these three, the closest ones are probably the first and second. I think Secret against Into the Breach is very likely to go 3 games. Unless Secret just really just don't find the solution.
Drop the
but they
ball.
did, yeah. I mean, it's obviously been hard, but I want to believe that against the weaker teams, they can find their way. And then Entity versus OG, for me, is probably also a 2-1. I think Entity with their different strategies could catch OG off guard.
So do you favor OG slightly more than
Yeah, I think still. I think OG will look better overall, but not like 2-0 crushing better, but probably 2-1. And the final one, Liquid, I mean, they're 10-0 in games. Even Gaming Gladiators, who could be a strong opponent, I just don't see it, man. I just don't see this team losing. Like, Liquid have been up against everything, and they've just beaten everything convincingly, so it's tough.
Definitely.
Do you think that Secret will beat Into the Breach? I actually think that for me, Into the
I think
Breach
Into the Breach is favorite.
No, I think Into the Breach is
I think Into the Breach is
favorite.
I think they've looked better across the majority.
I've
of the games.
enjoyed watching them draft and execute the drafts. Like, they've been playing in a very enjoyable way, even when they lose.
I would expect them to win 2-1.
Same.
Okay.
I can agree with that.
I think even like when Into the Breach, sometimes they do a little bit of anti-synergy in their drafts, but it's usually like 1 or 2 small problems in the draft, which against the best teams causes them to lose. But against Secret, who also seem to have the same problem, but like worse, I feel like the drafts could decide a lot, but Into the Breach on average are just doing way better.
I'm going to put you guys on the spot right now as we are closing out the show. Favorite game from today? If you could go back and only watch one game.
I already forgot all the games.
What?
You tell me who played today?
Tundra Secret, Liquid Nigma Galaxy, and Into the Breach and OG.
I think Liquid Nigma game 1. Was that the 44-minute game? I think that was the best. That was the best game of today.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay,
I didn't catch the entire first
Just
series.
running
I
through it.
caught the end of I caught most of the second game of the first series. I didn't catch the whole first game, so I can't remember everything. I like the OG series, but yeah, I would agree with you.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I had to put you guys on the spot there. I couldn't let you get away and enjoy your weekend without being thrown under the bus there. But it is the end. It's the close of our Friday night here in Western Europe. If you guys still have a craving for some Dota, then there is NA Dota being played right now over on twitch.tv/PGL_Dota2EN2. So you can head on over there and you can enjoy yourselves some late night Dota. And we'll see you guys on Monday.
Bye.